Lite and its 96,000 dealers present Suspense. Tonight, Lite brings you the story of an accidental death and an attempted escape. Death on My Hands, starring Phil Harris and Alice Faye.
Flood my carburetor if it isn't Oscar the orating Otto. What's up?
My hood, Harlow. It's been nearly 5,000 miles since my last spark plug check.
And you're set for a session with your Autolite spark plug dealer, eh, Oscar? His exclusive new plug check indicator will quickly show the condition of your spark plugs and whether they're right for your style of driving.
I'm not up to par, Harlow. I've lost my usual pep on the hills, and I'm using too much gasoline.
Well, if the plug check indicator shows your spark plugs need cleaning or adjustment, your Autolite spark plug dealer has all the equipment to do the job right.
And if my plugs are worn out, Harlow?
Then he'll replace the worn-out spark plugs with ignition-engineered Autolite, resistor type or standard type spark plugs to give you smoother performance, quick starts, and gas savings. So, friends, have your spark plugs checked regularly. And when you do, see your neighborhood Autolite spark plug dealer. And remember, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with Death on My Hands and the performances of Alice Faye and Phil Harris, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
In the name of the town, it won't help any. I don't think I'll even tell you what part of the country it's in. It's just a place in a long valley with 100-year-old elms and hills you can't stop looking at. And the people? Well, maybe they're not much different than anybody else. 2,500 of them. The kids went to schools with big lawns and long walks. And the men walked up Oak Street from the mills right after the 5 o'clock whistle. Some stopped for a beer at Mike's or the Green Rooster or Eddie's Tavern, and some went right on home. Sounds wonderfully ordinary, doesn't it? That's what I thought. Until they tried to hang me.
Oh, Dixie.
I can't believe it.
It's me, all right. I saw you from across the street.
Well, what in the world are you doing in this little town, Julia?
Oh, just getting a little rest.
Don't give me that. Your idea of rest was always to sit in an air-conditioned cocktail lounge.
Gee, you look good.
Well, what about you? I wish you'd have stayed with the band, Julia.
I just felt like drifting, Dixie.
Where did you drift?
All over. Ended up with a carnival.
A carnival?
I saw the posters about you and the band playing for the high school dance tonight. I couldn't believe it.
Well, you don't get young doing one-nighters, but you see a lot of country and some swell people. You, for example.
Well, how are all the boys?
Well, I'm the only one of the original bunch left.
No.
Yeah. Chigger Thompson went with Kenton. Bill Candoli joined the circus in Cleveland, married a snake charmer.
Oh, no.
Yeah. And then Squeak Hanley lost himself up with the law in Virginia. You know how it goes. I got all new sidemen now, just kids.
Yeah. Things change, don't they?
Yeah, they do. Hey, look, Julia, why don't you drop in at the dance?
They'd think I was an old science teacher.
Nah, you'll knock them dead.
No. No, look, Dixie, I want to talk to you. I'm at the embassy, across from the railroad station, the only hotel in town. I'll see you after the dance, outside. Then we'll have a sandwich and a drink and a talk, huh?
Okay. That's the way you want it. Look, it's the high school auditorium, you know.
Uh-huh.
Well, I'll see you.
Dixie?
Yeah?
Who's singing in my place now?
Me. We walked opposite directions and caught each other looking back a couple of times. She looked good. And she always had. There'd never been anything wrong with how Julia looked. That night at the high school dance, I played like I hadn't played for weeks. Man, that band caught fire. You should have seen the faces of those kids dancing by the bandstand. They looked at me as if I invented music. And me, a third-rate clarinet player. Trouble was as far from my mind as Carnegie Hall is from Bop City. It was backstage after the dance that the bubble blew up in my face.
Here's the loot, boss. Look at it. Big, coarse notes.
Yeah, what does it come to, Teddy?
Well, the cashier says 1,200 round simoleons, but I count it myself.
That's not bad for this town.
Listen, it's a lot better than standing on Vine Street waiting for a recording date. I'll take this kind of loot any day in a week.
Yeah, I better put this in my bag.
Hey, that bag must be loaded by now.
I got 2 weeks' stake in there, but I'll drop it in the bank when we get to Kansas City.
Hey, you still carrying that gun for protection?
Yeah, Ted. Right here. I wouldn't know how to use it, though.
Loaded?
Every chamber. See?
Oh, those things give me the creeps. Hey, what else you got in that bag?
Just some publicity pictures of me. I'm going to get some new ones, though.
Get them while you're young. When they start camouflaging those age lines in your face, the cost goes up by leaps and bounds.
Yeah, no. Teddy, tell the boys I'll be at the next stop tomorrow.
Oh? Who'd you tie up with?
Julia.
She here? Well, I'll be darned. Small world, huh? What's she doing now?
I'll tell you tomorrow. We got about 6 years talking to do in 8 hours. Now get on out of here, huh?
Yeah, right, boss.
Come in. I'll be with you in a minute, Julia. I just want...
My name isn't Julia. It's Emily.
Oh, Emily. Well, what can I do for you?
Well, they all dared me to come in and tell you how much we liked your music.
Well, bless you. So you liked it, huh?
Never had such a good band at our dance before. It was like having Benny Goodman.
Well, now, aren't you sweet? I'll tell Benny when I see him.
Do you have a picture I could have?
Well, I don't have any real good ones, but... Hey, I'll tell you what. You give me your name and address, and I'll send you one autographed. With love to Emily, my prettiest fan.
I can see some in that suitcase.
No, those aren't any good. They're kind of old.
I just gotta get one. They dared me.
All right, but don't pull that suitcase, kid. Look out!
Oh.
Kid. What did you do? She fell to the floor, and her head suddenly spurted red. For a moment, I was so shocked, I didn't know what to do. And I bent over, and I picked her up, and I ran to find the nearest doctor. I ran almost 4 blocks with people staring at me like I was crazy. I couldn't even feel myself. I was just a thought. Get to a doctor. And I finally did.
She died instantly. No doctor in the world could help her.
From then on, it was a nightmare. There's only 4 policemen in town, and they were all handling highway traffic 30 miles away because of a big mill fire. I told the doctor and the people who crowded around me that I'd stay in town and face a police inquest the next morning. There was some grumbles and some nasty words, but nobody stopped me from checking in at the Embassy Hotel. But I was there only an hour when I realized I wasn't going to get off that easily. A group of men formed outside the hotel and stood looking up at my window. Then all of a sudden I realized they wanted to lynch me. Listen down there. I know you're there. You don't need no rocks through no windows. You don't need any lousy notes. I know why you're there.
How long are you waiting, Dixie? How tight the rope is going to be?
You're never going to use a rope on me. Never. Do you understand? Never. Who is it? Who is it?
Julia.
What do you want?
Who are you doing all the shouting at?
Them. Those people down there. If you can call them people. They threw a note through the window on a rock. They want me for killing that girl.
Well, maybe I can help you.
What can you do?
Don't kick a friendship in the face, Dixie. You never know when it'll come in handy.
Yeah, tell me all about it. Look at them down there. Watching the window like hound dogs with a treed possum.
Oh, Dixie, why don't you think of something to do instead of just burning off steam?
Think. In the past hour, I've thought more than that Greek philosopher did in a lifetime. But it all boils down to me ending up with a tag on my toe.
Oh, I wish I could help you.
Look, what are you hanging around me for? They might try to do something to you if they find out you've been nice to me.
I'll take my chances. I got nothing else to do.
Well, thanks. But don't waste your time. I don't think it's going to pay off. You know what? They make me feel like a criminal. They found my car.
They did?
Yeah, somebody told the manager. What's his name? Abdo. Car's 3 miles north of here in an empty riverbed. Burned to a crisp. The only thing in the world I own.
Oh, Dixie, don't let it get you.
But how much do they want? Julia, an accident is an accident. That means it wasn't done on purpose. She grabbed the bag, and the gun went off. And she was just a little kid.
Oh, Dixie, stop it. You're not doing yourself any good this way. It could happen to anyone. To me, or the people next door, or even to one of them down there. Oh, come on, sweetheart, and sit down here with me.
Wait a minute.
What is it, Dixie?
More of them. And they got guns now. Not just clubs and ropes, guns.
Get away from that window.
Maybe I don't want to. Maybe I could get them to shoot me from here, and then it'd be over with like that.
Get back from that window. Come on.
Let go of me. They wouldn't shoot. They want their fun later.
Do what I say. You gotta think, Dixie. You gotta think of some way to get out of here.
Sorry that girl got killed. Sorry as an honest man can be, but... Well, there's no point in dying to prove it.
I think God understands, Dixie.
It's just another rock.
No, it isn't. Look what the... Oh, never mind, Dixie. It's what you said, a rock.
Wait a minute now. It's something else. What is it? Don't hide it from me.
Dixie.
Give it to me. Oh, a shoe. One of her shoes. What are they going to throw up next? Her body?
Dixie, let me take it. Let them keep it. You dirty! Oh, Dixie. If there was only something we could do.
There isn't. When people get like that, there just isn't.
Oh, I'm not going to let this happen. I'm not going to...
Julia, listen. They're breaking the door down. They're coming in.
Oh, we've got to get out of here somehow.
Get out? There's no way to get out now. Now go back to your room, Julia.
I won't.
I said go on.
It's too late, Dixie. They're coming down the hall.
Lite is bringing you Phil Harris and Alice Faye in Death on My Hands. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Yippee! Why the loud levity, my loquacious limousine?
I just visited my neighborhood Autolite spark plug dealer, Harlow.
Did he check your spark plugs with the nimble nemesis of nefarious spark plugs, the Autolite plug check indicator?
Yes, sir, Harlow, and it showed that my plugs were not functioning properly.
So he replaced those worn-out spark plugs with the matchless magic manifested by the multiple magnificence of ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs, eh, Oscar?
Right, and now I'm giving smoother performance, quick starts, and gas savings.
Well, it pays to see your neighborhood Autolite spark plug dealer. He carries ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs, the world-famous spark plugs that are designed by the same engineers who design complete ignition systems for many leading makes of our finest cars.
And I'm off for a spring fling. So long.
So, friends, see your neighborhood Autolite spark plug dealer soon. And have him replace worn-out spark plugs with ignition-engineered Autolite, resistor-type or standard-type spark plugs. And remember, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Alice Faye and Phil Harris in Elliott Lewis's production of Death on My Hands. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Don't make any noise.
It only sounds like one person.
One person can carry a gun.
Couldn't be them, Dixie. They wouldn't knock.
Who is it?
At the hotel owner. Let me.
All right. What's on your mind?
They broke in the door downstairs, but I stopped them in the lobby. They had ropes and guns.
Thank you, Abdul.
Oh, don't thank me. I told them that they couldn't come in after you, but that you would go out.
You don't mean that?
I told them within 15 minutes.
Abdul, Let me stay a little longer in the name of humanity till I can dope this out. I got enough money.
I don't worry about money.
Well, what have you got to lose?
Listen, I give you a break. They could have come in here and got you and torn you up in little pieces. But I said no. One little word. Now, long after you are gone, I have to live in this town. You've got your troubles, I've got mine. Now, that's the way things work.
What's the matter with this town? Why does it act the way it does?
After what you did, you expect them to treat you with brotherly love?
You got to be born here before they think you're human? There's a lot of world outside this flea-bitten town, and most of it's better. They should be happy that someone brings a little of it in with them once in a while.
What you brought in was tragedy.
But it was an accident, a statistic. The kind of thing insurance companies make a fortune predicting. Don't blame me. Blame that big wheel of chance.
Dixie.
I just didn't get the right number on this spin, that's all.
Well, you got now 13 minutes to think of another one.
What can I do for you, Dixie? Tell me something.
Just let me alone.
Well, I'm going to do something anyway.
Did you turn on the radio?
I turned on the radio.
Turn it off.
I'm not going to.
Turn it off.
I'm not going to.
What do you want music for?
Because I want to dance.
Are you crazy?
Oh, come on, Dixie, dance with me. Come on. It used to take your mind off things.
Oh, I know, but I...
Come on, that's it. Oh, pull me closer, Dixie.
Oh, I wish this hadn't happened. So I could enjoy you, Julia.
Let's just pretend this is the future. And we're dancing somewhere in love and
How can I think like that when all I can see are those guys down there loading buckshot and guns just
Dixie. Just dance.
But I can still think.
Oh, honey. This is wonderful.
You know, I've played for a lot of dances. I never realized until now what it does to you inside.
What does it do to you, Dixie?
Makes me wish I'd have gone to high school. I never got there.
That was Early Autumn, done by the Woody Herman Aggregate, a band that plays the blues. Not that you're blue right now. And this is Charlie Schaefer, your early evening platter party host on KNOK. And I want to remind you that if you have any request whatsoever, just dial KNOK. The switchboards are waiting. And now, how about a little bit of Glenn Miller, In the Mood?
I like that. I can request any tune in the world, but I can't save my life. What a great place to live.
Let's dance some more.
Yeah. What should I request? Don't break the news to Mother, or maybe I'm in the mood for life.
Oh,
huh?
Dixie, don't talk like that. Dixie?
Give me the railroad station. Freight division.
Dixie, what are you doing?
Stop talking. Hello? What time does the next freight train leave? Yeah. I have some valuable freight I want to put on board. Oh. An hour, huh? Are you sure of the time? Exactly 1 hour? Well, I guess there wouldn't be time tonight. Thanks anyway.
Oh, Dixie, you just couldn't get to that train.
It's my only chance, but I need an hour. An hour of safety to get to it.
I'll be right back, Dixie.
Where are you going?
To find a policeman or to talk to those men or to do something.
The police are all over in another town. They couldn't get here in time.
You just wait here. I'll be right back.
Emily, if anybody caught me on my knees like this talking to you, I suppose they'd think I was crazy. But I'm not. Emily, you know it was an accident. Pure and simple. It wasn't my fault. Only nobody really believes it. They're waiting for me outside. Your people. And they want me in exchange for you. Only it isn't an exchange. It's just blood revenge. An eye for an eye. And it doesn't make sense. I know that saying all this will never do you any good. But, Emily, I just wanted you to hear how sorry I am, how deeply and tragically sorry I am. Emily, have a good long rest. Maybe someday I'll meet you in person again and we'll talk about it. And that someday might be today.
Hey, what are you doing down in the lobby, young lady? Where are you going?
Mr. Abdo, we've just got to do something. Get some police or get rid of those men out there.
I have long ago sent somebody for the police, but I don't expect them to get here.
Why don't you let him stay here longer?
Because I can only hold these men a while. After that, they come in. I don't want to see it.
Why do these men want him?
I don't want to talk anymore.
Well, I'm going to find out.
Where are you going, lady?
I want to ask you why you want Dixie.
That ought to be plain.
He didn't kill that girl. It wasn't his fault. You must have a better reason. Whose little girl was it? Yours? Or yours? Whose? Is that why you want him? Because it was one of your children?
Lady, you'd better go on about your business and leave ours to us. We got our own reasons for getting that skunk.
What'd you find out, Julia? What happened?
Abdo's been trying to get the police.
They won't come. Don't worry. How many of their neighbors do you think they'll shoot down to save me?
I don't know, Dixie. I don't know.
Look, I got 5 minutes, that's all. 5 minutes to walk out of here. And I need an hour.
I'm sure the ringleader of that gang was... I talked with him. I'm sure he's the father.
Oh, what's the use? I give up.
But you can't, Dixie. You can't.
What do you expect me to do?
Get out, Bough. Let me in. Are you ready to go, son?
No, I'm not ready to go. I still got 5 minutes.
You must have made a mistake with the time. Your time is up.
It is like... Look at this watch. Look at it. Still better than 4 minutes.
I'm sorry, but now is the time. Before they come in the hotel after you.
I don't get it. I don't get this whole setup. Why did you bother to stop them once if you send me out to them now?
I did what I felt I must do. For me, that was enough.
Well, I'm not going. Do you understand? I'm not going. They'll have to work to get me.
Haven't you done enough to me already?
To you?
The little girl who was killed was my little girl.
Oh.
Mr. Abdo, I'm really sorry. I'll go. You won't have any more trouble from me.
I'm going with you, Dixie.
Here, I'll turn off the lights in the lobby. That might help.
Shall we take the elevator?
No, honey, the stairs. I want to make it last as long as I can.
Dixie. Gee, I want to cry.
So do I. But it wouldn't help. I'm having trouble enough seeing now.
I'll go out with you and fight. Let me, Dixie.
You're going to stay right here in this lobby. You said you'd do anything for me, and that's what I want you to do.
How are you going to do it?
I'm going out. Turn right alongside the building, and then I'm going to run. Run, you hear me? Then maybe somewhere, somehow, I can find help. So long, Julia.
Dixie, I love you.
Good. Take it easy.
Hold him. Stay right where you are.
Why should I?
Shut up. Now, if you know what's good for you, walk over to that car and make it fast.
Take that gun out of my face.
Do what I tell you. Stop talking. To the first man who moves.
Are you going to let a guy get away with a crime like that? Baby killing? Well, we're not. Come on, guys.
The next one will go through somebody's head. Now, I want you to notice this badge on my coat. You people pay me to protect you and everybody against lawlessness in this town. And I'm going to earn my money whether you want me to or not. Some more police will be here in 2 minutes, and anybody standing around will be arrested. Now go on home. Break this up. All the fun is over. Can you drive?
Thank you, officer.
I said, can you drive?
Well, I could yesterday, but I don't know now. My knees...
Well, try. I got to be ready for anything.
Where do I go?
The jail. Well, that's all right, mister. You'll be safe there.
Hello.
Hello, Julia. Would you care to go and get that sandwich we talked about 1,000 years ago?
Oh, I'd love to, Dixie. What did they say?
The coroner acquitted me 10 minutes ago. Accidental homicide.
Oh, that's wonderful. Well, what are you going to do now, Dixie?
Oh, just catch up with the band and drift, I guess.
Dixie, I don't suppose I could...
Go back with the band?
Well, just singing, that's all.
You could do a bigger job than that if you want to.
You mean it?
Sure. Look, here's your wedding ring. You know, I never threw it away.
Suspense. Presented by Autolite. Tonight's stars, Phil Harris and Alice Faye.
Friends, this is Harlow Wilcox again to remind you that Autolite is the world's largest independent manufacturer of automotive electrical equipment. Autolite makes over 400 products for cars, trucks, tractors, planes, and boats in 28 plants from coast to coast. These products include world-famous ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs, which are carried by your neighborhood Autolite spark plug dealer. See him soon and have worn-out spark plugs replaced with ignition-engineered Autolite resistor-type or standard-type spark plugs for smoother performance, quick starts, and gas savings. And remember, you're always right with Autolite.
Next week on Suspense, our star will be Mr. Charles Boyer in Another Man's Poison. And in weeks to come, you will hear such famous stars as Jeff Chandler and Dick Powell on Suspense.
Suspense is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with music composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Death on My Hands was written for Suspense by John Michael Hayes and E. Jack Newman. Included in tonight's cast were Joseph Kearns, Herb Butterfield, Barbara Whiting, Byron Kane, Franklin Parker, and Gil Stratton, Jr. Alice Faye and Phil Harris may be heard on their own radio program every Sunday over another network.
And remember, next week on Suspense, Mr. Charles Boyer in a tale we call Another Man's Poison.
You can buy world-famous Autolite resistor or standard-type spark plugs, Autolite day-full batteries, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
We want to thank the National Safety Council for choosing Autolite for the Council's Public Interest Award of 1950. This award is presented in recognition of exceptional service to safety. Autolite is proud to have been chosen as one of the leaders in this important field and pledges continued efforts toward accident prevention on the highway. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Suspense. Tonight, Autolite brings you the story of a woman who holds death over her husband's head when the bough breaks, starring Miss Rosalind Russell.
Say, Harlow, I just saw one of those old-fashioned electric autos.
Old-fashioned? How about your car, Hap?
Well, mine uses gasoline.
Does gas crank your engine, run your radio, your lights, your heater, your cigarette lighter?
Why, no. Electricity does.
You bet it does, Hap, and it's all produced and stored right under the hood of your car. And that's where Autolite comes in, Hap, because Autolite designs and builds complete electrical systems. used as original factory equipment on many leading makes of our finest cars.
You mean Autolite makes generators, coils, and distributors, eh, Harlow?
They sure do, Hap, with all the units and their thousands of component parts related by Autolite engineering design and Autolite manufacturing skill to give the smoothest performance money can buy.
Sounds like a winning combination to me, Harlow.
It is, Hap, believe me. So, friends, take a tip from me and specify Autolite original factory parts when replacements are needed for your Autolite-equipped car. You'll find it pays, because you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with When the Bough Breaks and the performance of Miss Rosalind Russell, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
I remember when I was little. I remember you used to swing me in the garden, and the big maple tree and the rusty squeak as I went up and down, up and down. Grandfather, don't let me fall. I want you to hold me like you used to when I was hurt. I'm afraid because I'm dying, just the way you died, Grandfather. And why should I die? How did it all happen?
This is it, baby.
It looks very nice. Oh, Harry, please be careful of my coat. You're dragging it there on the ground.
I'm sorry, Ev. Here, you hold it while I get the key out. I'll get the suitcases later. Now, wait a minute, baby. Let's do this right.
Oh, Harry, put me down. People are watching.
Now, let them watch. We're married. This is the way it's done. Oh, you've got a lot to learn.
All right, now. Put me down, Harry. Please. Harry, I asked you to put me down. Will you please put me...
I'm sorry.
Oh, you're sweet. I'm tired. I didn't mean to be angry. I'm tired, that's all.
Yeah, sure. Well, you like it?
Oh, it's a very nice house, dear. I'm sure we'll be comfortable.
Not bad for a short order deal. Take a look around. Here, open this door.
It's a closet.
Yeah, it's not bad, eh? They're all like that. Lots of room. Living room, dining room through here, kitchen.
Harry, please. Can I sit down for a minute? My head's splitting.
Yeah, sure, baby, sure. On the sofa, huh? That's not bad, huh? Come on now. Off with the shoes.
Oh.
Come on, put your feet up.
Oh, thank you, dear. It all looks very nice. You must have spent a lot of money, though.
Money nothing. As soon as the probate judge turns the real money loose, we'll get something that'll knock your eye out.
I don't want to talk about that, Harry. I don't want to even think about it. Never again.
No, of course not, baby. What's the matter with me? Of course you don't.
I don't want to think about it, Grandfather. But I have to talk about it to you. There'll be the lawyers to pay and the inheritance tax. I never realized how very much you were worth. But you never spoke much about money. It was always there ever since I can remember. Funny. I never thought about it until after you'd gone. Harry did, though. I lied to you about Harry. I'm sorry I didn't meet him the way I said. I picked him up, Grandfather, on the beach. I went looking for a man, and I found him. The man you chose for me was so weak. I wanted someone like you, like Harry. It wasn't respectable of a woman in her late 30s to do that, was it? I'm sorry.
Well, honey, I guess you didn't know that I had a feel for interior decorating, did you?
No, I didn't.
Maybe when we get the dough, I can... Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, baby. I was figuring maybe I'd go in the business.
Harry, how did you know they'd let me go? How did you know all this wouldn't be wasted, or maybe you'd be here with another girl?
You're the girl, Mousy. Only you. Besides, they could have pinned it on you. Why, I watched that jury. You're high class. They believed you.
Yesterday. I didn't think I'd be married now and in a new house. I thought
Oh, forget it. You've been acquitted, and that's it. From here on in...
Harry!
Baby, you're jumpy.
Yes, I'm jumpy. Harry...
Relax. Married couples have callers. probably the next door neighbors. You stay right here. I'll get rid of him.
Harry Stryker. Fancy meeting you here.
What do you want, Corcoran?
He doesn't say glad to see you. He doesn't say come in and have a drink. All he says is, what do you want, Corcoran?
We're busy. No statements.
No statements. You just got married, did you? You moved into a new house. Your wife beat a murder rap yesterday. No statement. You're news.
Harry, make him go away. Harry, please.
Mrs. Stryker, well, congratulations on all counts. Marriage, murder, and money.
All right, Corcoran, out.
Are you kidding? You and Evie are good for 5 or 6 more front pages. You're my babies. My story of the year.
I'm going to bounce you. You can beat me to it by walking out, but fast.
Why don't you leave us alone? The trial is over. The state is finished with us. Why can't you be?
Finished, Evie? You were acquitted, that's what you mean. You can never be tried again for the same murder.
And please...
Not even if you said to me, it might amuse your readers to know, Mr. Corcoran, that I really did murder my grandfather. They can't touch you.
I'm going to work you over, boy, so that you'll never chew a steak again.
I would.
Then get out.
Okay. But first I came here to tell you something.
Evie, go in the next room.
No. What do you want, Mr. Corcoran?
Oh, nothing much, Mrs. Stryker. I just wanted to tell you that I'm going to do a Sunday feature on you. I'm going to call it She Has Him in the Palm of Her Hand.
No. Forget about us, please. Harry, give him some money. Tell him to stop.
You couldn't pay me enough, Evie. The story of why you hold this guy's life in your hands is too good.
What do you mean by that, Crack?
I knew your wife would beat the case the minute I laid eyes on her, Harry. That holier-than-thou look, grandfather known by one and all to be a wretched old man, Myerson as a lawyer. Cinch.
You've written about those things, Mr. Corcoran. Don't you think that after all...
Wait a minute, I'm leading up to it. The autopsy showed your grandfather had a disease that would have killed him anyway in a few more months. So, verdict,
Well,
suicide.
why can't you understand that, suicide? He knew he was going to die.
I don't buy it. But I buy this. Harry, you were never brought to trial because they couldn't tie you into it. You had an alibi for the night the old man drank that poison.
Yeah, I wasn't there.
The DA knew that you're a photographer, among other things, and had access to cyanide, but he couldn't hang anything on you. So you weren't tried for murder. She was. She can't be again. Not for that one.
Harry, I'm tired of this. Mr. Corcoran is trying to frighten us, that's all. Will you ask him to leave?
Now, hold it, baby. Go on, Corcoran, get to the point.
Sure. Well, like I say, you weren't indicted. But you could be, if your wife talked.
Talked? But there's nothing for me to talk about. What could I say?
You could say that Harry got the cyanide for you, and you worked it out together to get the old man's money. Then they'd try Harry, not you, Evie, because you've been acquitted.
I won't listen, I won't.
Okay.
So long, Corcoran.
Sure. Don't get sore. If you didn't do it, you haven't got a thing to worry about, Harry. But if you did, you better be nice to Mrs. Stryker. Because maybe someday she'll get mad. And if she talks, it's bye-bye, Harry.
So long, Corcoran.
You got him in the palm of your hand, Evie. Remember, they can't touch you for it.
When Harry came back from the door, I knew what he was thinking. What that horrible newspaper reporter had said. He wouldn't look at me. He just went to a table and poured a drink. I was afraid of him. I wanted him to hold me and tell me it was all right, like you used to. But he didn't. And then I wanted to run away. Anywhere. Get on a boat. Fly. Never see Harry Stryker again. Run.
Where you going, baby?
Well, I need some air. I thought I'd go
Now,
out.
don't be silly. You don't want to go out there. Corcoran's probably still hanging around.
Harry.
What is it, Mousie?
Harry, it's all right, isn't it? I mean, you don't believe what he said.
No, of course not. He's a snooper, that's all.
It wasn't the money, was it, Harry? You didn't want me just because of the money.
Now, baby.
I'm not pretty. I'm not clever. You don't love me, do you? Oh, why should I attract a man like you? It was the money, wasn't it?
You're upset, baby. Look, go lie down, will you? It's okay. Everything's okay.
Say it. Say you love me. You never have, please. Harry, look at me. Tell me you think I'm pretty. Harry, say nice things to me. Tell me you love me. Harry,
Keep
please.
your voice down. Corcoran's still outside. He's listening.
That was it then. All the time. That's all you cared about, the money. It's never been me. All I wanted was to love you and to have you and to be...
I'll get you a drink.
No. Oh, I wish I were dead. I wish I'd told them the truth. I should have said, I'm guilty. We're both guilty. Harry and I did it. We murdered him. We murdered Grandfather.
Baby, don't ever say that again. Not even to yourself. Don't even think it.
When he finished what he had to say, he just looked at me. There was death in my new husband's eyes.
Autolite is bringing you Miss Rosalind Russell with Sheldon Leonard in When the Bough Breaks. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Hap. Hey, Hap. Hey, Hap, what are you doing?
Oh, why, Harlow. I was just proving to myself how important the Autolite electrical system is to my Autolite-equipped car.
Well, it's the lifeline of your car, Hap. And Autolite designs and builds complete electrical systems, including the coil, distributor, generator, and starting motor for many leading makes of our finest cars. Autolite electrical systems are built to give you the smoothest performance money can buy.
I'm sure glad my car's Autolite equipped.
Right, Hap. So, friends, because the electrical system of your car is so important to the smooth, efficient, and economical operation of your car, it will pay you to treat your car occasionally to a checkup at your nearest authorized Autolite service station, whose name is listed in the classified section of your telephone book, or at the dealer who sells your make of car. In either place, or at the garage or repair shop displaying the Autolite Original Factory Parts sign, you can be sure of getting Autolite Original Factory Parts in case your Autolite-equipped car needs replacements. And you'll find it pays, because you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Miss Rosalind Russell in Elliott Lewis's production of When the Bough Breaks. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I remember the scent of our garden. I remember when we used to swing me in the evening before supper, and the honeysuckle, sweet, drifting about us. We were happy, weren't we? Not like the sadness that came afterwards, and the bitter taste that isn't the taste of honeysuckle. Why am I dying, Grandfather? Where are you? Hold my hand, that I shan't be afraid of the dark. Afraid of Harry standing there so close. His dark, angry face looking down at me.
You've got to get hold of yourself, Evie. Do you hear me?
Yes, all right.
This is no good. Don't you see what Corcoran wants? If he can get us at each other's throats, he'll have us and his lousy story.
But I wouldn't do anything to hurt you. How can you think such a thing?
You've got to get straightened out. The way you are now, you'll spill over the first time anyone puts pressure on you.
I won't, Harry, honestly. I'll never say a word. I won't. I just want to be happy with you. I want you to love me.
Sure, baby, sure. But you've got to understand, like Corcoran says, it's my neck now, not yours. We've got to be careful.
Harry, maybe if I went away somewhere, alone, maybe I could rest and forget the trial and go somewhere and rest. I'll come back. You wouldn't have to worry about me saying anything. Everything will be all right when I come back. You'll let me go, won't you, Harry? You wouldn't do anything to stop me. Harry!
Shut up, will you?
Harry! Oh.
Cut it out. Oh, honey, I didn't want to do that. You got to believe me, I didn't. When you see what you're like, I've got to watch you, take care of you.
You hit me. Nobody ever hit me. Ever.
It's all right, Mouse.
Don't touch me, don't.
There, you see, all of a sudden you're afraid of me, and it's just because of that Corcoran guy who... Look, you mustn't be afraid of me. We're in the clear, don't you see? It's all downhill now. Your grandfather was already dying, only we didn't know it. So when we did what we did, then luck was with us. So we're in the clear. They couldn't prove anything against you then. They can't now.
I've always been afraid of you. I've always done what you wanted me to do. Part of it was because I loved you, but most of it because I'm afraid. You never let anything get in your way. Grandfather was in your way. Now maybe it's me.
Are you saying that this was all my idea? Are you saying that you never asked me to help you get rid of the old man?
Oh, I don't know what I'm saying. I'm tired.
Yeah, that's it. You're tired. Well, you make me a drink. I'll get the bags out of the car. You got to start getting domestic, Mousy. You're an old married woman now.
He went out to get the suitcases, but left the front door open. It was too cold to leave the door open. He wanted it that way so that he could see me or hear me if I picked up the telephone. You mustn't laugh when I tell you that in the middle of the living room standing there, I felt the same way I did when you punished me. When you used to put me in the hall closet and make me stand in the dark with the door closed. I must have been a very naughty little girl sometimes. Is that why I killed you, Grandfather? That night I had a dream. It was a funny dream. There was an enormous alarm clock in the middle of a field. The sun was shining, and you and I were dancing in time to the ticking of the clock. Then Harry came along, and he tried to dance too, but he was clumsy and tripped and fell down. He waved his arms, and his mouth went open and shut, but we couldn't hear him because of the ticking. Oh, we laughed so hard.
What's so funny?
Harry. Oh, nothing. No, nothing. It was just a dream.
Yeah, well, tell me about it.
Well, I can't. I don't remember. It was just funny.
You didn't sound like you were asleep.
Well, I was. Really, I was.
Maybe you figured out a way to tip off Corcoran about me, eh? Maybe that's what was funny.
No, Harry, it was a dream.
You haven't been kidding me. Why do you think I've watched you every minute? I know what's on your mind.
You're wrong. I thought we were happy.
With what you're holding over my head? With what you can do to me? Are you kidding? Now, listen. I haven't slept since the trial, and you know why? It's because I'm afraid of you. Every time we go to the store, every time we go out anywhere, I'm waiting for you to run, call the cops.
I wouldn't, I wouldn't. I never even thought of it, not since...
Not since yesterday? Well, you thought of it plenty then, didn't you? Didn't you?
Yes, no. Oh, Harry.
Now you're laughing because you figure you can get rid of me.
No,
you're right. Don't kid yourself. I figured out the whole thing. I got us in the clear, and now you want to mess it up.
What are you going to do to me? You're going to...
Oh, I don't know. It depends, baby. Depends on whether you can keep your mouth shut.
Why did we do it? Why did we kill him?
You wanted the money.
No, you don't understand. I wanted to get away from him, and I wanted you. But I'm not away.
All right, Mousy, all right. But we did it, and now we've got to follow it through.
You didn't want me without the money. You didn't want me at all. Just the money. You don't love me.
It happens I do. It's something you can't understand, huh? I've tried to make you believe me, and something like this comes up, and I'm afraid of you. I keep remembering that if you want to, you can send me to the chair.
Harry, I wouldn't. I could never hurt you.
Don't worry. You won't. I'm going to watch and see that you don't. Now you better get back to sleep.
The next day, he didn't talk to me at all. He didn't say a word. We just sat around the house, and I felt ugly. I prayed I'd suddenly be beautiful because then he'd trust me, and he'd know that I wouldn't hurt him. It was after lunch that he went into the kitchen. I wanted to watch him now just as he was watching me. I couldn't bear to have him out of my sight. Supposing he went out the back door, around the front, and crept up quietly behind me. I got up, stood behind the dining room door, looking through the crack. He was taking down a vial from the closet where he kept his photographic things. I couldn't see a label, but I knew what it was. He put the vial in his jacket pocket and closed the closet. I was going to be murdered with cyanide the way you were, Grandfather.
You stay here and keep quiet. I'll answer the door. I don't want to hear a sound out of you.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm your Daily Times delivery boy, and I've come to welcome you into our community.
Yeah, sure, okay. Some other time, huh?
As a service to you so that you may keep abreast of world events, your newspaper, the Daily Times...
Now, look, buddy, we don't need a paper. Go peddle them somewhere else.
Please call someone. Tell the police.
Sorry, kid, we're not interested. Shut up. I'll get back in the living room. I should have known that... Oh, you crazy... I ought to kill you for trying that. I ought to kill you.
kill me. That's what he's going to do. I had to get away or use the phone. Call the police. I needed you, Grandfather. I needed you to help me. He walked slowly back into the living room and took off his jacket. I thought how funny it was. Just like a man before a fight. Perhaps he thought I'd fight with him to save my life. What is it like to die, Grandfather? I used to ask you that when I was little. When Dad died.
It's hot in here. I'm going to have a drink. I fixed the phone so you can forget that. I'll only be in the kitchen so I can hear you. Don't try anything.
Now he was going to use it. The cyanide. He hadn't taken it out of his jacket pocket. It was still there. I knew it was. I heard him open the refrigerator and get out some ice. I didn't even have to get up. I could reach his jacket from where I sat. I was very careful. Used my handkerchief to get the vial out. I'd learned about fingerprints during the trial. I knew just how much to put in a drink so that it wouldn't taste. Harry had taught me that. I was reaching for the cork in the whiskey bottle when I heard him coming back.
Forgot the ice.
He hadn't seen me. He hadn't. I took the cork out of the whiskey bottle and emptied the vial of cyanide into it. That was all. It was done. I was sitting in my chair when Harry came back with the ice.
What's the matter with you?
Nothing.
You sick?
No, I'm all right.
Well, you don't look all right. You better have a drink.
I don't want any.
No, you better. We got to talk. Here you are. This'll fix you up. Drink it straight. Here.
No, Harry. I don't want it. I can't stand the taste of it, please.
No, there you go again. You're getting hysterical. Now, come on. This'll settle you down.
No, I won't. And let go of me. It'll make me sick. Please, Harry, don't make me.
Here.
Harry, you know I never drink, Harry. I don't want it.
It won't kill you. No. Would you rather have me slap you around? Now, cut it out. Drink it. No. Come on,
Harry,
drink
Harry,
it.
No. Look, Harry. There was a terrible burning, Grandfather. I tried to fight, but I couldn't. And I saw Harry fade away further and further until he was miles above me, leaning down and calling to me. I could see his face, so frightened. Then there was nothing. It's very quiet, except for the swing. Quiet. You won't let me fall, will you? I can't see you, but you're there. Hold my hand, Grandfather. I don't want to be alone.
She's gone.
I'm surprised you held on so long. Cyanide cases are usually faster.
Cyanide? Hey, wait a minute.
No telling.
Okay, come on, Stryker. We're going downtown.
Well, what are you talking about? Cyanide? What do you mean?
Didn't you know? There was an empty bottle in your jacket pocket. Your prints all over it. On the glass she drank from, too.
Well, yeah, sure they are. She was having hysterics, so I made a drink from it.
Cyanide never cured hysterics, Harry.
Oh, look, I didn't do it. Listen, I didn't kill her.
Like you didn't have anything to do with her grandfather's murder, I know. What was the matter? She threatened to talk?
I didn't do it, I tell you, I didn't.
Okay, so you didn't do it. Come on.
Now, look, don't you understand? I put that cyanide in my pocket because I was afraid that she'd use it on me. I wasn't going to kill her. I was just trying to quiet her down.
Brother, when you quiet them down, they stay quiet. Let's go.
Suspense. Presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Miss Rosalind Russell.
Friends, this is Harlow Wilcox again to remind you that Autolite is the world's largest independent manufacturer of automotive electrical equipment. In 28 plants from coast to coast, Autolite makes over 400 products for cars, trucks, planes, boats, and tractors, including Autolite original factory parts, sold by authorized Autolite service stations, car dealers, garages, or repair shops. Only Autolite original factory parts can assure you of the balance and perfect timing that were originally built into your car's Autolite electrical system right on the assembly line. So, when repair needed, be sure to specify Autolite original factory parts, because you're always right with Autolite.
Next week on Suspense, our stars will be Phil Harris and Alice Faye in Death on My Hands. And in weeks to come, you will hear such famous stars as Charles Boyer, Jeff Chandler, and Dick Powell, all on Suspense.
Suspense is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with music composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. When the Bough Breaks was written for Suspense by Anthony Ellis, from a story by Sheldon Leonard, who was heard as Harry. Others in tonight's cast were Joseph Kearns, Barney Phillips, and Jeffrey Silver.
And remember, next week on Suspense, Phil Harris and Alice Faye in a tale we call Death on My Hands.
You can buy Autolite electrical parts, Autolite stay-full batteries, Autolite standard or resistor-type spark plugs at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
Children afflicted with cerebral palsy have been given new hope through the study and solution of their problems. United Cerebral Palsy is now making its appeal for funds to fight this crippler. Mail your contribution to Palsy, 50 West 57th Street, New York 19, New York. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Suspense. Tonight, Autolite brings you a story of desperation and terror. Another Man's Poison, starring Mr. Charles Boyer.
I am Claude Bough. Regardless of what you've read about me in the papers, money means nothing more and nothing less to me than it does to any other man of moderate income. You must realize that. You must know that I only wanted to give my family every comfort and advantage I could. At least I think that's the reason I hesitated several months ago. At least I hope it's the reason. Because there it was. Wouldn't you have looked at it? Wouldn't you have opened it up? A package, wrapped in brown paper and tied with a heavy cord. Wouldn't you have opened it? And then, all I knew was that I had to get home with it. Quickly. Alice!
Claude! Why, Claude, what's the matter? What happened?
Look at this. Look at it.
Oh.
There must be thousands of dollars in this bundle. 75, perhaps 100,000.
But where? How?
Oh, I stopped, you know, the way I stop. I stopped for wild flowers for the office, the way I do sometimes. It was there, Must have been there for months.
Call the police.
You can tell it was there for months by the faded bills and... Police? Why the police?
Because it isn't ours. Someone lost it.
I don't know. What if I do? Isn't there money? Let anyone with a good enough story come along, anyone, and they would turn it over to him. They wouldn't be out anything.
Claude, you have to turn it over to the police. Well, how could we explain it?
Well, we'll move away, go to the Pacific coast or something, and...
This is our home. The children have their friends here. Our friends.
Yes, you're right.
It's fine.
Just allow me one thing. Let me protect our interest. Isn't that reasonable? To protect our rights?
How do you mean?
Well, I'll go and see Tom Haskell.
All right. But well, how can a lawyer help? What for?
You said all right. You said you would let me look after our interest in this.
And then you'll give it to the police.
I'll do the right thing. You know that, Alice. Now, give me a satchel. A small one. When I found that money, I had looked around quickly, like a fugitive. Like I had done something wrong. Why? I don't know. I just know it was more cash than I had ever seen at one time. $98,000 is a lot of money, especially to a man who is 46 years old and hasn't made more than $7,000 a year. A man who's screamed and saved like any other man who loves his family. That's why I had to know my rights and responsibilities for my family. Tom Haskell told me it would take 12 months to get the money. 12 months.
Well, Claude, either you keep the money in your possession or turn it over to the police. Either one, but with either one, you have to give an affidavit to the police within 3 days.
And at the end of a year?
The law says it's yours if no one presents valid proof to the contrary.
Hey, mister, who is to say it's valid? Who is to say that the proof is strong enough?
The police, if you turn the whole thing over to them.
Well, don't I have a voice in this? Don't I have any rights?
Oh, it's your choice, Claude.
Now, look, possession is 9/10 of the law.
That's what the book says.
I don't have to give the police the money as long as I tell them. Is that it? Is that what you want me to do?
You're asking me to tell you exactly what you should do. Well, Claude, I can't. Now, both ways are legal. Both ways are right.
What would you do?
If I'd found the money?
Yes, if you had to decide. I'm asking you as a friend. If you had to decide between keeping it or turning it over to the police.
Oh, I don't know. No one could know if it's worth the risk. No one but the man who actually had to make such a decision.
If it's worth the risk? What did he mean? What risk? I had a feeling he meant something evil. I didn't want to hear it. He had given me legal advice. That was all I wanted. I didn't want to hear about risks. Men have taken risks for much less. But I am a believer in law, doing everything by the law. You learn that in real estate business, that it is best to do everything by the law.
Anything else, Mr. Bourget?
Well, I think that's all, Lieutenant.
Get all of it, Joe?
That one part Mr. Bourget mentioned, the money, I didn't quite get where he was keeping it.
Clarify that, Mr. Bourget?
Just keeping it.
You know what you're letting yourself in for?
Now, look, I came here voluntarily, Lieutenant. I came to the police of my own free will.
No one said you didn't.
But you imply things I do not like.
It's not me. I'm sure you're straight because I know you a little. But there are strangers who won't believe you actually found $98,000. There aren't many who do that. But it doesn't take many. Never has.
You attempt to frighten me. Why, I don't know. I don't understand.
I'm trying to protect you.
From nothing. From nothing at all.
This will be in the papers. Every paper in the country.
I expect it to. There is no other way the owner can be found. I want everyone to know.
And everyone will. Every grifter and fast con man. Every boiler room spiel artist.
Now, is there anything illegal in my keeping the money?
No.
Well, then you have my number, Lieutenant. And I'll refer any legitimate claim to you for investigation.
Bourget.
Yes?
98,000 will buy a lot of things. But one of them isn't a new neck.
I hated Lieutenant Gaston. He hadn't done anything to me, but I hated him. He had made me afraid. No, he had made me realize I was afraid. Why do we hate people who make us realize we are afraid? But the months passed and nothing happened. Just torrents of lies and hysterical claims, a few threats. Some I turned over to Gaslin. Nothing at all. What time is it?
Almost dawn. Claude, don't answer it. Oh, please, Claude. Who's calling?
Yes?
Mr. Claude Bourget?
Yes?
Kansas City calling. Here's your party.
Kansas City.
Bourget?
Who is this?
That's not important right now.
I won't speak unless you identify yourself.
You don't have to. I'll do the talking. That's better.
Now, if it is about the money, the police investigate all
Shut up and listen.
Now, I will not be talked to like that.
What was it, dear?
Nothing. Nothing at all. Another one of those fanatics.
Oh, come to bed, Claude. Claude, come to bed.
I'm sorry, sir. Your party was disconnected. Go ahead, please.
I'll make it simple and clear. Until I see you, don't spend any of that money. Don't recognize anybody's claim to it. Don't contact the police. It'll be easier for you. A lot easier if you follow my instructions.
No, listen. Listen. Hey, come back.
What is it? Claude, come to bed.
Nothing, Elise. Nothing. Now, what would you do if you had found something valuable and a crook wanted it? What would you do if a threatening call came in the middle of the night? That's when it is worst. In the middle of the night. If the sun were shining, the voice would not have been so frightening. And then do you know what you do? What I did. I watched each shrub, listened for each car, waited for each sigh of the wind. And as time passed, yes, a month, a whole month, I knew the man was waiting, watching and waiting for the safe time to come to me. I became so tense, I even jumped when the mailman walked into my office abruptly. It's you.
And they keep coming. There must be about 20 letters in this bag.
Any more?
No. Funny, you'd think after all these months there'd be somebody to claim it.
Really? Well, look at these letters. All of them. All the same. Lying, cheating, blackmail. Not one legitimate claim. Not one.
Not even one?
What?
Claude, you've lived here how long? 15 years?
18 years in this community.
That's right. And most people like you. But you know, a few of them get whacked up sometimes. Sometimes they'll let a guy who talks like they do take their silverware. But an honest guy with an accent can't be honest because he has an accent. You know what I mean?
Yes. So if he has $98,000.
Especially if he's got $98,000. They say if you were playing straight, somebody would have come along with a legitimate claim.
I have been honest. By the law. Honest by the law.
I know. Only say all these letters. Hundreds of letters.
And I won't read any more of those. Tell them that. See? Into the wastebasket. Tell them! I knew I shouldn't have shouted at him. I knew it. He was a friend. But even friends became a burden while I waited. I lost interest in my work, didn't pay attention to it. I began driving around the town, looking for something, for someone, for the man who phoned. I know it sounds crazy because I didn't even know what he looked like. Yet I thought maybe something somehow would give him away, all the while knowing nothing would. That's why my friends were becoming a burden. That's why I was hard to talk to them. Hard to talk to anybody.
Oh, I don't care what the reasons, Claude. You can't treat friends like that. People will just stop inviting us to parties.
I was getting on my nerves.
Oh, the past weeks, everybody does. Everybody.
All right. Go inside. I'll get the paper.
Bough.
Who is it?
My name is Chronic. I hope you followed my instructions.
Now, if you have a legitimate claim, why are you sneaking around?
Keep your voice down. You're frightened, Bough. That's good.
Of you? Now, just tell me what you want.
The money.
You'll never get it. It's in a bank.
Then you'll take it out.
You'll never make me.
I think you'll want to. Now listen fast, Bough. A year and a half ago, there was a big upstate payroll job.
The money is mine.
400,000. Half of it's been found. Only half. 3 men pulled that job off. One's in South America.
No, it belongs to me.
And one's in jail. The third one, nobody saw him. So he could be anybody.
No.
Me, you, anybody.
Leave me alone.
And that one guy in jail. They wanted him to talk for a long time. He's ready to now. He's ready to say Claude Bough was number 3. That Claude Bough killed the payroll guard. That Claude Bough
I don't
is
believe you. I don't believe a word you say.
He sent a letter to the police in this town.
I'm known here. I'm respected. I'm known.
What judge would believe a man just happened to find $98,000 in a field? Come now, Mr. Bough. What judge would believe that?
For years, I'm known here.
The man in jail can't say he made a mistake. When I tell him to. Good night, Bough.
I'm known. I'm known.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Charles Boyer with Irene Tedrow in Another Man's Poison. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Charles Boyer in Elliot Lewis's production of Another Man's Poison, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
In just a few hours, overnight, everything had gone crazy. Nothing was what it had been. I couldn't make my wife understand why I couldn't go to the police, why it was different now. I couldn't make her realize the terrible predicament we were in, that the money was ours, and Chronic or anyone else had a right to it. But there wasn't time to plan, not a moment. The letter came. I knew it had come. I knew it the moment I saw the squad car pull up in front of my house to take me to police headquarters.
I know it'll straighten out, Mr. Bough, I'm sure.
Well, it had better straighten out. I've never heard of anything so preposterous.
You must realize this robbery was and is a great embarrassment to the police, Mr. Bough.
Well, why should I be made to suffer for police inefficiency? A criminal, a common thief, a convict writes a letter. Is his word better than mine? I've been a respectable citizen.
We choose to believe you. We want to believe you.
Well, then goodbye. I have a lot of work to do.
You're making it tough for us to go along with you.
Are you accusing me?
It's a request. I'm asking you. Just bring in the money. We'll check it.
Check it? Check the money? Why would you check the money?
Some of the serial numbers in that stick-up are registered.
You suspect me. That's it.
Just bring in the money.
There, Lieutenant. I hope this satisfies you.
5 bills, Bough. I ask you for all of them.
Oh, 5 or 500, what difference does it make? If they are registered, a few can tell you what you want to know.
These are the old bills. You're not being very cooperative. Went for some new bills?
Well, just check the serial numbers. I've had enough of this inquisition.
Okay.
Well, what is it?
They're not listed.
Now let me alone.
Sit down.
What?
I said sit down. You don't seem to realize your position, Bough.
Don't try to intimidate.
Where's the paper the money was wrapped in?
The paper?
Where is it?
Well, I don't know.
Burned?
Maybe. How should I know? Why? Why should I know? Why should I have kept it?
When you first found the money, you saw your attorney before you came to me.
No, wait a minute.
Why'd you do that?
I don't have to tell you.
You don't have to, true. But why don't you want to?
It seemed like the right thing to do.
The mailman on your office roof was heard to say you threw away several letters unopened.
That's a lie. I opened and read everyone. Always, all of them.
Think hard.
All of them. Well, yes, except one day. It was nothing. It was this kind of idiotic talk which made me do it.
Why should a man in jail name you as one of the hold-up men he pulled up a job with?
I want to talk to my lawyer.
Why?
It's my legal right.
It is. You didn't have to answer any of these questions. I just wanted you to understand why it would help if you brought in all the money.
Well, all right. Yes. All of it.
Because even more than the robbery is involved in this, there's a murder.
What?
The murder of the payroll guard. You can go now, Mr. Bourget. I said you can go now.
Huh? Yes. Yes. A paper bag no one would keep, I also threw away. As any man would see a lawyer first, I too saw one. As any human being would have become angered, I tore up the letters. But these all meant something else when Gaston put them together. They meant I too must add them up and find the exact, the perfect answer. It had to be perfect. One misstep, one error, and my life, my business, everything would be gone. It had to be perfect.
Call Tom Haskell. You need a lawyer, Claude. You must have a lawyer.
Oh, I went to him once. Did he anticipate anything? Did he tell me what to do?
Well, you need him now.
The money. They registered any of the serial numbers of that money. I'm through. I'm finished.
Well, maybe it is...
Must be. Everything fits together. The robbery north of here, the amount of money, its age, Krannick's story.
Give the money to the police.
Yes. And if I do, Krannick will not recall the letter.
Oh, but, Claude, if the money isn't registered, there's nothing to fear if the money is...
And if it is, what shall I do? There must be something. There has to be something.
But you're innocent, Claude.
Oh, yes, except that thousands of innocent men have gone to jail or been executed. All innocent, all of them.
Oh, don't, Claude, don't.
They're circumstantial. It's all circumstantial. Most cases are. Money, the letter, or wrapping paper, and the serial numbers. I don't even know what I was doing on the day of the robbery.
It's so long ago. Why do you have to remember? This is crazy. You don't have to remember.
Well, I do, though. That's what it's come to. I must.
Well, then let's remember. Let's try to remember.
Well, it was July. Yes, that's what I was told. The robbery was July of last year.
Well, we went away for the weekend. Remember that weekend we went away?
Later. Toward the end of the month. The last week in July.
The last week?
Yes.
The last week of July. Yes. I don't remember. Oh, I can't remember, Claude. I can't remember.
We have to.
Oh, Claude, darling. Get rid of it. We managed before. No. We had what we wanted. No. Get rid of the money.
It's too late. Don't you understand? It's too late. Oh, the newspapers.
What?
The newspapers. The newspapers from that date. The exact date. Everything would be in them. If I saw them.
Yes. You'd remember when you saw them. You would.
I'll be back in an hour. Now, don't answer the phone or the door until I get back. I tell you, you know when you are being hunted. It wasn't Krannick following me. It was another pursuer. A new one. The police. If I didn't know it, why did I glance over my shoulder when I entered the newspaper building? I knew it, and I saw him. I went back to the file room. But as soon as I got there, I wanted to get out. I felt something terrible would happen to me if I stayed. I filled out a request slip, and I saw the girl surreptitiously give it to the officer. I waited like a stone image. And finally, when the papers were given to me, I frantically searched them and found it. Yes, I found the paper and the date of the terrible information. And then I had to get home. Home. I would be safe there. Yes, home was a place to think, to figure things out, to save my life.
Are you sure, Claude? Are you sure someone was following you?
I know. I've seen him before. I know it was a detective.
Oh, you're too upset. You think he was. You imagine.
I tell you, the police are after me, too.
No, Claude, they can't.
A year and a half. They've waited a year and a half to get anyone for that holdup.
Didn't seeing the papers help?
Certainly, a lot.
You remember?
Do you remember?
What?
That week, the Laval farmland I went to see about.
What? I don't understand.
Upstate. I had to go upstate that weekend.
Oh, no.
Yes, of all weekends, that one. I had to go upstate that one.
What can we do?
The money is the only proof. The only real proof.
They'll find it.
No, they won't.
They'll search.
They'll never find it.
Give it to Krennic. Give him the money.
Krennic? But he's the only one of the 3 murderers who is alive and free. Do you think he would let me live for 24 hours once he had the money?
Then burn it.
Burn it?
They'd never find it. The proof, one way or the other, the proof would be gone. The payroll guard was killed.
Come.
You have to.
Yes, I have to. See what it is. I'll get the money.
The stranger, Claude.
Don't open the door. It's Krennic. He's the killer. Tell him I'm out. Keep him away from the backyard.
Just a minute, please.
Over up. Who's there?
He has a gun, Claude, a gun.
Don't burn it. Put it out, you idiot.
It's gone, Krennic. It's gone.
Out of my way. Let go.
The gun. I got it away from... Went off.
Berger, what the devil did you...
Keep away, Lieutenant. Keep away from me.
Put that gun down.
Doctor. Give me. Doctor.
This is Bough. Call emergency.
Stay where you are, Alice.
But Claude...
He dies, you'll have 2 murders on you, Bough.
Now, Krennic, listen, Krennic. You'll bleed to death, Krennic. Listen to me. There won't be any doctor unless you tell them. Tell them, Krennic. Doctor. Tell them, you idiot. Tell them. The frame. The letter. The frame up. The doctor. Please. Go on. I framed Bough. The letter. It was a lie. Thank you, Krennic. Now, Alice. Now, call a doctor. Call a doctor.
Suspense. Presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Charles Boyer. Next week on Suspense, our star will be Mr. Jeff Chandler in Fresh Air, Sunshine, and Murder. To be followed by Mr. Dick Powell in Overdrawn on Suspense.
Suspense is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with music composed by Lucien Moraweck and conducted by Lud Bluskin. Another Man's Poison was written for Suspense by Arthur Ross. In tonight's story, Irene Tedrow was heard as Alice and Paul Frees as Krennic. Featured in the cast were Herb Butterfield, Joseph Kearns, Truder Marson, and Russell Simpson. Portions of this program were transcribed. Charles Boyer may soon be seen starring in the Paramount picture Rage of the Vulture.
And remember, next week on Suspense, Mr. Jeff Chandler in a tale we call Fresh Air, Sunshine, and Murder.
You can buy Autolite Stay-Full batteries, Autolite standard or resistor-type spark plugs, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This Saturday is Armed Forces Day, the day on which America pays special tribute to the active members of her 5 services. The men and women of our armed forces deserve our deepest gratitude. We salute them as America's finest citizens. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
KNX Los Angeles.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Suspense. Tonight, Autolite brings you the story of a man who would live as long as he kept talking. Tell you why I shouldn't die. Starring Mr. Richard Widmark.
Hi, Hap. Spring fever?
Yeah, Harlow. I just can't get going.
Well, too bad you aren't Autolite Stay Full battery, Hap. The battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
Some starter, eh, Harlow?
You bet, Hap. Thanks to its rare, right, and rugged pep and power. And what's more, it gives longer life, as proved by tests conducted according to accepted life cycle standards.
You mean that, Harlow?
I sure do, Hap, because the Autolite Stay Full has fiberglass retaining mats, protecting every positive plate to prevent shedding and flaking, and preserve the power that's packed into that paramount provider of perfect propulsions.
You sure pep me up, Harlow.
So, friends, see your neighborhood Autolite battery dealer and ask him for an Autolite Stay Full battery, the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. And remember, you're always right with Autolite.
And now with Tell You Why I Shouldn't Die and the performance of Mr. Richard Widmark, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
All right, Nat. Make your pitch. I got time.
Charlie, it's good to see you, Charlie. How about a drink?
Is that the best you can do? You with a big mouth offer me a drink? Haven't you got a pitch to hand out? How you're pure as the driven snow and everybody else is wrong? Oh, come on, sell me a big order, Nat. Because I got time. Plenty of time. I gotta wait till the cops get here, don't I, to make everything perfect for you. We got lots of time, Nat.
Now, listen, Charlie.
Oh, that's no routine. Please, Nat, give me the routine. Make me mad, real mad.
Charlie, you're a friend of mine. For friends, I haven't got a routine.
You always got a routine, Nat. You're a pitch man. Pitch.
All right, Charlie. You've come in here to kill me. You got a gun, you stand there, the gun's pointing at my head. Everything's just dandy. You're going to kill me. And why? Because you claim I broke up you and your girl. I ruined your life. And before you die, you're going to kill me. But you're not sure. You're not sure you got all the facts. You're not sure you didn't get everything twisted up. The fact that you're not shooting ought to be proof that you're willing to listen to a little logic and a little reason, and that's exactly what I'm going to give you. Now, Charlie, I want you to go back a few weeks. Back to that night when you and Eileen were in her dressing room. Sorry to bust in here, kids, but there's a little thing I'd like to take up with Eileen. You don't mind, do you, Charlie?
No, I don't mind. I'll be in the wings, Eileen.
Eileen, I just got a couple of tickets to the roulette on 5th. Swell bunch of new acts.
Not tonight, Nat.
Look, their act leaves in a few nights. You're going to be working. Now, if you don't go tonight, you'll miss it, and show business is your racket. You ought to be up on all the new things that come around.
But I promised Charlie we'd maybe go to a movie.
Baby, I'm not going to woo you tonight. I'm not out to escort you, man and dame. I'm merely posing a professional problem. Do you or do you not want to catch the greatest new act that ever was put on a stage?
Sorry, Nat.
Okay, that's the final word. But you know how you wanted to see Elmira Shue and the Four Laughs.
Are they playing?
Last night, Saturday.
All right, Nat. I guess it wouldn't hurt this one night.
Atta girl.
I'll be ready at 7:30.
6:30, we'll snag a meal.
6:30 then.
Swell. See you tonight, honey. Now, it's true, I took her out. Just a second now, Charlie. Put that gun down for a second. Let me finish. That's it. You see, it was a purely professional evening as far as intention is concerned. However, that does not alter the fact that something happens between a man and a woman. I'd be a fool to tell you I didn't feel a great deal of affection for that evening. I did, but it is also true, my friend, that it takes two to make a romance. Eileen came along very nicely. Now, let me ask you something, Charlie. Would you want a girl as your wife who was as susceptible to romantic pressure as Eileen was? Can you honestly and truthfully and with any sincerity say yes to that question? The answer's obvious. Of course not. To continue. After the show, I took her up to her place. We had a drink. She turned on the lights. She turned on the radio. She did, mind you. I just sat there. And she came over, sat down next to me.
I feel guilty, Nat. Guilty as sin. Why did you lie to me about that act being at the roulette?
What's the difference? You had a good time. Why feel guilty?
Well, you know. Charlie, all alone.
You love him?
I think so. I'm almost sure. I just want a little time, that's all.
Eileen, you're kidding yourself.
How do you mean?
You don't love him. You never could love him. He hasn't got any class. He used to be a fighter. He's got a crease in his schnoz. You're miles above him.
He's gentle and he's sweet. He's kind.
Look, you talking about a man or a house dog?
More than that. I never met anybody like Charlie. He worships me. He'll do anything for me. I mean it, Nat. He actually worships me.
Unhealthy.
I don't know.
Look, would you indulge me for a moment? Strictly for demonstration.
Depends what?
I'm going to put my arms around you. Like this. Okay, so far so good. Now, if you're the kind of girl I think you are, this is the first time you've had another man's arms around you for a year. Ever since you've been going with Charlie. Don't say anything. Don't want to hear a thing.
What now?
Kiss me.
Nat, you're the greatest pitchman on the island.
I beg your pardon. This is strictly demonstration. Kiss me. Fine. Now, I've been frank with you. I want you to be frank with me. Was that A, better? B, worse? C, similar to Charlie? Don't answer right away.
It was better. Oh, Nat.
Eileen, you don't want Charlie.
No.
You want me.
Yes.
You want me more than anything else in the world.
Yes.
Eileen, I'm nuts about you.
Oh, kiss me.
Now, Charlie, would you consider me a well-adjusted individual if I went into that apartment and failed to make love to Eileen? Would you believe me if I told you I tipped my hat, said goodnight at the door? Certainly not. Now, I could lie to you, Charlie. I could hand you every story in the book. And what would it get me? A bullet through my head, right? Right. Therefore, you're going to get the truth. After that evening, after we decided we were going to get married, we went to you and informed you as to our plans. Now, could anything have been more on the level, Charlie? Ask yourself that. And then I sent her out. You remember our conversation at that time.
I'm going to break your neck.
Hold it, Charlie. Now, you listen to me. Eileen and I are in love. We've been in love for a long time. We're going to get married.
You work your spiel on you and your fast talk. I'm going to shove that fast talk right down your throat.
Charlie, sit down. Have a drink. Calm down. Now, you want to suffer? Living your life with somebody who could never love you?
She told me she loved me.
She told me, she told you. She didn't know herself. She was trying to let you down easy, Charlie. Now, it's tough. It's very difficult to accept the news. I know. I've had it myself time after time. But, Charlie, a little pain now is 1,000 times better than a lot of pain later. Agreed?
What are you trying to do?
I'm trying to tell you, Charlie, that you almost made a big mistake. That girl is not for you. She never was for you. Eileen is a showgirl. Why, if I told you... Listen to me, Charlie. I happen to be the same kind of no-good type that she is. I am. That's why we go well together. I'm nothing but a Coney Island pitchman. That's all I am, a nothing, a nobody. But you've got something, Charlie. Something called heart. No, Charlie, you're way too good for our kind.
I can't understand it. I can't understand it. I had it all figured out. You mixed me all up. Matt, is it true, all those things you said about her?
Every single word. Charlie, we're too old to lie to each other. We've been friends too long.
I never knew. I never knew.
Now, don't worry, Charlie. The right one will come along. I'll be there to give my blessings. All the luck in the world, Charlie. You're a great guy. Much better than we'll ever be.
Thanks, Nat. You're all right.
We went to Reno to get married, as you know. Now, I could tell you she ran away with somebody else. I could tell you she decided not to go through with it, but nothing of the sort was the case. I left her in Reno. And why? Because I suddenly realized I wasn't really in love with her. You see, the night before, I happened to meet this girl at the bar of the Dorwick in Reno. This other girl was your type, Charlie. And all the time I was with her, I said to myself, you ought to bring this girl back for Charlie. This is the girl for him.
9:30.
Thanks. Another drink?
No, I'd better get going.
At 9:30?
I'm supposed to meet somebody.
You just got your papers today, right?
Yeah. I'm a free woman as of tonight.
Then who you running to meet? Another entangling alliance? What's the point? Out of the frying pan into the fire.
Oh, this is just friendship.
Mm-hmm. That's how it begins. But you'll be worse than the other one.
What about you?
Me? You don't have to worry about me.
Because of that girl you're with?
My sister.
Oh, sure.
That's right.
Oh, I really have to get going.
Yeah, sure, I understand. Go make a fool of yourself again. Are you busy tomorrow night?
What did you have in mind?
Nothing spectacular. Just me. 6:30, a ride, dinner, see Nevada.
It's a date.
So we traveled around. Sure, I knew she had money. I'm no fool, Charlie, but you can't buy affection for money. That's one thing you learn in life. She'd have to have more than money as far as I was concerned. And I was as honest as anybody could be with Eileen. I sent her home to you. To you, Charlie. The fact that she didn't go back to you had nothing whatever to do with what I told her. So believe me, Charlie, when I got back to New York, I was the most surprised man in the world when you came up to my place and gave me that piece of information.
Nat, you gotta help me, Nat.
Oh, you look terrible.
I know. Look, Nat, I didn't know what I was doing. I saw her. I was like a madman.
What happened?
I heard she was coming to town, so I waited for her, and I followed her home, and I did it.
Did what?
I killed her, Nat. I took my gun, and I killed Eileen.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Richard Whitmark in Tell You Why I Shouldn't Die. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Say, Harlow, what rhymes with June besides moon?
Soon, Hap. And that's when you should see your neighborhood Autolite battery dealer for an Autolite Stay Full battery, the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
The sooner the better, eh, Harlow?
Right, Hap. Because the Autolite Stay Full has over 3 times the liquid protection of batteries without Stay Full features to guard against one of the greatest causes of battery failure. That's why the Autolite Stay Full needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
And it's got other protection, too, Harlow.
It sure has, Hap, because the Autolite Stay Full has fiberglass retaining mats protecting every positive plate to prevent shedding and flaking and give longer life, as proven by tests conducted according to accepted life cycle standards.
So get ready for summer starts before summer starts.
Yeah. And take a tip from me and visit your friendly Autolite battery dealer. He's equipped to give you the best in battery advice and service. And he's got your Autolite Stay Full battery, the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. Remember, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Richard Whitmark in Elliot Lewis's production of Tell You Why I Shouldn't Die. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Charlie, when you told me that you'd killed Eileen, all the anger rose up in me. But then when I saw you as you really were, a poor, scared guy who needed help, I pitied you, Charlie, as I pity you now. And even in your desperation, I still pitied you, even though you said things that hurt. Yes, Charlie, hurt deep down here.
You made me do it, Nat. I'd never have done it if you hadn't made me do it.
Now, that's no way to talk, Charlie.
Nat, you've always been my friend. You were the one who told me about it in the first place. You've always been the best friend I had, Nat. You gotta help me.
Charlie, you're not gonna like what I'm gonna tell you to do.
I can't give myself up. They'd kill me. They'd try me for murder.
Charlie, there's no other choice.
There is. A friend of mine owns a boat. Now, the same friend of mine, he told me that you were going with a girl in Reno who had some money. You got some money, Nat. Give me $500.
Look, I don't know where you're getting your information, Charlie, but I went out with this girl strictly because I liked her. Money had nothing to do with it. She never gave me one single solitary cent. And besides, do you think I'd allow you to become a fugitive? Do you think my conscience would ever let me alone, knowing that I sent you out into a life of hiding?
Don't give me a pitch, Nat. All I want is $500. You got a nice apartment. You got a silk dressing gown. Now, don't tell me you ain't got $500.
All right, Charlie. Just to show you I've got nothing but a soft heart, this will put you on... What ship did you say?
The Marianne Frederica.
Yeah, that's right. All right, this will get you on. $500, Charlie. You don't deserve it, you know that.
Thanks, Nat. I'm sorry I talked that way.
Now get out.
You bet, Nat. I'll never forget this.
Hello, operator. Would you please be so kind as to get me the police department? Wait, Charlie. Please give a guy the right of explanation. Now, let's look over the facts. Number one, you killed her. I didn't kill her. The man next door didn't kill her. My grandfather didn't kill her. You killed her, so that makes you a murderer. I admit very frankly that I did call the police. And why? Because I knew that if you ran away, they'd get you, Charlie. You'd be already convicted. You wouldn't have a chance. So you see what I did, Charlie? I took my life in my hands just to give you a chance at your trial, taking the chance you'd think I was a double-crosser. Oh, Charlie, when they sent for me down at the station after you'd been picked up, when I saw you sitting there, those lights on you, your shirt open and the sweat and your hair disheveled, when I saw that, Charlie, I cried. You didn't see that, did you? Well, I did, Charlie. Tears were running down my face. And ordinarily, I'm not known as a sentimental man.
Recognize him?
Yes. Charlie, it's me. Nat.
You turned me in. What'd you turn me in for?
Charlie.
Does he have an attorney?
You'll have to ask him. Lieutenant, could I talk to you alone?
Sure. Come on out here.
Lieutenant, I've got a young lady waiting for me, so I've got to rush. That is, if you don't need me anymore.
Well, just a few questions.
Sure thing. But before you begin, could I make a small statement?
It may be repeated in court.
That's just what I want. Well, I went with Eileen for a long time. Took her to Reno. We were going to get married. And she came back here when we decided not to go through with it. I was going with this other girl, Barbara. We're in love. I had nothing whatever to do with the crime.
All right. What was Charlie to Eileen?
He was in love with her. He came to my apartment tonight, told me he'd killed her. He asked me for money to get aboard a boat. I gave it to him to save my own life. I saw he was desperate. Then I called you. That be all?
That'll be all for Charlie.
You see, I told him the absolute truth. I'm that kind of a guy, Charlie. Now, if you want to kill a man for telling the truth, that's perfectly all right with me. But before you pull any triggers, try to remember my testimony in court. That was the truth, too. You remember, Charlie, I tried my best for it.
Mr. Driscoll, will you tell the court what your relationship was with Miss Eileen Bishop?
I certainly will. Be more than happy to. It was love. I loved her. She loved me. It was that simple. But things like that break up.
You made love to her when she was engaged to the defendant?
She made love to me.
But you acceded to her advances.
Mr. Bjornson, Eileen was a very lovely girl. But if for one moment I had even one inkling that she loved Charlie... the defendant. Never for a moment would I have considered forcing myself into such a relationship.
Mr. Driscoll, you're a salesman, aren't you?
A pitchman. I sell gadgets at Coney Island.
You're a pretty fast talker, aren't you?
I plied my profession since I was a boy. My father was a pitchman.
Did you ever sell the defendant anything?
No, sir. I don't sell merchandise to friends.
On the contrary, Mr. Driscoll, you sold the defendant the biggest bill of goods of your life. That will be all.
When they sentenced you to life imprisonment, I smiled. Yes, Charlie, I was happy. I was happy because I felt maybe I had something to do with the leniency of the court. Maybe because the jury thought I'd prodded you into a murder, which, of course, was totally untrue, as you know. Maybe by being a villain, I'd made things a little better for you. And then what do? Instead of making things easy for yourself, instead of being thankful for your good luck, you negotiate a break, and boom, you're out of jail. Charlie, when I heard about that jailbreak, my heart hit the bottom of my stomach. I can't tell you how I felt. I thought you'd gone crazy. Well, you had.
What are you going to do, Nat?
I got to get out of town, Barbara. He'll be after me first thing. He knows he'll never get away with it. He wants only one thing, to get me.
I can call for reservations. We can leave on the next plane.
Yeah, that's the best thing to do. Get out of here till I get him again.
I don't know what I'd do if anything happened to you, Nat.
Ah, you're wonderful, honey.
You get packed. I'll phone for the tickets.
No, I got a better idea. Car. We'll be free to go places.
Whatever you say, Nat. But please, let's hurry.
I was hoping so hard for you, Charlie. You'll never know. Because killing me would guarantee your death, Charlie. And I felt bad enough about the whole thing, let alone have my death be the cause of yours. What is revenge? A moment, and then the suffering begins. So Barbara and I left for the South. We got as far as South Carolina, near Charleston, when Barbara told me the news.
I just heard it on the radio, Nat. They got him.
They did?
In New York City. Just picked him up.
Oh.
Darling, we're safe.
Yeah. Boy, that's a big relief. I was really scared there for a while.
It's all over now, honey.
Yeah.
We can go back home.
That's right. It's all over. Come on, let's get out of this hole. Feels good to be back, huh?
Feels wonderful.
Come here. Oh, baby, what would I do without you?
Let it ring.
Might be important. Don't move. Yeah? Oh, yes, Lieutenant.
Well, I got a promotion. The last time it was sergeant. Is the same one that was there last time there this time?
Well, I'm glad you got him, Lieutenant.
That's just it, baby. I was just wondering if you were still in town.
No, I'm back now that everything's all right again.
I don't know what you mean, baby doll, honey, sweetheart. If I was really the lieutenant, I'd tell you that Charlie is still on the loose and liable to show up at your place any minute.
What?
That's right. Better pack up, or they'll be packing you up. Bye, sweetheart.
So long, Lieutenant, and thanks for the information. All right.
You're hurting
What's
me.
a big idea?
What?
He's loose. He's still loose. What's a big idea?
No! Stay away from me.
You want to get me killed, don't you?
Sure, he's loose. He's loose, and he's going to get you, Nat. Right here.
That's a sweet trick, getting me back to town, back to the apartment.
How many other lieutenants have you talked to lately?
That was Lieutenant Day.
Stop it! I could hear her voice cracking all the way over here. For once, you're not going to talk yourself out of anything, Nat. Charlie's going to be here soon.
I'm going to call the police.
Too late, Nat. You left town. The police didn't have anything to protect you. We're gone. This place was empty, remember?
What?
Go on, Nat. Talk. Talk loud and fast. You're going to need every word.
I'm getting out of here.
You're going to wait here till he comes.
Get out of my way.
Nat. I never knew I could hate anybody as much as I hate you. Smooth, fast talk.
Shut up.
You broke me, Nat. Like you broke Eileen, like you broke Charlie, like you broke everybody you ever met.
Get out of my
He's
way.
coming up the stairs. Hear him, Nat?
Out of my way.
Talk yourself out the back way. Go on, Nat. Talk.
What? Charlie.
Get out, lady. Get out of here. You didn't get out of town like I expected, Nat. You just sat up here waiting. All right. Make your pitch. I got time.
So there are your reasons, Charlie. You see, I've told you the truth to the best of my ability. So, you see, that's the case I present to you for your inspection. Listen, they're outside. The police, they're here. Okay, shoot me and get the chair. Or else, here's my offer, Charlie. Come with me and I'll help you get away. I've never stopped being your friend, Charlie, despite how you might have felt about me. I've got some money, too. Not much, but some. And I'm sure, Charlie, with my connections, we could get you out of the country. I've never lost faith in you, Charlie. And even now, during your present difficulties, I still haven't lost faith. That's friendship, Charlie. That's what I offer you, not to save my life, but to save yours. Because, Charlie, you can shoot me down dead. Right now, blow my head off. But I'll die loving you, Charlie. Loving you with my dying breath.
You through, Pitchman?
Yes, Charlie. I'm through.
No dice.
Suspense. Presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Richard Widmark.
Friends, this is Harlow Wilcox again to remind you that Autolite is the world's largest independent manufacturer of automotive electrical equipment. In 28 plants from coast to coast, Autolite makes over 400 products for cars, trucks, planes, and boats, including famous Autolite Stay Full batteries carried by your neighborhood Autolite battery dealer. See him soon and ask for an Autolite Stay Full battery, the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. And remember, you're always right with Autolite.
Next week on Suspense, a story suggested by actual events and starring Mr. Gregory Peck, who will tell you the truth about Jerry Baxter. Presented on Suspense.
Suspense is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with music composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Tell You Why I Shouldn't Die was written for Suspense by David Ellis. In tonight's play, High Everback was heard as Charlie, Kathy Lewis as Barbara, and Joy Terry as Eileen. Featured in the cast were Larry Thor, Joseph Kearns, and Mary Shipp. Our thanks to 20th Century Fox Studios, who made possible Richard Widmark's appearance tonight. Watch for Mr. Widmark in that studio's forthcoming production, The Frogmen.
And remember, next week on Suspense, Mr. Gregory Peck in a tale we call The Truth About Jerry Baxter.
You can buy Autolite Stay Full batteries, Autolite standard or resistor type spark plugs, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
Today, many physically handicapped persons are performing important jobs in almost all fields. If you're an employer, why not check with your state employment service? Perhaps your employment problems can be solved by physically handicapped but skilled and capable workers. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You are about to hear a story suggested by actual events, so that no innocent person shall suffer. Names and places have been changed.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers bring you a story transcribed from the front pages of our great metropolitan newspapers. A story taken from life. Tonight's presentation of
Suspense. Tonight, Autolite presents Mr. Gregory Peck, who's going to tell you the truth about Jerry Baxter, a story of juvenile use of narcotics in the United States today.
Hey, Hap, do you remember starting your car engine by a hand crank?
I sure do, Harlow. I worked like a horse.
Well, you'd work like 3 horses to start today's modern engines, Hap. But now electricity does it and other jobs, like running your heater, radio, lights, and horn.
Electricity's pretty important to a car, eh?
It's vital, Hap. And that's where Autolite comes in. because Autolite designs and builds complete electrical systems used as original factory equipment on many leading makes of our finest cars, trucks, and tractors.
Why, my car is Autolite equipped, Harlow.
And that means all the Autolite units, including the coil, distributor, generator, starting motor, and their thousands of component parts, are related by Autolite engineering design and manufacturing skill.
Sort of a family team, eh, Harlow?
Right, Hap. A family team working together to give you the smoothest performance money can buy. So, friends, take a tip from me and insist on Autolite, original factory parts, when your Autolite-equipped car needs replacements. Because only Autolite original factory parts can assure you the balance and perfect timing built into your car's Autolite electrical system right on the assembly line. Remember, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with the truth about Jerry Baxter and the performance of Mr. Gregory Peck, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
Police, ma'am. We'd like to search your room, please.
Shut up! Shut up!
Oh, it's not your fault. Go on, call them. Let them know.
Shut up! I've got the gun. If they come in this room, I'll kill you. You make a sound, I'll kill you.
We're just down the hall now. You know they'll come in here. Come on, kid. Do as I say.
Too hot. I can't breathe.
Open the door.
Oh, no, don't get me. Don't get me.
Give me the gun.
Get your hands. Let go. Oh. I warned you. I warned you. I gotta kill them all. I will. I will. I gotta get out.
There was a lot of pain and a sick feeling. I could hear him crying, and I knew that I had to try and do something before he started shooting. That would be the end. Then sounds faded away, and I remembered everything that happened as if it was a dream, only it wasn't a dream. It happened all right. With Jerry, it started at home. A mother and father who didn't have time, who didn't care. Next, in high school, smoking a smoke that wasn't a cigarette. Then keep up with the gang until it was costing him nearly $50 a day to escape reality for a few hours. It was all in your newspapers a few weeks ago. How they arrested Jerry Baxter and sent him to a correction school for peddling narcotics in the high school yard. That was only the beginning. I'm a juvenile investigator, state of California, but this could have happened in any state. My name, McIntyre. I know Jerry better than his parents, which is bad. I got talking to him in correction school and asked him to tell me what happened after he'd been arrested.
I won't talk about it.
Why not, Jerry?
Because it's like remembering what happens when you die. That's what it's like when all of a sudden they don't let you have this stuff.
Well, I want to know, Jerry.
What do you want to know? Yeah, you go nuts. They tie you down because you want to kill anybody? Yourself. You want to try it for 6 months, then see what happens when you can't get any more?
You were 16 when you started using narcotics, weren't you?
Yeah.
When did you start peddling?
When I didn't have enough money to buy anymore. A fellow in high school put me on to someone. I got all I wanted by selling marijuana to the kids.
Well, that's when they arrested you.
Yeah.
You got into a fight here a few months ago.
Yeah.
Do you want to tell me?
Don't kid me that, you know.
Well, I'd like to hear your side. Why did you fight?
The other kid was getting out. He kept talking about it. Sent me crazy, I guess.
So you beat him up?
No. He had a knife and I got cut. They sent me to the infirmary.
They treat you all right there?
Guess so. I don't know. Why don't they let me alone?
Let you alone? Who?
Everybody. Just let me alone.
I haven't been able to locate your family, Jerry.
Neither have I. They threw me out of the house 2 years ago, and I haven't seen them since.
Have you tried? Did you look?
Who needs it?
He told me a lot more, and I got to know him well. That's when I was sure that this was a sick kid, not an habitual criminal. But he'd learned to hate. It was in his face, his manner. It was a furious hate, the stuff killing's made of. That's what I wanted to stop. So I took him before the parole board. I've been telling these people about you, Jerry.
Yeah. Mr. McIntyre feels that yours is a special case, Jerry. The fact that you gave evidence against the man who supplied you with narcotics, even though we couldn't prove anything against him, still it's in your favor.
So?
However, we feel you should know that we don't altogether agree with Mr. McIntyre. Your record here hasn't been very promising.
So, let's get it over with.
The recommendation has been made that you be released from correction school. Now, if we grant a parole, Mr. McIntyre has arranged for you to work in a department store in Oakland.
I didn't ask a favor.
In view of the boy's attitude, Mr. McIntyre...
Yeah, I know. He's got a chip. But isn't that enough for you to see what I meant in my report?
We have a responsibility to the citizens of the community. I don't say the boy's incorrigible.
Then give him a chance. You know the background. He's lived with punishments all his life. More of it won't cure anything. Let's try a little understanding and kindness.
Very well, Mr. McIntyre. The board will make its decision this afternoon.
Jerry Baxter was released the following week, and after being warned about association with former friends, was given $50 to get to Oakland and rent a room. I arranged a weekly report date with him and gave him $20 more for luck. He left the correction school at 10:30, and 5 minutes later was in the worst trouble he'd ever found in his life.
Get in.
Thanks. Going as far as Oakland?
Sure.
Well, saves me bus fare.
You, live in Oakland?
I got a job there. I used to live in San Francisco.
Big hop. Across the bay.
Yeah.
You mind driving fast?
No, I don't mind.
I'm in a hurry.
Okay with me.
Jerry sat in the car and tried to watch the countryside flashing by. He didn't want to look at the woman. He said that. She was pretty, well-dressed, wearing a reddish fur coat. He knew she had plenty of money. It would have been easy to make her stop the car, put her out, and take whatever she had. Would have been easy. But he didn't do it. Just sat. That's what he said he did.
Well, we'll be in Oakland in a couple of more miles. I'm going to stop at the drugstore on the next corner. Make a phone call, okay?
All right with me.
Gee, parking's getting awful. Look at that.
Hey, there's a place right outside the store. Oh, no, that's no good. It's a fireplace.
Oh, that's all right. I won't be a minute. You slide over behind the wheel. You can drive, can't you?
Sure, but I...
It's okay. If you get a ticket, it's on me. I'll be right back.
He was alone in the car. The keys were in the ignition. It would have been easy. If he ever thought of doing it, that was the time. But he didn't think of it. He said he didn't. He was just sitting there, waiting for her to come out when the squad car came around the corner and stopped. 2 patrolmen got out.
Oh, you parked, son?
Yeah.
How about moving it?
Look, I don't see no fires. There's no place else in the block. It's just for a minute.
Better move it anyway.
Hold it. This your car?
Oh, some dame in the store making a call.
How come you're driving?
I'm not. She asked me to sit behind the wheel.
Stolen? Yeah. Better get out, kid.
What for? I haven't done anything.
Come on.
I tell you, it's not mine. Ask her. She's right in the drugstore. Red fur coat and yellow hair. Ask her.
What's your name?
Jerry Baxter.
Where do you live?
I'm in Oakland.
Address?
Yeah, I haven't got one yet. I got a job. Listen.
What do you got?
Glove compartment. Loaded 38 in this package.
That ain't mine. I never even seen it.
Sure.
Hey. This is for the narcotics squad.
What is this? That stuff belongs to her. Why don't you go in the store and get her? I was only hitching a ride. I don't know anything about...
Take a look.
Okay.
Look, give me a break, will you? She picked me up. I don't know about a gun or that stuff.
Uh-huh.
Okay, let's go.
Find her?
Manager didn't see any woman in a fur coat come in.
She went in there, I tell you, she did.
You come with me. Mel, you drive this car.
Right.
They brought Jerry into Oakland and locked him up. They kept him there all night. I was notified, and the next morning was in the office with 2 detectives when they brought him in.
Mr. McIntyre.
How do you feel, Jerry? Sit down.
I didn't do it. I didn't.
Maybe you didn't.
They locked me up. They didn't give me a chance.
You'll get a chance. Have you seen this gun before?
Oh, I guess so. It was in the car. I told you.
Narcotics, too? Just in the car?
Yeah.
What about this woman, Jerry?
I don't know. She didn't say her name. I was hitching a ride, and she picked me up on my way to Oakland.
Why didn't you take the bus?
Oh, maybe because, like you said, I was on my own. I was free. Anyhow, I thought I'd save a couple of bucks.
You didn't tell the officers yesterday you were just out of corrections school.
Okay, I didn't.
Look, we know it was a stolen car. We find narcotics and a gun. Didn't take you long to get back to peddling, did it?
I'm not. I didn't. It was the woman. She had a red fur coat and blue shoes and yellow hair. Why don't you look for her?
Where were you taking it? Who sold it to you?
Jerry?
I'm not lying, Mr. McIntyre. But I got a record. They won't believe me.
You're telling the truth. I'll believe you.
Lock him up. We'll check his story.
You're going to lock me up?
I'll take it easy, Jerry.
Easy? You ever been locked up? I got to find that woman. She framed me. You got to let me find her. She'll tell you.
I'll try. I'll do what I can.
Yeah, and I rot. You got me. That's all you want.
No sense talking to him. Come on.
You're not locking me up again. No.
Jerry!
Get back.
Put the gun down.
Get back, all of you.
Listen to me, Jerry.
Don't try it. Not even you, Mr. McIntyre. I mean it.
You crazy little dope.
Get away from that door. I'm going out. You try and stop me, I'll kill you.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Gregory Peck in The Truth About Jerry Baxter. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Say, Harlow, what does it cost for all that electricity my car uses?
Practically nothing, pal, because it's produced, stored, and supplied right under the hood of your Autolite-equipped car by your car's Autolite electrical system.
But all those parts, Harlow.
All those parts, including the coil, distributor, generator, and the starting motor, work together like a team, Hap, to give you the smoothest performance money can buy. That's why Autolite electrical systems are used as original factory equipment on many leading makes of our finest cars, trucks, and tractors.
You've sold me, Harlow.
Fine. And friends, insist on Autolite original factory parts when your Autolite-equipped car needs replacements. You can get them at your nearest authorized Autolite service station, listed in the classified section of your phone book under Automotive Electrical Service, or at the car dealer who sells your make of car, or wherever you see the Autolite original factory parts sign. And remember, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Gregory Peck in Elliot Lewis's production of The Truth About Jerry Baxter, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
He got away. And it was all headlined in the afternoon editions. Teenage addict breaks out. For details, see page 2. Details. A frightened boy ran away. He didn't want to be locked up for something he said he hadn't done. He had a loaded gun, and that was bad. But there was something else that was worse. Any news, Sergeant?
No. That kid knows the city is going to be tough.
He knows it. San Francisco, too. He was born there.
He's got a gun. He's going to try and get narcotics.
Maybe not.
Are you kidding? You want a crazy kid running around loose shooting up the town?
No.
Well, Sergeant Holly. Where? Wait a minute. Bannister, get this?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, give it to me again. Right. Be right over. Bannister, got to cross the bay. We're going over. You coming, Mac?
All right. Oh, Holly. They won't shoot, will they?
I don't know. We got to get him.
We crossed the bridge to San Francisco. A druggist on Market Street had reported that a boy answering Jerry's description had held him up, forced him to hand over a supply of drugs. I stayed with Sergeant Holly because I wanted to be there if they found him. I wanted to find him myself. Night came and we kept on looking. The search always led us to the South City. It was narrowing down as we got calls, and we knew that he must be nearby.
Anything in there, Bannister?
No, dead end.
Right. We'll try the warehouse across the street. Check in the car. See if anything's come in.
Okay.
He's got friends down here, Holly. There's a million places to hide.
Yeah, I know it.
I'm just wondering if he told the truth.
What do you mean?
About that woman. I got him a parole because I believed in him.
So? We all make mistakes.
Oh, you don't understand. Suppose he wasn't lying. Suppose he did hitch a ride and it was the truth.
It's a lot of coincidence, Mac. He's got a record of peddling. He's picked up in a stolen car, dope in the glove compartment. What does that sound like?
Yeah, sure. Well, there's another alley around the side. I'll take a look.
All right. Be careful. Just yell and run if you see him.
All right.
Hi, Mr. Mack.
Oh, Jerry.
I got a gun. Don't you call those cops out there because I feel bad if I had to kill you. And I don't want to feel bad.
Give me the gun, Jerry. You know they'll get you.
Nobody can get me.
Why did you run away? I told you I'd help.
You'd help?
Now, give me the gun, Jerry. I'll stand by you. You trust me, don't you?
You didn't believe me when I told you about that dame. You didn't believe me. Well, I know who she is now. A friend told me. She's a friend of a friend.
Oh, what's her name?
Oh, no, I'm too smart. You know something? I think maybe I'm going up to kill myself a dame.
Oh, Jerry, no. Give up. Let the police take care of it. They'll have to believe you now.
Never shot one of these. Kind of heavy, huh?
Kid, come on. Come with me.
I gotta go get her. Then you believe me.
Jerry, let me come with you. Don't go out there alone.
Sure. Okay. Don't start anything, Mr. Mack. I don't want to hurt you. You know?
I was hoping when we got on the street that Holly or Bannister would be there, but they weren't. Only the prowl car across at the corner, empty. I couldn't take a chance, not only for my own skin, but Jerry's. They'd be shooting. So I walked with him. I wasn't able to get near enough to grab the gun. As we passed under a street lamp, I saw his face, pale and tight. But his eyes were clear. I knew he'd taken none of the stolen narcotics. He hadn't taken it yet. We didn't go far. He stopped at a rundown hotel and, signaling me to walk ahead, went up the back stairs. I remember the smell of that place. Old and rotten.
306. How come you want your kind of job, Mr. Mack? You should have been something else, a nice guy like you.
Give me the gun, Jerry. Don't do it.
Don't be scared.
Yeah?
Telegram, miss.
Who are you kidding? Go away.
Open up or I'll shoot through the door.
Okay. What do you want?
You. I want to talk to you. Hi, Peggy.
Hey, you're the kid.
I'm the kid. Get inside.
Mister, are you a cop? This is the kid that...
What a dump.
Drop it, Jerry. Drop it.
Harry.
Move over there. You too, mister.
Here's the louse peddle the stuff to me, Mr. Mack. Remember? Harry Richards. I told you about him. His wife's a louse, too. Didn't know you were married, Harry.
You didn't think you'd get away with it, did you, kid? Business has been bad since you squealed. I had to lay low, and it's cost me plenty.
This your wife?
Yeah.
You sent her out to pick up Jerry and frame him.
That's it. Smart little punk to find us. No, dumb.
I think I'll kill you, too, Harry.
Oh, sure you will.
I don't know what you're going to do, Richards, but a narcotics rap is better than murder.
I'll be safe on both counts. Jerry will be.
Hey,
Put out, you'll kill him.
Not him. You, mister. I'm going to shoot you. Stick you both in the closet and put the gun in little Jerry's hand. When he wakes up, he can explain it to all your pals.
What about us, Harry? They'll figure something's wrong.
You got a better idea? What do I do? Let this guy go and get sent up for life? No, we're going to take a long trip. By the time they figure it out, we can be in Mexico anywhere. Now, go on, get packed.
Oh, all right.
The woman woman threw things into a suitcase, and Harry Richards leaned against the wall. Didn't take his eyes off me. Jerry groaned once, but didn't come out of it. There was a bad cut on his head where the barrel of the gun had hit him. Then they were ready. He dragged the boy to a closet, put him in, turned around to me, and...
All right, mister. Turn around. Turn around, I said.
No thanks.
Search your room, please.
Oh, my shoulder hurt. And my head. I heard Bannister and Holly down the hall. I tried to talk to the boy. But he was almost out of his mind with fear. Then when I tried to get the gun, he hit me. Oh, it was a long way off, that sound. It faded, then came back. I had to get my head clear before they came in. Jerry had tried to shoot it out with him.
Open up. Police.
It's not locked.
Hey. Smell something?
Cordite. Has been fired.
Closet. Must be. What do you think?
Wait a minute. Wait. Jerry. Come out with your hands up. Come out.
I can't stand it anymore. It's killing me. I gotta get out. I got to. Get me out. Get me out.
Hey, drop the gun. Quick. Mac, you okay?
Yeah, he didn't do it. Oh, grab him. Get away from that window.
I'll jump. Don't come near me. I'll jump.
Jerry, no.
You're not gonna put me away. I'll jump. I want to. They'll shut me up and I'll die.
No, kid, no.
You lie.
He's not, Jerry. It's the truth. You believe me? They know you didn't do anything. Richards did.
Don't, Mr. McIntyre. Please don't. I'll jump. We'll say I shot you.
Jerry, listen to me. Don't you see? You're cleared now. I can tell them about Richards. You're all right.
No, stay away, please. Please.
Listen, Jerry, listen to me. We're going to take care of you. Not in a cell, no more cells. I give you my word. A hospital where it's clean and quiet. They won't tie you down. You can rest. Listen to me, Jerry. They'll take care of you. When you feel better, you can try again. From scratch. That'll be it, won't it, Holly? Won't it?
Oh, sure. Sure, kid. We're not lying. That'll be it.
Help me, Mr. Mac. You've got to help me.
Sure, Jerry. Sure. I got you. You're okay now.
You'll help me. You believe in me. You will. You'll help me. Oh, please. Please.
We took him with us, not to a cell, but to a hospital room where he could get rest and quiet. We caught the Richards that same night at the airport. We caught the Richards, but 2 days later, I had another youngster to talk to. This time, a 16-year-old girl. Her mother was with her and wouldn't believe it when I showed her the marijuana we'd taken from her daughter. She'd bought it from a friend in school. She told me all about it. And as I listened, I thought of Jerry, and I wondered where it would end.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Gregory Peck.
Today, we honor our flag, symbol of American freedom. And on this day, it is appropriate that we also honor an American city, which typifies the heritage of our great country. That city is Detroit. which this year celebrates its 250th anniversary. Since July 24th, 1701, when Antoine de la Mothe Cadillac first set his standard on the shore of Ville de Twas, Detroit has never ceased to progress. Here was developed our greatest tool, the automobile. And from this arsenal of democracy came many of the sinews of defense, which helped keep our country free through 2 world conflicts. And as surely as Detroit has achieved in material sense, so has it contributed to international understanding and to the cultural and spiritual life of America. Autolite is proud to have known and worked with the people of Detroit, and gladly takes this opportunity to extend to them best wishes on their 250th anniversary of their fine city.
Next week on Suspense, Mr. James Mason, in another story suggested by actual events. The story of a man whose life was more fantastic than any fiction. A story we call The Greatest Thief in the World. Presented on Suspense.
Suspense is transcribed and directed by Elliott Lewis, with music composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Led Bluskin. The Truth About Jerry Baxter was written for Suspense by Anthony Ellis from a story by Forrest Barnes and Roxy Roth. In tonight's play, William Tracy was heard as Jerry and John Denner as Sergeant Holly. Featured in the cast were Clayton Post, Joan Banks, Shep Menken, Hy Averback, and Joseph Kearns. Gregory Peck will soon be seen in the Warner Brothers picture Captain Horatio Hornblower.
You can buy world-famous Autolite standard-type or resistor-type spark plugs, Autolite stateful batteries, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
And remember, next week, Mr. James Mason, in a tale we call The Greatest Thief in the World.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And now, with the case for Dr. Singer, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
Minus 30. Minus 25.
Wednesday, May 15th, 1951.
Minus 20.
Early morning. 6 men watch and wait.
Minus 15. Minus 10. Minus 5. 0.
I suggest we have some coffee.
May 16th, 1951. Confidential. To Major General Carl Busher, Atomic Energy Commission. From Professor Leland R. Young regarding thermonuclear H-23. At 6:30 a.m., May the 15th, H-23 was successfully detonated without the use of U-235. Enclosed herewith, technical data compiled after explosion. Complete destruction up to 10 miles.
The most powerful weapon yet discovered. Complete destruction up to 10 miles and set off without the use of the A-bomb. Thermonuclear H-23 is top secret. This is the story, not certainly of the development of H-23, but of the fact that it still remains top secret.
January 3rd, 1951. Confidential. To Headquarters Military Intelligence, Washington, D.C. From American Embassy, Switzerland. This morning, a man was shot as he entered the building. Before he lost consciousness, he identified himself as Dr. Rudolph Ellman. He was taken to the hospital, where his condition has been reported critical.
Nurse,
Yes?
I am Colonel Mishikov. I wish to see Mr. Farnsworth, the American consul.
Oh, just one moment. Doctor?
Yes?
This is...
I am Colonel Mishikov. I wish to see Mr. Farnsworth.
Well, he's...
You have a man here who has identified himself as Dr. Rudolph Ellman.
Yes, we have.
His real name is Voroshin. He's an escaped convict, and I have orders from my government to take him into custody.
Dr. Ellman?
No, he's not a doctor. His name is Voroshin. He is an escaped...
Well, whoever he is, he's dying.
Now, doctor, I am here representing my country. I have authority in...
Colonel Mishikov, you have no authority in this hospital. If you wish to see the patient, I would suggest you obtain permission from the Chief of Staff.
I see.
Now, if you will excuse me.
Doctor?
Yes?
I presume Mr. Farnsworth obtained permission.
He did. Good day, Colonel. Now...
Yes, Doctor.
Thermonuclear weapons. I discovered the plan a week ago.
Mr. Farnsworth.
Yes?
Colonel Mishikov.
Oh, no. He's here?
I just spoke to him in the hall. I sent him to the staff chief for permission.
Did he know I was here?
Yes.
Doctor!
Colonel.
Doctor?
He's dead.
To Headquarters, Military Intelligence, Washington, D.C. From Henry W. Farnsworth, American Embassy, Switzerland. Dr. Rudolph Ellman died here at 5:50 p.m. this day. Obtained statement of great importance if deceased is really Ellman. Soviet government claims he is Alexander Voroshin, escaped convict and citizen of USSR. Please advise.
Yes? Dr. Singer?
Yes?
This is Professor Young. Would you please come up to security?
Certainly.
Well, George. I've got these rundowns on the pile.
Wonderful, wonderful. I got to go up to security. I'll go over them with you as soon as I'm finished.
Still going to play poker tonight?
Wouldn't miss it. I'll give you a buzz when I'm through.
All right. Come in, Doctor. Dr. Singer, this is Mr. Whiteside and General Busher.
I know the general. How are you, sir?
Just fine, Doctor.
And Mr. Whiteside, how do you do?
How do you do, Doctor? Sit down, George.
Thank you.
Mr. Whiteside is from the FBI.
Oh?
Did you know a Dr. Ellman?
Rudolph Ellman?
Yes.
Well, very well. I studied under him in Germany.
Here's a picture. Is this the man you knew?
Well, yes. Much thinner, but this is Dr. Ellman. We taught at the same university. He's dead.
When did he die?
During the war.
This man died 4 days ago.
Then this is not Dr. Ellman. He was killed by the Nazis trying to escape from Germany.
This man was shot in front of the American Embassy in Switzerland. We've known for some time that Dr. Ellman was a prisoner in Siberia working on thermonuclear weapons.
How are your experiments coming, Doctor?
I'm afraid that's confidential, General, even to you.
Ellman knew just about how far you'd progressed.
That's impossible.
This is a portion of his testimony recorded just before he died. It was sent to us by Farnsworth of the American Embassy in Switzerland.
You're sure this man was Ellman?
Ellman was a brilliant physicist, was he not, Doctor?
Extremely brilliant.
If information concerning your work here was smuggled out, he would be capable of understanding it.
Ellman would not only be capable, but extremely useful. General, are you suggesting that someone on my staff...
I suggest you read Ellman's statement concerning your work here on thermonuclear weapons.
Good grief. Professor Young.
I've read it, George.
But this shows knowledge of our progress as late as a month ago.
Is it accurate?
Extremely. Lacking in a few details.
Ellman was dying.
Extremely accurate. What does this mean, sir?
It means that someone working on H-23 is acting as a spy.
But who? Myself, Professor Young, and 4 others are the only ones who could possibly have access to this kind of information.
Ellman knew that you were close to what he calls in his statement the most powerful weapon of our times. His exact quote, the one weapon that might mean the difference between peace or total destruction. He escaped to let us know that someone is passing on this information.
Do you know who it is?
No. Professor Young said the same thing you did. It has to be one of 6 men. Professor Young, yourself, Doctor, Dr. Mitchell, Dr. Evans, And your assistants, Mr. Bromwell or Mr. Collings.
Can't believe it. Why, these men are all trusted.
So was Klaus Fuchs. Completely trusted.
Seems impossible.
We have to find him.
Well, if you don't know who he is, don't you think it's a little dangerous to confide in me? After all, I might be the one.
You might be. But that's all been discussed. If we're going to find this man, someone, one of the 5 men working on your experiment has to help. We can't send in an outsider. Our man would get suspicious.
Professor Young has to be notified. He's in charge of this plant.
But we still need one of the men actually working on the project. Professor Young's only been supervised.
We picked you.
Why?
Past record.
My colleagues have records equally as trustworthy.
We know all the records, Doctor.
And I know these men I work with, Mr. Whiteside.
Then perhaps you'll be able to find out which one is a traitor.
Well, I don't know. I repeat, what if I'm the traitor?
Then I don't think you'd be foolish enough to continue sending information. And if the information doesn't continue to leave the country, we've accomplished 2 things. We've kept the project a secret, and we've found out that our man is onto us.
Yes. Yes, I suppose that's right.
If they steal 823 from us, well.
Is there anything else?
I think we've covered everything.
Come on, George. I'll buy us a drink. Nothing else for me at the moment, is there, General?
No. Nice to see you again, Dr. Singer.
Thank you, General. Oh, I imagine I'll see you again, Mr. Whiteside.
I imagine so, Doctor.
Yes, of course.
What do you think, Whiteside?
About Singer?
Yeah.
I'm interested in him, General. It might help if we get to know a bit more about him.
He's the man?
I don't know. That's what we've got to find out. Confidential from Special Agent Whiteside to Division 33, Federal Bureau of Investigation, Washington, D.C. Talked with Dr. Singer, and he has agreed to proceed as planned. Advised Charlie. Oh, hi, Charlie.
Hey, Benny, sit down. Have a beer.
Thanks. Been waiting long?
Nah, about 5 minutes. How's Margie?
Okay. Had the flu. One of the kids got it now. Don't you know I got to get it sooner or later?
I had it. It's miserable. How's business?
We got us 3 tons of whitefish yesterday with the price
What do you have, boys? Benny?
Beer. Just beer.
2 beers. All right.
Fish been running just great. The day before yesterday, we rolled in with over 4 tons. How's your business?
Fine. I got 2 men on all of them. Apartment's bugged, 24-hour stakeout. What about Singer?
So far, nothing. He works right with them. Maybe... I don't know.
Checking I've done so far, they all look pretty clean.
Sure. Boy, we want smart. If it is Singer, smart as they come.
I'll give you a report.
Hold it.
2 beers, 50 cents.
Well, cheers.
Yeah. And good luck. I hope your next catch is the biggest yet.
Confidential to Major General Carl Busher, Atomic Energy Commission, Washington. From Professor Leland R. Young regarding thermonuclear H-23. Dr. Singer has informed me that H-23 experiments are proceeding on schedule. With luck, completion should be possible within the month. Singer has nothing else to report in regard to our previous discussion.
Evans?
Just a minute. Here. Here's a chart on the fishing yield. Certainly checks. 21 trillion calories.
Oh, we're close. Now eliminate the carbon. How's Bromwell doing?
Well, he's tired. You look tired, Singer.
A little.
Something wrong?
No. I want to see how Bromwell's doing.
Don't forget poker tonight.
No, I won't. Bromwell?
Yes. Oh, hello, Singer. I'm still too low.
How low?
3,600,000. I've got to go back. I had HO4 as high as 19 million.
What was the reaction time?
Well, it's pretty close. 2 100,000.
Very close. I think we should talk it over. Evans just finished his fishing yield. 21 trillion.
Guess I'm holding things up, huh?
You've got the hardest job.
Mitchell and Collins are down at the reactor pile. Let's get them and talk.
Yeah?
Benny?
Yeah.
Charlie. I got got something I'd like you to hear.
All right.
I'll see you at the office in an hour.
All right. Look out, Singer.
No, I don't think he has them.
I don't know. He's had them all night.
Oh, excuse me, Colin.
No, it's all right. All you boys have to do is put up some money to find out.
All right. I'll just call.
Brother, I admire your courage, my friend. I didn't want to handle the last 2 hours. I think I'll just let you be the hero.
Let's see him. Full house. Aces and trades. What did I tell you? I knew he had them.
Afraid it's your pot. Tell him, Altman.
Evans, you are without a doubt the luckiest.
Played poker for another hour and went home. Nothing unusual.
A cigarette?
Yeah. Thanks. Still no lead. Boy, I tell you.
If it is Singer, he's real careful.
Yeah, something new?
Got word from the other side today, counterintelligence. Our boys say the Russians haven't had any message on the progress of the bomb for a couple of weeks now. They're worried.
They're worried. If we only had one lead...
We will have, the minute they finish their experiment. Someone's going to have to make his contact then.
Well, if it's Singer or any of those men, we'll get him. I'm even having their mothers-in-law watched.
92,238 plus neutron, 92,239 plus gamma radiation, 92,239 decays to 93 neptunium, 239 plus beta electron.
23 minutes.
Check. 93 neptunium, 239 decays to 94,239.
Evans, come here. Mitchell, Collins.
What is it?
I've got it. I think I've got it. Carbon is completely isolated. Well, look. Look for yourself.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Let me see.
Yes, here, Colin.
Mm-hmm. Well, this is it.
Congratulations, Bromwell.
Congratulations, Bromwell. Very good.
Well, gentlemen, H-23 is no longer theory. We can now begin to assemble the first one.
Confidential. To Major General Carl Busher, Atomic Energy Commission, Washington. From Special Agent Whiteside, Federal Bureau of Investigation. Regarding conclusion of H-23 experiments, counterintelligence has informed us that the Russians are in possession of the news of the same. They have not yet obtained details.
How could it get out? How?
I don't know, General. Charlie here's had them watched every second. I don't know.
I know what they did better than they do. Every one of them. They're clean.
Let's stop kidding ourselves. Somebody's not clean.
The experiment was licked 4 days ago. Professor Young says they're working now to assemble the bomb.
Then what do we do? Send the details by courier to the Russians? We might as well.
We still have some time.
What about Singer?
I don't know. Charlie?
Yeah?
Got those reports?
Yeah.
Well, let's go through them again. General, these are a survey of the movements of every man on that experiment. We'll pick up with the report starting 4 days ago. Go ahead, Charlie.
Okay. Professor Young, March 15th, 8:30 a.m., escorted to lab. No contacts. 12 noon in company with Singer, Bromwell, and Evans went to lunch. No contacts.
Wait a minute. What about the waiter?
He's clear. We've already checked that.
All right, go on.
1 p.m., returned to lab. No contacts. 5:30 p.m., escorted home. No contacts. 8 p.m., Dr. and Mrs. Singer arrived. Stayed until 11 p.m., returned home, retired. Dr. Evans, March 15th, 8:30 a.m., escorted to lab. No contacts. 12 noon in company with Singer, Bromwell, and Young went to lunch. No contacts.
Same waiter, General.
1 p.m., returned to lab. No contacts. 5:30 p.m., escorted home. No contacts. 7:30 p.m., called Dr. Singer. Asked him if he could play poker that night. Dr. Singer declined. 5 p.m., Singer escorted to doctor's office for checkup. Sinus trouble. 5:30 p.m., escorted home. No contacts. Remained in house rest of night. Okay, now this is the 16th. Start with Mr. Collins. 8:30, escorted to lab. No contacts. 12 noon, lunch with Agent Dietrichson. 12:30, half-hour appointments with dentist to schedule. Cavity. 1:15, escorted back to lab. No contacts.
Wait a minute.
Yeah?
Look, it might be nothing, but it's worth a try. I want every man on that experiment examined.
What for?
A complete medical, General. The works.
Professor Young?
Young, Singer, Evans, Collings, all of them. And today, no explanations. Confidential. From Special Agent Whiteside to Major General Carl Busher. Examinations completed and proceeding as planned. We should know in a day or two. Anything yet?
Oh, Benny. No, nothing. He's alone in his office.
When did you plant the mic?
Early this morning. Superintendent let me in. It's in the cabinet. Yeah, put the phones on.
Yeah.
Suppose he doesn't show up?
Then we'll try the others.
Hold it.
Mr. Collins is here, Doctor.
Oh. Lucky you caught me, Mr. Collins. I was going out for lunch.
Well, I'm certainly glad I could get around.
Tooth bothering you? A little. Shouldn't have been neglected. Just get up in the chair. I'll have a look at it.
All right. Been giving me a little trouble the last week.
And we should have seen to it your last visit. Hey, Bough? Bad enough. Certainly have to fill it this time. I'll just get some Novocaine. How's Wick?
Tiresome.
Oh, just open your mouth as far as you can.
Yeah.
Way open. That's it. There. Well, that'll be all, nurse. You might as well get your lunch.
Oh, thank you, Doctor.
You should have really taken care of this long before now.
I couldn't help it. I hadn't had a moment to myself in nearly 3 months. Thought I could let it go until work let up.
Numb yet?
I'm getting them.
Do you have it?
Bromwell isolated the car, but we haven't completed the bomb.
What do you have for me?
Bromwell's formula.
Can you get detailed sketches on the weapon when it's finished?
No, it's been too dangerous. I can't take a chance with it.
I want the plan.
No, which is all. It's too dangerous.
All right. Give me what you have.
$3,000.
Of course. Here you are.
And here you are.
That's it. That's the man we want. Come on, Charlie. Is that the only door out of the office?
Either of those doors. The only way. Oh, thank you, Doctor.
Take some aspirin at the closet.
Yes.
Get the dentist.
Right.
Mr. Collings.
Oh, yes?
Whiteside, Federal Bureau of Investigation. You're under arrest.
I can't believe it. Neither can I, Professor Young. Collings. For $3,000.
You had to work quickly, I guess, after that medical.
I hired him, trained him. He was a student of mine 10 years ago.
How did it work, Mr. Whiteside?
It was a chance, Professor Young. Collings had paid 3 or 4 visits to that dentist complaining of several cavities, just as Dr. Singer complained of sinusitis, and Dr. Evans of recurrent insomnia. However, when we had all of you men examined by medical men attached to this experiment, we discovered Mr. Collings' teeth to be in perfect condition, work done on a healthy mouth.
If it hadn't been for Elman...
Elman gave his life to tell us how much Russia knew of our thermonuclear research.
You thought it was me, didn't you?
Yes, Dr. Singer, for a while.
I can't blame you. I really can't.
I was wrong. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right. But you know, in a way, I'm glad it was Collings.
Oh?
I don't know. It's cleaner somehow. It keeps the trust and the faith alive in all of us. And that's the biggest thing we have, you know. Trust in each other. And faith. Well, may I go now?
Yes, Doctor.
I have work to do.
About to hear a story based on actual events. To protect the innocent, names and places have been changed. Autolite and its 96,000 dealers bring you Mr. Charles Lawton in a story taken from life. Tonight's presentation of Suspense. Tonight, Autolite presents Neil Cream, Doctor of Poison. A story concerning a man historically famous as the most notorious poisoner who ever lived. Starring Mr. Charles Lawton.
Hello, Harlow.
Well, hi, Hap. Boy, you just can't beat the system, can you?
What system?
Why, the electrical system of your Autolite-equipped car. And it works for you every time you press the starter button, blow your horn, light your lights, or use your radio or heater.
Harlow, you mean Autolite makes coils, distributors, and all the other important units that make up the complete electrical system?
They sure do, Hap, with all units and their thousands of component parts related like a team by Autolite engineering design and manufacturing skill to give you the smoothest performance money can buy.
Harlow, even I couldn't improve on that.
Thank you, Hap. So, friends, because the electrical system is so important to the smooth and efficient operation of your car, treat your car to a periodic checkup. See your car dealer or visit your nearest authorized Autolite service station listed in the classified section of your telephone directory. Or call Western Union by number and ask for Operator 25. She will quickly tell you the address of the authorized Autolite service station nearest you. And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite. And now, with Neil Cream, Doctor of Poison, and the performance of Mr. Charles Lawton, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
Dr. Cream.
May I see her now, Doctor?
Dr. Cream, there was nothing I could do. I'm sorry, terribly sorry. I tried everything.
You tried everything? Sorry.
I did what I could. It was too late. Don't go in now.
I must go in. I must see her.
I'm sorry.
Emily. Emily. Baby girl. Emily. Emily. Doctor. My wife's dead.
Come away. I'll attend to things.
She's dead. I wasn't with her. I didn't know. Emily, my love. My little girl. No. She can't be my life. Oh, Emily. Emily. Well, that was Emily, my only wife. She left me a widower with an income of £400 a year. It's rather extraordinary how long it took her to die. To look at the girl, you'd never have thought it. She was thin and sickly, but in possession of what must have been the constitution of an ox. I'd been poisoning her steadily for 6 months and expected her certainly to die within 3. It was a case history for the medical journal. So I wrote them a paper about it, anonymously, of course.
Inspector Waring.
Sergeant Dean, sir. I've got a letter here from the editor of the medical journal.
Why did they forward it to the yard?
There's a manuscript that came with the letter. Just a moment, sir. Resistance to physiological action of alkaloid poisoning. Case history C, by Anonymous.
Oh, what's the matter with that?
The medical journal people seem to feel that the man who wrote it did the job, too.
Put it on my desk. I'll be there in half an hour.
Right, sir.
3 weeks after Emily died, I made arrangements to move to London. There was no trouble, but then I hadn't thought there would be. The good doctor had made out a certificate based upon the history which I supplied. I had decided upon a refined intestinal disorder which bore a magnificent Latin name and closely paralleled the symptoms brought about by the poison administered. So much for the late and unlamented Emily Cream.
I'm sure as how you'll find this room most suitable, sir.
Oh, Dr. Cream, Dr. Neil Cream, ma'am.
Oh, how nice. I have another boarder who's a doctor. Well, very nearly. Medical student, don't you know? Mr. Bridgman. Ever such a nice gentleman.
Oh, really?
You'll find a very refined atmosphere in my house, Doctor, and scrupulously clean. Very scrupulous.
I'm sure of that, Mrs. Minns. I think this will do very nicely.
May I ask, Doctor, how long you plan to allow us the pleasure of your company?
I'm afraid I have no idea of that, Mrs. Minns. You see, I only just arrived from home. My wife died there a month ago.
Oh, how sad. How terribly sad.
See, I thought that here in London I might forget. You look understanding. You do understand that, don't you?
Oh, but poor dear man. Of course. Oh, my, how I understand. I'm a widow myself. Only my daughter Daisy and me. How I do feel for you.
You're so kind.
Oh, no, not at all, I'm sure. You will join us for tea, won't you?
Oh, I should be delighted. Thank you so much. I had found a boarding house in Bloomsbury off the Tottenham Court Road. The proprietress, Mrs. Minns, was a tall, bony sort of woman, a type that I particularly despise, not at all nourishing to a man of my disposition. Now, the daughter she'd mentioned I hoped would be a better prospect, but I knew that I would have to be careful there. After unpacking, I went down to tea.
Oh!
I'm awfully sorry. I didn't mean to bump
Oh, it's quite all right, I'm sure. You must be the new boarder, Dr. Cream.
Yes, I've been asked into tea.
Oh, they're waiting for you. You're in for it. I'll pass muster, as poor old Dad used to say.
Dear, oh dear, is that dreadful?
You'll see.
As bad as that, huh?
Worse. Oh, excuse me, I got to put the kettle on. Maid's day off, you know.
May I help you?
Oh, of course not.
Then you could help me pass muster when we come back.
Oh, you know, you're not at all what I expected.
What did you expect?
Well, from the way Mum talked, I don't know. Oh, all right, come along.
Daisy Minns was not a beauty by any means, but there was a spark, an honesty, good humor that I found most enjoyable. We got on famously, but it was too soon to think about Daisy. Perhaps later. It was the evening of the fourth day after my arrival in London that I met Mildred Vickers. It was at a pub in Hammersmith. She was a sweet little thing, large brown eyes, rosy cheeks, perhaps encouraged by a touch of rouge. Altogether delightful. I must say that I flattered her with attentions not usually received, flowers, dinner, the theater. She was very grateful. Oh, I'm tired. You?
Yes. Goodbye. Thanks very much.
Goodbye.
I wanted to tell you earlier tonight. I can't see you anymore.
You can't? You're joking.
I'm not. You've been a duck. We've had a lovely time, but it's finished. My young man's coming home tomorrow. He phoned me this morning from Southampton. His boat's coming.
Your young man? Your young man?
You'll wake up the whole house.
Millie, you'll be the death of me. Now, come along. Let's get inside.
You can't. I'm serious. It's like you said, laughs and all sorts of fun. It's over. Now, you be a good boy and...
Now, you get inside.
Stop it. Don't you go against me.
Millie, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to lose my temper, but the way you told me, it's a shock. I thought you were joking.
I'm sorry. Really, I am.
I'm very fond of you, Millie. A chap gets fonder, and then... well, one last kiss, Millie, just one last kiss.
Of course. I knew you'd be a sport about it.
Millie, I can't let you go. I can't.
Oh, crikey.
Now, Millie, let's talk it over.
There's nothing to talk.
I'm just going to sit quietly and talk. I promised I'm not going to make any trouble for you. I just want you to understand.
Understand what? I'm tired.
Now, please, it's not too much to ask. We'll just have one drink and you listen to me. And if you want me to go, I'll go. I'll quietly, no bother. Everything's serene.
I'm sorry. It all sounds ever so sad, but my young man's coming in tomorrow.
Will you stop talking about your young man? Millie, I didn't mean that. I'm not angry, but please, now, will you look here? There's so much that I can give you. I'm not young, anymore, but you found me attractive. You do find me attractive, don't you? Well, don't you? What are you smiling about? What the heck? What are you laughing at? Millie!
Millie! Stop Stop your shouting. You think I want the police on me?
No. You want me to go?
That's right.
Well, I'll be as good as my word then, Millie. There's no hard feelings.
Of course not, silly.
Farewell drink?
Not for me, thanks.
Just a splash. We're going to drink to your young man.
Wouldn't he just laugh if he knew?
Wouldn't he just?
You ought to find yourself a nice widow. Someone like you. And settle down.
Yes, I know what you mean, Millie. Here we are.
Thanks. Now off it. Like a good boy.
Millie, I suppose I really should tell you that I don't care about you at all. That nonsense that I was saying before. I didn't mean it, you know. I don't quite understand why I said anything. You're not worth it. You're nasty little... Yeah. That burns, doesn't it? It doesn't burn for long, though. You annoyed me very much by chucking me over. Not that I cared because of you, but me, you see. And it isn't going to be long. I just want you to know. Can you hear me? I just want you to know that every time we went to a public place together, I was ashamed. Ashamed to be seen with someone like you. Good night.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Charles Lawton in Neil Cream, Doctor of Poison. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Say, Harlow, if I need a new coil for my car's Autolite electrical system, won't most any coil fit?
Sure, Hap. And white shoelaces fit black shoes.
But they don't match.
Right you are, Hap. But every part in the Autolite electrical system does match perfectly with every other part to give your car the smoothest performance money can buy.
You mean the Autolite coil, distributor, generator, they're all related?
You bet they are, Hap, because the units that make up the complete Autolite electrical system and their thousands of component parts are all related by Autolite engineering design and manufacturing skill, and are used as original factory equipment on many leading makes of our finest cars, trucks, and tractors.
Well, that's good enough for me, Harlow.
So, friends, take a tip from me and specify Autolite original factory parts when replacements are needed for your Autolite-equipped car. You'll find it pays because you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Charles Lawton in Elliot Lewis's production of Neil Cream, Doctor of Poison. A dramatic report well calculated to keep you in suspense.
For the next 2 or 3 nights I stayed in at the boarding house, I don't think I felt well. At least I couldn't sleep. My sleep wasn't at all restful. I had dreams. Horrible, frightening dreams. I remember that just before I dropped off to sleep one night, soon after Millie was taken, that I thought to myself that I must speak to Mrs. Mintz about the cooking. All that heavy stuff.
Dr. Cream! Dr. Cream! Dr. Cream! Wake up. Wake up, Doctor. It's all right. It's all right.
Help! Anything the matter?
I hope you'll forgive the liberty, sir. I'm afraid you were having a nightmare. It sounded as though you were being murdered.
Murdered? You thought I was, did I say anything?
You screamed, sir.
Oh, is that all?
It sounded... Well, I'm awfully sorry.
That's quite all right. It's very good of you to be concerned. You're that young medical student Mrs. Mintz told me about, aren't you, Mr.
Bridgman, sir.
Yeah, that's right, Bridgman. We should have a chat one day soon, lunch perhaps. You specializing?
I haven't made up my mind yet, Doctor.
Good. Lots of time for that, hmm?
Yes. Well, I think I'd better go back to bed.
I was sorry to have troubled you.
Not at all. Good night.
Good night. I wonder, is he lying? Did I say something? Did he hear it? I wonder.
Blast!
But 2 weeks passed and I was safe. Nobody knew, nobody, unless Mr. Edward Bridgman, the medical student. I'd taken him to lunch 2 or 3 times, and we talked medicine for the most part. But he had a way of looking, curious and knowing. I decided to write the letter to Scotland Yard.
Commissioner, Inspector Waring here. I think we've got something more on that poison case in Hull and Millie Vickers. Yes, a letter. It says, to whom it may concern, I have information which can lead to the arrest of the person responsible for the murder of Millie Vickers in Hammersmith. Is it worth £3,000? If so, leave the money at the pillar box on the corner of Kensington and Earl's Court Road. Plain wrapping paper will do. And it's signed A. O'Brien, Private Detective. Yes, sir. Yes, we'll see to it straight away.
It was aggravating not to be able to learn whether the police had accepted my offer. I could have used the money, but other more important things were occupying my time. Mr. Bridgman. I loathe bright young men, and I had a feeling that he was watching me cleverly and carefully. I had to put a stop to that. He knew that was certain, so I took to following him. As far as I could make out, he didn't voice his suspicions to the police, but there was a girl. He met her from time to time, and one day when they were having tea together, I think he saw me. Because from where I stood outside the tea shop, I saw Mr. Bridgman lean across the table and talk rapidly to his sweetheart, and that would have to be taken care of. It was. A week later. I beg your pardon.
Oh, yes?
Now, you must think me awfully rude, but aren't you Edward Bridgman's young lady?
Why, yes, but I don't believe
No, we haven't met.
Oh.
Edward's told me so much about you, though. I saw you together as I went by on the bus last week. You were coming out of a tea shop.
That's right, in Oxford Street.
Now, look here.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to meet you for a long time to talk about Edward.
Oh?
Well, I mean, you're going together, and I thought...
I suppose so, in a way.
Exactly. I'm very fond of him, you know. As a matter of fact, I've spoken to some colleagues of mine in the profession, you understand. And your Edward has a future, I think.
That's sweet of you, Mr.
No, it's Dr. Cream.
Of course, he has spoken of you. You're staying at the same boarding house.
Yes, we are. I hope he said nice things.
Oh, yes, but you know Edward. He doesn't talk much about anybody, does he?
Yes, that is what I wanted to talk to you about. Now, do you think we could go somewhere? Would you like a spot of tea which I could drink?
Well, I don't know. You see, I really should
please,
be
it's really important to Edward. Clever little devil, but a rotten actress. You know Edward, he doesn't talk much about anybody. Does he? Because I could see through her plan perfectly well. Trap me into an admission of guilt and then call the police, but I was ready for that. It was a little sad. I didn't even know her name. She had a pretty face. And a pretty figure. No name. Just Mr. Bridgman's young lady. It was dark when we walked along the quiet road leading to our house. I'd been the perfect gentleman and had escorted her home. She died behind a hedge. Convulsively, but within 3 minutes. I made sure that there was no outcry, nobody heard, nobody saw, and nobody cared except perhaps for a medical student. To whom it may concern, ask Mr. Edward Bridgman, who lives in Mrs. Minn's boarding house, what he knows about the murders of Millie Vickers and Joyce Hamilton. He killed them both. I offer this information, Greatest A. O'Brien, private detective. Yes?
Oh, evening, Dr. Cream.
Hello, Daisy. Come in for a chat, or is it a sore throat?
Neither. Mum asked me to ask you something. She wonders how long you'll be staying.
Well, I'm perfectly happy. I hadn't thought of moving. Why?
I don't know. Mum didn't say. I'll tell her what you said.
Daisy, just a minute. Close the door like a good girl. I want to talk to you.
Gentlemen lodgers' doors must be kept open when receiving female company.
Drat that notice. I've read it, too, and I just closed the door and don't be silly. Daisy, come here. Have you read about the murders, the poisoner?
Oh, who hasn't?
What do you think?
Well, I don't. But Mum says he's one of those, you know.
Hey, shall I tell you a secret?
What?
You won't tell.
Of course not. What?
I think I know who the murderer is.
Really? Have you told the police?
Well, yes. I wrote them a letter. I told them who it was.
No. Who?
Come here. Edward Bridgman.
Oh, you're pulling my leg.
Very pretty leg, Daisy, but I'm not.
Oh, how do you know? I know it's Dottie.
I know. I do.
Oh, Dr. Cream, you are the one. Oh, I should know better than to listen to you, always joking. Well, I've got to go downstairs now. Mum will be wondering. Ta-ta.
Daisy, wait. I've got to tell you something. Darn, I could have killed her. She thought it was a joke. There had been so many things to tell her, clues, proof, everything to help get rid of the medical student. And she wouldn't listen. And after she'd gone, I was afraid that she might remember. Darn, I could have killed her. It was Saturday, 2 days after I'd posted the letter to Scotland Yard. I thought I'd take a walk to Hyde Park and was leaving my room to go downstairs when the front door bell rang.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Mrs. Minn?
Yes.
We're from Scotland Yard.
Police?
I should like to have a word with a Mr. Edward Bridgman. Does he live here?
Yes. Won't you come in? Is anything wrong?
Is he at home?
It's in the drawing room, I think. Shall I call him?
Yes, if you don't mind.
Not at all, I'm sure. Mr. Bridgman.
Yes, Mrs. Minn?
Mr. Bridgman?
Yes?
I'd like to speak to you, if you don't mind.
Oh, what about?
Tell me, is there somewhere we can...
Afternoon, everybody.
Oh, hello, Doctor.
Nice day. I thought I'd take a walk.
Mum, all right if I go to the cinema with Agnes? Oh, police.
Run along, Daisy. Don't be home late.
Mr. Bridgman.
Come along, Daisy. I'll walk along with you.
You were right all the time, Doctor. Oh, and to think I didn't believe you.
What did you say, miss?
Oh, just a little joke of ours, Inspector. Nothing at all. Come along, Daisy. I can't wait, Daisy.
Just a moment, sir. Miss, do you know something about this?
Of course I do. Well, Dr. Cream told me he wrote a letter to you about Mr. Bridgman. He told me. Didn't you, Doctor?
Dr. Cream, you wrote us a letter signed A. O'Brien?
Bridgman's your man, sir. I wanted to spare him the humiliation. That's your man. I told Daisy I thought he might try to harm
What
me.
are you saying? I never...
It's all right, Mr. Bridgman. I don't think we shall need to trouble you. Come along, Doctor, if you don't mind. There are a few questions we should like to ask you at the Yard.
Oh, of course, of course. Having set down this case history, my own, let the judge and all responsible for my unfair trial be warned that death will come to them from an unseen agency. What I did in honor and right. No human power has the right to condemn me. Those that died because of their own misdeeds. I have been merely the instrument of justice. For this, I cannot hang. Neil Cream, M.D.
Dr. Neil Cream?
It won't hurt, will it? I can't stand pain. It won't hurt, will it?
Suspense. Presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Charles Lawton.
Friends, this is Harlow Wilcox again to remind you that Autolite is the world's largest independent manufacturer of automotive electrical equipment. In 28 plants from coast to coast, Autolite makes over 400 products for cars, trucks, planes, and boats. These include complete electrical systems used as original factory equipment on many leading makes of our finest cars. Ignition-engineered Autolite standard and resistor-type spark plugs. Autolite batteries, including the famous Autolite Stay Full battery. Electric windshield wipers, fuel pumps, speedometers, and many more. All are backed by constant Autolite research and are precision-built to assure long dependability. So remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
You're about to hear a story based on actual events. To protect the innocent, names and places have been changed.
And its 96,000 dealers bring you Miss Jean Crane in a story taken from life. Tonight's presentation of Suspense.
Tonight, Autolite presents The Case Study of a Murderer, a factual document from medical reports. The tragic story of a woman's refusal to believe that within her husband lived the murderer among us.
It's funny to be married to a man 3 years and find out he's kept secrets from you. Oh, not secrets like drinking or cards or women. Oh, no, my Hank was never like that. I mean, he was like two different men. Really, two men. He kept it a secret even from himself. That's what I'm beginning to understand. Because the man I knew, the Hank Lathrop I loved, he was a sweet, a wonderful, sweet husband. The doctor says the baby coming on its way. He won't inherit it because nobody can inherit Hank's kind of trouble. His mind sickness. And I'm not asking for sympathy. I'm just telling you. That's all. I never asked for help. Neither did Hank. Oh, no. He did ask. And the only way he could, he tried to ask, to let me know. But too late. Too late. It was that day he came home so upset. Been married 2 years. We lived on the south side. Well, not really the south side. It was too close to downtown, to the factories and warehouses. But with no kids, it wasn't too bad. No kids. Well, anyway, we'd been married over 2 years. Hank, that you? Oh, hi, darling.
Hi.
Good day at work?
Yeah, sure.
There's something real good for dinner. What are the headlines?
What do you mean?
Oh, I mean, what's the headline in the paper? Oh, Hank, what's wrong, honey? Headache or something?
A gruesome murder.
What?
The headlines. Didn't you ask me what the headlines were?
Oh, yes, honey, sure. But you don't look well. What is it?
What should it be? What's it always? The paper's jammed up to here with murder and killing all the time. Man comes home from work, works hard enough, but a man comes home and sees pictures and columns on a mother and a baby killed near the lake. More than a baby murdered.
But Hank was always like that, one way or another. He gets upset like that when the pressure's too heavy, and when it lets up, he's okay again. Except it didn't let up. Not this time, because a couple of weeks later, it really hit.
Well, that's the last check the boom dropped the sack.
Oh, no.
Yeah, me and about 8 other guys.
Oh, Hank. I'm sorry.
Makes the guy think he doesn't count for much.
Oh, that's not true, darling.
You know, you begin to think on a job that maybe they can't get along without you, that you're pretty important, and the whole place would fold if you left. And then, poof. Bye, sonny boy.
Maybe they had a good reason. If they could have kept you, they would have.
Yeah, sure. You say it, and they say it, and it's right. Only something inside me says it just got kicked, and I don't amount to much at all. Not much at all. Well, I'm plenty, see? Plenty.
Yes, darling, you are. You are plenty. You're the most wonderful man in the world. You know I feel that way, don't you? That I really feel that way.
But then I figure I'm kind of lucky, too. Kind of.
Sure, darling. Sure, honey. Sure you are.
Luckier than the poor guy whose wife got killed with a baby. Luckier than him.
Hank, you can't keep getting upset by that. You can't.
Not that one. A new one. The second one. There's been a second killing near Lincoln Park, just like the first. And the papers are full of it.
Wouldn't you like your dinner?
It's too hot to eat. Too hot to do anything.
But how can you keep up your strength to look for a job if you don't eat enough?
Whole great big brainy city, and mayor and cops and everybody. Can't find him.
Hank, please stop reading about those murders.
Huh? Oh, yeah.
Hank, you're not listening.
Sure I am.
Why don't we go to the beach? Wouldn't it be swell? Or the amusement park? Remember last year we went? That was fun. You winning that Cupid doll and all. It was fun, wasn't it, darling? It was... Can't you stop looking at that paper for a minute?
I just wanted to find out when's the news broadcast. There must be one on now.
No.
What?
We've had enough of those murders, enough of them. You have to stop thinking about them all the time. Every minute, that's all you think about.
Don't tell me what to do. Not like that. Ever.
Oh, Hank, I'm sorry, darling. I said I'm sorry if I...
And the chief of police says it's almost impossible to tell where the maniac will strike next. There has been a few clues to indicate the man might be...
Something was happening to Hank. A man gets kind of dizzy just from being alive sometimes, I guess. It's from being hit too many times by too many things, all kinds of things. Half of them I didn't understand and still don't all the way. Oh, but I should have understood. 3 months later, that summer night, 3 months later.
Look at him. Look at all these papers. All the same story of everybody running around getting no place.
Hank, couldn't you read the newspapers at Walgreens?
No, I couldn't. Bums read papers for free, and I'm no bum. I got a wife, and I'm no bum. I'm somebody. Just understand that, Beth. I'm somebody, and so are you.
Oh, sure, honey. But wouldn't one paper be enough? One a day? They all have the same story mostly, and you spend $1.50 a day on newspapers.
Well, what do you want me to do? I'm trying everything I can. What are you accusing me of? That I'm not a good husband?
No, Hank, no. Nobody's... I'm not accusing you of anything. You mustn't think that.
You act like I did something wrong, that's what. Not just like I wasn't working, but like I was almost a murderer. Like I was that murderer they're all looking for. Oh, it's hot. It's too hot in here.
If you'll let me, I'll open the windows.
Let you? The temperature's over 90. Sure, I'll let you. Why wouldn't I?
You...
Why, what?
Nothing.
Well, don't start to say something and stop. Say it.
Well, you told me to shut it.
I did? I told you to close it? Why would I tell you to close it?
Well, you did, that's all. It isn't important. What's so important about a window being open or closed to make all this argument?
Because I didn't. Oh, what time is it?
10.
Oh, the news.
I don't want to listen to the news.
Would you like a cold glass of beer?
Yeah, beer. A nice, tall glass of beer. Only not here. Not in this house. At Marty's on the corner. That's the place for a beer.
But it costs so much more.
Yeah, I know, darling, but I just got to get out of here. I have to get with people.
Yes, darling, of course. I have some cash, a few dollars. I've been saving it for your birthday. Well, we can celebrate your birthday whenever we want. Sure, honey. Sure, darling. I only had $3.28. Funny to remember it exactly like that. $3.28 that I slipped into his pocket when he wasn't looking. And we had beer with the jukebox banging away and me shaking inside. Shaking. I just kept sipping my one beer and watching Hank. Maybe waiting for him to smile or make a joke, and then I'd know everything was okay. But he never smiled. Didn't even talk. Just drank beer and glared. You know what at? Himself. In the mirror. Just glared at himself until he stood up.
Go home.
Together?
No. You by yourself.
Oh, but Hank, you're kind of tight, darling. Kind of. Come on, let me take your arm.
Don't pull.
Please, Hank.
I said don't pull. Now go on.
He almost ran out of the place. I knew if I followed him, I'd see something terrible. I had to know. I had to know if what I guessed was true. And then I saw him rush up to a cop on Lake Street and scream something at him. I couldn't hear at all, and the crowd was there in no time.
I can't.
Please. Please, let me through.
I can't stand it anymore. I'm telling you.
I'm his wife. Please, let his wife through. Hank, darling, Hank.
Please.
Officer, please. He didn't do anything, officer.
I did it. I can't stand it anymore. I can't stand the killing and the murder anymore. I did it.
I waited in that police station for hours. I waited and wondered because no one told me anything. Except a kindly man. He gave me a cigarette and talked to me. And then hours and hours later, he called me into his office. Can't I see him? Can't I?
In a few minutes.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. I'll never forget you for letting me see him, Mr.
Dr. Broughton. I told you hours ago in the outside office. Did you hear me then?
Oh, yes. Yes, I remember.
And the rest of what I told you?
Please let me see him. He didn't do any harm. He didn't kill anyone. He didn't kill anyone.
We know he didn't, Mrs. Lathrop.
You know? You're sure you know?
Please listen to me.
He didn't kill anybody.
But he could. He might.
How can you say that? Haven't I been through enough? Don't say that to me.
He confessed to 2 murders he did not commit. He admitted to 2 murders he had no part of.
And he didn't do wrong. Nothing wrong.
Will you permit your husband to take treatment?
You're saying he should be put away. You're saying he's crazy.
I'm saying he has an illness. I'm saying he's sick and he can be cured now. Maybe not later, but now he can.
No, all he needs is love and kindness.
Only words. They have no meaning to him right now. They might have once, but not now. Now he only sits, cunning and sharp. Everything is a secret. He should be treated. I should bring him before a board and have him undergo therapy.
I'll fight you. I'll work day and night to get the money, but I'll fight you with lawyers to keep you from disgracing him like that.
You won't have to. As a doctor, I say he's dangerous, but no court would uphold me. He hasn't committed any overt act. To all appearances, he's normal.
He is normal.
He isn't. But we can't make him accept help. You're the only one who can do that.
No.
He can be cured now.
No.
He confessed to murders he fantasied himself as having committed.
He needs love, not psycho doctors like you.
He might easily commit murder if he doesn't get help.
Take me to my husband.
A month, 6 months, a year, I don't know when, but he'll kill Mrs. Lathrop. He'll kill.
took him right home. Sleep. He needed sleep. More sleep than he could ever get. I know that much at least now. And I sat by the bed all the time, wiping his face with cold cloths and waiting and kissing him when he'd start that awful moaning. Love was all he needed. That's what I was so sure about then. So awful sure, while he slept like he'd been hit or something. For 16 hours. 16 straight hours, and I knew he'd be fine, just fine. He couldn't kill, not Hank. Oh, no, he'd be fine. And I remembered from a magazine or something. I had turned on the radio. I remember that music helps people who are upset, kind of. So I turned it on real soft.
Beth?
Yes, darling?
What time is it?
8:30 about.
Have I been sleeping long?
It's 8:30 in the night.
Oh. Do you know why I did it?
It's not important.
Yeah, but it is.
Oh, no, darling. No, it isn't. It's past. It doesn't make any difference.
Showing off. That's what it was. Showing them up. The cops, I mean.
Whatever your reason was, it was yours, and it's all right, honey.
You don't believe me. You don't believe I did it to show them up.
Whatever your reason.
Well, it was the...
Lie back, darling. No, lie back and rest, Hank.
The papers. What do the papers say?
Whatever they'd say, it wouldn't mean anything.
I've got to know. I've got to.
If they're making fun of you, well, they're not, honey. Nobody is. Nobody would. There's nothing to be ashamed of. A silly thing. We all do silly things. It's nothing to be ashamed of.
It's a disgrace. A real disgrace. Nothing. I'm nothing. I even, like a kid, I even feel like I could, like I want to cry.
Cry, darling. A man isn't weak if he cries, darling. He just had too much happen to him. Like women have too much happen, like anybody. Cry. You'll feel better, baby. You will.
I'm weak. No man likes a man who's weak.
No woman likes a man who can't admit he's weak sometimes, honey.
You never saw me cry. I never cried before. I never cried when I was a kid. Never.
I love you, darling. You have to know that. I love you.
You wouldn't leave me, would you?
Never.
You don't believe what that doctor said?
What doctor?
At the police. That doctor.
What did he tell you?
Nothing, but I got the idea. I smelled it. I figured out what he was driving at.
He didn't say much to me.
He's a liar. For publicity, all those guys are alike. Anything for publicity. And I can't blame him. I did it for publicity. Really, that's why don't believe me. I don't know why I did it. I don't know why.
Because you had too many bad things happen in a row. Because you had too much beer. Too much hit you, baby. Too much all at once.
But I don't know why. I felt like somebody should be punished for all those terrible, terrible murders. Like somebody should. Somebody had to.
Listen, we'll move from Chicago. Maybe change our name.
Run away?
Not run away, leave. Put it all in back of us.
Run away like I did something wrong?
I told you not run away. Don't twist what I'm saying. I only said...
That I should run away from here with you. Let them push us away. Oh, nobody pushes me around.
No, Hank, I know that. Nobody does.
And nobody leads me places like a kid, either.
It was only a suggestion.
That doctor tell you to say that to me?
No. I told you that the doctor didn't tell me anything.
You're lying. You're keeping things from me. He must have told you something.
He didn't. Not really. He just said for me to take good care of you, that's all.
First nothing and now something. You lied to me. What else did he say?
I don't know. Nothing, just...
What else? Well, tell me.
I don't... Dr. Broughton said was right, and everything I said was wrong. And I felt sick. I was turning against Hank. When he needed me most, I was turning against him. It wasn't as easy as saying I was turning against him. I had to have some advice. I had to be sure. I needed help. I had to go see Dr. Broughton.
You want to turn him over to me?
No, not that.
Well, then why did you come to see me?
For advice.
Well, you've done what you could. Why don't you make him submit to care, Mrs. Lathrop? There's still time.
Only if he wants to.
Oh, he'll never agree. Not now. Not by himself.
He will. He has to.
Logic doesn't reach him very well.
This is something more than logic. More than doctors or anything else. He'll want to get cured when he knows he's going to be a father. Well, Doctor? Don't you figure it that way, too, Doctor?
Don't tell him.
Not tell him. Not tell him we're going to have a child. Something we both wanted so much.
It might have the wrong effect right now.
Oh, no, it'll make him stronger, make him more sure of
It
himself.
makes some men stronger, make others weaker, less sure and less certain.
Is that all the advice you can give me? Not to tell him, not to tell my husband he's going to be a father?
Tell me honestly, Mrs. Lathrop. In your heart, inside, you feel he's getting better or worse?
That's not fair.
Will you talk to him about getting treatment?
I'm not promising anything.
Will you not mention the baby?
No promises. I said no promise.
He slapped you again. Will you call me?
Goodbye.
It may be your life and his and your child's, Mrs.
When I came home, he didn't even look up. He just kept staring at his hands. I decided maybe I'd let him talk first, so I sat in a chair near the window. There wasn't much to see with buildings all close in, but the air smelled good, and I waited till I almost wanted to scream. Then, for no reason, he got up and went into the kitchen and washed his hands. When he came back and sat down...
A way out. I gotta figure a way out.
Listen, honey, listen. Everything's going to work out fine.
I'll figure it out. It's a man's job to figure it out. I don't need help. It's a man's job.
Hank, I was wondering if maybe we don't need some other help.
What kind of help?
I meant, like...
What kind? What kind? What kind?
Stop.
What?
Stop talking like that.
Like what? Like I'm addled, huh? Like that?
No.
Yes.
Oh, Hank, there are places that help when it gets too tough to figure.
No help. Don't need any help.
It wouldn't hurt.
It's dirty.
Oh, Hank, please try to understand, Hank.
A dirty science.
It isn't. It isn't.
And the magazine. I read it in the magazine. It's a dirty, filthy science.
They lied. It's not.
What do you know? What do you know about anything? Can't even keep a house.
What's wrong with it, Hank? What would you like me to do? Just tell me.
It's dirty. Like everything is dirty.
Oh, I'll clean it every day and wash.
Nothing will get it clean. Never clean again.
Oh, Hank, don't talk like that. You scare me, Hank. Please don't talk like that.
We're all dirty. We'll never get clean.
Listen to me. Listen. You have to come with me.
Why? Because you ask? Why? For you?
For our baby, Hank. For the baby.
Baby. Baby! Come out! Come out here! You lied to me! You lied to me! You cheated and lied to me! Come out! Come out here!
Oh, did it get in my hand? That funny little Cupid doll we won at the beach. Oh, when I wept all the time, how did I find it to stand behind it? How did I raise my arms that weighed like tons of lead? How could I bring it down 1,000 miles down on him? Again and again, down and up and down and up. Again and again and down. Maybe he'll get over it. Maybe his sickness didn't go on too long. Maybe 1,000 and million maybes and ifs and prayers. Dr. Dr. Broughton. He said he could do something. Oh, Dr. Broughton, you will. Dr. Broughton, you must. Dear, good, kind doctor. Doctor.
Suspense. Presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Miss Jean Crane.
Friends, this is Harlow Wilcox again to remind you that Autolite is the world's largest independent manufacturer of automotive electrical equipment. In 28 plants from coast to coast, Autolite makes over 400 products for cars, trucks, tractors, planes, and boats. These include Autolite batteries, including the famous Autolite Stay Full battery, electrical systems used as original factory equipment on many leading makes of our finest cars, a complete line of ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs, including standard and resistor types. Autolite also makes automotive and industrial wire and cable, bumpers and hubcaps, and many more. And all are backed by constant Autolite research and are precision-built to the most exacting standards of quality and performance. So remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
Next week on Suspense, our star will be Mr. Herbert Marshall in the most fantastic spy story ever told, a dramatic report we call Betrayal in Vienna. In weeks to come, we shall also present Mr. Cornell Wilde, Mr. Ray Milland, and Mr. Richard Woodmark, all on Suspense. Suspense is transcribed and directed by Elliot Lewis, with music composed by Lucian Warwick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The Case Study of a Murderer was written for Suspense by Arthur Ross. In tonight's story, William Conrad was heard as Hank and Howard McNear as Dr. Broughton.
Jean Crane and Cary Grant can currently be seen in People Will Talk.
And remember, next week on Suspense, Mr. Herbert Marshall in another story based on actual events, a dramatic report we call Betrayal in Vienna.
For the location of your nearest Autolite battery or spark plug dealer, or your nearest authorized Autolite service station, phone Western Union by number and ask for Operator 25. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
Radio Free Europe is one of our most potent weapons against communist lies. Day after day, this voice of freedom tells the truth to those behind the Iron Curtain. You can aid this vital work by joining the Crusade for Freedom through your local committee or sending a contribution to General Clay, Empire State Building, New York. This is the CBS Radio Network. Autolite and its 96,000 dealers bring you Mr. Herbert Marshall in a story taken from life. Tonight's presentation of Suspense.
Tonight, Autolite presents Betrayal in Vienna, the true story of a man who traitorously destroyed an empire, starring Mr. Herbert Marshall. Well, there's Stanley Smart, baseball's genial genius. How do you like the series, Stan?
The World Series, Hollow?
No. The intricate series of Autolite units that make up the electrical system of your Autolite-equipped car. The system that enables you to start your car, turn on your lights, radio, horn, and heater.
That takes Major League teamwork, Hollow.
And that's the teamwork built into Autolite coils, distributors, and all the other important units that make up the complete electrical systems used as original factory equipment on many leading makes of our finest cars.
And all those units and their thousands of component parts are related like a team by Autolite engineering design and manufacturing skill to give you the smoothest performance money can buy.
Never break up that winning combination, Harlow.
Right you are, Stan. So, friends, if your Autolite-equipped car needs replacement parts, insist on Autolite original factory parts. You'll find it pays. And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with Betrayal in Vienna and the performance of Mr. Herbert Marshall, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
September 15, 1913. Today started much like any other, but one thing I now understand. It will end differently. And more than the day will end, much more. This afternoon I called, as I often do, on the Countess von Lenau. I asked not to be announced and stood unnoticed in the doorway. Her charming salon was crowded with guests and overflowing with music, and the familiar, brilliant scene was suddenly precious to me. Then I heard Lieutenant Haushofer's voice, low but sharp in my ear.
Colonel.
Yes?
We've just received word Helsinger was shot this morning as a spy.
Come. No. What did you hear?
14:26 o'clock. A wireless message from Petersburg to the Russian embassy. May I fetch you something, sir? Water? Here, let me help you to a chair.
No, I'll be all right.
Sir, I know, everyone knows how much Captain Helsinger meant to you. The report said he died with great courage.
Enough?
Yes, sir. They've done us the courtesy of sending his body home. Have you any instructions, sir?
Talk to General Stryker. Arrange a military funeral with all honors.
Of course, sir.
That's all.
Yes, sir.
Oscar Helsinger dead. I'd known, of course, but like a stupid child, I'd hoped and believed some miracle would save him. Somehow I found the strength to leave. It was dusk, the blue hour. Up and down the broad avenues, lights were coming on. I hailed a cab to go to the post office, and sitting alone in the back of the carriage, I suddenly knew I had to leave Vienna. Say goodbye for good. Never had I felt so old. Stopped at the side entrance to the Central Post Office. I told him to wait. Before I went in, I turned the collar of my top coat up and pulled my hat brim down. It was closing time, and the great building was almost deserted. I crossed to the main desk.
Yes, sir?
Opera box number 13. Well, the letter's addressed to opera box number 13.
Yes, of course, sir. I look. One moment.
I'm in a hurry.
Yes, sir, I'm looking. I don't seem to find... You're sure there are letters, sir? I mean, addressed like you said?
Certainly. They've been here weeks. I've been too busy to call for them.
Yes, sir, but I don't...
You're looking on the wrong side. The box to your right there.
Oh, yes, sir. I was confused. I'm sorry. Here you are, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, just a minute.
Yes?
Did you notice, does it look like rain tonight? I mean, did you notice the weather?
The weather? There's not a cloud or breath of wind. Good night. Kaiserhof Cafe. Hurry. I looked back. A man was running across the street toward the post office. I wondered then, had I almost stepped into that abyss which for 2 long years had yawned at my feet? I opened the letters with my penknife. In one envelope, 6,000 kronen. In the other, 8,000. No note, no writing of any kind. I put the money in my wallet, folded the envelopes, and put them in my pocket. 14,000 kronen in my pocket. 300,000 in a bank of Rome. I was rich. Very rich. And having made my decision to leave, I was free. At the Kaiserhof Cafe, I changed to another cab, a routine precaution, and went to my hotel.
There I put on my dress uniform for the last time. I looked in the mirror and saluted myself. Said goodbye to being Colonel Alfred Redl, commander of the 8th Corps, creator of the Emperor Franz Joseph's Black Cabinet. Colonel Alfred Redl, a name whispered with terror in every capital of the world. I decided to dine at Holbaum's and asked for a table where I could watch the dancing.
Good evening, Colonel Redl.
Good evening.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I see you don't remember me.
But I do very well. Istanbul, 1909. I sent you there in July, and you remained through November. In your reports, you complained of the heat, but you nevertheless did a good job. Your number was Q41. You're an Austrian citizen. Your mother was Greek. And you speak both Greek and Turkish.
Oh, that's enough, sir. I've won my wager.
Wager?
I told my friend, he's sitting over at that table, that I met you only once, 5 years ago. It was certain you'd remember me. I was right. Your memory's infallible. And what a blessing in your work, Herr Colonel.
A mixed blessing, my friend.
Oh, I see what you mean, sir. I suppose there are some things in every man's life he'd just as soon forget, eh?
Exactly. He was thinking of the innocent follies of a man's youth, while I was thinking, remembering again with icy clarity that day 2 years ago when my secret life began. How I wished I could forget that day. For until then, I enjoyed my life, my friends, most of all my work. For I had created a secret service, which I could have matched with Scotland Yard or the Deuxième Bureau. But that day, I remember it was cool and bright, and I drove early as usual to the Abgründen Gesellschaft, that vast beehive of activity which I directed. I hurried through the many self-locking doors, the labyrinth I had created, the web I had built, until at last I reached the center of the web where I, the spider, lived. There were several people in my outer office, among them Oscar Helsinger, my dearest friend, the person I trusted above any man in the world. When I came in, he embraced me.
Congratulations, Alfred.
For what?
I was telling Lieutenant Haushofer, today's an important anniversary. 6 years to the day since you and I were assigned to counter-espionage.
It is. And I suppose we can congratulate ourselves. Lieutenant Haushofer, do I have any appointments?
There's someone waiting inside. And this man, he's one of the agents you assigned to follow Madame Bough.
Oh, yes. Well, has she been arrested?
Well, no, sir, not yet.
She's still under surveillance?
Well, not exactly, Herr Colonel.
Then tell me exactly.
We don't know where she is. She gave us the slip.
Impossible.
Well, first she went into the flower market, through the east door. We stayed right behind her, Fritz and me.
Idiots. One of you should have covered the front door.
Yes, sir, I know. Inside the market, we lost her in the crowd. And then by luck, I spotted her later near the bridge. Fritz wasn't with me.
You lost her twice.
Well, she's clever, Madame Boudin. She was walking fast and she dropped something. I leaned down to pick it up, and when I looked up, she was gone. It was just her handkerchief she dropped.
I don't care if it was the blueprints of the fortifications on the Marn. On page 31 of my manual, I say that one should never change objectives. Your objective was Madame Boudin, not the contents of her purse.
Yes, sir.
You and the other agent are relieved of further duties. Dismissed.
Yes, sir.
You said someone else waiting for me, Lieutenant Haushofer?
Yes, sir, in your office. It's Major Rakovsky, sir, the new chargé d'affaires at the Russian embassy. Probably a courtesy call.
Oscar, wait for me.
Oh, no hurry, Alfred.
Good morning, Major Rakovsky.
Good morning, Colonel Redl.
Sit down, Major.
Thank you.
Cigar, Major?
No.
Excuse me, then. Now, then, I'm very busy, Rakovsky. Can we come to the point or save it for another day?
To the point. I quite agree. I don't enjoy a chess game when I have my opponent's queen. I have yours, Redl. You're checkmated.
You are sure you don't want a cigar?
I neither smoke cigars nor opium.
Indeed.
Yes. Some men smoke both.
To the point, Major.
That, Herr Redl, is the point. The period. And the sentence preceding this period?
You will henceforth deliver to me, as the representative of the Tsar of the Russias, all secret military plans of the Imperial Austro-Hungarian armies.
Is that all?
For the present?
If I for one moment took you seriously, you wouldn't leave this building alive.
And what's one life, more or less? But the secret of one Alfred Radel, that he is a dope addict. That secret, plus facts, names, places, dates, is in the files of my embassy. Unless you agree, those facts will be brought first to the attention of General Streicher, then to Franz Josef himself. Now, let me assure you, this is no pipe dream, Herr Radel. This is real. And these 20,000 gold kronen are also real. We'll arrange future payments through the post office. You wonder why we pay when we don't have to, huh? Well, because the money will be some consolation for you, and we are not unfriendly. Oh, come here, Radel. You needn't fear you'll be discovered. Who'd suspect a man in your position? Well, I know this has been sudden, but you realize you have no choice.
No choice.
1 week from today, then, at the Este Cafe on Birkenstrasse. They'll be there at 2. Good day, Herr Radel.
Oh, Alfred, you finished?
Uh-huh. Oh, yes, finished.
Why, you look pale, Alfred. I didn't notice before.
I'm tired.
Oh, you work too hard. Oh, I have a gift for you. Special memento for today. For the anniversary I mentioned. Here, it's a penknife.
A knife?
You're thinking of the old saying about a knife between friends. But it doesn't mean friends like you and me. You know, I wanted to have that silk sheath embroidered with your name and insignia, but there wasn't time. I can still have it done.
No need. No, I'll have it done. It's a beautiful piece of work. The knife.
I thought so.
Oscar, tell me. What creature devours spiders?
Why, I don't know.
I'll tell you, Oscar. Another spider. Spiders devour everything. Even their own.
Lite is bringing you Mr. Herbert Marshall in Betrayal in Vienna. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Say, Harlow, who's the league standout?
Why, that famous Autolite electrical system, Stan. Every part matches perfectly to give your car the smoothest performance money can buy.
And all the players on the Autolite team are related.
You bet they are, Stan. The Autolite coil, distributor, and all the other important units and their thousands of component parts are related by Autolite engineering design and manufacturing skill, and are used as original factory equipment on many leading makes of our finest cars.
That Autolite electrical system is as vital as a tie-breaking homer, Harlow.
And, friends, because that electrical system is so important to the smooth and efficient operation of your car, why not treat it to a periodic checkup? See your car dealer or visit your nearest authorized Autolite service station. You can find the name of your nearest Autolite service station in the classified section of your telephone directory. Or call Western Union by number and ask for Operator 25. She'll quickly tell you the address of the authorized Autolite service station nearest you. And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Herbert Marshall in Elliot Lewis's production of Betrayal in Vienna. A dramatic report well calculated to keep you in suspense.
The spider, devouring even my own, betraying my own, my country, my friends. But it's not really hard to betray your friends, not at first. The world doesn't change for you overnight. The sun shines in the morning and warms you. And a woman is still beautiful. Everything goes on as it did for a while. For myself, I constructed excuses. That plan for the three-pronged invasion of Serbia, which I handed over, can be changed. Then the Russians' information will be useless. As soon as I conquer the opium habit, and I am conquering it, I'll be free. Yes, I explained to myself, comforted myself. But still at night, I often felt a chill go through me. For in the dark corners of my mind, I knew I was a traitor to my people, my friends, my country.
Radel, we have decided on the following plan. You'll arrest one of our spies, a certain Austrian named Zane. You'll put him on trial. You may sentence him to death.
Am I permitted to ask why?
Zane is expendable, shall we say? But that's not our major purpose. You're a master at intrigue. Suppose you give me your guess.
I will catch a Russian spy. I will force him into confession, since I will know everything about him using your files. The public will be amazed, shocked, pleased. I will be an even greater hero, and therefore more valuable to you.
Radel, I fully believe you are worth the 100,000 kronen a year we pay you.
It's a small price for the destruction of an empire.
If I may be so bold, Herr Radel, that's the first stupid statement I've ever heard you make. You're not destroying this empire. Corruption and decadence are doing that. 1,001 corruptions, not yours alone.
Are we more corrupt than you?
We are not corrupt, in my opinion.
Then you are a fool.
Perhaps. But I'm a fool who's calling the tune, whereas you're a wise man who's dancing to it. Am I right, Herr Radel?
He was right. I danced to his tune. I had to. I ordered the arrest of the Austrian citizen Adolf Zane. He went on trial, charged with treason, with betrayal of his country to the Russians. The trial was an enormous success. I stunned the court and astonished the world with my knowledge of Zane. I knew every step he'd taken for the past 5 years, every penny he'd collected, every secret he'd sold.
But how could you know this? How could you possibly know it? Unless...
Confine yourself to answering questions, I'd say. Proceed, Colonel Radel.
On the 19th of March at 11 p.m., you turned over to a Russian representative all the correspondence. The most secret correspondence between our beloved emperor and the Kaiser of the Germans. Isn't that true?
Yes, it's true. But how could you know?
Do you know the penalty for your crime?
Yes.
Tell me.
Death. By hanging.
And what else? What else?
I don't know.
The convicted traitor will be buried in civilian clothes in an unmarked grave.
Colonel, for the love... I wasn't the only one. What about Arnold Sonderheim? He's just as guilty as I am.
You will answer questions.
And Hoffman Kish. He's been a spy for 2 years, right in the bureau.
Colonel Radel, if this man has accomplices, surely the court wishes to hear.
Of course, Your Honor, but...
While it cannot save this miserable man's life to tell us their names, it will in some way redeem him in the eyes of his countrymen. Proceed, Adolf Zane.
It wasn't that I was afraid he would betray me. He didn't know. Nobody knew except Major Rakovsky himself. But I had been ordered to arrest one spy, try one spy, have one spy executed. And now he was implicating others. When the trial ended, I was congratulated by the Crown Prince himself. I was the most celebrated man in the empire. But at 3 that morning, I was summoned to a meeting.
You fool. We gave you Zane, not Sonderheim and Kish.
I could not control him.
You had the brains you pretend you... No, never mind. The damage is done. Now, we want the name of your top agent in Petersburg.
No.
I hope that was an involuntary no.
I no longer use opium, Major. I'm no longer your man.
Ah? And how about the letters addressed to Opera Box 13, Herr Radel? The letters fat with Cronen you've called for so regularly. You're no longer a dope addict, but you're a traitor, and we can prove it. Now, come, the name of your top agent.
But why? For what?
Your prestige has been built up at great expense to us. Now, we must repair our own prestige.
I won't do it. Plans are one thing. People are another.
No.
Don't be naive. When your Austrian armies march, they'll be sliced to ribbons because of you. Thousands of men will die.
Men I don't know.
Don't trifle with us, Radel. The name.
In Helsingfors, there's a man. Hjalmar Kekkonen.
Nobody. I want your key man.
In Kiev.
Your key man, Radel? Who is in Petersburg?
In Petersburg? No one in Petersburg.
There is. That much we know. His name. His name.
There is an importer on the Nevsky Prospect. His name is Mirachinsky. He is our top agent. His real name is Oscar Helsinger. He is my friend. When Oscar was arrested, he smuggled a message out to me. Alfred, someone close to you betrayed me. Find out who. I thought then of suicide, but I waited, hoping for some miracle. Then today, word came that he was dead. And I knew there was nothing left for me in Vienna. But in Italy, in the sun, I didn't finish my dinner. I decided to pack and leave Vienna immediately and catch the train for Rome that leaves short after midnight. At my hotel, I started across the great, bright, nearly deserted lobby.
Colonel Radel?
Yes?
We found this silk thing. Looks like a knife sheath. Is it yours?
Where did you find it? I must have dropped it when I left my room. I value it a great deal. You see, it was a gift from a friend. From a dead friend, betrayed by me. His dead hand reaching out to trap me. For at that moment I knew I was lost. Knew with dreadful certainty where I had dropped the sheath. In the cab, the fiacre I took from the post office. It had been found there by... Slowly I looked around the lobby and saw them. Drably dressed men, too obviously not looking in my direction. The postal clerk had signaled them when I called for the letters. They'd arrived too late, but somehow, by some stroke of impossible luck, they'd found the cab I took. And they'd traced me to my hotel.
There's your elevator, sir.
I'm not going up.
Yes, sir?
I've a headache. I think I'll take a walk. When I went out through the big revolving door, I knew without looking that the two men were behind me. My boots rang on the paving, but when I stopped, their footsteps sounded a moment behind me. I crossed the park. They followed. I knew they wouldn't kill me in the street. The government wouldn't risk the scandal. But with pain and pride, I knew, too, they would surely kill me somewhere. For men from the organization I had created would follow their quarry to the ends of the earth. I ducked in through a great coffee house and cut out another door. One was waiting there. The other followed me through. I tried to trick them then by tearing the envelopes to bits. The envelopes marked opera box number 13, strewing the paper in their path. But they were well trained by me. They never faltered. They left the evidence blowing down the dark street in order not to lose their man. Then I knew it was hopeless. I went back to my hotel and sat down in my room to wait. The door is unlocked. Gentlemen, I've been expecting you. Good evening, Prince Otto. Good evening, General. Good evening, Lieutenant Hausdorfer.
Colonel Radel, we would like a complete account of all your activities.
I will write an account, if you'll permit me the time.
Of course.
Colonel, how could you have done it?
It wasn't difficult. Treason takes over a man's heart as the camel invaded the poor Arab's tent. A little at a time. First, a man betrays himself.
But how, sir? A man like you.
I indulged myself. I was an opium addict. Committed to opium, I was forced to commit myself further.
Have you a gun, Colonel?
That's the best way, of course.
Have you a gun?
No, sir.
Lieutenant?
I have a Luger. General Stryker, I believe, carries a Mauser.
I prefer the Luger.
Here you are, then, sir.
Come, gentlemen. We will wait downstairs.
Now it is all written down. Outside the cathedral is striking midnight. Midnight, September 15, 1913. I look out over the sleeping city, east to where the sky will pale before the rising sun. There in the east, the Russians are ready. To the west, facing our German ally, the French too are ready. I have made them so. In 6 months, in a year, 2 years at the most, those armies will march. Whatever the outcome, I will have made my contribution, but I won't be here to see it. I'll lie in an unmarked grave. I've said goodbye to Vienna, to all I loved. Now it is time to say goodbye to Alfred Redl. When I snap off the safety on this gun, when I pull the trigger, it'll be the end of an empire, of an era.
Suspense. Presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Herbert Marshall.
Friends, this is World Series Wilcox again to remind you that Autolite is the world's largest independent manufacturer of automotive electrical equipment. In 28 plants from coast to coast, Autolite makes over 400 products for cars, trucks, tractors, planes, and boats. These include complete electrical systems, Autolite batteries, such as the famous Autolite Stay Full, and a complete line of ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs, both standard and resistor types. Autolite also makes automotive wire and cable, bumpers and hubcaps, electric windshield wiper motors, and many more. And all are backed by constant Autolite research and precision built to highest standards of quality and performance. So remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
Next week on Suspense, our star will be Mr. Cornell Wilde in another story based on actual events, The Terrifying Study of a Pyromaniac, a dramatic report we call The Flame. In weeks to come, we shall also present Mr. Ray Milland and Mr. Richard Widmark, all on Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with music composed by Lucien Moraweck and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Betrayal in Vienna was adapted for Suspense by Sylvia Richards, from research gathered by Dana Lee Thomas. Featured in tonight's cast were Ben Wright, Joseph Kearns, William Johnstone, Herb Butterfield, Charles Davis, John Stevenson, and Byron Kane.
Herbert Marshall may be heard each week on his own radio program, The Man Called X.
And remember next week on Suspense, Mr. Cornell Wilde in another story based on actual events, a dramatic report we call The Flame.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers bring you Mr. Cornell Wilde in a story taken from life. Tonight's presentation of Suspense.
Tonight, Autolite presents The Flame, the terrifying study of a pyromaniac, starring Mr. Cornell Wilde.
Well, strip my clutch. It's Oscar, the orating auto. Where are you going, Oscar?
To see my Autolite spark plug dealer, Harlow. Winter's coming fast, and I want to be ready for it.
Then not a bit too soon for a change of oil and grease, antifreeze.
And check those spark plugs, too.
You said it, Johnny Plug Check. The spark plugs are the heart of your car's ignition system. If they're right, your chances of starting are better than ever, even in coldest weather.
If they're not right, Harlow.
Well, then, my curious car, your Autolite spark plug dealer will recommend ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs to give you smoother performance, quick starts, and gas savings.
Well, I'm off to visit my Autolite spark plug dealer, Harlow.
Right, and friends, you should too. You can quickly find his name by calling Western Union by number and asking for operator 25. She'll tell you the name of your nearest Autolite spark plug dealer who's ready to winterize your car. And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with The Flame and the performance of Mr. Cornell Wilde, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
I guess so. I don't know. I just got here. You know, mister?
The first floor.
What a mess. Wonder how it got started.
Oh, some joker in bed with a lit cigarette. I probably fell asleep. No, that wasn't the way it started. Oh, was it? Hey, you mean...
to take more than a little cigarette to start a fire like that. But the whole apartment building's just about gone.
Maybe the guy who owns the building started it, for the insurance and all. He didn't have anything to do with it.
Hey, look at it burn with it.
Makes kind of a pretty pattern against the sky, though, doesn't it? Pretty pattern? Hey, are you kidding?
Hey, what are you doing?
What?
I said, what are you doing with that paper?
Oh, I'm drawing. I'm drawing a picture of the fire. The big, heavy man in the turtleneck sweater got flushed in the face. Red, just like the fire across the street. It was burning big now. They went climbing high, way up so high it was going to touch off the sky, too. And just when it reached its peak, they put it out. Then there were big, black, ugly clouds of smoke. But I had the picture I'd drawn of the fire, just a pencil sketch. I'd color it when I got home, just the way I remembered it, with reds, oranges, and pinks. So I go home. But when I get there, my sister Mary Lee is still up. She's in her robe. She should be in bed. She has to get up and go to work early in the morning. Why is she up at this hour?
Andy?
Yes, Mary Lee?
Where have you been all night? I had supper ready. You promised me you'd be home. What happened? Andy, just don't stand there. I asked you what happened.
Nothing happened. I just went for a walk.
What are you so upset about?
Nothing. Just leave me alone, Mary Lee. Do you have to nag at me all the time?
I'm not nagging you, Andy. I'm just worried, and I get nervous when I worry, that's all.
Forget it. I'm home, and I'm all right, so don't worry yourself anymore, okay?
Okay, Andy. Wait a minute. I wanted to ask you for a big favor.
Well, can't you ask me tomorrow morning, Mary Lee? I'm awful tired.
You know Mr. Boyajian, the dry goods store man, Andy?
Well, sure, I know. I'm one of my favorite people. What about him?
This morning they took his wife to the hospital.
Oh, to the hospital? What for?
She's sick, very sick, Andy. Tonight on the way home from work, Mr. Boyajian stopped me and asked me if I'd talk to you about helping him.
Well, help him out? Sure, I will, but how?
Well, he may have to spend some time at the hospital with her. He doesn't have anybody he can leave in the shop to take care of it. He thought maybe you'd help him out, Andy.
Well, that'd be all right with me, Mary Lee, but I don't know anything about the dry goods business.
It isn't hard, Andy. I told him I thought you wouldn't mind at all. Besides, it'll give you a little something to do to keep you busy. You won't have to...
Go ahead, say it. You won't have to roam the streets like a bum, just like Pa used to yell at me. All right, I like Mr. Boyajian, Mary Lee. I'll watch his store for him. Mr. Boyajian was a man who looked like Santa Claus. He had small eyes and big red cheeks. He laughed all the time, and when he laughed, his small eyes got big, and they twinkled just like the stars. Or the flash of a flame when you strike a match, and it suddenly flares up with colors and warmth. And you get a funny sensation in your stomach. That was Mr. Boyajian, the man who owned the dry goods store on Union Street. The following morning, Mr. Boyajan wasn't laughing, and there was no twinkle in his eyes. He looked sad sitting behind the counter. Mr. Boyajan?
Oh, Andy, it's you.
Hello.
Excuse me, Andy. My mind, it's not on what's happening. It's on this music. I'm far away when I listen.
The music?
Yes. It's the kind of music that the missus and I used to dance to when we was like your age. It's a folks dance, Andy, from the old country.
It's pretty. I like it. Mr. Boyajan, about your wife, I'm sorry she's sick.
You're sorry? Huh? Everybody is sorry, Andy. The whole neighborhood. Everybody tells me how sorry they are. But me, I'm sorry most of all.
Is it very serious?
Yes, very.
Well, don't worry. They'll take good care of her at the hospital, I know.
Oh, I'm sure they will.
She'll have the best there is to offer.
Well, she would if I could afford it.
Afford it?
Yes. You see, this sickness needs a special kind of doctor. This special doctor costs extra money.
Oh.
And it's the kind of money that I, as proprietor of this small dry goods store, do not have.
I wish there was something I could do.
Oh. You're a good boy with a good heart, Andy. I wish I could have had a son like you.
Oh. Thank you, Mr. Boyajan. Gee, thanks.
I don't make the money I used to make. I can't work as hard. Sometimes I think I would be better off if this place should burn down and I should get the insurance money.
Insurance money?
From the fire insurance company.
I never thought of that.
You never thought of what, Andy?
What I meant was that I never thought of things like fire insurance.
Of course. To do a thing like this, to even wish it is against the law. Fire insurance is for the protection.
Of course.
Well, Andy, if you have come to stay, I will go to the hospital.
Well, go right ahead, Mr. Boyajan. I'll take care of everything. You just leave everything to me. Mr. Boyajan looked so sad and tired as he walked out the door. Why did there have to be terrible things like this in the world? Why couldn't everything be beautiful and good? Beautiful and good like a nice big fire. Clean, warm, burning all the evil and hurt. It was so simple. I had to laugh. I decided I'd use the plumber's candle and the celluloid. That way all of the evidence would be destroyed and there'd be no way of investigating the claim. I started to get excited about it. I bought what I needed and went home. I got out Mary Lee's cake tin, went in my room and started to experiment.
Andy, I wonder if you'd run down to... What are you doing?
What?
What are you doing? Trying to start a fire?
Well, nothing, Mary Lee. Nothing at all. Just a little gag.
Gag? With my best cake tin.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Gag for what?
Well, Needles and I, we had...
Andy, you've been down at that pool room again, haven't you?
So?
Andy, what's the matter with you? Why aren't you like other men?
What do you mean?
I mean other fellows your age. They're out getting jobs, doing things. All you do is hang out at that pool room down by the Sound. Take walks at night. Draw pictures.
What's wrong with my drawing pictures? Does it offend you?
I don't know. I'm so disgusted I don't know anything.
You're so right. You don't know anything. You're just like Pa. You look like him and you act like him. You don't know anything. You're just like Pa.
Shut up.
Get out of my room. Get out before I kill you. I took a long walk. I thought about leaving Mary Lee, going away, but I remembered that I had no place to go. I found myself down by the shipping piers. I noticed a small barge loaded with crates of some kind, wooden crates. It looked beautiful. The red flames licking against blue sky and blue waters. I felt better now. I started for home. I began to make plans for Mr. Boyajan's store. I had the equipment, but I needed his key. I had to get his key without him suspecting a thing. It wouldn't be good for Mr. Boyajan to know what I was going to do. He might try to stop me. I was sure he didn't like fires as much as I did. The next afternoon in the store, just before I was ready to leave, I asked him about the key.
Key, Andy?
Yes, Mr. Boyajan.
But a key what for, Andy?
Well, I thought that maybe tomorrow morning you'd like to go over to the hospital earlier. I could open up the store for you.
Oh, Andy, already you have done so much for me. It's nice.
No trouble at all. Believe me, Mr. Boyajan, no trouble at all. I'd be happy to do it.
You know, to tell the truth, I would like to get over a little earlier. I certainly would. Well, Andy, like I said before, you are such a good boy. There never was such a good boy with a big heart.
You're the only person who's ever said that to me, Mr. Boyajan.
This I know is a joke you tell on me. Here. I will give you Mrs. Boyajan's key. Now, how is that?
Oh, fine, and don't you worry about a thing. I'll sell out tomorrow. I'll make you lots of money. I joked with Mary Lee at dinner that night. It surprised her, but it put her in a good mood. The nice part about the plumber's candle was that I could measure it to burn at any time. An hour would be plenty of time. About 9:30, I told Mary Lee I was going down to the corner drugstore for a few minutes. And down on Union, I waited until the block was almost deserted. Then I let myself into the dry goods store. Mr. Boyajan had a crate of little girls' dresses he just received. It would be perfect tinder. I lined the strips of celluloid up and set the plumber's candle on top of the crate. Then I struck a match and lit the candle. I watched the flame burn for just a moment. Then I went back up to the apartment and waited. Mary Lee was darning some socks. I sat for almost an hour coloring my pictures, getting nervous. And when it was time, I asked Mary Lee to go get some ice cream with me. When we got down to the street... Mary Lee, look, it's a fire.
What?
Come on.
What? Andy, I hate fires. I hope it's a false alarm.
No, it's not false. Look, there's smoke, plenty of smoke. Hey, there it is, Mary Lee. There it is, right over there.
Andy, it's Mr. Boyajan's dry goods store.
Well, for heaven's sakes, what do you know, Mr. Boyajan's dry goods store?
Oh, isn't that terrible? Poor Mr. Boyajan. He hasn't got enough trouble as it is.
Don't feel sorry for him, Mary Lee. He's got insurance.
I know, but how'd you know?
Oh, we got to talking the other day. He told me about it.
Hey, Andy, what do you say? Hot one, huh?
Oh, hello, Needles. Yeah, real hot.
Andy, who's that they're carrying out?
The old man.
Mr. Boyajan?
Yeah, somebody said he was passing by on his way home. He saw the fire and rushed inside to try to put it out. Crazy thing to do.
Is he? Oh, no.
Look at those flames. Look up at the sky, would you? Just like a torch. Just like a torch. It's beautiful.
Lite is bringing you Mr. Cornell Wilde in The Flame, tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Say hello. I'm really set for cold weather now.
Ah, winterized by your Autolite spark plug dealer, eh, Oscar?
Yep. He changed my oil, grease, and put in antifreeze.
And check those spark plugs, too.
And that's important, Johnny Plug Check. When spark plugs are right, your chances of starting are better than ever in cold weather.
And mine are really right, Harlow. My Autolite spark plug dealer replaced my worn-out spark plugs with world-famous Autolite spark plugs.
For smoother performance, quick starts, and gas savings. Autolite spark plugs are ignition engineered and used as original factory equipment on many leading makes of our finest cars. So, friends, get your car winterized now.
And check those spark plugs, too.
Right, Johnny. And your neighborhood Autolite spark plug dealer is the only one with the exclusive Autolite plug check indicator to tell you instantly if your spark plugs are right for your type of driving. And he's the only one who can offer you a choice of standard or resistor type, ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. Remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Cornell Wilde in Elliot Lewis's production of The Flame, a dramatic report well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Everybody in our neighborhood felt sorry about poor Mr. Boyajan. I wish he hadn't tried to put out the fire. I didn't go to the hospital with Mary Lee to see his wife, but I did go to Mr. Boyajan's funeral a couple of days later. He didn't look worried anymore. Instead, he looked very peaceful lying in his casket. I must admit, I did feel some remorse, but the thing that bothered me most of all was the fact I hadn't been able to draw a picture of the fire. It was the following Friday night that I dropped into the pool room down near the Sound. Needles was all alone.
Hi, Hotshot.
Hi, Needles.
Want to play some pool?
Okay.
Hey, where you been? Been seeing you around since the funeral.
Oh, here and there.
Uh-huh. Hey, you shoot first, Andy.
Okay.
Hey, you know, that was tough about old man Boyajan, huh?
Too bad. He shouldn't have tried to put it out.
You know, at first I thought the old guy started it himself. You know, to collect the fire insurance dough. But I guess he didn't.
Mrs. Boyajan will get the money, though, won't she?
Oh, you never could tell. There were some fire insurance coppers around a couple of days ago asking questions. They'll investigate before they pay off. Hey, it's your shot.
Huh? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they talked to a lot of people in the neighborhood. Did they talk to you, Andy? You were working for him, weren't you?
Helping him out so he could go to the hospital.
They'll probably find out if it was a cooked-up thing or not.
What do you mean, cooked-up thing?
Well, you still can't toss out the idea that maybe Boyajan himself started the fire.
He didn't.
How do you know? He got burned, didn't he? Maybe he got caught or trapped, couldn't get out. Hey, your shot, Andy.
That's ridiculous. He couldn't have started it.
How do you know?
He couldn't have. He just couldn't have.
Why?
Because he...
Yeah, Andy? Because?
Nothing. Shoot, Needles.
Because you started it? Is that maybe why?
I said shoot, Needles.
What did you want to do, Andy? Help the old guy out?
I said shoot.
Well, that was right decent of you, Andy. And a mighty fine job, too. How much were you in for?
I wasn't in for anything.
Sure, just for kicks, huh?
Listen, Needles, don't get me mad.
Hey, put down that cue. I was only kidding. You start fires just for kicks, huh, Andy? That's a laugh. Sure, Andy, don't get sore. I was only kidding.
Needles was the type of guy that got into all kinds of trouble. I wish he didn't get on my nerves so much. When I got home later and opened the door to the apartment, I suddenly got a funny feeling. I didn't know what it was, but I was sure it had something to do with the man who was sitting in the living room with my sister. And when she introduced him as Inspector Shapiro of the fire insurance company, I knew why I had the strange feeling in my stomach.
He's investigating about the fire in Mr. Boyajan's store, Andy.
Oh, Mr. Boyajan was one of my very best friends. I was very sorry about...
I understand.
I went to the funeral.
Before we can pay Mrs. Boyajan the money she has coming, I have to make sure the fire wasn't started purposely.
Purposely?
He means somebody did it just to collect the money.
Oh.
So far, we haven't been able to learn how it was started.
I see.
Andy, the night of the fire, where were you?
I can answer that, Inspector. He was right here in this room with me.
I see.
I remember. I was darning some socks, and Andy was drawing.
Oh, and Mary Lee, he doesn't want to hear about that.
He loves to draw.
You want to be an artist?
Well, no, I just like to draw.
I see. You worked for Mr. Boyajian while his wife was in the hospital. At least that's what your sister told me.
I did it to help him out, Inspector Shapiro. I didn't do it for the money.
Did anyone come in while you were there? Someone who may have talked to him?
Inspector Shapiro, if you're trying to prove that Mr. Boyajian started that fire himself, you're wrong. He wasn't that kind of man. I know he didn't start the fire.
I guess you're a blind alley for us, too. I'd hoped you'd be able to shed some light on the case.
I'm sorry, but believe me, Inspector, when I tell you Mr. Boyajian didn't start that fire, for one thing, would a man burn himself up in a fire he starts? That'd be a crazy thing to do, wouldn't it?
Yes, Andy. Definitely a crazy thing to do.
Inspector Shapiro was not a stupid man. I could see that. I was going to have to be a little more careful for a little while anyway, until the investigation was over. I hoped that nothing would go wrong, that Mrs. Boyajian would get the money. About 2 weeks later, I saw Needles was standing in front of the pool room down near the Sound. He called me over. Said he had something very important to talk to me about. We went in the back room of the pool room. He closed the door and...
Cigarette, Andy?
You know I don't smoke, Needles.
Of course not, pal. Of course not. Well, Hotshot, how's firebugging these days, huh?
Is that supposed to be a cute remark, Needles?
What's the matter? Can't you take a little kid?
Not that kind. What's the idea of striking the matches?
Huh? Oh, it's just a nervous habit, I guess. Yeah, it's a nervous habit. Pretty flame, huh, Andy?
Say what you have to say.
I was thinking about poor Mrs. Boyajian, Andy. What if they hold up the claim, huh? Poor Mrs. Boyajian.
Stop speaking in riddles.
I got a friend, Andy. He owns a small warehouse a couple of blocks from here. He don't make much money with his small warehouse, and he'd like to get rid of it. One night his place burns down, just like that. He's very, very sad. But then he gets happy because he collects quite a bit of fire insurance.
Fire insurance?
Yeah, fire insurance. My friend would pay good money if his warehouse burned down. Good money.
He would?
You could help out poor Mrs. Boyajian, Andy.
I don't know.
And just think of the fun you'll have. A flame, and you'll make it.
I'll make it.
That's right, Andy.
Next Friday night seemed like a very long way off. A couple of times I wanted to go for walks, but then I kept thinking about the big one I was going to make on Friday night, and I decided not to go for any walks. I got some money from Needles and bought all the stuff I needed, the celluloid and the plumber's candles. I met Needles' friend on Thursday. He took me on a tour of the warehouse. It was a 3-story building. When I finished going through it, I decided it would be best to start 2 fires on the 3rd floor and 1 on the 1st. When I got home, I let myself in, but I didn't close the door because I heard voices coming from my room. It was Mary Lee in a voice that gave me a funny feeling.
You never bothered to look at this scrapbook?
Why? He draws pictures.
Your brother's a very dangerous man.
I never suspected anything. I never bothered to look at the pictures he's drawn.
He'll have to be turned over to the authorities. They'll give him proper medical treatment. He's a dangerous man with a dangerous sickness.
I got to call Needles. I had to act now and act fast. I called Needles and told him we had to burn his friend's warehouse tonight. Tomorrow night would be no good because I'd have to leave Seattle now. He didn't want to at first because we hadn't planned it that way, but then he finally agreed. He met me in front of the warehouse a little before 9. I set 2 fires up on the 3rd floor, and then we went down to the 1st, and I started another one.
Hey, come on.
No, wait. Let's watch it for a while.
Are you crazy? This place is gonna go up like a tinderbox. We're liable to get caught.
I said I want to watch it for a while. I'm going to draw a picture.
Oh, you're loony as a nut. Come on, Andy. Let's get out of here.
Well, you go ahead, Needles. I'll be along in a little while.
Come on, Andy. Come on. Don't be crazy.
I'm glad I brought my pencil and pad with me. I think this is going to be a beautiful one. And it was. It had wonderful colors. The flames were all around me now. Not an awful lot of smoke here inside the building. Just flames. Beautiful colors. Just beautiful. Reds, deep reds and blues, greens, yellows. I had a feeling this was going to be my best picture. The most beautiful flames I'd ever seen. Thrilling. And the picture now, just one big flame.
Suspense. Presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Cornell Wilde.
And here he is once again, Mr. Wilde. A splendid and convincing performance, Cornell.
Oh, thank you, Harlow, and thanks to Autolite.
Yes, thanks to Autolite for many things. Smoother performance, quick starts, and gas savings.
Harlow, you're wonderful. You always have something to say about Autolite.
Well, of course, because Autolite makes over 400 products for cars, trucks, tractors, planes, and boats, including the world-famous Autolite Stay Full battery, automotive wire and cable, and many more.
Well, no wonder you always have the right thing to say, Harlow.
Cornell, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
Next week on Suspense, our star will be Mr. Ray Milland in another story based on actual events concerning a British gunboat trapped by communist fire 100 miles from help. A dramatic report we call The Log of the Marn. In weeks to come, we shall also present Mr. Richard Widmark and Mr. John Lund, all on Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by Elliot Lewis, with music composed by Lucian Morowick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The Flame was written for Suspense by Richard George Pedicini. In tonight's story, Kathy Lewis was heard as Mary Lee, Sidney Miller as Needles, and Joseph Kearns as Boyajan. Featured in the cast were Harry Bartell, Bert Holland, and Charles Calvert.
Cornell Wilde will soon be seen starring in the Cecil B. DeMille production, The Greatest Show on Earth.
And remember, next week on Suspense, Mr. Ray Milland in another story based on actual events. A dramatic report we call The Log of the Marn.
For the location of your nearest Autolite battery or spark plug dealer, or your nearest authorized Autolite service station, phone Western Union by number and ask for Operator 25. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
You are about to hear a story based on actual events. To protect the innocent, names and places have been changed.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers bring you Mr. Ray Milland in a story taken from life. Tonight's presentation of Suspense. Tonight, Autolite presents The Log of the Marn, a true story concerning a British gunboat trapped by communist fire 140 miles from help, starring Mr. Ray Milland.
Hi, Harlow. What's that?
Why, Hap, that's my Autolite Stay Full battery, the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
Looks like a sure starter, Harlow.
Dependable as a die, Hap. And what's more, it's famous among car owners everywhere, because the Autolite Stay Full needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. And it gives longer life, too, as proved by tests conducted according to accepted life cycle standards.
Sounds like a winning combination to me, Harlow.
Right you are, Hap, and you can get one at your nearest Autolite battery dealer. He services all makes of batteries. To quickly find his name, just call Western Union by number
and ask for Operator 25. That's me, and I'll gladly tell you the location of your nearest Autolite battery dealer where you can have your battery checked this week.
And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with The Log of the Marn and the performance of Mr. Ray Milland, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
Log entry, HMS Marn, entered this day by Lieutenant Commander James G. Harland, officer in command. According to statements by surviving officers and men, the situation of the vessel during the morning, 20th of June, 1949, was as follows. Marn was proceeding west in the Mingkiang River on a routine supply mission from Fuchao to Yenping. According to edicts issued by the Chinese People's Liberation Army, Marn had more than 14 hours of grace in which to reach her destination. But at 20 minutes past 9, the communist land battery opened fire. The second shell struck the wheelhouse. 3 of the 5 men there were killed. All communication to and from the wheelhouse was destroyed, and the Marn immediately went off course. Meanwhile, 2 consecutive direct hits were suffered by the bridge. All personnel there, including the captain, were either killed or wounded. Second in command, Lieutenant Bennett Moore, in spite of shell fragments in his right lung and side, alone on the bridge, had control of his faculties until the arrival of Lieutenant Hugh Fraser.
Captain, sir. Fraser reporting, sir. Good Lord, Moore.
I'm all right. I've assumed command, Fraser. I'm glad you came up.
Is the captain dead?
Not yet.
How about the others?
Some of them, yes. We're off course, Fraser. I can't contact the wheelhouse. Signal the engine room, will you? Full speed astern, both.
Right. Full speed astern, both.
Get a bearing on the battery. We'll return fire.
No response from the engine room, Moore.
Try again, quickly. We'll run aground.
It's no use, Moore. They don't answer. Something's been damaged. Why is this happening? Why did they fire on us?
I'll try the transmitting station. Bridge, TS. Bridge, TS. Bridge, transmitting station.
Nothing.
No communication at all. Everything's gone. We haven't fired one round back.
I'll try to get down to the engine room. Perhaps I can.
It's no use, Fraser, no use. We're going aground.
15 minutes after the attack was opened, Marn was aground. Neither A guns nor B guns were able to bear on target since her stern was toward the battery. Consequently, X gun was ordered into local control. There was no care for the wounded. The sick bay had been hit. The medical officer and his assistant killed. X-gun got off 3 rounds, then it was hit, the entire gun crew being killed. Small arms were issued since they were the only remaining weapons.
When, sir? You seen the first lieutenant?
Yes, sir. I think he's just forward.
Thank you. Moore?
Oh, yes, Fraser. Over here.
Right. How are you feeling?
I'm all right.
Oh, it's .50 caliber. Wish they would send boarders, then they'd stop firing.
I don't expect them now. They would have sent them. They seem to have decided to reduce us to wreckage. Think we can abandon ship with the wounded? Get to the nationalist side of the river.
No, there aren't enough lifeboats left. They've seen to that, the rotten... So they've stopped.
Why shouldn't they? Look what they've done to us.
June 21st, the following day, I received orders in Hong Kong to proceed by air to Marn and to take along medical supplies and a medical officer, Lieutenant Robert Lamb. Our Sunderland was fired upon as we landed. Although we sustained enough damage to make it impossible to transfer all of the supplies, we considered ourselves fortunate to have half aboard when the flying boat was forced to leave. It was put to immediate use by the MO when I was taken to the officer in command.
In here, sir.
Oh, yes.
We've had to use the radar room as a command center, sir. Almost everything else has been knocked out.
I see. I shall want a complete report on the condition of the ship after I speak to Moore.
Yes, sir.
Do you think he's fit to carry on, Fraser?
Oh, no, sir, no. I'm surprised that he's still alive. He's not able to stand now.
Oh, poor devil.
Here we are, sir.
Who is it?
It's Fraser, Bennett.
I heard a plane, didn't I? I'm sure I did.
Yes. Sunderland brought a doctor and medicine, Bennett. This is Lieutenant Commander Harland, Lieutenant Moore.
Don't try more.
Oh, thank you, sir.
The C&C asked me to convey his admiration for what you've done, Moore.
Oh, thank you, sir. Do I understand that I'm being relieved of my command?
Good Lord, you've done all you can. You're in no condition to go on.
I'm all right, sir. I feel much better than I did yesterday.
I'm sorry, Moore. My orders are to assume command. I can't do anything else.
Yes, sir.
Now, Fraser, I should like to meet with the other executive officers.
There's only one now, sir.
Oh?
Phil's died this morning. There's only Alden and myself now, sir.
I see. Then I shall want to meet him if you could suggest a place.
This is Lieutenant Alden, sir.
How do you do, sir? Oh, how do you do? Sit down, won't you?
Thank you, sir.
You've had quite a go.
Yes, sir. And I don't think any of us would mind if we knew the reason behind it.
We were told that the communists had promised us 14 hours to reach Yenping.
They had.
So we were entirely within our right, but they fired on us.
There's been no explanation. Dispatches were sent to their headquarters immediately we received your message. When were you shelled last?
This morning, when we were sending some of the wounded ashore to the nationalists.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yes, sir. They sent a junk out last night, and we asked them to come back at dawn with some more boats.
They told us they'd see them safely to Foochow, but the men who really need help couldn't go. They were too torn up to live through the journey.
How many did you send?
42, sir.
How many seriously wounded are there?
35, sir.
And how many dead?
31, sir.
Your original complement was 149.
Yes, sir. There are 41 of us left.
I see. But we still have power.
Oh, yes, sir. They fared quite well below decks. But the communication between the bridge and the engine room was knocked out.
Is there anyone aboard who can repair it?
I'm not sure.
Oh, yes, Fraser. Lillis has left.
Oh, I wasn't sure, sir.
He can do it. Are you going to try to refloat her, sir? And make a run for it?
Refloat her, if possible, yes. I'd like to be ready to make a run for it if we're ordered to. What about the guns?
They're all gone, sir.
What about fuel?
Depends on how long we stay, sir. We were to refuel in Yenping.
I'm afraid navigation will be a bit of a problem, sir. The charts were burned.
Well, we shall have to do with what we have, won't we?
Yes, sir.
Then I'd like every available man put to work at once on the foredeck. I'd like everything that is heavy and can be broken loose moved aft. In the meantime, I want any water ballast and all the fuel oil in the forward tanks pumped out.
Over the side, sir?
Yes. I think the loss of fuel oil at the moment is not as important as getting Marn afloat again. June 22nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th were required to repair communications and lighten the bow. Small arms fire raked the decks occasionally and reminded us that the communists were watching our every move. Hoping to put them off guard, I therefore halted all activity until the 2nd of July, and then shortly after midnight, assisted by a moonless night, we raised steam and backed off to anchor without incident. Morale improved immediately. July 15th. An attempt to shift our berth was answered by a 30-minute barrage. It was obvious that the communists would destroy us if we tried to leave. July 18th. Shortly after midday, communist forces were seen crossing the river below us against no nationalist resistance of any kind. Later that same day, they crossed above us as well, and we realized that we were completely cut off. I ordered all ventilation shut off to conserve fuel. July 20th. After a month had passed, we had our first direct contact with the communists. A Major Kung requested me to come ashore to talk with him. I accepted his invitation and met him in a hut a short distance from the river.
I wish to make it clear that your ship will not be molested if she does not move, and that there is no more trouble from your ship.
Trouble?
You realize that this would not have happened if you had not fired first.
I think you're mistaken. You fired first, and I would appreciate safe passage down the river.
I cannot grant you a safe passage. It is up to my superiors. But first, you must admit that you fired first.
July 26th. To conserve our already meager food stores, officers and men were put on half rations. One refrigerator was put out of service to save more fuel. On July 28th, I again met Major Kung.
I talked to my superiors. They tell me you'll give you a safe passage down the river.
Oh. Well, I'm happy to hear that.
You are not too unhappy aboard your ship.
No, not at all.
But you would like to go down the river.
Yes, especially since you have absolutely no reason to hold us here.
I can give you a safe passage if the British side will acknowledge that they invaded Chinese waters without the authority of the Chinese People's Liberation Army. This will be a document.
The word invaded cannot be used. It is the most serious word to use.
There may be some difference between the Chinese wording and the English wording. I am speaking of the Chinese wording.
The word invade means to commit a hostile act, which we did not do. You cannot use the word invade.
Do you admit that your ship was guilty of entering the river?
Guilty of entering the river? It was not a guilty act, and you cannot use the word invade. It means that we are at war, and we are not. We are a friendly nation and always have been.
If you do not wish to cooperate, I suggest that we leave this until a later meeting.
I insist that we continue this discussion.
Then you are ready to admit the British guilt.
I think the subject at hand is your guilt. You are holding a British ship and British subjects under the threat of destruction. You are causing great suffering. Lack of fuel oil has caused me to stop the ventilation system in midsummer. My food is spoiling because I can't run the refrigerators. There's a danger that even drinking water will be unavailable. You are responsible for the condition of that ship and the welfare of the officers and men.
Then you do admit the British guilt?
I do not.
Then I suggest that we leave this for a later meeting. I warn you, too. If you move the ship, every effort will be made to destroy it.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Ray Milland in The Log of the Marn. Tonight's production, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Say, Hap, what's the surest thing in the world?
You got me, Harlow.
Why, starting your car if you've got an Autolite Stay Full battery. Hap, it's tops in dependable starting power.
And it needs water only 3 times a year, eh, Harlow?
Right. Only 3 times a year in normal car use. That's because the Autolite Stay Full has 3 times the liquid reserve of ordinary batteries. And the Autolite Stay Full gives longer life, as proved by tests conducted according to accepted life cycle standards.
There's not a better battery built.
And it's carried by your neighborhood Autolite battery dealer. He services all makes of batteries and has special test equipment.
If a new battery is needed, he also has an Autolite Stay Full for your car. So take a tip from me. See your Autolite battery dealer this week. To quickly find his name, just telephone Western Union by number.
And ask for Operator 25. That's me, and I'll gladly tell you the location of your nearest Autolite battery dealer.
And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Ray Milland in Elliot Lewis's production of The Log of the Marn, a dramatic report well calculated to keep you in suspense.
The entire months of July and August were taken up with trying to maintain life in an all-but-dead ship and in pointless, decisionless meetings with the communists. I, over and over again, repeated my demands for oil. They repeated their demands that I admit British guilt. By September 9th, conditions aboard were quite serious. Officers and men were without any of the conveniences afforded by a modern ship, and they were almost without food. Morale was at its lowest ebb when I heard a shout from the deck.
Junks coming down the river. Junks. I think they're carrying oil.
Captain Harlan, I think they're giving us our oil.
It was Admiralty fuel seized by the communists when they took Yenping. They charged more than 400 pounds for its delivery, but it put life into Marn. The drums were brought aboard by hand pulley and emptied in almost dry tanks. Everyone, officers and men, buckled down to the job. It took 11 hours, and when it was finished, every man on the ship was exhausted, but happier than they'd been for 100 days.
Good morning, sir. You sent for me?
Yes, come in, Fraser.
Yes, sir.
How much fuel oil did we take aboard last night?
296 drums, sir. That's approximately 56 tons.
Yes, well, that should do us nicely.
Oh, yes, sir, it already has. Ventilation's running again. It reached 136 degrees in the engine room yesterday.
Yes, I know it's uncomfortable. Fraser, I'd like to have you arrange a working party.
Yes, sir?
I want the anchor cable lashed with bedding. But first, I want the bedding to be soaked thoroughly in soft soap and grease.
The anchor cables?
Yes. Every time the ship swings at her moorings, the cable screeches and scrapes. It's rather getting on my nerves.
After more than 3 months, it's getting on your nerves, sir?
That's what I want you to tell the men. Fraser, look, old boy, I'm going to break out tonight.
Yes, sir.
When you've put your men to work, bring Alden, Lillis, Lamb, and Nisbet. I'll explain the reasons for my decision. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon of 30th of July, I conferred with the 2 executive officers, the medical officer, engine room artificer Lillis, and the senior telegraphist Nisbet. I want to break out tonight at 10. I've asked you here so I could tell you my reasons why we should. And I want you to give me any reasons why we should not.
I think all of us have had enough of this, sir.
Yes. The delivery of fuel last night was important for 2 reasons. One, at least 47 tons of fuel will be needed to drive us to the open sea. They gave us 56 tons, which really leaves little to spare.
That's right, sir.
Tonight will be the last one for a month, with the phase of the moon ripe for a breakout. The moon is due to set at 11 o'clock. Now, I've decided to slip away at 10, accepting 1 hour of the waning moon as an unavoidable handicap. Now, we'll need every minute of time if we hope to get past the big guns at Liang Kong before dawn.
Yes,
now, rains farther inland have raised the river, and traveling by night without a river pilot will need all the water there is to get us over the mudflats. Lillis.
Yes, sir?
If we come under fire, I shall ask for smoke, understand?
Yes, sir. I think everything's in tip-top shape below decks. We'll do the best we can, sir.
Good. Nisbet.
Yes, sir?
Wireless silence will be enforced until I'm ready to send a message. Then only flash procedure will be used.
Yes, sir.
Lamb and Fraser.
Yes, sir.
I want to make Marn as splinter-proof as possible. Now, see to it that the wireless office, the bridge, and the habitable mess decks are sandbagged. If we haven't enough sand, use mattresses or cushion covers or canvas kit bags, anything.
Yes, sir.
Now, make your preparations as soon as possible, but do no work on deck until after dark. I don't want you to be seen. Alden, Grease all the bright work to cut reflection. Now, you can do that during daylight. After dark, break out canvas and stretch it from the superstructure fore and aft to change our silhouette.
Very good, sir.
Now then, if we are hit and sinking, I will beach the ship if it's possible to save lives. The ship's company will get ashore. Then, I will blow up Marn. If disaster does come, your main object is to reach Fuchao or escape in junks to the open sea. Any questions?
No questions, sir. Just one, sir. I wonder what old Major Kung will say tomorrow when he's dipped to private.
Well, don't underestimate our Major Kung, Fraser. It's entirely possible that he arranged the oil delivery so that we would break out, so they'd have a chance to destroy us.
Oh, I see, sir.
However, pass the word along to the ship's company. And good luck to you all. I hope we make it. At least we'll have a devil of a good shot at it. At 7, I ordered steel helmets to be issued to the men who would be stationed on the upper deck. At 9, I climbed to the bridge to accustom my eyes to the darkness. At 3 minutes past 10, we prepared to leave.
Engine room reports are ready, sir.
Good. Order them to obey telegraphs.
Yes, sir. Engine room, obey telegraphs.
Rudder amidships, Winster.
Amidships, sir.
Half ahead port.
Half ahead port, sir.
Slip anchor cable.
Slip cable, sir. Slip cable. Not a sound, sir. Not a splash.
Half astern starboard.
Half astern starboard, sir.
Hard starboard.
Hard starboard. Hard starboard it is, sir.
Steady as she goes.
Steady as she goes.
Sir.
Yes, Fraser.
The funnel, sir. Spewing sparks.
Oh, blast it. Well, there's nothing we can do about it now. We've started.
They'll see that if they aren't blind, sir. Shall I order alarm?
Not yet. Port 15.
Port 15, sir.
Steady now.
Steady, sir.
Well, we've got round. Half ahead both, 10 knots.
Half ahead both, 10 knots, sir. I don't think they see us, sir. I don't think they do.
It did seem that our departure had gone unnoticed. We passed downstream quietly and without trouble for 15 minutes. But then a flare illuminated the river.
Went up from shore, sir.
Yes, Shuikao. Probably control point. Now the battery, too.
There, sir. Off the port bow. Is that a vessel?
Yes. Yes, it's a patrol craft. Keep it 15 port, Winster.
Yes, sir.
Read the depth reports, Alden. We're closing the beach.
Yes, sir.
Is that a patrol vessel, Fraser?
No, sir. Land battery. There, sir. See the flash?
Yes. Full ahead both.
Full ahead both, sir.
What's the depth, Alden? Give me the readings.
6 fathoms. 6 fathoms. 5.5 fathoms. 5.5 fathoms.
What's the patrol vessel going to do? Set a crash course in that ship and steer into her.
Into her, sir?
I want to pass as close to her as possible. We'll smother her guns. One thing, Fraser. Our trip is no longer secret.
No, sir. The gap's blown, all right. I wish 140 miles lay behind us instead of ahead. But it's better than sitting still, sir.
4.5 fathoms.
Just a bit of starboard wheel now, Winster.
Aye, sir.
We passed Shuikao without sustaining damage. Shortly before 1 in the morning, still at full speed, we passed Kaining under much the same conditions. At 3 o'clock, Langsha. But from the outset, I had dreaded the final problem of passing under the 9-inch guns at Liankong. Searchlights probing the darkness told us before we reached it that they knew we were coming and were waiting. Our only advantage was the breadth of the river at its mouth, and we used it, hugging the north bank and chancing 3 fathom water. I remember that the cool air of the open sea seemed almost tantalizing and unreal. We reached a point directly across from the fort, and one of their searchlights found us. Give me smoke. Make as much black smoke as you can.
Right, sir. Make
Black smoke. As much as you can.
Starboard 20, Winston. Starboard 20.
Starboard 20, sir.
Zigzag. Keep them from getting a fix on us. 5 seconds to starboard, 5 seconds to port. Count them yourself. Count them aloud if you like.
Aye, aye, sir. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, port.
Give me the depth, Alden.
Yes, sir.
1,
2, 3, 4, 8.5 fathoms.
5, starboard.
8.5 fathoms.
2, 3, 4, 5, 1,
Another 30 seconds, sir.
3,
Give us that, and I think we'll be safe.
5, Make more smoke. Starboard.
Make more smoke.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, port.
7 fathoms.
1, 2, 3, for Hong Kong, Fraser. Half speed ahead, both.
Yes, sir. Half speed ahead, both.
I'm going to the wireless room.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Nisbet.
Hello, sir. And congratulations, sir.
Thank you. It is good to feel her roll to the sea again. Nisbet, I want to send a signal to Commander-in-Chief.
Yes, sir.
Have rejoined the fleet.
Yes, sir.
God save the King. I think that's all, Nisbet.
Suspense. Presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Ray Milland.
Hey, Hap, did you hear about the meeting?
Oh, what meeting, Harlow?
Why, the meeting of our American truckers this week in Chicago. You know, Hap, trucking is one of our most important industries, and it's the lifeline of the more than 25,000 American communities which depend on trucks alone for the delivery of their necessities.
And that's not all.
Right you are, Hap. For those careful and competent cargo conveyors can claim an unequaled highway safety record.
Sure, with millions of accident-free miles every year.
And that great record is largely due to the American Trucking Association's never-ending safety campaign, which Autolite is proud to have assisted for over a decade. Autolite salutes the members of the American Trucking Associations and wishes them continued success as the world's finest drivers.
Next week on Suspense, our star will be Mr. Richard Widmark in a dramatization of the most famous of all Texas feuds, a dramatic report we call The Hunting of Bob Lee. In weeks to come, we shall also present Mr. John Hodiak, Mr. Joseph Cotton, and Mr. John Lund, all on Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with music composed by Lucien Morawick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The Log of the Marn was based on the book by Lawrence Earl and was adapted for Suspense by Gil Dow. Story based on actual events. To protect the innocent, names and places have been changed.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers bring you Mr. Richard Widmark in a story taken from life. Tonight's presentation of Suspense.
Tonight, Autolite presents The Hunting of Bob Lee, the true story about the most famous of all Texas feuds, starring Mr. Richard Widmark.
Here it comes, folks. Here it comes.
You're so right, Johnny Plugdeck. Cold weather is on its way.
And now's the time to take your car to your neighborhood Autolite spark plug dealer for a change of oil, grease, some antifreeze.
And check those spark plugs, too.
Right, Johnny, because the spark plugs are the very heart of your car's ignition system. And when they're right, your chances of starting even in coldest weather are better than ever. If your spark plugs are worn out, then your Autolite spark plug dealer will install ignition-engineered, resistor-type, or standard-type Autolite spark plugs for smoother performance, quick starts, and gas savings. So prepare for cold weather driving now.
And check those spark plugs, too.
Yes, friends, see your neighborhood Autolite spark plug dealer this week. Just call Western Union by number and ask for Operator 25. She'll quickly tell you the name and location of your nearest Autolite spark plug dealer. And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with The Hunting of Bob Lee and the performance of Mr. Richard Widmark, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
Wake up, darling Corey, and go get me my gun. I ain't no hand for trouble, but I'll die before I run.
Lee Ranch, Fannin County, June 26, 1868. Editors, Texas News, Bonham, Texas. Gentlemen, if you will permit me the use of your valuable columns, I would like to give a true statement on what is known as the Pilot Grove difficulty. Notwithstanding, there's been no killing in the village except Dr. Pierce. But to begin, I was raised in this state. I came home from the war a hated man, merely because my fortunes had not suffered during the war as had those of my neighbors. And that was the basis for the hatred. I was too prosperous. They used my habit of dressing as an excuse for the first real trouble, for when I rode into the village, into Pilot Grove, I wore a black suit and a hat with a plume in it. It was that hat that started the trouble. They were waiting in front of Nelson's saloon.
Hold up, Lee. We want to talk with you.
Hold there. Hold there. What do you have to say to me?
We want to know who you are to be dressing like that. Are you lording it over us with your fancy suit and a plume in your hat?
Why should I lord it over anybody? I dress the way that pleases me.
No man would ever wear a hat like that. It's for a woman.
I'm wearing it, Evans.
We can see that.
That makes you worse than a woman.
Only one reason you wear it. You think you're better than us. Takes more than a plume to make you better. And I'll see the hat pulled down around your neck.
You want to try that, Evans?
I'll see it there.
You talk mighty brave still up on your horse.
Then I'll get down. Oh, stand there. Whoa.
Don't take it from him, Evans.
Now, Evans, if you or any one of the rest of you think you can tell me how to dress, this is the time to begin.
Go ahead, Evans. We're behind you.
Don't take it from him, Evan. Shove a hat down his throat.
All right, I will.
Good boy, Evan. Get him now.
You got some dirt on you, Lee. Get him now, Evans. Pull him out from under that horse. Pull him out. Come on, he got stepped on. Move that horse. Come on. Pull him out. Pull him out. Come on.
Whatever. Stand there.
The devil. Look at him.
He's dead, boys. Look at the back of his head.
Did you hear that, Lee?
I heard.
Evans is dead.
And you killed him, Lee.
He fell under my horse.
You knocked him there.
Sure you did.
It was a fair fight, and I knocked him down. Your sword was that way.
You killed him, Lee. And we'll get you for it.
He's not the only one who'll die in Pilot Grove. You can remember that, Lee. You pay for this. Isn't that right, boys?
That's right.
Yeah, there's no sense in my talking to you. You all know it was a fair fight, but you've built up a hate. And you'll think what you want to think. So do what you want to do. I'll be waiting.
You won't wait long.
You, Madison. You can give me back my hat. I want to say this strongly, gentlemen. I did not kill Hugh Evans. Those men knew I didn't, or they would have killed me then. They were all armed, but nobody drew a gun. So I left them and I rode back home where my wife and my brother waited for me.
Why did you fight, Bob? Why did you let them make you fight?
I had to, Corey.
Now hold still.
You shouldn't have, Bob. Now they got you Evans dead.
Couldn't help that, Henry.
Hold still.
It's what they've been waiting for, something like this.
Sometimes a man can't sit back.
Sometimes it's smarter to.
A man can't be insulted in the street and sit back. No, I'm not a man for trouble. I came home to live in peace. They started this. I've done nothing that I wasn't pushed into.
The way they're thinking is you kill one of theirs, now they'll kill you if they can.
Then that's what they'll try. There's nothing I can do about the way they're thinking. But I'll wait for them. As this group of men had been known before to raid ranches for profit, I thought they might ride to mine if they were planning retaliation, however groundless. So I prepared accordingly. I sent my 3 ranch hands to take all the horses, saving 2, into hiding a few miles away. And then at nightfall, with lamps unlighted, and with my wife afforded such protection as possible, my brother and I sat down with our rifles at open windows and waited. Now, these might seem to you, gentlemen, unnecessary precautions, but they would not seem so if you knew this band of cutthroats. However, we were relieved sometime after when we heard 2 horses approach the house, saw 2 men dismount in honesty near the front door.
The Union soldiers. What do they want?
I don't know, but put your rifle aside.
Who is it, Bob?
Union soldiers.
Why'd they come here?
We'll find out. Light another lamp, Corey. Evening, men.
We're looking for Bob Lee.
You found him. I'm Bob Lee. What do you want?
Stay here. I've come to take you to Sherman. I have orders to put you under arrest.
Put me under arrest?
For the murder of Hugh Evans.
That was no murder. It was a fair fight, and I knocked him down, but he died by accident.
You'll have a chance to say all that to my officers at Sherman. You'll come peaceably, won't you, Lee?
Of course I'll come peaceably.
Bob.
The Union Army is a just army, and I'll be treated fairly, Corey. That's more than I can expect from Boren and Deere and the others. Of course I'll go peaceably. In truth, I was anxious to yield myself to arrest because I knew that by fair trial, no army court could find me guilty of murder. So I surrendered in good faith, believing in right. But I was soon to learn that those 2 men who took me weaponless from my house were not Union troops at all. They were imposters with forged orders, shaming the uniform. And they turned me over to Boren and 10 or a dozen others in Choctaw Bottom, where I was summarily tied to a tree before a fire.
You can say what you want, Lee, but you'll be thanking us before we're done here.
I'll thank the day that sees the end of you, Boren. And you, Sam Beer and Wilson and Maddox, Lewis Peacock, all of you.
You might have seen your last one. Did you ever think of that?
Are you trying to scare me, Maddox? Because you don't. None of you do.
You want to get yourself killed, Lee?
Never mind, Maddox. Don't listen to him. We brought you here to give you a chance to live.
You give me a chance to live?
That's what I said. Ask the rest of the boys.
Well, what kind of talk is that? To give me a chance to live? You mean you think you hold the right to give anybody a chance to live? You're nothing but filth, all of you.
Filth, is it? I say kill him and be done with it.
Filth! This isn't the time for talk like that, Lee. Some of the boys would just as soon knock your brains out right now.
You don't hear me begging them not to.
Give it to him, boys. Get
Now,
it.
wait. Wait. We brought him here to give him a chance.
Well, then get it over with.
Now, listen to me, Lee. You want to live, don't you? You got a wife to live for. You're young. Man comes back from a war, he doesn't want to die.
Say what you have to say.
Blair there has a paper we're asking you to sign. If you don't sign it, we'll kill you here and now. Get in the firelight, Beer, and read it to him.
This is what those thieves demanded of me in their note. That I sign over to them a bill of sale upon my ranch. The buildings, the cattle and horses, and all other property. and that I promised payable on demand $2,000 in gold, and that I and my family leave the state forever. They threatened to kill me if I did not sign, and also to kill me if I failed to meet the demands. So balancing certain death against probable death in the future, I decided to give them my signature. But I forced myself to suffer their beatings and their insults for 3 long hours, so that they'd get no inkling of a plan that was in my mind. Now, after being released, I thought to set about proving the illegality of the note they held and turn the civil law upon the scoundrels. So in the company of my brother the next morning, I rode into Pilot Grove to inquire about legal counsel. Although we still sought peace, we went armed. I with 2 pistols and a rifle, my brother with 2 pistols. It so happened that I first stopped for information at Nelson's saloon. And in front of there, I saw one of the men from the night before, Jim Maddox. I didn't notice out there if he was armed, but he was not when he followed us in a few minutes later. There he comes, Bob.
I'm unarmed, Lee.
I'm not starting to play, Maddox. But if you feel like backing up some of the things you said last night, I'll loan you a gun.
Come in to say I was sorry about that. The rest of the boys got me riled up. I sure didn't expect to see you in town this morning.
Well, I'm here. I came in to prove that note I signed isn't worth anything.
Be quiet, Bob.
And you can tell Boren and the others that if you've got enough brains to understand.
Well, that note was my idea, Lee. I didn't have nothing to do with it.
Then we've got nothing to talk about. Goodbye.
You talk too much, Bob.
I can't be driven by anybody.
This isn't a time for pride. You got to let them know. First chance you get, you came out on top last night. That's wrong, Bob. Maddox will get to Bourne before... They wanted me to...
Without a chance to draw, Maddox? That's no...
Bob. Bob. What'd you do, Bob? What'd you do?
Wake up, darling Corey, and go.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Richard Widmark in The Hunting of Bob Lee, tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Folks, winterize right now. Please do. And check those important spark plugs, too.
That's potent and pertinent patter, Johnny Plugcheck. Cold weather is coming fast, and it's not a bit too soon to have the oil and grease changed, antifreeze put in.
And check those spark plugs, too.
Right, Johnny, because when they're right, your chances of starting, even in coldest weather, are better than ever. So visit your Autolite spark plug dealer. His exclusive Autolite plug check indicator will instantly show you if your spark plugs are right for the cold driving days ahead. If cleaning or adjustments are needed, he has the latest equipment to do the job quickly. If replacements are needed, he has resistor type or standard type Autolite spark plugs. They're ignition engineered for smoother performance, quick starts, and gas savings. And used as original factory equipment on many leading makes of our finest cars, trucks, and tractors. So plan now to have your car winterized this week. And remember...
Check those spark plugs, too.
Be sure. See your neighborhood Autolite spark plug dealer because from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Richard Widmark in Elliot Lewis's production of The Hunting of Bob Lee, a dramatic report well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Wake up, darling Corey, and
What I am writing you, gentlemen, is the truth. It was a cold-blooded shooting. The bullet entered one side of my face, tearing my cheek and breaking my jawbone. Came out on the other side of my head, just in front of my ear. Maddox left me for dead. And well I might be, had it not been for the timely aid and skill of the late Dr. Pierce, who I mentioned at the beginning. I may add here that this excellent person later who nursed me in his own home, was later killed by this gang. He was murdered in the presence of his family for the reason that he saved my life. In time, I was well enough to return to my ranch. But my face will always be twisted by scars. My cattle had been stolen. One of my hands had been killed. And the other two, frightened, had sought work elsewhere. The difficulty had become a true feud. My wife had been removed to safety in Hunt County, and I was forced to take up arms myself.
I'll stand with you, whatever you say, Bob. We can't be hounded anymore.
I don't see how it can get any worse. Except for one thing, Henry. Once we start out, we can't come back here.
There's nothing to stay for anyway.
All right, then. We'll pack some food and blankets, ride out late this afternoon. It's sure the ranch is being watched, so we'll ride north, as though we're leaving. Then tonight, when we're clear, we'll cross over the Blackjack, come back the other way.
Where to, Bob?
I made a list, Henry. And I put Jim Maddox at the top. Under him, there's Sam Beer, and William Dixon, and Israel Boren, and Louis Peacock. It was at this time that my brother and I were first called outlaws. That is not now, nor never was true. All we wanted was peace, and there was no law and order. We never killed an unarmed man, or never without giving a man a chance. Why, that first night when we got to the Maddox shack, he was alone there with his guns hung up. We could have killed him through the window. This is far enough. I want to go in alone.
I can see how you would.
Yeah, but he might remember my voice. If you knock on his door, and if he asks, you tell him you're John Baldock, that Bourne sent you.
All right, Bob.
Step to the side when he opens.
Who's there? John Baldock. Bourne sent me.
All right. Hey, what?
I've come to clear it up with you and me, Maddox.
I'm not armed.
You said that before. You'll put your gun on.
What if I won't?
Then I'll kill you where you stand. Put it on, you'll have a chance to draw. You don't have to watch me. Turn around. Buckle your gun on. Turn around so you can see where it is.
Bob?
It's all right. He tried to draw from where it was hanging. I think this is a night we'll remember, Henry. Sam Beer's next on the list. Then we moved into Jernigan Thicket for safety because Boren and Peacock and the others had enlisted aid from Kansas. Some 30 strong, we were told, hired killers. So we were forced to move by night. All right, Henry?
I'm all right. I look for him on the right side, you on the left.
We'll go in then.
Bob, there.
Move farther down while we can.
They see us now.
Sam Beer, William Dixon. The Lee brothers have come to clear it up with you and us.
What do you want, Lee?
We want you to stand up from your table and start a play so we won't have to kill you sitting there.
They're going to dump the table.
What are you going to do? Back to the door. You've heard what the Lees have had from these men. If they have any friends here, this is the time to speak up. One day about 12 after that, when my brother and I returned from hunting to the shack in Jernigan Thicket, we were surprised to see Israel Boren waiting for us, unarmed and with his hands in the air.
What does he want?
Hold back, boys. You can see I came in peace.
Then leave in peace, Boren. Whoa there. Hold, stand. Leave, Boren, and come back wearing your gun.
No. Wait, I came in peace.
Hold it. You've got no right to come in peace.
Bob, can't we hear what...
Henry! My brother was killed there in the thicket by rifles hidden in the brush. Boren and his hired gunmen took advantage of the fact that we always gave our enemies a chance and lured us in with an unarmed man. I killed Israel Boren after that, and I looked for Peacock, but I couldn't find him. And then I learned he put $1,000 on my head. And more gunmen came to hunt me from Kansas. I moved to Gibson Thicket, then to Thatcher. And there were so many men I could hardly move at all. And then finally, after 3 months, although I'd vowed that I'd die before I ran, I left the county and rode to see my wife.
Oh, Bob, what have they done? What have they done so that we can't be man and wife and live the way we want to live?
It's finished now. I've seen my brother killed, and I've avenged him. I've done what I can. I can't do any more.
There are things to do. There are places we can go. We started in Fan County. We can start someplace else.
Yes, we can. But I've one more thing I have to do, Carrie. I'll write a letter about this trouble we've had to the newspaper in Bonham. When the people read it, they'll know the truth. That I'm not a criminal. That I wanted peace. And I couldn't have it. And so I say in conclusion that I have done what I can to procure peace. I have been driven farther than most men, I think. And any violence I have done has been justified. And finally, I am still willing to surrender myself to any impartial civil authority at any time, since I know I am right. I'm sorry to take so much of your valuable time in your newspaper space, but a great many people have no idea of the true origin of all this trouble. I remain yours, Robert Lee.
There's no danger here, Bob. Are you sure?
If Peacock had followed, I'd have known. I'm sure, Corey. I'll post the letter, be back in 30 minutes.
Then we can talk about where we'll go.
Well, after 4 months, Corey, I think there should be much to talk about.
Oh, Bob.
You wait in the house.
Please hurry.
I will. You go inside. Come on, boy. Come on.
Wake up, darling Corey, and go get me my gun. I ain't no hand for trouble, but I'll die before I run.
Suspense. A true story of the Old West. Presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Richard Widmark.
That was a powerful story, Richard Widmark. A Western drama we'll remember for a long time.
Thanks, Harlow. I really enjoyed playing Bough. And may I thank the other members of the cast for their wonderful support. They were a great team.
Reminds me of the Autolite team, Dick, working together for better performance.
Yes, I see what you mean.
Yes, Autolite makes over 400 products for cars, trucks, tractors, planes, and boats. And they're engineered to work together perfectly. Autolite makes a complete line of ignition-engineered spark plugs, both standard and resistor types. Autolite batteries, including the famous Autolite Stay Full. In fact, Autolite makes complete electrical systems. No wonder, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
Next week on Suspense, our star will be Mr. Joseph Cotton, as a man who, in a most unusual fashion, tried to clear himself of the suspicion of murder. A dramatic report we call The Trials of Thomas Shaw. In weeks to come, we shall also present Mr. John Hodiak, Mr. John Lund, and Mr. Frank Lovejoy, all on Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with music composed by Lucian Morwick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Miss Terria Lee was the ballad singer. The Hunting of Bob Lee was based on the book by C.L. Sonicson and was adapted for Suspense by Gil Dowd. Featured in tonight's cast were Kathy Lewis, Lou Krugman, Junius Matthews, William Conrad, Harry Bartell, Byron Kane, and Joseph Kearns.
Tonight's appearance of Mr. Widmark was made possible through the kind permission of 20th Century Fox Studios, whose current release is The Desert Fox, starring James Mason.
And remember, next week on Suspense, Mr. Joseph Cotton, in another story based on actual events, a dramatic report we call The Trials of Thomas Shaw.
For the location of your nearest Autolite spark plug or battery dealer, or your nearest authorized Autolite service station, phone Western Union by number and ask for Operator 25. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Suspense.
Tonight, Autolite presents transcribed A Murderous Revision, the story about a man who made a recording of a violent death.
Hi, Hap. Meet the team.
Where?
Why, right under your car's hood, Hap. The Autolite electrical system, the family team of precision-made units, including the coil, distributor, starting motor, and the other parts that make up the complete Autolite electrical system, used as original factory equipment on many leading makes of our finest cars, trucks, and tractors.
What does this team do, Harlow?
Why, Hap, it goes to work for you every time you press the starting switch, sound your horn, or play your radio.
The Autolite electrical system does all that, huh, Harlow?
Right, Hap, because all its units are related like a family team by Autolite engineering, design, and manufacturing skill for the smoothest performance money can buy. So, friends, when your Autolite-equipped car needs replacement parts, insist on Autolite original factory parts, because from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with A Murderous Revision, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
Yeah?
What'd you want to see me for?
Chris, come in. Sit down. You got to hear the show Sunday?
I don't like to listen to the show.
Why not?
Because I don't, that's all.
You missed a good one. I put some zip in that closing scene. I want you to hear it. Got the playback ready. Hand me that record marked part 2, will you?
Sure.
Thanks. I don't know, Chris. I don't make you come to rehearsals. You don't have to sit in the control room all day. The least you could do is listen to the show at home. Well, listen to this now.
George. Honest, I didn't mean it, George.
Get this, Chris. Get
You
this.
mean to say that you didn't really mean it when you told my brother you didn't love him? You forget, Doris, that I heard you, every word, while I was hiding behind the Davenport the night my mother was here.
George, I beg you, don't do this thing. Put down the gun, George.
Oh, this is only what you deserve. You tricked me for the last time, Doris. You tricked me for the last time.
I'll just shut this off.
What did you change it for? What was wrong with the ending the way it was? Why did you change it?
Just take it easy, Chris. I'll tell you why I changed it. Because it was wordy and repetitious. It didn't tell the story. The boys upstairs said that
The boys upstairs, yeah, that's just what I thought. The boys upstairs. They do everything but breathe for you. Did it ever occur to you that maybe people are wordy and repetitious?
Chris, I'm trying to tell you the scene, the way you wrote it, just didn't
play. That's right. All the trade cliches. Drag them out. It didn't live. It didn't play. It didn't make the right goosebumps come out in your left elbow. How did you ever get into this business? Who ever let you into a radio station anyway?
I'll tell you what's wrong with you. What you need is a good psychiatrist.
Don't you tell me I need a psychiatrist. Don't you tell me. Let go of me. I said let go.
You're nuts.
You listen to me, you. For 2 years now, I've turned out a murder a week for you. Week in and week out, a murder a week. I eat murder, talk murder, dream murder, and for what? Every time I turn in a decent script, you chop the heart out of it.
Your contract is up next week, Chris. You've got only one more script to do. Write it and get out.
You'll get better than a script. You'll get everything you deserve. I'm going to show you what a real murder sounds like. I'm going to show you if I have to kill you to do it. Good evening. This is a recording of an actual murder. The first, as far as I know. Not written, not rehearsed, but well planned. It is respectfully dedicated to Mr. Ken Avery, editor and producer of the radio program Murder, Please. This is my last show, Mr. Avery. I'm delivering it to you in its entirety. Cast, music, everything. The events and persons are absolutely real. It's going to be a great show, Mr. Avery. You will hear everything but the climax. I'm speaking into a microphone concealed in my desk, concealed with the other recording equipment I've rented for the occasion. A special microphone is attached to my telephone to enable the listener to hear both ends of any conversation. The music you hear is coming from a high-fidelity phonograph at my side. This program is produced, edited, directed, narrated, engineered, and plotted by Christopher Turner, whose only claim to immortality is this single half hour. And now, Mr. Avery, the leading characters in order of appearance. The murderer, Christopher Turner. The catalytic agent, your daughter, Lois. The victim, yourself. And now, please to begin. Murder, please. Ken, this is Chris.
Now listen, Chris.
I hate to bother you at home, but I wanted to apologize for the way I acted. Why don't you drop over to my office right away?
Sorry, Chris, no go. I put up with your little insanities for 2 years now. Temper tantrums, insults, coming in stowed to the gills. 2 years of that was plenty.
I see. You won't change your mind?
Not a chance. Maybe you can find somebody more patient than I am. Good luck.
Thanks, Ken. Thanks a lot. Lovely opening scene, Mr. Avery. Thank you. You did exactly what I wanted you to do. You just threw away your last chance to save your life. Good work. An excellent performance. I kill you in the name of the parasitical breed you represent. The stupid, arrogant men of high places who milk the talent of others and claim it as their own. To you, Mr. Avery. If you won't come up to my office by invitation, which I suspected you wouldn't, there's still another way, the telephone book. Listen, Mr. Avery, the sound of the flipping of the pages. Your daughter's phone number. Ah, here we are. 2, 4, 8.
Hello?
Hello, Lois. It's been a long time. I bet you don't even know who this is.
I don't recognize the voice.
This is Christopher Turner.
Oh, sure, Mr. Turner. How are you?
Fine, just fine. How do you like living alone?
It's all right, I guess.
Rather be living with the folks?
No, it's kind of independent this way.
How's the writing coming?
Not so good, Mr. Turner. I've written 5 scripts so far. Every one of them has been rejected. I don't know what's the matter.
Yeah, well, the reason I called was your dad and I had a talk this afternoon about you. He thought maybe I could pass on a few tips.
Oh, I wouldn't want to bother you.
Ah, now, this isn't an obligation on my part, Lois. I like to help young people. Besides, it's been a long time.
Yes, that's right.
Say, what are you doing this evening?
I was going to wash my hair.
Well, why don't you wash your hair tomorrow evening and come down to my office right away, huh?
Well, I told a girlfriend I'd be home tonight. She was going to drop over.
Can't you call her and tell her to make it some other night? Here's the point. This is the only free night I'll have this week. Things are sort of piling up, and I'd like to see you get something out of your writing the next week or two. Maybe you're doing some little thing, and I could sort of straighten you out in an evening.
Well, all right, Mr. Turner.
Fine. You know where my office is?
I don't think so.
It's right across from the broadcasting studios, the Brown Building, room 208.
Yeah, I'll be right over.
Fine, and bring your scripts with you.
I will. I certainly appreciate this.
Not at all. Goodbye.
Bye.
I'll be over in 45 minutes. And bring your scripts with you. I certainly appreciate this. Not at all. You see, that's how people talk, Mr. Avery. Let's see. What else? Oh, yes. Sound drawer opens. Gun taken out. Click of breech. Whirl of chamber. Bullets inserted in chamber. 3, 4, 5, and 6. Gun in drawer and drawer closed. And now we must wait until... You see, Mr. Avery, fate is a better dramatist than either of us. Just when things start getting dull, the phone rings. Hello?
Hello, Chris. Hank.
Oh, what's up?
I tried your place all night. I tried your sister's place. Finally, I called your office. I wouldn't let myself believe it, but here you are, slaving away for old man Avery again. Hey, when are you going to tell him to go take a flying leap?
I did just that today.
No kidding? Well, congratulations. From here on in, nothing but bigger and better things.
Yeah.
Say, there's a rip-roaring poker game going on over here. Just room for one more sucker. What do you say?
Can't tonight. I'm doing my last show.
Oh, forget it for one night. Why don't you live a little?
Thanks, Hank, but I can't.
I'm coming over there and get you away from that typewriter if I have to use force.
I can't, Hank. The show's Sunday.
I've got a script due tomorrow. You don't see me knocking myself out. Let 'em wait.
Listen, Hank, you can't come over here. Don't you get it?
I'm sorry, Chris. Honest, if I'd suspected. Sure thing. My sincerest apologies.
Well, next time be sharper, will you?
Give her my regards. Hey, anybody I know?
A story conference, that's right.
Yeah. Well, take it easy. Call me for lunch or something.
You bet.
Sorry, kid. Goodbye.
Bye. Well, that was close. Good scene, though. Lois Avery has just driven up in front of the building. She's getting out of the car, carrying her scripts. She wears a cardigan sweater, tweed skirt, flat shoes. She's young and very pretty, a girl with everything to live for. Now she's disappeared into the building. In a moment she'll knock on my door. Then you'll see for yourself how youth resists the threat of death. And this, Mr. Avery, would be the proper dramatic moment to end Act 1. May I suggest at this point you insert one of your beloved commercials?
Hey, Hap, better turn on your lights.
Press down there on.
Thank you. And thank Autolite.
Why, Harlow?
Because in your Autolite-equipped car, the lights, as well as the power for your radio and power to crank your motor, are all provided by the Autolite electrical system.
It has to be good, huh, Harlow?
You bet, Hap. And that's why complete Autolite electrical systems are used as original factory equipment on many leading makes of our finest cars, trucks, and tractors.
And that's good enough for me, Harlow.
You bet it's good, Hap. And that's why it pays to treat your car's electrical system to a periodic checkup at your authorized Autolite service station or the dealer who services your make of car. You can quickly locate your nearest authorized Autolite service station in the classified section of your telephone directory, or by calling Western Union by number and asking for Operator 25. And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage a Murderous Revision, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
You're listening to Same Time, Same Station, the best of old-time radio. And I'm your host, Jerry Hendigas.
Act 2. This is Christopher Turner once again, Mr. Avery, bringing you by transcription the first recording of an actual murder ever made specifically for broadcast. The setting, my office. The music, recorded. The time, night. The victim, yourself. Your daughter has just entered the building, and in a few seconds I'll ask her in. I'm sorry I have to go to such lengths to get you into my office. I'd gladly have killed you in the street, but it's so much more difficult to make a recording there. So concludes the usual resume with which we begin the second act of every Murder, Please program. I hear her footsteps in the hall. Your cue, Lois.
I hope I'm not putting you out. I always tell Dad to stop imposing on my behalf, but I guess he'll never learn.
You're here because I want you here and for no other reason. Cigarette?
No, thanks. This is a nice office.
It serves, just a hole in the wall, but quiet, nothing fancy.
I like it.
How long have you been scribbling?
6 months, Mr. Turner.
Let's just make it crisp. What sort of things?
Murder, mostly. Somebody told me that's what sells best.
True. Well, let's just start talking about murder. Maybe something interesting will come out. Question number 1. Why do you think people kill?
Lots of reasons, I guess. Money, love, revenge.
Not really. Only for survival. They kill for money only when money means life. Their idea of life. They only kill for love when life depends upon that love. They only kill for revenge when life is intolerable without it, you see?
That's very interesting.
Could you kill?
I don't think so.
Maybe you could. Here. See?
Gun.
And loaded.
Please put it away.
Take it.
No, I'd rather not.
It's very obedient. It won't fire unless you press the trigger. Take it. That's it. Now, point it at me.
Please,
Think now. One touch of your finger, and you kill me. One little touch. A very delicate instrument, the trigger. There's a sense of power there. Feel it?
I'm afraid.
Fear, yes, but exhilaration, too. Like the second drink.
I feel it, yes.
You can give it back to me now.
I never held one before.
Ever kill anything before?
A few flies around the house.
The fly. Yes. Yeah, you see it rubbing its hair-like legs together in the white tablecloth. You pick up the swatter slowly. You stand directly over it. You slap it as hard as you can. You lift the swatter, and there it is, lying on its side, twitching its broken wings.
You make it sound like murder.
It is. So much for the murderer. What about the victim? Afraid of death?
Sometimes, when I think about it.
Ever go to a horror picture and have to walk home alone down a dark side street past an alley? You were afraid?
Yes.
That's merely the terror you imagine. But have you ever met death eye to eye?
Once, in the car, Dad was driving. We rounded a curve on the highway. It was raining very hard. We started to skid. We just straightened out in time, or we would have gone over the cliff.
Go on.
I was helpless. I didn't want to die.
What is death to you?
Death? I don't know.
No idea?
Emptiness? Blackness? Nothing.
Is that so terrible?
Yes. Because you really don't know.
Like the dark.
That's it.
Do you know any more about death than you do about me?
You?
Yes.
Oh, I know you work for Dad.
But you've never spent even 1 hour with me. Once at lunch, you and your father sat down with me, yet you came up here alone. How do you know you can trust me?
Suppose I don't, really.
Look at this.
Please put it down. It makes me terribly nervous.
Do you have any money?
A little.
How much?
$10, maybe. Some change.
Give it to me.
Here.
Why did you give me the money?
Because you asked me for it.
Because you were hoping I'd put down the gun. And if I'd said a kiss, one kiss, and I'll put down the gun, what would you do?
Suppose I'd give you...
But a kiss? That would be harder to give, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Kiss me.
There.
Thank you.
Now put down the gun, please. I know it's a lesson in writing and all that, but it scares me.
No.
But you said you would.
I said nothing of the kind. And if I had said it, you would have been foolish to believe me. You can't trust a man with a gun. You feel helpless, don't you?
Yes.
While you could give me money, there was hope. While you could give me love, there was hope. But if all I wanted was revenge, there would be nothing you could do to save yourself.
Nothing.
And if I told you that right now, this moment, I'm going to pull this trigger and blow you to bits, tell me, what would you say?
I'd try to talk you out of it.
What would you say?
I wouldn't know what to say.
Then I'd shoot.
I'd tell you about the electric chair.
Very little threat to a man about to kill. Later, perhaps, when he's running away, then he'll think about consequences, but not now. Now it's only kill. What else? What else would you say?
I'd beg him.
He wouldn't listen.
I'd plead with him. I'd say, please don't kill me.
And if he still wouldn't listen?
Then I'd die.
Hello?
Bet you don't know who this is.
I can't place the voice.
Try.
I haven't the slightest idea.
Remember San Francisco and the Italian pizza and the cigarette holder?
Vaguely. Who is this? I hate guessing games.
Harriet.
I know at least 18 Harriets. Harriet who?
Crawford.
Oh.
You don't sound so bubbly about it.
I've been working.
Bet you have a girl up there.
What do you want, Harriet?
What do I want? Well, how businesslike can we get? I just came in. I thought maybe you could meet me for a drink. I don't know a single solitary soul in town.
How did you happen to call here?
I shouldn't tell, I suppose, but Hank said you were working late at the office.
Hank, huh?
He gave me the number and said to be sure to call.
Bless his heart.
What was that?
I said bless his heart.
Yeah. Well, I'll call you tomorrow.
You do that.
Well, bye.
I guess I'd better get going.
We're not even started yet.
Well, if you don't put down that gun, I'm going. I don't like it.
Sit down. I want to tell you a story.
Now, listen,
Please sit down. This is just a sample plot. You can have it if you want it. It's about a writer who had great novels in him, great plays, but he was broke. And for the sake of a place to stay and a meal to eat, he started turning out radio mysteries. He turned them out until every drop of originality was squeezed out of him. And all the greatness he might have been ate into him because he would leave nothing to the world, nothing but scripts to be swept up by studio janitors after the broadcast. Well, the writer made his decision one day. He would do a last radio play, a radio play with an actual murder, the only chance he had for permanent survival. And he selected as his victim the man who had ground him into the dust. He selected his editor and producer, Ken Avery.
Please.
I like you. I like you very much. I I wish this could be happening to almost anyone but you. Get to the phone.
What?
The telephone.
What for?
You're going to call your father.
No. No, I won't do it.
You'll call your father and you'll tell him to come up to my office. Now pick up the receiver. No, wait. I'll do it. Take the phone. Tell him. It's ringing. Take it.
Hello? Hello?
Dad?
Lois? Lois, what are you calling this time of night for? Something the matter?
No, nothing.
You want him to take you home. You don't feel well.
Lois, something's the matter. Where are you? Home?
No, I'm at Mr. Turner's.
Turner's? Is it poppin'?
His office. I don't feel very well.
Come and take me home.
Come and take me home. I don't feel well.
Give me the phone. Hello, Ken.
Yes? Chris?
Yes. Lois came up tonight to discuss some script she wrote, but she doesn't feel very well. You better come and get her.
I'll be right over.
Sit down. We haven't got very long to wait. "20 minutes have gone by. Lois sits with folded hands in a straight-backed chair. Her face is white. Her eyes stare at me as if I were the devil himself. Well, perhaps I am. I hear the steps in the hall, the sure, plodding steps of her father, Mr. Ken Avery. The climax, ladies and gentlemen of the listening audience, I address to you. Mr. Avery will never hear this portion of the entertainment. Come in.
Lois, are you... What is this?
Sit down. There's a chair reserved for you.
Lois, what's been going on here?
Tell him, Lois.
He's going to kill you. He's going to kill both of us.
Close the door.
Chris, put that thing down. Somebody's liable to get hurt. What's the matter with you? Drinking again?
Nothing to drink. Very sober. Sit down.
Chris, are you crazy?
Good line. Perfectly in character. The inane cliche from the mouth of the great producer. You see, Ken, everything is being recorded. Right now, your voice, Lois's, mine. Sit down.
Recorded for what?
For posterity. For the show next week. You'll have the honor of appearing on your own program as the murder victim. Let me show you here on the desk. You see? A recording machine. I've stopwatched every second. It's been running exactly 25 minutes. You always made it a rule to plan the climax for 26:30 so you could have room for a final commercial. Well, that's just what I'm doing. According to my timing, you have about 1 minute and 30 seconds to live.
All right, Chris, that's enough of the phony dramatics. Give me that thing before somebody gets hurt.
Stand back. I wouldn't want to mistime the climax of the show.
This won't make a show.
You won't have much editorial power, Mr. Avery, after a few seconds.
There's the agency. They wouldn't put this thing on the air.
Why not?
You planned to kill me.
From the beginning.
There's the trouble right there. There's no twist.
Oh, yes, the twist.
Right. Yes, the surprise ending. You told the audience to expect the murder to be successful. But our shows have to have some kind of surprise for the audience, Chris. You know that. Where's the twist?
Still the editor right to death's door. All right, Ken. Perhaps you can provide the surprise ending that's going to save your life.
I don't have to.
Oh?
You provided the twist yourself, but you didn't know it, and yet the twist was part of the story all the time.
Where, Mr. Editor Avery?
You, Chris. You're the twist.
Me?
You're a flop, Chris. You're so used to dreaming on paper you can't live anymore. You wrote about love because you never had it. You wrote about fortunes and you're still 2 bits. You wrote about murder, but you haven't got the guts to pull the trigger. Now give me that gun.
You think I won't shoot?
I know you won't. Give me that gun, you hack.
What did you say?
I said you were a hack. Now give me the gun.
Stay away.
Give me that gun, you hack.
No, I'm not. Let go. Let go of my hand. Drop it. Drop it. Let go. Drop it.
Chris.
You always like to change the ending.
Dad?
It's all right, Lois.
Dad, take me home.
The records. They'll clear us.
Take me home, please, Ted.
As soon as I see what's on those records. This must be part one. Let's see.
Good evening. This is a recording of an actual murder. The first, as far as I know. Not written, not rehearsed.
Suspense. Suspense is produced and transcribed by Elliott Lewis, with music composed by Lucian Morowick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. A Murderous Revision was adapted for Suspense by David Ellis from a story of S. Lee Pagostin.
For the location of your nearest Autolite service station or your nearest Autolite spark plug or battery dealer, phone Western Union by number and ask for operator 25. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is the CBS Radio Network. Autolite and its 96,000 dealers bring you Mr. John Hodiak in a story taken from life. Tonight's presentation of Suspense. Tonight, Autolite presents a dramatic report from the Roaring '20s about a man whose way of life destroyed him. A factual document we call The Case History of a Gambler, starring Mr. John Hodiak. Well, it's Oscar, the loquacious limousine. Why so down in the dumps, Oscar?
My battery went dry and I can't get started.
Well, you ought to have an Autolite Stay Full battery, the famous battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
Only 3 times, Harlow?
Right, my querulous car. The Autolite Stay Full has over 3 times the liquid reserve of batteries without Stay Full features. And it gives longer life, too, as proved by tests conducted according to accepted life cycle standards. So, friends, visit your nearest Autolite battery dealer. He's equipped to service all makes of batteries, and if a replacement is needed, he has an Autolite Stay Full. To quickly learn his location, just call Western Union by number
and ask for me, operator 25. I'll gladly tell you the location of your nearest Autolite battery dealer.
And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with The Case History of a Gambler and the performance of Mr. John Hodiak, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
It's not easy to walk when you're weighted down with a bullet in your body. But keep walking, because 6 blocks away, less than half a mile, is a hospital. Think about something, anything to get your mind off the pain. Think about the beginning of this. When was it? 1,000 years ago? 100? No, it's closer than that. 3 years. 3 years ago. In the kids' dressing room at the arena. It began with a fight. A prize fight.
Look, Matt, when you called me and asked for $10,000, I sent it over and didn't ask any questions.
Then why start now?
I think I got a right to know why you wanted the dough.
I'll tell you when the fight's over.
Fight? You mean you put my 10 grand on a fighter?
Yes.
Give me back my dough.
Now, wait a minute.
Give it back.
But you don't know
I don't want to know. I want my money.
Relax for a couple of minutes, Frank.
Don't get cute with me, Angle boy. Tell me the score or give me $10,000 now.
You won't wait, huh?
Now.
You should know me better than to think I'm going to throw away your 10 grand.
I thought I did.
I've been booking bets long enough to know that you can't beat the fights.
Well, then what?
But I know you can beat one fight.
How do you figure?
Because the boy I bet on is my fighter. I planned this match a year ago, and when I win, I'm through with prize fighting.
There's got to be an angle.
There is. I bought a fighter last year, a kid.
So?
I saw this boy in some amateur bouts, and I bought him and trained him and booked fights for him.
What's he done since?
Lost 12 fights, 4 by knockouts, 3 by TKOs, and 5 by unanimous decisions.
And how do you know he can win tonight?
Up to now, I've had him fighting pretty good. Not the way he can. I've had him training in a little private camp up in the mountains, going 5, 6 rounds with the best boys I could find. He's knocked them all out.
That's all? You mean you took my 10 grand and put it on this wonder boy just because he's been knocking out bums in training camps? You're kidding me, man. You got the other boy to take a fall.
You think I'd stick my neck out and try to fix a fight?
You would if you thought you could do it.
Well, even if I could, there'd be too many people taking a cut of the pie. My pie.
Better to take a piece than try for it all and get none.
Not me, Frank. I'll roll for the bundle. When you loaned me $10,000, it made an even $100 grand I've spread all over the country.
Why the big deal all of a sudden?
I want money, real money. I'm tired of nickel and dime operations.
What are you going to do if you win?
When I win, I'm going to open up the biggest, safest gambling casino this side of the Mississippi.
Oh, we did it. We did it.
Shut the door, Lou.
Oh, but I...
Shut the door.
Okay.
What round?
Knock out the 5th.
At 20-1.
That's right.
$2 million. Matt, you just won $2 million.
Get in touch with the boys, Lou. I want Al to pick up the dough in Frisco, Seattle, Los Angeles, and San Diego. Tell Willie to cover Phoenix, Tucson, Albuquerque, and El Paso. Then go to see you guys. 63rd Street. 5 blocks to go. Walk. Keep walking. And think. That was the beginning. What came after the beginning? The casino. The suburban gambling casino. My reward for fixing one fight. Then came the friends. Matthew Miller's giving money away. Get some of it. But be sure you give it back when you're through. And always the gratitude. Always the benediction.
Much obliged, Matt. I was real short on operating capital.
That's all right, Charlie. Glad I could help.
I'll see you on the 15th of next month to get my IOU back.
See that you do, Charlie. You know how I feel about Welshers.
Yeah, I know. Well, good night, Matt. Thanks again.
Good night, Charlie.
Well, maybe you know what you're doing, Matt, but sometimes I think you're too loose with your dough.
You mean Charlie?
Oh, him for one, and other guys I've seen you lend money to.
What's wrong with lending now and then?
Oh, nothing. Only any grifter or hood that runs out of money in this town knows they can get to you for a touch.
All right, bookkeeper. How much money have I lost since I started helping the less fortunate of my fraternity?
Well, there was Richie Farlow from Detroit. He nicked you for 80 grand.
Where's he now? And incidentally, where's anyone who ever welched on a loan or a gambling debt?
So they're not around anymore.
Cancels out, doesn't it?
Just because a guy knows better than to try to welch on you is no excuse to be Mr. Soft Touch.
Why not?
It's not businesslike.
I'm not in the lending business.
Well, the amount of dough you got spread around, you might just as well be. And supposing Charlie goes out of here and gets knocked off, where's your dough then?
That's a chance I have to take.
You shouldn't have to take chances. Charlie's wife isn't taking a chance. If Charlie gets knocked off tonight, she's rich tomorrow. He's got enough insurance to...
Say that again about Charlie's wife.
Why? What did I say?
What happens if Charlie gets knocked off tonight?
I said she'd be rich tomorrow. Why?
That's what I thought you said.
Hey, Matt, well, what are you going to do?
Lou, call my lawyer.
Yeah, what are you going to do?
I'm about to become an actuary.
A what?
An actuary. According to Webster, one who is skilled in life assurance.
Oh, Matt, you're out of your mind. You'll never get away with it. The state would be on your neck so fast, the stock issue would never clear the broker's office.
Sit down, Counselor. You're wearing the nap off my carpeting.
Oh, all right.
First of all, is it possible to form a dummy corporation for the purpose of floating a stock issue?
Well, yes, it is.
Answer with a yes or no. Don't embellish your sentences.
Sorry.
Now, go on. Since the stock issue will be thrown open to the public, there'll be no necessity for me to control more than 25% of the issue, right?
Right.
And when I sell a policy to a client, the majority of the first premium will go to me as the selling agent.
That's right.
Now we come to the important point. Is it perfectly legal for me to be named the beneficiary of any policy I may issue?
Well, in the event...
Is it legal, yes or no?
Yes, it's legal.
Then why are you fighting me? What can the state possibly do to me?
Now, since that question can't be answered by a yes or no, have I your permission to elaborate?
Sure, go ahead.
All right. Now, what guarantee have you that these men to whom you lend money will continue to pay the premiums after they have repaid the loan?
Why, none, of course. I don't care if they keep up the policy or not. All I'm interested in is protection for myself. And with that protection, if I can make an extra dollar by issuing the policy, I don't see how that can be construed as fraud or any other illegal practice.
Do you know what happens to the company in the long run?
Frankly, I don't care. By that time, I expect to have gotten what I wanted out of it.
The stockholders would cause you trouble if they got together.
If, Chris. People don't help each other. They're too busy helping themselves.
Yeah, like you.
Maybe. The difference is most of them don't know what they want.
Do you, Matt?
Of course I do. That's why I don't need any help. I'm just going to do it all by myself. Any more questions?
No, I suppose not.
Then how about a drink?
I can use one.
Lou?
Yeah, coming right up.
Don't pout, Chris. Losing this decision to me won't hurt your reputation.
It's not me I'm thinking about. It's you.
Me?
You're reaching. One of these days, you'll reach out too far. And it'll be a long, long fall to the bottom. It'll break every bone in your body.
Dramatic, but unnecessary. No matter what happens, people will gamble. And the only safe place in the state is right here. This casino is my bumper. And it can cushion any fall I may take.
There they are. Help yourself.
Well, Chris, let's drink to our new venture.
A toast, if I may.
You may.
To Matt. May the long fall never come.
Amen.
'64th Street, 4 blocks from the hospital. Why am I trying? Why do I want to live? There must be a reason. Ellen. I want to live for Ellen. I want to kiss her and be kissed. I want to give her all the things I promised her. So I'll keep walking. Keep walking. Walking.
You look tired, Matt. Anything wrong?
No. I'm just trying to get Chris back in line. Sometimes I wonder if he's really on my side.
You don't mean that, do you?
He's a fine lawyer, Ellen. I have to admit he's gotten me out of a couple of tight spots, but I wonder sometimes if he's interested in me or the retainer I pay him.
Matt, what's wrong? Chris is your friend. You don't think about friends that way.
I know, but tonight was different. Tonight I felt that Chris wasn't on my side, that... Forget it. I'm here with you, and that's all I care about right now.
Matt.
Hmm?
When are you going to quit?
Quit? Quit what?
All this figuring and scheming and gambling. Well, you know.
No, I don't know. Tell me.
Oh, Matt, you've got enough money to have a safe, wonderful life away from here. Away from all the hoodlums and sharpies and thieves and murderers. Why don't we just pack up and go? Matt, I'm so afraid. I love you too much to worry about you from day to day. You know, you can't live the kind of life you're living without making enemies. One of these days, somebody's going to hate you enough to... Oh, Matt.
Don't you understand that it's because of you that I don't quit?
Because of me?
Yes. I promised myself I'd give you the city for a wedding present, and I'm not going to welch on a promise.
But I don't want the city. I want you. I want to forget that there are fighters and cards and dice and roulette and all the other things you can't depend on.
But I can depend on them. I can depend on them because I know the weaknesses of people. Masked Man is the biggest sucker in the world, and the only way to punish him for it is to take his money, and that's what I'm doing.
But for how long?
Come with me, and I'll show you. What do you see?
The city?
That's right, the city. I'm going to take suckers' money until I have enough to buy it.
Lite is bringing you Mr. John Hodiak in The Case History of a Gambler. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Friends, now my starts are quick and sure. I get going right with my Stay Full battery made by Autolite.
Well said, my orating Otto. Starting is a real fast pleasure with an Autolite Stay Full, the power-packed battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. And what's more, the Autolite Stay Full gives longer life, as proved by tests conducted according to accepted life cycle standards.
So visit your nearest Autolite battery dealer soon.
To quickly learn his location, call Western Union by number.
And ask for me, Operator 25. I'll gladly tell you the location of your nearest Autolite battery dealer who services all makes of batteries.
And in case you need a new battery to give your car dependable starts in this cold weather, he has an Autolite Stay Full battery, the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. Remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. John Hodiak in Elliot Lewis's production of The Case History of a Gambler, a story of the Roaring '20s, well calculated to keep you in suspense.
65th Street. How long can it take a man to walk 6 blocks? How heavy can an ounce of lead be? 2 more blocks to the hospital. And when I get there, what then? Is all this worth the gamble? The gamble. Matthew Miller, the gambler. The man who lived for the gamble. The good loser. The gracious winner. The man who hated a Welsher. A good gambler. A gambler. Gambler. I think I'll stretch my legs for a second. What do you know? It's daylight again. Must be Monday.
We'll send out for some more food.
Not for me. How about you guys?
I've had it. 2 days of poker is just about my limit.
Let's make this the last hand, huh?
Right by me.
Okay. Ante up.
Yeah.
Jacks are better to open. Any limit on this last hand, Matt?
No, why?
You've been hit pretty hard this session.
Afraid of your money?
I know you better than that. We think the same about bad losers, don't we, Matt?
So I've noticed.
Open for 5,000.
Huh? As my mother would say, a stranger from every village. I'm up.
Matt?
5 and up 10.
Me? I'm out. Call you, Matt.
Cards?
2.
Never keep a kicker. I'll take 1.
Check. And up 25.
Call.
King's full. No kicker.
I guess my flush isn't good enough.
Guess not.
What's the damage?
Including the 66,000 on this hand, it comes to 483,000.
That's a little more than you lost to me last month, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
I'll have Lou drop the dough off tomorrow, okay?
Fine.
How do you want it, check or cash?
Cash. Checks don't feel like money.
All right, I'll send Lou over with cash. It'll be on your desk at exactly noon tomorrow.
In bills of small denomination. I like the bulge it makes in my tailored suit.
Huh? Anybody else know about this game?
No. Of course not. I think so.
Chris, Lou, what are you...
Matt, word in. Oh, I didn't know you had company.
Just a friendly little game. I think you know most of the boys.
Oh, yeah? Matt, we gotta talk private.
What's the matter?
Get rid of the boys so we can talk.
Sure. Sure, we just finished anyway. So long, fellas. Thanks for the game.
So long, Matt. Remember, small bills.
See you, Matt. Yeah, see you.
Okay, what's on your mind?
The casino was raided Saturday night.
Saturday?
This is Monday. Where have you guys been?
I got picked up when the joint was raided.
Well, I was out of town for the weekend. I got Lou out on a habeas corpus as soon as I returned this morning.
How did the cops find out about the location? What happened to the alarm system?
The grapevine has it that somebody in the organization tipped off the police. There's more than one man in this town that doesn't like you, Matt.
What about the books?
The cops got them, too. They were in the joint so fast I didn't have a chance to dump them.
Well, guess they got me nailed. Okay, I'm getting out. Chris, dump my insurance stock on the market. I can get enough out.
No, Matt.
What do you mean, no? I'm telling you to get rid of my stock.
Matt, there is no insurance company.
Are you crazy?
The company is in receivership, and the state is conducting an investigation.
But how? Why?
Well, one of the stockholders thought enough of his investment to go around gathering up enough proxies to vote you out of control and to have the books checked.
So what?
So this. Every dime in the company is frozen, and I doubt that you'll ever get to see any of it again.
What about the courts?
Well, intent to defraud is pretty tough to prove in a court. I think I can beat the rap on that count. But that's all I can promise you. Oh, I'm sorry, Matt, but...
If you say I told you so, I'll kill you right now.
No, Matt, no. That's not what I was going to say at all. I'm your friend. Even though I haven't very much to give,
I don't want your money, Chris. I don't need it. You see, I half expected this to happen, I guess. So I planned for it. I have a key ring in my office. On this key ring, I have 10 keys. And these keys open 10 safety deposit boxes with about $100,000 in each. Lou? What are you looking at me like that for? Come on, speak up.
Matt, Well, yeah, they got the key ring, too.
Well, Chris, you once told me I'd reach out too far. Well, I did. It looks as if the fall broke every bone in my body.
Hiya, Matt. Decided to come yourself instead of sending Lou, huh? Come on in. You can lay the dough right here. This is a pretty big desk.
I don't have the dough, Gus.
Don't play games with me. I don't have any sense of humor when somebody owes me money.
This isn't a game. I'm broke.
How broke?
I'm not going to be able to pay you what I owe you right now. You're going to have to wait a little while.
What do you mean I'm going to have to wait?
Just what I said. I haven't got the money right now.
Better get it.
Where?
That's your problem. All I know is you're half an hour overdue, and I don't like to be kept waiting.
I've got to have a little time.
All right. I'll give you until midnight tonight. If I don't have it by then, I'll send one of my boys to see you.
What are you trying to do? Frighten me?
No. Just letting you know where I stand. Like you once told me, if you can't pay, don't play. Well, I'm telling you that now. You shouldn't play without dough to back you up.
But this is different. I had the money when I started to play.
And I won it off on you. I don't think you like to lose, Matt.
Well, you two-bit pitch penny.
Hold it. I don't like to see blood on my carpet.
You're going to be sorry you pulled that gun on me. By the time I get through with you, you'll be back peddling punch boards for a nickel a crack.
As long as you don't forget you got till midnight to pay me the $483,000. After that, you can start breaking me. But I got a hunch you're not going to do very much breaking in this town. You stepped on too many hands on your way up. And there are a lot of guys real eager to give you a push on the way down. Now get out of here.
I'm tired. So tired. 66th Street. One more block. I know I'm going to make it because of Ellen. Ellen would want me to. Ellen would help me. But she isn't here now. And I don't want to be alone. I won't be alone. Ellen will be there. She's always there. I don't want to keep her waiting. I must hurry. Walk. 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 It's midnight.
Yes, I know. What are you going to do?
What is there to do? Wait for Gus, I suppose. I'm afraid I have to welch on another promise.
What promise?
The one I made to myself to give you the city.
Oh, Matt, darling, I don't care. I told you once before I didn't want anything but you, and now Oh, Matt.
I wish there was some way of starting all over again.
Do you really mean that, Matt?
Of course I do.
Wait here. Here.
What's this?
I had them appraised today. They're worth almost $175,000. With these, we can go to Mexico, South America, where they never even heard of you or Gus or any of the whole rotten mess in this town.
You mean you want me to run away? To class myself with all the cheap Welshers I hate? Do you know what you're asking?
Yes, I know what I'm asking. Matt, I love you. I want you alive with me. I've been afraid all this time, and I'm tired of being afraid. Oh, please, Matt, before it's too late.
Ellen. Where do we go? Mexico or South America?
South America, it's further.
South America it is. I'll go down and get your car.
But they might...
Don't worry. I'll be safe. Nobody knows where I am. I want you to wait here for about 8 minutes. Then leave and meet me in the garage. Then we're off for the West Coast and South America.
Oh, Matt, I'm so happy.
Yes. I think I'm going to like South America. That's what happens to Welshers. 68th Street Hospital. I've made it. It's cold now. So cold. A few more steps. Got to hurry. Ellen has been waiting so long for me. Don't want to keep her waiting. When I get there, she'll take me in her arms. I'll feel the strength of her love. Chris will be there, too. And Lou. I want to tell him that I didn't break every bone in my body. Nurse.
Yes?
My name is Matthew Miller. And I guess didn't make it after all. Suspense. Presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. John Hodiak. And here once again is our personable young star, John Hodiak.
Thanks, Harlow.
John, it's always a treat having you on Suspense, and tonight was no exception. We all enjoyed your performance as Matt very much.
That's very nice, Harlow. And if I may, I'd like to urge everybody in our audience to be sure and hear next week's unusual show, The Night Before Christmas. A great suspense story starring Miss Greer Garson. That's my good advice for tonight.
And I'll join you, John, with good advice for motorists everywhere.
I know, Harlow. You're always right with Autolite.
Correct. You're always right because Autolite is the world's largest independent manufacturer of automotive electrical equipment. Autolite makes over 400 products for cars, trucks, tractors, planes, and boats. These include Autolite batteries, such as the famous Autolite Stay Full, electrical systems used as original factory equipment on many leading makes of cars, a complete line of ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs, both standard and resistor types. All are backed by constant Autolite research and are precision-built to highest standards of quality and performance. No wonder, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
Next week on Suspense, our star will be Miss Greer Garson in a special Christmas program, the unusual dramatization of 'Twas the Night Before Christmas. In weeks to come, we shall also present Mr. Herbert Marshall, Mr. Jeff Chandler, and the First Lady of Suspense, Miss Agnes Moorehead. All on Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with music composed by Lucian Lorwick from a New York theme by Fred Steiner, and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The Case History of a Gambler was written for Suspense by Ross Murray. Featured in tonight's cast was Lillian Bayef, Bill Boucher, Joseph Kearns, Lou Merrill, Herb Vigran, Martha Wentworth, Charles Calvert, and Clayton Post.
John Hodiak can be seen in the soon-to-be-released The Sellout.
And remember next week on Suspense, Miss Greer Garson in a special Christmas broadcast, 'Twas the Night Before Christmas.
For the location of your nearest Autolite battery or spark plug dealer, or your nearest authorized Autolite service station, phone Western Union by number and ask for operator 25. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
Autolite and its 98,000 dealers present Suspense.
Tonight, Autolite presents a special program for this holiday season. The unusual dramatization of 'Twas the Night Before Christmas, starring Miss Greer Garson, who appears by arrangement with MGM, producers of the new color picture Knights of the Round Table, in CinemaScope, starring Robert Taylor, Ava Gardner, and Mel Ferrer.
Good evening. This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for Autolite. Tonight, as a special Christmas presentation from the worldwide Autolite family, we bring you Miss Greer Garson in a story about a certain little girl on a certain Christmas Eve.
And now, Autolite presents transcribed 'Twas the Night Before Christmas, hoping once again to keep you in suspense.
Kathy, honey. Come on, wake up. Wake up, Kathy. It's the day before Christmas. Oh, and there's so much...
Miss Bough, it's light out already. You said you were going to wake me really early today so we could go to the airport and meet them.
Come on, up you get. Let's get you dressed.
Buffy, they're going to be waiting for me and you didn't wake me. I know what, they're home already.
Kathy.
Mommy! Daddy, where are you? Daddy! Mommy? Buffy, they're not in their bedroom. Where are they?
Kathy.
I know. I'll bet they're in the kitchen already having their coffee. Mom. Miss Buff, they're not home.
I know, honey.
The clock in the kitchen said 8:30.
Kathy, here, put this on, dear. You told me you wanted to wear this dress today, so that's why I ironed it for you.
Miss Buff.
Yes, dear?
Why aren't they here?
Oh, they'll be here.
But when I talked to Mommy on the telephone yesterday, she said she would be here at 6 this morning. And I promised her I'd meet her at the airport, her and Daddy.
I know.
And Daddy said he had a surprise he was bringing for me all the way from Paris. It's 8:30, Buffy. Let's go out to the airport now.
Oh, but there's so many things to do. First, you've got to get your breakfast, and we have to finish decorating the tree. And, there's so many things I want you to help me with.
Everything can wait, Buffy. Hurry, I promised to meet them.
No, dear.
Why not, Buff?
Well, I think we'll wait for them here. Kathy?
Yes?
You remember what you promised your Mommy and Dad? That you'd do everything I asked you while they were away.
Yes.
Then, we'll wait for them here. Hmm?
All right, Buffy.
Yes,
It's noon, Buffy.
I know.
Don't you think they might have called and told us they'd be late?
Oh, I'll go and make our lunch. You must be very hungry.
No, I'm not.
Oh, you didn't eat your breakfast, Cassie.
Miss Buff, I'm not hungry.
Look. Oh, look, it's snowing, honey. We'll have a nice warm lunch, and then we'll go out for a long walk,
You should have called.
I tell you what, Cassie. We'll take our walk first. We'll see the shops. We'll visit. We'll go and see Johnny and your aunt and uncle. Maybe if it snows hard enough, we can all build a snowman. Wouldn't you like that?
Yes, that would be fun.
Well, go get your coat and hat and galoshes, dear.
All right. And when we come back, Mommy and Daddy will be home.
Well, you go and get your things now.
Oh, I'll get it, Buffy. Mommy. Oh, who's this, Daddy? You sound... Oh, from a newspaper. I see. It's a man, Buff. He says he wants to talk to an older person. Here.
Hello? Yes, this is the Harper residence. I'm the housekeeper. Well, just a moment, please. Kathy.
Who is it?
Someone wants to talk to me, honey. Will you go get your things?
No. Who are you talking to, Buffy?
Never mind, dear. Go and get your things.
No. No, I won't.
Hello? I see. Yes, I saw the papers. Yes, that was the daughter. Yes, the only child. No, she doesn't. No, I wish you wouldn't. Please, don't, here. No.
Who was it?
Oh, it was just a man, honey.
It was from the newspapers. Why? What did he want?
Nothing.
He asked about me, didn't he? Why?
Honestly, honey, it was nothing.
It was about Mommy and Daddy.
Oh, it wasn't anything important.
Well...
Yes, dear?
I don't know.
Look at that snow coming down, Kathy. Get your things, dear. Go on. Don't they sing beautifully, Kathy?
Very lovely.
The street and all the decorations and the singers.
It's very lovely, Miss Buck.
Honey, here, give this to the man.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Missy. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas.
Let's go home now.
In a little while, don't you remember? We were going visiting, too.
Mommy and Daddy are probably home right now waiting for me, wondering where I am.
And we'll build a snowman together, like I said. Come on, honey. I remember when I was a little girl how excited I'd get. All the wonderful things to see, the sights and the smells and the sounds. Pretty shop windows and the snow. To be a little girl at Christmas time. To be young at Christmas time. And happy.
What's the matter, Buffy?
Oh, Kathy.
Buffy.
Let me hold you. Oh, Kathy, darling.
Buffy, you're crying.
I'm just silly, I guess. Why, look, there's Santa Claus watching us. Let's say hello to him.
You were crying.
Hello, Santa.
Merry Christmas. Oh, Merry Christmas, little girl.
Merry Christmas,
Ah, you're a pretty little girl. What's your name?
Kathy.
Oh, that's a nice name for a nice little girl like you.
Thank you.
And I can tell you've been a good little girl. I saw the way your mommy was holding you.
She's Miss Buff. My mommy's away. Daddy, too. We're taking a walk to make them come home.
Oh, and where are they?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Kathy, come in, darling. And Miss Bough, how are you? Come in. Mother, guess who's here?
Why, Kathy and Miss Buff.
Hello, Aunt Lou.
Hello, Mrs. Cleveland. Take your things off. We've got a big fire in the living room. And wait till you see our Christmas tree, Kathy.
I'm sure it's very beautiful.
I'll bet Kathy came to see her cousin Johnny, didn't she?
Yes, I did, Uncle Ted. I would like to see him very much.
Do you know what that boy of mine did, Miss Buff?
No.
He found the train.
Oh, he did?
After I took so much trouble to hide them out in the garage, he found them. So, of course, I had to set them up for him. Well, it's the day before Christmas. He's in his room now, Kathy.
Yes, I would like to play with the train.
Of course you would. Johnny!
I can't come out, Daddy. I'm busy.
Kathy's here.
Hey, come on out and play with my trains, Kathy. You ought to see. I got them all hitched up now.
Go on, Kathy.
All right.
I've been on the phone since 7 this morning, Miss Buff, and there just isn't any word at all about the plane.
Look!
A man from the newspaper called the house. I told him to stay away. Does the child know? I think she does. What did you tell her? Nothing. How do you tell a child, Mrs. Cleveland?
Look at it go!
What I can't understand is why no word at all. The plane took off from Paris on time, and there was radio contact over island, from what I could find out. But since then, nothing.
You'd better tell her, John. Tell me what?
Well, there was a storm over the ocean. Pretty bad storm. They said...
Miss Buff,
Yes, darling.
I just figured out something. It's about Mommy and Daddy.
Kathy.
They're not coming home. They're not ever coming home.
Autolite is bringing you Miss Greer Garson with Anne Whitfield as Kathy in 'Twas the Night Before Christmas. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
This is Harlow Wilcox again with a message from Mr. Royce G. Martin, President and Chairman of the Electric Autolite Company. It is presented in the name of the Autolite family, which includes some 30,000 Autolite men and women and their families, 18,000 people who have invested a portion of their savings in Autolite, as well as 98,000 dealers and the greatest names in the industry who use Autolite products as original equipment. This is the message from Mr. Martin. In our America, we are especially blessed this Christmas with a free country. We are surrounded with freedom-loving people who appreciate the word Christmas. We are grateful for what this day means to all of us and for what it meant to our great forefathers. We will never forget the one whose holy birthday we are about to celebrate. We thank him for the word freedom and the happiness that he has given us. We of the Autolite family wish you and yours a very Merry Christmas and a new year filled with health and happiness.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Miss Greer Garson in Elliot Lewis's production of 'Twas the Night Before Christmas. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
It's going to be good to get inside of the house, Kathy. Oh, look at you. You look almost like the snowman you and Johnny built. Here, let me brush you off a bit before we go inside.
There's a man there.
What'd you say, darling?
Right there, standing by the door. A man.
Hello.
Good evening, miss. Hello, little girl. Is this your house?
Yes, I live here.
Who are you? What do you want?
Oh, then you'd be the Harper's little girl, wouldn't you?
Yes.
I asked you, who are you?
Now, don't worry about it, ma'am. I just want to take a picture of the little girl. You want your picture taken, little girl?
Buffy.
You're the reporter I talked to this morning, aren't you?
And we'll want one of you, too, ma'am.
Here, get in the house, Kathy. Don't stand there, dear. Get in the house. I'll be in a moment. It's Christmas Eve, Mr. Reporter. Did you know that?
Oh, now, look, ma'am,
It's Christmas Eve. Where's your heart?
Oh, look, you've got to understand. I talked to you on the phone. It was almost 10 hours ago, before noon. It's nighttime already. There still isn't any word about the plane. I represent a newspaper, ma'am. We've got to assume... Well, you know, I don't want to say it any more than you do.
Oh, just go away.
Oh, now, really, I've got to...
Were you ever lonely on Christmas Eve? Alone in a house that's empty? While outside other people were singing. When there was warmth and love and joy. But outside...
I'm just trying to do my...
Christmas Eve. And the snow is falling. Christmas Eve. And the child is grieving.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Good night.
Kathy,
I'm in the living room, Buffy.
I just had a wonderful thought.
Yes?
Let's have a secret.
What, Buffy?
Let's not wait till tomorrow.
What do you mean?
We go to our tree and open some of our presents now. Maybe just one. We'll choose the one with the most beautiful wrapping. You can open it, and you can play with it now while I go and fix something for you to eat.
I'm not hungry, Buff. Honestly, I'm not.
Oh, just some milk and cookies, honey. You haven't eaten.
All right.
Well, let's choose. Go ahead, pick one.
All right. That one.
Mm-hmm. It's from Mr. and Mrs. Anderson next door. Open it.
You open it, Buffy.
Very well. Oh, look.
Very nice.
A carousel. Well, I'll wind it for you. And we'll put it down here. Now. Oh, that's sweet. You watch it. When it runs down, you can wind it up again. I'm going into the kitchen. Kathy, here's your... Kathy? Kathy, honey, where are you? Kathy? The milk and cookies are on the table. Kathy? Are you in your room, Kathy? Kathy? Kathy, honey? Kathy? Kathy!
Why, Miss Bough.
Mr. Anderson, is Kathy here?
Well, I know.
Would you mind asking Mrs. Anderson if Kathy's here? Maybe she came in through the back way.
Well, Mrs. Anderson and I have been sitting in the living room for the last hour. Well, what's the matter, Miss Buff?
Kathy ran out of the house.
Oh, poor child. I can imagine how she must feel.
I thought she might have come over here next door. She just ran out of the house. I don't know where she is.
Oh, a child like that, and what happened to her today? Wait, I'll get my coat, Miss Buff. I'll come with you.
Paul, listen.
Hi, Mr. Anderson. Want a ride? You can go all the way down the hill for $3. They've got it roped off.
Paul, have you seen Kathy?
Sure.
Well, where is she?
I don't know.
Where is she, Paul? Where did she go?
How am I supposed to know where she went?
But you saw her, didn't you?
Sure. She was running down the block. I yelled at her to come on over, but she kept running.
Which way, Paul?
Down there, I guess. Where the stores are.
Thank you.
Sure. Merry Christmas, Mr. Anderson. Merry Christmas, Miss Buff. Hey, what?
She hasn't been in my store, Miss Buff, and I'm the only one on the block who's open. Last-minute Christmas rush, you know.
Thank you, Mr. Rockington.
Say, now, that kid and what happened to that plane today, I'd sure let the police know she was missing.
I think he's right, Miss Buff.
Call them, please. Call them.
Oh, use this phone, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you. Hello, operator. Give me the police. Hello, police. I want to report a little girl who's missing. Kathy Harper. Well, she's got blonde hair and blue eyes. Wait a second. I'll find out. No, you just go in the house, Miss Buff. I'm sure they'll find her.
It's 10 o'clock. They've been looking for 3 hours.
Oh, they have ways. They'll find her.
We waited in that station house. All the policemen who phoned in. None of them.
Well, you just go in the house. Now, I'll send Mrs. Anderson over.
No, really. I'd rather you wouldn't.
Well.
Good night, Mr. Anderson. And thank you.
I'm Patrolman Reed, ma'am.
Have you found Kathy?
Yes, ma'am.
Where is she?
You better come with me, ma'am. There she is, ma'am, in the second pew.
Kathy. Oh, Kathy, child.
Christmas Eve. Church should have been the first place we should have looked for that kid.
Kathy, let's go home now, darling.
All right.
There we are. All tucked in.
It's almost Christmas, isn't it?
Yes, darling.
You going to read to me?
Of course. You just lie there.
Buffy.
Yes, darling?
Nothing. Just read to me.
It was the night before Christmas, when all through the house not a creature was stirring. Not even a mouse. The stockings were hung by the chimney with care, in hopes that St. Nicholas soon would be there. The children were nestled all snug in their beds, while visions of sugar plums danced in their heads. And Mamma in her kerchief and I in my cap had just settled down for a long winter's nap, when out on the lawn there arose such a clatter, I sprang from my bed to see what was the matter. Way to the window I flew like a flash, tore open the shutters and threw open the sash. The moon on the breast of the new fallen snow gave a luster of midday to objects below. When what to my wondering eyes should appear but a miniature sleigh and 8 tiny reindeer with a little old driver, so lively and quick, I knew in a moment it must be St. Nick. More rapid than eagles his coursers they came, and he whistled and shouted and called them by name. Now Dasher, now Dancer, now Prancer and Vixen, on Comet, on Cupid, on Donder and Blitzen, to the tops of the porch, to the top of the wall. Now dash away, dash away, dash away all.
Buffy! Mommy! Daddy!
Merry Christmas, Taffy.
Taffy, baby. Hey, it's Christmas. We don't cry on Christmas.
I thought, oh, baby.
Hey, how about a big hug from me?
Oh, Daddy.
That's my girl.
Where's Miss Puff? I was in bed. She was reading to me.
In bed's the place for you. Come on, I'll carry you.
Bob! It's Mommy! It's Daddy!
I know, darling, I know.
Hello, Buffy. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Bob.
We had to make an emergency landing in Newfoundland. Small field communications were shot. That storm...
Yes. Let's not talk about it anymore now.
Buffy was reading me a wonderful thing about the night before Christmas.
Here. I'll put you in bed, Kathy. There you are. Read it to us, Buffy.
Hmm?
To all of us.
Oh, well, I lost my place. Read it, Buffy. As dry leaves that before the wild hurricanes fly when they meet with an obstacle, mount to the sky, so up to the housetop the coursers they flew with a sleigh full of toys. And St. Nicholas, too. And then in a twinkle, I heard on the roof the prancing and pawing of each little hoof. As I drew in my head and was turning around, down the chimney, St. Nicholas came with a bound. He was dressed all in fur from his head to his foot, and his clothes were all tarnished with ashes and soot. A bundle of toys he had flung on his back and looked like a peddler just opening his pack. His eyes, how they twinkled. His dimples, how merry. His cheeks were like roses, his nose like a cherry. His droll little mouth was drawn up like a bow, and the beard on his chin was as white as the snow. The stump of a pipe he held tight in his teeth, and the smoke, it encircled his head like a wreath. He had a broad face and a little round belly that shook when he laughed like a bowl full of jelly. He was chubby and plump, a right jolly old elf, and I laughed when I saw him in spite of myself. A wink of his eye and a twist of his head soon gave me to know I had nothing to dread. He spoke not a word, but went straight to his work and filled all the stockings. He turned with a jerk and laying his finger aside of his nose and giving a nod up the chimney he rose. He sprang to his sleigh, to his team gave a whistle, and away they all flew like the down on a thistle. Then I heard him exclaim as he drove out of sight, "Happy Christmas to all, and to all a good night."
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard Miss Greer Garson in a dramatization of Twas the Night Before Christmas. Tonight's production in Autolite's Suspense. Miss Garson will return in just a moment.
Next week on Suspense, our star will be Mr. James Mason, who, as Lord Essex, plots to capture Elizabeth's throne. It's called The Queen's Ring. Suspense is transcribed and directed by Elliott Lewis. The music composed by Lucien Morawick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Chorus was under the direction of Roger Wagner. 'Twas the Night Before Christmas was written for Suspense by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. In tonight's story, Anne Whitfield was heard as Kathy. Featured in the cast were Harry Bartell, Irene Tedrow, Mary Lansing, Charles Calvert, Howard McNear, Herb Butterfield, Johnny McGovern, Sidney Miller, Joseph Kearns, and John Ramsey Hill.
And here once again is our lovely star, Miss Garson.
Harlow, thank you very much. And thank you, Anne Whitfield. While I have these few moments, may I join the Autolite family in sending holiday greetings to our friends everywhere. Merry Christmas, Harlow.
Merry Christmas, Greer. Merry Christmas to all. And to all, a good night.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Suspense. This is the Man in Black, here to introduce this half hour of suspense.
Now, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I had him in my sights. The biggest game on earth. There was no mistaking him with his Chaplin moustache and his mincing strut. I spent a day checking all points commanding the terrace, and I had timed the guards on their beats. Then I'd chosen my spot, on a grassy slope at the edge of a cliff. I estimated the range at 550 yards. When the great man appeared, I got the 3 pointers of my sights ready on the V of his waistcoat. He was facing me, winding up his watch. He would never have known what shattered him. That is, if I'd meant to fire. Just then, I felt a slight breeze on my cheek. I'd have to allow for wind.
Stop! Stop!
That's a hair trigger adjustment.
Dirty dog!
You don't understand. It was only a sporting stalk.
Assassin, you dirty dog! Who fired? All morning I felt his eyes watching me. I felt strange, so I turned back 7 minutes early when I reached the birches. He was going to kill our Führer.
Correctly, sir. Who helped you?
Nobody. I was alone.
Were you acting for your government?
Of course not. We're at peace.
So far, yes.
I'm a sportsman, a big game hunter. It was what we call a sporting stalk.
You expect us to believe that?
Believe what you wish. It's true.
Corporal, take him inside. We'll break him. They're away.
Hi, Hitler. Is he conscious?
More or less, sir.
Prop him up. Put him in that chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, quite well.
Now, we've checked your story. Seems to be true. Incredible, but very English. Yes, a sporting stalk.
You're English?
Half. My lesser half. I can pass for English when I need to. Corporal, bring his things. Gun, binoculars, and papers.
Yes, sir.
I ought to bandage myself a bit before I leave.
But you're not leaving. We can't release you. Your appearance, that left eye, and your hands. Oh, no, you'd certainly want to get even with us. How would you explain the state of your fingernails?
I'm willing to call it even now.
Yes, I believe you really mean that. It's no wonder we admire you English. No, we can't risk it, old man. Too much criticism abroad of our methods.
I tell you, the story will die with me.
It will indeed. This very evening.
If you're concerned about world opinion, my murder most certainly will...
Oh, but it won't be murder. It will be an accident. A sporting accident.
They drove me north 50 miles, took me to the edge of a cliff, and put me over. All but my hands. That was cunning. Scrabbling at the rough rock would account for the state of my fingers when I was found. I did hang on, of course, until I had to drop. But they'd bungled the job. There was a terrifying instant of pain, then I plopped into something soft.
I'd crashed into a patch of swamp, small and deep. When I moved, I found I was wrapped in mud. It was dark, and I was quite numb. I couldn't stand. So I traveled on my belly, using my elbows for legs, leaving a track like a wounded crocodile. I had only one thought, to hide myself. A mile, 2 miles. I came to a river, and crawling into the shallows, I made my trail look as if I had taken to the stream. Then I crawled back over my own track to a tree. I caught at a low branch. The muscles of my hands were still intact, and went up the first 10 feet in a single burst. I couldn't rest my legs on the lower branches without leaving a smear of blood. I pulled myself higher. When I reached the thick branches of the upper tree, I wedged myself in. Then I fainted. The sound of their search woke me. It was afternoon. I peered down and saw the half-English major, and 2 uniformed men and 3 dogs.
His trail goes into the river. He couldn't swim. He's like. We have to be sure. You, go downstream. I'll go up with the dog. We must find his body.
I stayed in the tree all night. Just before dawn, I came down. I could walk after a fashion, but I had to have different clothes, a razor, many things, so I might as well turn myself in. Then a tall, stooping man with a fishing rod came through the woods to the riverbank. I crept closer to study him. His face was melancholy, but there was courage in it. I had to take that one chance. Good morning. Any luck?
I know I...
Who are you? Don't be afraid. I need help. Look at my hands. Do you know how that was done?
Yes. I mean, I've heard... no, I don't know anything.
I have money, if you'll help me.
I don't want money.
I'm English. It's better for you not to know my name or what I've done, but I need clothes, food, gloves to hide these hands, a razor to shave. Things that can't be traced back. Wait, don't go. Where are you going?
You need something to hide that eye, too.
A patch, I think. Yes, an eye patch would be best.
I'll put the things under that tree.
He was back in an hour, but I waited till dark to pick up the bundle. I changed, shaved, adjusted the eye patch, and studied myself in the mirror. It was a fair disguise. That same night, I stole a punt and pushed off downriver. It took me a week to reach the sea. There was a large harbor there, and walking along the wharves, I saw several English ships. From 2 English sailors I met in a bar, I learned that one freighter was sailing this morning for London. Her first mate was named Mr. Vienna.
Yes, who is it?
Mr. Vienna?
Who the...
Oh, the police didn't catch you. Didn't you know? They've searched every ship in the harbor. Found that punt you abandoned.
How did they trace it to me?
They had reports of a man wearing a black eye patch seen on the river. That's how I know who you are.
Can you help me?
Well, I could hide you in the storeroom.
No, too risky.
No place in the hold. I've got it. Come on. Anyone see you come aboard?
I don't think so.
Everybody's ashore except me and the cook. There's time to hide you. It's all clear. Come on, run. Keep your head down. Police might come back, spot you from the wharf.
What's this manhole cover for?
Empty freshwater tank. There. Hop in fast. I'll bring you food and blankets. Would you like some whiskey?
Very much. Thanks. And, Mr. Vienna, when we dock in the Thames, will you keep a sharp lookout? See if the ship's watched?
Oh, you'll be safe in England, sir.
Maybe, but I'm going to look before I leap.
funny-looking chap watching the gates.
Could I row ashore?
I had the dinghy ready, under the starboard quarter.
Fine. I'll leave it at the Hurlingham east wall so you can pick it up.
Have you friends, sir, who'll hide you?
I can't let them be involved. I'll see my lawyer first thing in the morning, then I'll disappear.
Oh, come in quickly. Oh, you're taking a frightful risk coming here.
I know, Saul, but I have to.
There's no telling who saw you come into the building.
I noticed a man in a black hat feeding the birds in the courtyard.
Oh, yes, he's been there all week.
And I just glimpsed a certain major.
You mean you know him? When he called on me and asked all those pointed questions about you, I thought he was lying. He said he was a friend and a neighbor. Calls himself Major Keeves Smith.
He's no friend, Saul. He's a half-English major in the German army.
How are you tangled up with the Germans? Why, their ambassador's been asking about you, too.
I can't tell you, Saul. I'm in a mess. I can't go to the police or involve the government in any way. I have to disappear, and I need 5,000 pounds in cash.
Well, I'll send Sims out to cash a check. But they'll follow you when you leave. Black Hat and the Major.
They'll try. But I'll shake them somehow. When I started for the Holborn Underground Station, the man in the black hat was close behind me. Then I saw, before I dived into the station, that he stopped at the newsstand. That puzzled me. Until I looked further back and spotted the Major moving toward me fast through the crowd. Our eyes met and flashed in recognition, and suddenly I saw their plan. Black Hat would stay behind to guard the exit. The Major would keep on my heels. I ran to the escalator and went down to the third level. And I raced across the platform to a southbound train. I jumped aboard and worked my way forward, peering out. The Major was delayed on the jammed platform, but he fairly hurled himself through the same door I'd entered, while I stepped off the train through another door. The door said shut. The train hauled the Major off toward Piccadilly. I started back toward the escalator, then stopped in panic. Black Hat was there on the platform. Been there all along, not at the newsstand. I plunged into that trap like a frightened rabbit. Black Hat and I were alone. He moved toward me. His hand poised over a pocket I was sure held a gun. I jumped off the platform and ran, keeping well away from the third rail. His footsteps pounded behind me. The tunnel curved into blackness. Just beyond the curve, I flattened myself against the tunnel wall.
You might as well come out. The Major wants to talk to you. Just come along. Talk.
You need a gun in your hand to talk? I can still hear his scream when he fell on the third rail. It echoed along the tunnel. A queer place for a soul to find itself adrift. I had to leave London, hide somewhere in the country. At a series of shops, I bought camping equipment, a primus stove, pans, a sleeping bag, a heavy slingshot, and a hunting knife. I couldn't buy a gun without having it registered. Finally, I bought a bicycle, and by evening I was pedaling southwest toward Dorset, looking, I hope, like a carefree man on a rambling holiday. I had picked my hiding place above Marshwood Vale between two lonely farms. It's not on any map. Choked with deadwood, blocked at both ends by tangled thorns, nobody would ever find it except a curious child. Which is why I knew of it. For in love one becomes a child again. That bit of road had been our discovery, hers and mine, during the brief 2 weeks which were to begin our life together. 2 weeks which were instead our last, our only time. The next days, I slept and watched. Nights, I worked. I tunneled back 10 feet into the soft sand hole of the bank, hollowing out a low room and a hearth. My chimney went straight up into a blackberry bush. Over the entrance, I fitted a heavy door, camouflaged with sandstone dust,
and dead twigs and vines. If anyone should blunder into that piece of road, he'd see no sign of my hiding place. I would be warm, dry, reasonably well fed, troubled only by my memories and my loneliness. Then one morning, down my chimney, came a thin, black, powerful tomcat who seemed to think me the trespasser. Hello there. Here. Share a biscuit? Not very civil, old man. Would you rather have some bully beef? Yeah. I bet that's the first cooked meat you've eaten. What do you live on mostly? Mice? Pheasants? From the look of your ribs, you haven't had good hunting of late. Ha! The bully beef brings out your better nature. Maybe you'll let me scratch your ear. Huh? Why, you're a veritable Asmodeus. Asmodeus, demon of hatred and malignity. Now, easy, I'm not going to hurt you. That's right. I won't tell anyone. Stick around and keep me from being lonely. I won't tell a soul that old Asmodeus is a sentimental fool. But in the end, my loneliness seemed more acute. In the long nights on that silent hillside, I was haunted by a memory of her violet eyes, by a futile wish that I'd followed my premonition, forced her to stay with me in England. Strange, when I first heard that she was dead, I suffered very little. But at night, in that cave, remembering, I felt such pain. The next afternoon, lying hidden in the top of an oak tree, I saw a car drive into the yard of the farm to the east. A man climbed out, carrying a gun case and bag. The car drove away, and the man went into the farmhouse. I stayed in the tree, and in the evening saw the farmer and his visitor emerge with guns under their arms, probably going out to hunt wood pigeons. After a while, they came out from a thicket to my left. The farmer's visitor was Major Keeve Smith.
You won't be having much luck for your first evening shooting, sir.
Oh, that's all right. I have 2 weeks' holiday. What's behind that growth of hawthorn over there?
Oh, nothing. But dead wood and more hawthorn.
I ought to find pigeons nesting in there.
Not likely. Because of the cat.
What cat?
Oh, perishing black cat. Can't shoot him, can't tame him neither. There he goes now, that black devil.
Where? Oh, yes, into the hedge. He's very fat for a stray, isn't he?
I was underground 9 days, watching daylight and starlight through my chimney. Then Asmodeus disappeared. And that night I heard noises. There were 2 men. They were moving something heavy. Then I heard a thud against the door, and I knew with terror that my door was barred. I was trapped underground.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonder how I found you? It was the cat. I was sure that somebody was feeding him. How sentimental you English are about animals.
Can't you give me a cleaner death than this?
Well, my dear fellow, I don't want you to die at all. Put your signature on a document I have here, and I'll release you immediately.
A document? Which says what?
Well, I'll read you the most important sentence. On April the 5th, I attempted to assassinate the leader of the German people and did so with the knowledge of the British government. See, it's a very simple, straightforward statement.
It's a pack of lies.
Oh, come now, no heroics. Truth is relative. You think about it overnight, old fellow. I'll be back at 7 in the morning.
Oh? Who do you have on night duty?
A paid hand. Swiss fella. You must have realized it took 2 of us to lift the log that's barring your door. But by the way, why did you try to assassinate our leader?
I told you. I wanted to see if it was possible. And then I didn't think his death would be any loss.
Ah, and you did mean to shoot. I'm glad you finally admit it.
Why, yes. I did mean to shoot. I'd given myself away, not to him, to myself. It had not been a game. I had rarely meant to kill the head of a state. I must have been mad, and indeed I was driven mad by rage and grief so great I didn't let myself know what I was thinking. I am a man who has loved only once and didn't know it until she was dead. They killed her. He, that leader, killed her. She was so swift, so sensitive, so generous of spirit. She made the cause of all oppressed, unhappy people her own. And so they caught her and killed her. For reasons of state. And so I had declared war on them. One man at war with a nation. And I would have destroyed their leader if the wind hadn't shifted. I slept and was awakened by the sound of a shot. And then something was stuffed down my chimney, shutting off my only source of fresh air. Hours passed. The air grew foul, and I banged on the door. Keith Smith paid no attention. Finally, I reached up the chimney to see what he'd stuffed it, and pulled poor Asmodeus down into my cave. He'd been shot at close quarters. I was choking with sorrow and rage.
It wasn't an easy shot, old man. Very difficult and sporty.
That's a lie. He trusted you because he'd learned to trust me.
Oh? Well, perhaps you're right. The Anglo-Saxon love of animals is a weakness I'm happy to be without.
And so, with the death of Asmodeus, the Major condemned himself to death. All my plans were directed to that end. I had no gun, no access to my victim except through the chimney hole. No weapon but the slingshot. There was only one way to kill him. To shoot a lethal missile through that opening. After some hours, I hit on an iron spit as my weapon, to be fired by the slingshot. Then I set about luring the Major to the hole.
Ah? You want to talk?
Yes, I've been thinking. You'd only use that document in case of a war, is that right?
Exactly.
So it doesn't matter if I sign it or not, since there isn't going to be a war.
You're perfectly right. It's a mere formality.
Then hand it down. And give me a pen and a flashlight.
Right away. I'm glad you decided to be sensible. You're a cut above the average Englishman. There it is. Got it?
Yes.
Here's the pen. Where are you? I can't see...
There was a look of surprise in his eyes. But he was already dead. The iron spit took him square about the nose, then he toppled backward. Immediately, I hacked away at my end of the chimney until it was large enough to receive my body. Then I burst out into the blackberry bush. The Major was lying on his back with the spit projecting through the back of his skull. I searched him, took his revolver, burned that scandalous document he'd meant me to sign, and sat down to wait. It was dark when I heard the Swiss agent coming. When he was a few paces away, I flashed the light on him. Put your hands up. Now walk over here slowly.
What do you want?
Your gun. Turn around.
Oh, you killed the Major. Oh, please, sir. Don't turn me in. They will hang me. They will hang me for treason. Now we are at war.
At war?
Oh, yes, sir. It came over the wireless. Germany has marched into Poland. England has declared war.
And so my private war merged with the greater cause. And I had no need to worry further about the ethics of my revenge. They were the same as the ethics of war. True. It had not been, as I had claimed, a sporting stalk. But you can't call me unsporting. After all, if I'd pulled the trigger, I would have achieved one of the 2 or 3 most difficult shots in the world.
And so closes tonight's tale of Suspense.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers bring you Mr. Jeff Chandler in a story taken from life. Tonight's presentation of
Suspense. Tonight, Autolite presents The Case Against Lou Doc, a factual document concerning the San Francisco Tong Wars, starring Mr. Jeff Chandler.
Hello, Harlow.
Hi, Hap. How's it going?
Oh, horrible, if you mean my car. It wastes gas. It's tough to start.
Yeah. Well, why don't you go straight, Hap?
Straight, Harlow?
Sure. Straight to your nearest Autolite spark plug dealer for a spark plug checkup. You see, Hap, the spark plugs are the heart of your car's ignition system, and they've got to be right. Now, he's got the exclusive Autolite plug check indicator that tells in an instant whether your spark plugs are right for your style of driving.
Well, suppose my plugs only need cleaning.
Why, Hap, your Autolite spark plug dealer has the specialized equipment to do the job properly. And if replacements are needed, he'll recommend ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs, resistor or standard type, to give you smoother performance, quick starts, and gas savings. So, friends, see your neighborhood Autolite spark plug dealer soon. And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with The Case Against Lou Doc and the performance of Mr. Jeff Chandler, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
Lieutenant Sonjak, you take your men, go up to the other end of the alleyway. Plant them back in the doorways. It's plenty dark, they won't be seen. I'll do the same down at this end. The signal to move will be a sharp blast of the whistle. You got that? Right. All right, man, you heard the captain.
Where's the DA? Over there. Oh, yeah.
Thompson, let's get this thing back.
Well, looks like I'm right on time.
Oh, Glasgow, I'm glad you got here.
This must be an important one. Looks like the whole San Francisco police force is here.
It's a big one, believe me. Oh, you know Captain of Detectives Wilburn?
Yeah, we've met.
And this Lieutenant Sonjak.
I'm glad to meet you.
Glasgow? The men all have their instructions, DA. Good. Then take your positions. Okay, men, let's go. All right, Thompson.
Yeah.
You want to come along with me, Glasgow? Our stakeout's down about midway in the alley.
All right, with you.
It's a laundry. There's a vacant storeroom upstairs. We can watch it from up there.
The message you left for me back at the newspaper office wasn't too explicit, Mr. D.A.
Well, tonight's the night we've been waiting for.
More murder and mayhem.
Perhaps.
Look, you've arrested hundreds of Chinese before, all members of some Tong. What good did it do?
Well, none. Just arresting the hatchet man isn't the answer. No, sir. Well, this is it.
Smells empty.
The Chinese laundryman who ran this shop was hacked to death in the last Tong battle they held along here. Come along. It's up those stairs.
Who's having it out tonight?
The Hop Ying Tong and the On Sings. Well?
Kum Ji Ho and Lou Doc.
Yeah. The two most popular and powerful Tong leaders.
I agree with you as far as Kum Ji Ho is concerned, but as for Lou Doc...
I'm more determined than ever to get him. This man lives a double life, Glasgow. By day, a sweet, smiling, and innocent silk merchant. And by night, a ruthless murderer of his countrymen.
He won't stop the Tongs by convicting Lou Doc.
Well, we'll be able to see everything from this window. Clear night.
Yeah. A million stars in the sky. We stood next to the open window above the laundry shop, fearless District Attorney Red Muccia and I, and we waited. From the window, we could see down into the dimly lit street called Spofford Alley. A narrow street lined on either side with butcher markets, curio shops, tea parlors, and more laundries. And some of those shops, fronts for hidden gambling dens, sultry, air-oppressed opium dens. Lou Doc, the man the DA accused of being the most notorious Tong leader in San Francisco, was all of that. But he was more. Lou Doc was my friend, He was a man of principles. Born in San Francisco and wanting to adapt himself to the ways of his Western brothers, he'd learned to speak, read, and write a pronounced English. He'd educated himself from the thoughts and ideas of the Western world. I knew Lou Doc. I had my doubts that he was going to show up in Spofford Alley tonight.
Cigarette, Glasgow?
Yeah, thanks. What makes you so sure Lou Doc and Kum Ji Ho are going to show tonight?
They're bitter enemies. When Kum Ji Ho learned that Lou Doc's brother was in love with one of his favorite sing-song girls, he challenged the Hop Yings.
What's the girl's name?
Ah Toy. She's a dancer at the Golden Lamp.
Oh?
On surface, the incident is just a spark to ignite the flame, Glasgow. You know that as well as I do. The real battle is being fought for supremacy. Almost 12. Any minute now.
We didn't have long to wait. Because at exactly 12 o'clock, a loud, shrill cry rang out at one end of Spofford Alley. And at the other end of the alleyway, the reply. And another full-scale tongue war began. There were at least 50 black-suited Chinese with their plates shoved under dark slouch hats that met head-on in the alley. Their hatches reflected the moonlight as they crashed open enemy heads, and long, gleaming daggers found their marks in soft, easy flesh. And as the police moved in, they scattered in every direction, stumbling over the dead and wounded. But the police were efficient. They'd holed up both ends of the alley, and it looked like they'd rounded up every one of the Bough doi that was alive. The district attorney paced the floor of the storeroom, his hands nervously twisting behind him as he waited for his captain of detectives to report to him. Then we heard heavy steps coming up the stairs. In a few moments, 3 men appeared at the head of the landing. Captain Wilburn, his Lieutenant Sanjak, and a smiling, dark-haired Chinese with his hands tied behind him.
D.A.
Oh, where's the other one?
He disappeared.
What do you mean he disappeared?
I don't know, D.A. He was in mixing it up with the rest of them. I know, I saw him. But after we had the rest of them rounded up, I couldn't find him.
How did you know it was Lou Doc, Captain?
The big head. I recognize his big head.
You can't accuse a
Bring
man
that other one over here.
Okay. You, move. This is the one they call Kum Ji Ho.
I know why you started this one, Kum Ji Ho.
Oh, yes.
How did Lou Doc manage to escape?
Oh, yes. Lou Doc. Very fine silk merchant. Yes.
Don't stall with me. It'll go a lot easier on you.
You know you're not going to get this man to talk.
We'll see about that. Now, I want the names of every Bough doi that fought in the alley tonight.
Chang, Talo, Diaying.
What was that?
I think he said he wants his lawyer before he speaks another word.
Correct.
A lawyer?
Yes. Thank you.
Well, I never heard of it.
Looks like tonight wasn't the night you thought it was going to be, D.A. I'm afraid your net results are 0. District Attorney Muccio wasn't going to get Kum Ji Ho to inform on Lou Doc, no matter how hard he tried. For a Tong member to testify or inform on another, even your most hated enemy, which was a rival Tong, was certain death. And in most cases, members of your own Tong would carry out the death sentence. In the wild confusion of that battle, it would have been impossible to tell whether Lou Doc had taken part in it. Captain of detectives sworn he'd seen him. I wanted to know for sure, so the following morning I went to his house of business. The little old Chinese sitting behind the counter didn't even glance up at me as I entered. I walked over to the door of Lou's office and knocked. A voice yelled enter in Chinese, and I did. I opened the door. Seated behind a bleached rattan desk sat the man with his big head, rocking back and forth. Lou Doc.
Hello, Dan. It is nice to see you again.
It's nice to see you.
Please to sit. I was just about to serve tea.
Thanks.
Oh, I beg your pardon. This Dan is my beloved brother, Tommy. Mr. Dan Glasgow of San Francisco Tribune.
How do you do, Mr. Glasgow?
Hello, Tommy.
You take tea with lemon, I believe.
Right.
I'm most happy of this surprise visit, then. Here you are.
Thanks.
Most delicious.
There were 7 men killed in last night's Tong War, Lou Doc.
Tell me, Dan, do you prefer the Chinese or Indian tea?
I said 7 men were killed in last night's Tong battle.
Dummy. Jiao Jingdang.
为了毛你好，只有
What's the matter? My words too strong for your brother's sensitive ears?
Dan, if you were not a true friend, I would easily kill you with my own hand for such remark.
I'm sorry, Lou Doc.
You, as I, believe in righteous principles. It was upon this discovery that I grow very fond of you.
I've honored our friendship.
In the ways of your Western world are many things that my people do not understand. Among my people are certain things which the Occidental does not understand.
But cold-blooded murder is not a way that either world should have to understand.
True. But I have read in the Western world books, I read of organization called California Vigilance Committee.
Oh, look, that committee
is to protect the innocent from the guilty.
Yes, no argument. But for the protection.
In Hap Ying Tong is protection for my people. Now comes time when most beloved brother falls in love with sing-song girl named Atoy. He wishes to marry with her. She returns his love. It must be so.
And so in order to bring about this marriage, hundreds of men may lose their lives.
If it is as the gods design, yes.
There's nothing that I can say that can convince you to settle the whole thing peaceably?
In China, perhaps by tribunal, but in San Francisco, then, is not probable. We must settle this difference by other means.
Oh, and I'm sorry, Lou Doc. I'm sorry for your people.
There is no one upon whose heart this sorrow hangs heavier than mine.
And with that, Lou Doc rose up from his chair. Stood staring at me for a moment through tear-filled eyes. And then he turned and strode majestically out of the room, his large head bent as if in prayer. In the weeks that followed, for some unknown reason or other, the Tong Wars slowed down to practically a standstill. There'd been only a couple of hatchet murders in 2 months. Oh, it seemed almost too good to be true. And then on January 4th, I received a phone call from the DA's office about 4 in the afternoon. His voice had a smile in it.
Well, it took someone else to do it, Glasgow, but it was done.
What was done?
About an hour ago in Ross Alley, 2 Tong men shot a man and then hacked his face to ribbons with their hatchets. When Captain Wilburn got down there, he identified the man.
Who was it?
The man we've been after. Your good friend, Lou Doc.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Jeff Chandler in The Case Against Lou Doc. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Say, Harlow, just what does ignition engineered mean?
Well, Hap, it means that Autolite spark plugs are tops in quality and performance. That's because they're designed by the same Autolite engineers who designed the coil, distributor, and all the other important parts that make up complete ignition systems, used as original equipment on many leading makes of our finest cars, trucks, and tractors.
Well, that's a pretty good reason to use them, Harlow.
It's the best, Hap. So have your Autolite spark plug dealer replace worn-out spark plugs with either standard or resistor-type Autolite spark plugs for smoother performance, quick starts, and gas savings. They just don't come any better than Autolite.
Autolite spark plug dealers offer the best spark plug service money can buy, too, Harlow.
Right you are, Hap. So, friends, to quickly learn his address, call Western Union by number and ask for Operator 25. She'll gladly tell you the location of your nearest Autolite spark plug dealer. And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Jeff Chandler in Elliot Lewis's production of The Case Against Lou Doc, a dramatic report well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Lou Doc had been my friend, and the realization of what an impact his death would have on his following hit me. It was to be a great loss for them. I hung up the phone and decided to go down to the police station. When I got there, the desk sergeant lifted a tired finger and told me that Captain Wilburn was back in the morgue with Lieutenant Sonjak.
Come in, Glasgow. The DA said you might be down.
So you finally got Lou Doc.
We didn't. It was a couple of rival tongmen that did the job.
Did you pick him up?
Nope. He got away. Want to take a look at him? Pretty bloody.
Yeah.
Over here. All right, Sonjak. Turn down the sheet.
Oh, no.
See what I mean when I say bloody?
His face.
His own mother wouldn't recognize him.
How do you know it's Lou Doc?
By the head. Take a look at the head, what's left of it. Doc had a big head, almost out of proportion to the rest of his body. That's how I know it's him.
But still,
Look, Glasgow, the DA's told me how you feel about this guy. I don't want any trouble from you. This man is Lou Doc. I positively identify him as the notorious tongue leader of the Hop Yings. Do you care to challenge that statement?
No. No, of course not.
Then you will admit this is Lou Doc.
Sure, Captain, I admit it. That's Lou Doc. I admitted it because the thought suddenly occurred to me that here was the opportunity I'd been waiting for. The dead man lying on the slab in the police morgue was not Lou Doc. The police had no positive identification as to who the man was, but it looked like a perfect way to ease the pressure that was being brought to bear on them. Captain Wilburn knew that faceless man was not Lou Doc as well as I did. The following morning, I went to the business house of Lou Doc, the silk merchant. And just as I'd expected, the name on the door had been changed. Next door was a gambling parlor. I gave the password at the door and was admitted. I sat down at one of the fantan tables and began playing. I hadn't been playing long when I suddenly felt the presence of someone familiar standing next to me. 3.
Sheep.
Hello, Lou Doc.
Hello, Dan. Happy to meet with you.
Is there somewhere we can talk?
Come. Owner of this establishment is a good friend of mine. We shall use his office.
All right, you lead the way.
Come. In here. Now, we are alone.
You're still hale and hearty, even though you're dead.
That is not good joke.
Take it you read the morning papers.
Oh, yes.
In time to change the name on your place of business.
You were pleased to see elimination of Lou Doc, weren't you, my friend?
You want the truth?
Our most precious bond, Dan.
Yes, Lou Doc, I was, because now it's no longer necessary for you to work with any tongue.
It surprises me that you, of all persons I respect, should think that way. There's great work yet to be done among my people.
Forget the work, Lou. It's a battle that won't be won until every tongue is disbanded.
And if I leave, what then? Kumjiho and his tongue take over leadership in San Francisco? The terror that exists now will seem, my friend, a mere particle?
Well, what about the police?
The police are satisfied, you know that. The notoriety and publicity that have gone before will no longer continue to follow me.
The Hop Yings will continue to exist and you still behind them.
Yes, my friend, to make decisions. I will set up puppet leader. But their rival, Kumjiho, will always know that still sitting on the throne of the Hop Yings is Lou Doc, the man he fears.
I'm a newspaper man. I have to print the truth. You know that.
Yes, my friend, I know. I also know something else.
Yeah?
I also know Dan Glasgow. You are a true friend of Lou Doc.
And he was right. I knew the fight within myself had begun. To know that he was still alive, and yet never to print that fact. Because in doing so, I'd have to betray his friendship. A windy night in February, I was working late in the office. It was about 8 o'clock when one of the reporters came in and told me that Tommy Yushu, Lou Doc's brother, had been trapped in the cafe of his dancer girlfriend, Artoy. I rushed down to Dagger Alley. There wasn't a soul in sight. I started to walk. It was cold and heavy wind was blowing, but my hands were soaking wet with perspiration as I made my way up the cobblestone walk to the Golden Lamp. I imagined 100 eyes staring at me from dark doorways. Then I was in front of the cafe. I walked up to the door. It was bolted. Tommy Yushu. It's me, the newspaper man, Dan Glasgow. Let me in. Let me in, Tommy.
Hurry.
Thanks.
What are you doing here?
Word leaked out the Onsings had you holed up here.
They sure do. You took an awful chance coming up that alleyway.
Why'd you risk your neck here for coming here?
A toy, Mr. Glasgow.
Oh, I see.
We planned to leave tonight, secretly. Somehow they learned of our plans. It was our toy's father who betrayed us.
Her father?
Please, Tommy. My father was threatened. There was nothing he could do. I'm willing to die with Tommy.
Does Lou Doc know you're here?
No.
Then call him. Tell him to call the police.
You have talked with my brother, Mr. Glasgow. You know he would never do that.
But you'll never get out of here alive.
Then it must be so.
Oh, I don't understand it. You'd be willing to commit suicide because of some silly, superstitious, and clannish idea that the only way to deal out justice is through force. Well, you and your brother and everybody who thinks that way, Tommy, are wrong. Maybe the idea of tongues originally were good ideas, but the goodness has gone out of them. I'm going to call the police.
One moment, Mr. Glasgow. I'm sorry, but I cannot allow you to do that.
All right, Tommy, you can put away the gun. I won't call him. Can I call your brother?
Perhaps that is best.
Thanks. Tommy gave me a number to call. Lou Doc answered the phone himself. His voice remained strangely calm when I told him what the situation was. He told me he was coming right down, warned me to stay in the cafe. Then I hung up. The three of us, Tommy Yushu, the sing-song girl Toy, and myself, sat down and waited. 20 minutes later, I heard a car screech to a halt down at the end of Dagger Alley. I opened one of the small windows, stuck my head out, and looked down the narrow street. A long black car was parked at the curb. Then the car door opened, and Lou Doc stepped out, alone. And he began his long walk up the cobblestones to the cafe. He walked slowly, staring straight ahead. His body firm, rigid, in one position. It was just the movement of his legs. Wearing a long black coat, he looked like a giant as he took long strides, holding his oversized head high. Lou.
Hello, Doc.
You better get inside. There must be at least 25 of them out there.
I'm all right. Tell Tommy to come out.
But, Lou, you don't have a chance.
They won't attack me. They haven't the nerve. Tell Tommy to come out.
Tell me he wants you to go with him.
Tommy?
I've got to go, Toy, but I'll be back. Do not fear, my beloved.
Tell him to hurry, Doc.
Tommy.
I'm going. Hello, my brother. It
And
is good
you.
to see you.
Goodbye, Dad. I see you soon again.
Soon, Lou Doc. The two of them began their long walk back to the end of Dagger Alley. Lou Lou Doc's hand closed tightly around his brother's arm, walking slowly but steadily toward the black car. They weren't 10 feet from it when from out of one of the dark doorways a figure jumped into view. It was Come Ji-ho. Come Ji-ho let go with 4 wild shots. Lou Doc whirled, covering his brother, at the same time whipping out a gun and firing. Tommy opened the door of the car, got in, and started it up. Then Lou Doc fell to his knees, still firing. Tommy gunned the car away. Lou Doc pitched forward on his face, emptying his gun. Come Ji-ho dropped to the pavement, clawing at his bloody face. He twitched for just a moment. And then he lay still. When I got to Lou Doc, he was still alive, but bleeding badly. He looked up at me.
Much pain, my friend. Much pain.
There'll be an ambulance any minute now, Lou. Just hold on.
This is not death I prayed my ancestors to give me then. I die lying on wet pavement in dark alley at night. My wounds bleed freely.
Lou, you're not gonna die, Lou.
Our most precious bond, truth in our friendship. Promise me. Promise as you hold me in your arms, my friend, that in stories that will be written, in one of them, someone will write. Someone will write that beneath
Beneath the cloak of the legend of his notorious reputation, there existed a man who believed in the principles of righteousness for all his fellow men. Who is there who can sit in judgment and proclaim that there was any case but goodness against the man named Lou Doc?
Suspense. Presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Jeff Chandler. This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for Autolite, world's largest independent manufacturer of automotive electrical equipment. During the early months of 1952, the Autolite family will join together in saluting the leading car manufacturers who install Autolite products as original equipment right on their assembly lines. Our Autolite family is made up of the nearly 30,000 men and women in 28 great Autolite plants from coast to coast, and in still other Autolite plants in many foreign countries. Our family also includes more than 18,000 people who have invested a portion of their savings in Autolite, as well as 96,000 Autolite distributors and dealers in the United States and thousands more in Canada and throughout the world. The Autolite family will have the privilege of saluting the Plymouth division of Chrysler Corporation on the next Suspense television program. If you live in a television area, check the day and time of Suspense on television so that you won't miss this program. And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers bring you the First Lady of Suspense, Miss Agnes Moorehead, in a true story of murder. Tonight's presentation of Suspense.
Tonight, Autolite presents a dramatization of the most famous unsolved American murder mystery. Miss Agnes Moorehead as Lizzie Borden in The Fall River Tragedy.
Hey, Hap, Why the downcast look?
My battery is dry, Harlow, and my car won't start.
Well, Hap, that's one of the big reasons you should have an Autolite Stay Full battery. The famous battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
You mean...
Why, the Autolite Stay Full has over 3 times the liquid reserve of batteries without Stay Full features. And this helps prevent one of the major causes of battery failure. The Autolite Stay Full gives longer life, as proved by tests conducted according to accepted life cycle standards.
That's the battery for me, Harlow.
Well, then see your neighborhood Autolite battery dealer. He's equipped to give you the best service money can buy on all makes of batteries. To quickly learn his location, just call Western Union by number.
And as for me, Operator 25, I'll gladly tell you the address of your nearest Autolite battery dealer.
And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with the Fall River tragedy and the performance of Miss Agnes Moorehead, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
Just bringing some tea from the pantry. You're Mr. Lippett from the magazine? Yes, I'm Elizabeth Borden. Won't you come in? Come on in. I thought we might sit in the morning room. I have all the things in there, the newspaper clippings and pictures about the trial. Yes, you may sit there, if you will.
Lizzie Borden took an axe and gave her mother 40 whacks. Then she took another one and gave her father 41.
That child followed you here. They follow anybody who comes and shout their words. That has been part of my punishment. My whole life since the trial has been a punishment, the worst punishment that anyone innocent or guilty could ever face. They think I'm guilty. Everyone does. They always did, but I'm not. Jury said I wasn't. You must forgive me. I'll pour you tea and tell you all about it. It was my father and my stepmother who were killed, if you'll remember. It was a long time ago. Father, where he lay on a couch in the living room, and my stepmother upstairs, where she'd been attending to the making of the beds. First, Dr. Bowen came over, and then in a little while, the police were there, too. After some time had passed, I was arrested and brought to trial. And all my friends were witnesses against me.
Please, Your Honor, Mr. Foreman, and gentlemen of the jury. Upon the 4th day of August, an old man and an old woman, husband and wife, each without a known enemy in the whole world, in their own home, upon a frequented street in the most populous city of this county, under the light of day and in the midst of its activities, were first one, then another, severally killed by unlawful human agency. Today, Lizzie A. Borden, the own daughter of one of the victims, is at the bar of this court, accused by the grand jury of this county of these crimes. As spokesman for the Commonwealth, it is my purpose to explain to you the grounds and the basis for that accusation. I believe the best way to do that is to call the first witness. Will Dr. S.W. Bowen take stand? Dr. S.W. Bowen?
Yes, thank you.
Place your hand on the book. You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please be seated. Dr. Bowen, where do you live?
At 91 2nd Street.
That is in Fall River.
Yes, in Fall River.
Am I right in believing that address is directly across 2nd Street from where the Borden family lives?
Yes, that is correct.
Do you know the Borden family?
Yes, I had been their physician and friend for 25 years.
Did you know Mr. Borden's financial situation?
Financial situation?
Did you know if he were wealthy or not?
Mr. Borden's estate, I do not hesitate to say, is considerably more than $300,000.
To be inherited by whom, do you know?
According to his will, to be inherited by his wife.
And upon the condition of her death?
To be inherited by his 2 daughters.
His 2 daughters. That is the prisoner, Miss Lizzie Borden, and Miss Emma Borden.
Yes.
I see. On the morning of the 4th of August, where were you, Doctor?
I was working in the front garden.
How long had you been working there?
Between 9:30, as I can remember, and the time I was called to the Borden house.
Had you seen anyone enter the house?
Only Mr. Borden.
The deceased. What time was that?
Some minutes before 11, say 10 before.
Tell us what you noticed, please.
I saw him first coming up street. He turned through his gate, and then I heard him knocking on his door.
The door was locked?
Yes, I could see that he had tried to unlock it with his key, but the door must have been locked from the inside. Presently, he was let in by the maid, Bridget Sullivan.
Had you ever known that to happen before?
No.
And you saw no one else enter the house the morning of the 4th?
No.
Now, Dr. Bowen, how did you learn of the trouble?
The maid, Bridget Sullivan, told me. She came across and said Lizzie had found her father and had called her to go for help.
And you returned to the house with her?
Yes.
Who was there when you arrived?
We went in the side entrance, which led to the kitchen. Miss Lizzie Borden and a neighbor, Mrs. Churchill.
Do you remember what was said at that moment?
Oh, yes, I do. I saw Lizzie, and I said, Lizzie, what's the matter? She said, Father has been killed or stabbed. I said, well, where is he? And she told me, in the sitting room.
Is that all she said in that conversation at that time?
Yes, I went into the sitting room.
Will you describe what you saw in the sitting room?
Mr. Borden was on the couch. He had the appearance of a man who had been killed while he slept.
Could you explain that, Dr. Bough?
There was no facial constriction such as is found in cases where the victim fought death.
Were there signs of a struggle in the room?
None.
And when you went out, did you speak to Miss Lizzie Borden again?
Yes.
Do you remember what you said?
Yes, I asked her if she had seen anyone, and she said no. And then I said, where were you? And she said, in the barn, to get some lead.
Dr. Bowen, who discovered the body of Mrs. Borden?
I did.
When?
And I went upstairs to get a sheet to cover the body of Mr. Borden. I saw her body when I reached the top of the front stairs.
You could see her body from the stairway?
Yes.
Could you see it from the hallway upstairs?
Yes.
Did you examine the body?
Yes, she'd been killed the same way as Mr. Borden.
Do you know, sir, which of them died first?
I believe it has been proved by Dr. Wood that Mrs. Borden died approximately an hour before her husband did.
Thank you, Dr. Bowen. That will be all.
This lawyer's name was Mr. Moody. Oh, he was just full of hate. And he had a way to fill everybody else with hate, with the questions he asked. He made all my friends witnesses against me. Yes, Miss Russell, who lived next door south, and Miss Churchill, who lived next door north. Mr. Moody made them say things to make the jury believe that no one could have gone into the house without being seen, and that no one had. Yes? So the murders were committed by someone who was there. And Bridget Sullivan was the only other one there. But there wasn't anybody who suspected her. She was just a witness against me, like the rest of them.
Bridget Sullivan. How long have you known the prisoner?
I worked at that house for almost 3 years.
Would you say they were a happy family?
No, sir.
Will you explain what you mean, please?
There were feelings between Mrs. Borden and the two girls.
Miss Lizzie, Miss Emma?
Yes. Mrs. Borden was their stepmother. They didn't like her.
Well, did they show their dislike in any definite way?
Well, Miss Lizzie never called her mother. She always called her Mrs. Borden.
Do you know why she did that? Or what started the feeling?
Yes. There was an argument about some property. Mr. Borden gave some over to Mrs. Borden. Miss Lizzie thought his property should go to his own flesh and blood.
How do you know this happened?
I heard her arguing with her father.
Do you remember the words that were spoken?
They argued about the property, and Mr. Borden said, Mother has a right to it. And Miss Lizzie said, don't call her mother. She's a mean old thing, and we hate her.
By we, she meant her sister and her?
Yes.
And from that time, Miss Lizzie never called Mrs. Borden mother?
Never that I heard.
Miss Sullivan, what were you doing the morning of the murder?
I've been washing windows.
Who was in the house that morning?
Miss Emma was not. She'd been gone since the day before, visiting a friend. Mr. and Mrs. Borden had breakfast, and then he left.
Well, what time was that?
Near 9 o'clock.
What about Mrs. Borden?
She was dusting. She told me to wash the windows. Then I never saw her again.
Will you repeat that, please?
I never saw her again. I even asked Miss Lizzie where she was, and she told me she went out.
Miss Lizzie told you her stepmother had gone out?
Yes. She said a note had come and that Mrs. Borden had gone to see a sick friend.
Did you see the note?
No, sir. No, never saw it.
Did you see Mrs. Borden leave?
No, sir.
If she had indeed left, which door would she have gone out?
The front door, sir.
And yet that was the door you unlocked and opened to admit Mr. Borden a few minutes before 11.
Yes.
How was it locked?
It was bolted from the inside.
Did you lock it?
No, sir.
And obviously no one going out that way could lock it from the outside.
No, sir.
What about the other doors?
They were locked.
You sure of that?
Yes, sir.
So, no one could have come into the house that morning?
I don't think so.
All right, Miss Sullivan. Now, when you heard Mr. Borden knock on the door, you went to it.
Yes, sir.
Miss Sullivan, where was Lizzie Borden at that moment?
Upstairs or on the stairway.
How do you know that's where she was?
Because when I was walking to the door, I heard her laugh.
You heard her laugh?
Yes, sir. And she came down the front stairs after I let her father in.
What was she laughing at?
I don't know, sir. She didn't say.
Tell us what happened then after Mr. Borden came in.
I heard her ask how he felt. He'd been sick. Then I heard her get the couch ready so he could lie down. By that time, I'd gone through the kitchen to the rear stairway where I went up to my room.
Now, how long did you stay there?
20 minutes, I think. Then Miss Lizzie called from downstairs to say that her father had been killed.
Did you speak to Miss Lizzie?
Yes, sir. When she told me her father was killed, I asked her where she was.
And how did she answer?
She said, I was up in the barn.
Well, thank you, Miss Sullivan. That will be all.
This lawyer, this Mr. Mooney, was awfully clever. You understand the Commonwealth had no physical evidence, nor any witnesses to the murders. And Mr. Mooney was trying to eliminate the possibility that anyone else could have done it, as they said. And I realized that innocence or guilt didn't make any difference anymore. Mr. Mooney would have tried to do the same thing no matter what. To turn my friends against me, my doctor and my servant.
Captain Harrington, being in charge of the investigation of the day of the murders, did you question Miss Lizzie Borden?
I did. When I got there, I asked her if she knew anything about it. She said she did not, that she'd found him when she came into the house. I asked her where she'd been, and she said she'd been in the loft, in the barn. I asked her how long, and she said she thought it had been 20 minutes.
And did you investigate that statement?
I did. I went to the loft in the barn. The floor was thick with dust. When I walked across it, I left footprints. But there were no other footprints up there.
There was no evidence that anyone else had been there?
No evidence at all.
That will be all, Captain Harrington. Thank you. I would like to ask the jury to pause for a moment and weigh the testimony heard thus far. I should like to remind you that it was given by persons who would rather not speak against the prisoner and who spoke only the truth under oath. Now, I should like to ask the prisoner, Miss Lizzie Borden, to take the stand.
Lite is bringing you Miss Agnes Moorehead as Lizzie Borden, with Joseph Kearns as Mr. Moody in The Fall River Tragedy. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Say, Hap, where were we?
Oh, you were telling me about the Autolite Stay Full battery.
Oh, yes, the famous battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
Good starter, Harlow?
It's the very best, Hap. Why, every positive plate in the Autolite Stay Full is protected by fiberglass retaining mats to reduce shedding and flaking and give longer life, as proved by tests conducted according to accepted life cycle standards.
You've sold me, Harlow. I'm on my way to get a new Autolite Stay Full battery.
So, friends, have your battery checked soon by your neighborhood Autolite battery dealer who services all makes of batteries. He'll gladly tell you whether your battery is right for these cold starting days. And if a replacement is needed, your Autolite battery dealer has an Autolite Stay Full battery for your car. To quickly learn his location, just call Western Union by number.
And ask for me, operator 25. I'll tell you the name of your nearest Autolite battery dealer.
Where you can be sure of getting an Autolite Stay Full battery. The battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Miss Agnes Moorehead as Lizzie Borden in Elliot Lewis's production of The Fall River Tragedy. A true story, well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I remember the day so clearly when I was called to the stand. None of my friends would look at me, nor my sister. And then I realized that my father and my stepmother were more fortunate than I would ever be.
You, Lizzie A. Borden, swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, help you God?
I do.
Please be seated. Miss Borden, did you ever have any trouble with your stepmother?
No.
Miss Borden, do you mean not within that past year?
No, about 2 years ago.
Oh, then you did have trouble with her.
If you wish to call it that.
What was it about?
About my stepmother's stepsister, Miss Whitehead.
Was it a violent expression of feeling?
It was simply a difference of opinion.
In regard to what?
To property. Her father's house was for sale on 4th Street, and my father bought her stepsister's share and gave it to her.
To your mother?
My stepmother. We thought what he did for her he should do for his own flesh and blood.
Did you at that time say to your father, don't call her mother, she's a mean old thing and we hate her?
I don't know. I may have, but I don't remember.
Were you always cordial with your stepmother?
That depends upon one's idea of cordiality.
Was it cordial according to your ideas of cordiality?
Yes. I didn't regard her as my mother. I stopped calling her mother after the affair regarding her stepsister.
Why did you leave off calling her mother?
Because I wanted to.
Have you any other reason to give me?
No.
Well, then that will have to be sufficient. Now, Miss Borden, we come to the morning of August 4. That morning, did you breakfast with your father and stepmother?
No, I came downstairs at about 9. They had finished eating.
Did you see your father?
Yes. He was in the sitting room reading the Providence Journal.
And your stepmother?
Saw her in the dining room. She had a dusting cloth.
That was about 9.
Yes.
When did you see your stepmother again?
After I'd eaten a pear and come back into the dining room. She told me she had had a note and was going out to see a sick friend. She said she'd get the dinner.
Did you see the note?
No, sir.
Did you see your stepmother leave?
No, sir.
Or did you hear her leave?
No, sir.
How long did you stay downstairs?
Oh, I'm not sure. I ate a pear and drank a cup of tea and then went back to my room.
Your room. That's up the front stairs to the rear. Is that correct?
Yes.
That is across the hallway and a few paces to the rear of the room where your stepmother's body was later found.
Yes.
How long did you stay in your room?
I don't know. It must have been an hour.
Did you see anyone up there?
No, sir.
Did you hear anything?
No, sir.
What were you doing?
I was sewing a piece of lace on a garment.
Do you know that medical examination has proved that your stepmother was killed approximately an hour before your father?
Yes.
Do you understand that to mean she was killed at approximately 10 o'clock?
Yes.
Were you in your room at 10 o'clock?
I think I was.
But you heard nothing. Nothing like the sound of a person being struck down a few paces away.
No.
That is extraordinary. Now, Miss Borden, you insist that you did not leave your room for close to an hour.
Yes, sir.
Now, where was your father?
He had left. He went downtown after 9.
Do you understand that the front door and all the doors were locked from the inside when he returned a few minutes before 11?
Yes.
Did you lock it?
No, sir.
Do you understand that the witness, Miss Bridget Sullivan, testified that she did not lock it?
I heard her say that.
Well, then who locked it?
I don't know.
Did you hear your father try to get in?
Yes, sir.
Were you still in your room?
I was coming down.
You had passed the spare room and were on the stairs.
Yes.
Did you see anything?
If I had looked in, I should have seen Miss Borden. I didn't look in. I didn't see anything.
What did you laugh at?
I did not laugh.
Did you hear a witness's sworn statement that you did laugh?
Yes. Must have been mistaken.
I see. Now, when your father came in through the door Bridget Sullivan had unlocked, you came downstairs.
Yes.
Did you speak with your father?
I asked him how he was feeling, and he said he thought he would lie down.
And that is when he went to the couch in the sitting room. Did you help him?
Yes. Yes, I went with him and covered him with a shawl.
And then what did you do?
I went up in the barn to get some lead.
What kind of lead?
For fishing sinkers. I was going to our farm in Marion, and I was going to fish while I was there.
When were you going fishing?
Monday.
The murders occurred on Thursday. You were going fishing on the next Monday?
Yes.
Miss Borden, why did you pick that particular time on Thursday to go to the loft in the barn to get sinkers?
I don't know. It occurred to me, so I went to the barn.
Did you pick the loft of the barn as a place to keep sinkers?
No. My father had once told me there was some lead up in the barn.
Do you know that search for fishing apparatus in your house has shown there was none there?
I had none there, but there was some at the farm.
Then did not that apparatus include sinkers?
No, there were no sinkers on the line.
How long had it been since you used the apparatus?
3 years.
And you remembered all those years that there were no sinkers?
Yes.
I see. How long do you think you were occupied in looking for sinkers in the loft?
About 15 or 20 minutes.
Did you do nothing besides look for sinkers in that 20 minutes?
Yes, sir. I ate some pears.
Would it take you all that time to eat a few pears?
I do not do things in a hurry.
Is that all you did?
No. I went over to the window and I opened it.
Why did you do that?
Because it was too hot.
I suppose that's the hottest place on the premises.
Yes,
sir. Don't you think it would have been more comfortable if you'd waited until late afternoon to look for your sinkers rather than choose the hottest hour of an August morning?
Perhaps I would have.
I'm sure you would have. From the window, could you see the house?
Yes.
How many pears did you eat in that 20 minutes?
3.
Could you, standing at that window, see anybody enter the kitchen or the side door?
No, sir.
I thought you said you could see the house.
Not after you pass the jog in the barn. It obstructs the view of that side of the house.
Miss Borden, have you heard a witness, Captain Harrington, a policeman trained to make accurate observation, testify that there was no evidence whatsoever that anyone had disturbed the dust on the floor of the barn loft? That no one had been there?
I heard him.
And you still insist that you were there for 20 minutes during which your father was killed?
Yes, sir.
Then how do you account for Captain Harrington's statement?
I don't know. I'm afraid that Captain Harrington must have been mistaken. I was up in the barn. Mr. Moody was terribly clever. He suggested a motive, 2 motives, the hate for my stepmother and the inheritance. He suggested the story of being in the barn was false. He suggested that the story of the note and my stepmother leaving was false. He suggested that I was guilty, but I'm not. Jury said I wasn't. They found me not guilty. They didn't find the axe. They didn't find blood stains or destroyed clothes or anything. Just circumstance. But it doesn't seem to matter what the jury said. Nobody else thinks I'm innocent.
Lizzie Borden took
That's why they punish me. But I am innocent, no matter what people think. I stood trial, and I am innocent. I swear I am. I swear I am.
Lizzie Borden took an axe and gave her
Will you stop that? Stop it. She was not my mother. Oh, you're leaving. Don't go. I haven't finished. I haven't shown you the pictures or the newspaper clippings. I saved them all to show somebody. Why are you leaving like this, Mr. Lippert? You haven't even finished your tea. I didn't finish telling you my...
Suspense. Presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, the First Lady of Suspense, Miss Agnes Moorehead.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for Autolite, world's largest independent manufacturer of automotive electrical equipment. Autolite is proud to serve the greatest names in the industry. That's why during the early months of 1952, the Autolite family will join together in saluting the leading car manufacturers who use Autolite products. Our Autolite family is made up of the nearly 30,000 men and women in 28 great Autolite plants from coast to coast and in still other Autolite plants in many foreign countries. Our family also includes more than 18,000 people who have invested a portion of their savings in Autolite, as well as 96,000 Autolite distributors and dealers in the United States and thousands more in Canada and throughout the world. Our Autolite family will salute the Hudson Motor Car Company on the next Autolite Suspense television program. If you live in a television area, check the day and time of Suspense on television so that you'll be sure to see this show. And remember, be with us next week for another thrilling Autolite Suspense program on radio.
Next week on Suspense, our star will be Mr. Richard Basehart, who will portray a man who found it necessary to commit the perfect crime, a tale we call The Perfectionist. In weeks to come, we shall also present Mr. Charles Boyer, Mr. J. Carroll Nash, and Mr. James Mason, all on Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with music composed by Lucien Morawick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The Fall River Tragedy was written for Suspense by Gil Dowd. In tonight's story, Joseph Kearns was heard as Mr. Moody. Featured in the cast were Peggy Weber, Herb Butterfield, Rolf Sedan, Will Wright, and Stuffy Singer.
Agnes Moorehead may currently be seen in the Wald Krasner RKO production, The Blue Veil.
And remember, next week on Suspense, Mr. Richard Basehart in The Perfectionist.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers bring you the brilliant young motion picture star, Mr. Richard Basehart, in tonight's presentation of Suspense.
Tonight, Autolite presents the story of a man who found it necessary to commit the perfect crime, a tale we call The Perfectionist, starring Mr. Richard Basehart.
Hip, hip, hooray! Hip, hip, hooray!
Hey, Harlow, why the cheers?
For the team, Hap.
What team, Harlow?
Why, the team under your car's hood. the Autolite electrical system, the family team of precision-made units, including the generator, battery, coil, distributor, starting motor, and all the other important parts of the complete Autolite electrical system used as original factory equipment on many leading makes of our finest cars, trucks, and tractors.
Does this team play full-time, Harlow?
It works full-time, Hap. Every time you press the starting switch, every second your engine is running, and whenever you use your horn, lights, or radio.
That Autolite electrical system is a real winner, eh, Harlow?
You bet, Hap, with all units related by Autolite engineering design and manufacturing skill to give you the smoothest performance money can buy. So, friends, when your Autolite-equipped car needs replacement parts, take a tip from me and insist on Autolite original factory parts. And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with The Perfectionist and the performance of Mr. Richard Basehart, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
There. It's all written. I couldn't confess it verbally to these police. They're stupid men. Men who discovered nothing about the murder through their own efforts. It was a mishap, a blunder which revealed me. I know. I killed him. When it comes to murder, few know it as I do. Few could have planned as I planned. Few could have put the body in such a trunk as I designed. A perfect trunk for transporting the body. Perfect. I'm a perfectionist, and that is my failing. I have been, in my perfection, destroyed by imperfect men. The man I killed, he was old enough to be my father. I had planned each step and shipped his body in the trunk to a city only 90 miles away from the scene of the murder. Only 90 miles. And it was the fourth remaining step of a calculation in which each move had the precision of a mathematical equation.
Your checks, please.
Here you are. It's a medium-sized trunk.
And we go by the numbers.
It was train 91 out of Carlton. We arrived 30 minutes late at 7:21 a.m. precisely.
You should have been a train man. You're better than the dispatchers. Gee, I'm sorry, mister, but I think we sent your trunk out by mistake.
You... what?
Oh, we'll get it back. It happens sometimes.
You idiot. You stupid idiot.
Oh, wait a second. I don't have to...
Yes. You're quite right. And I apologize. When was it delivered?
Yesterday.
Has anyone phoned about it? Has anyone called? Complaining of the error?
No.
Perhaps they don't realize they have the wrong trunk. Perhaps they haven't opened it yet. Do you think that's possible? Do you think they might not have called because the trunk is still closed?
It's the only reason people really beef when they get the wrong trunk. They scream like wounded eagles.
Well, give me their name and address.
Oh, I'll look it up in the book. Yeah, here it is. Name's Granick.
Yes, thank you.
Whoa. Ain't you going to write it down?
I don't have to write it down.
Oh, well, see you.
Clerk, let me see that trunk.
What?
I want to see the trunk. I want to be sure it's not mine.
The claim check's wrong.
Yes, perhaps that's where the mistake lies, in the claim check.
Okay. So much nonsense about a lousy trunk. Yeah, it's right here. Come on in here and look.
Yes. This is my trunk.
You sure?
You have skeleton keys. Open it.
If it's your trunk, you got a key.
I lost my key. Here's $10. Open it.
Okay.
That is my trunk.
The drafting equipment, surveying instruments, they're mine. The tags must have been mixed up. If you want proof, why haven't they phoned? This is my trunk. This one. Not the other one. I hated that clerk. I hate anyone I have to depend on. And I had to depend on him. I had to ask him to help me when I know you can never trust anyone's help, ever. But I had to discover who the other people were, and their trunk would tell me. I had to know their secret before they found out mine. Take their trunk, not to exchange it with mine. They might doubt me, ask me to open it. No, I had to get my trunk my own way and dispose of the body before anyone missed the man I had killed. Their name was Granick, and some letters in that trunk told me he had been a cripple for 3 years, paralyzed from the waist down. An accident, a fall. I knew more than that, much more. I knew he'd just come out of a rehabilitation hospital. But did I know enough to get my trunk without their knowing who I really was, or knowing the trunk was gone? They would know nothing, absolutely nothing of me, but I would know about them. Doesn't it give you a sense of power to know someone else's secret without their knowing any of yours?
Yes?
How do you do, Mrs. Granick?
Yes.
My name is Christensen. Is your husband around?
My husband is in the living room.
I know. You're going to say he can't come to the door. I know of his accident.
What did you say your name was?
Christensen. Chris. I know your husband has a great problem. He must. Anyone handicapped like that must have.
You have no right to say anything like that.
No, didn't they call you from the office? Didn't they tell you I was coming here?
Who is it, Betty?
It's just
If
someone...
they didn't call you, then you must listen to me. It's to your benefit to listen before I see him.
Betty!
In a minute, dear.
See, we're a non-profit organization devoted solely to evaluating the attitudes of the crippled, how they're functioning, how much help they need, how dependent they are on others, on their loved ones. You know what I mean, Mrs. Granick? Surely you must know how terribly dependent such victims become with an inability to help themselves, a refusal. Or rather, a refusal to see what they're doing to the lives of their loved ones. Isn't that so, Mrs. Granick?
Do you want me to tell him who you are?
You can tell him I'm from the hospital. Routine interview checkup. Follow-through checkup.
Come in, Mr. Christensen.
2 hours had been lost. But once more I began to feel better. Control of the whole situation was coming back into my hands. Once more I knew I could succeed. I could get the trunk and dispose of the body as I'd planned to do it, not as circumstance dictated. And because I had control again, I was able to listen to this wasting hulk of a man, this William Granick, as he regaled me with his memories. But the trunk... Where was the trunk?
I suppose everyone goes through this. Maybe I've taken longer to recuperate. Why is that?
It's because of your active life, Mr. Granick. Your previous activity was outdoors.
Always. Civil engineering isn't for sissies.
Oh, no, it's for men, for real men. Building bridges and roads, that's for doers. You're a doer.
Was a doer. Was. Past tense.
And will be again.
Never again.
You had a hobby?
Yeah, when I worked at the hospital. Dull and stupid.
He still has his drafting equipment. We kept that.
Yes, that would be good. Work hypothetical engineering problems. I used to do that. I was going to be an engineer. For amusement, I used to pose hypothetical problems for myself and work them out.
Really? Where'd you study?
Oh, back east, a long time ago.
It couldn't be too long.
It was very long.
But you're a young man.
About your civil engineering. The drafting equipment, surveying instrument.
I lost interest. Can't do anything with it. I can't sit indoors and pretend it's outdoors.
Well, where is the equipment?
Around.
You know very well where it is, Bill.
We put it in storage back home where we used to live.
We took it out of storage, Mr. Christensen, and had it shipped here.
Is it in a packing crate?
No.
Well, then what? What is it in?
Well, what difference does it make?
In case I could help. To get it for you. A woman alone can't do it. Such equipment is heavy.
She isn't alone. I'm here.
Yes, darling, yes, you are. You are here, and you do help me.
It's in a trunk, an old trunk.
And, where is this old trunk?
In the closet, but I don't want to see it. I had a man who delivered it, put it there in the closet. I'm through with it.
And you haven't opened the trunk? You haven't opened it for a long time. In a way, that's better.
It's raining.
What?
It started to rain.
Are you, maybe it's presumptuous, but not many people come over these days, but, are you busy for supper?
Why, no. No, I'm not. I'd be delighted. I was exhilarated. The excitement of getting my trunk. The thrill of my long battle almost won. Almost over. It's important to be exact. Only the exact survive. I felt as if I could do anything that night. Anything I wanted to. All the skills I developed over the years. Waiting for them to go to bed. Waiting to get to the trunk. I used one of those skills. I made a pencil drawing of the man. All right, turn your head. A bit this way.
I guess.
There, that's it. No, it's not right. We'll start over.
It's about the 10th time.
I'm going to do this in oils, ultimately. It must be right. Exactly right.
Yeah, maybe in engineering, you have to be that accurate or a bridge would collapse if we went off a fraction. But in this?
In Europe, I studied in Europe. I was told I had a great talent, a truly great talent. Correggio, you ever heard of him? A great teacher. He told me I'd never make a living at it because I was too demanding of myself.
That's not good, to be too demanding. Expect too much of yourself.
It's wrong. It's gone. Once you decide to abandon a talent, never turn back.
My husband is going to turn back.
Of course, but that's different. I mean, an artist, when he doesn't feel greatness in one field, should go on to another.
And an engineer?
I'm sure you were a fine engineer.
Yeah. I was one of the best.
He's won awards.
Mr. Christensen? Would you like to see him?
Why, yes.
They're in the trunk, honey.
I'll show you.
No. Please, don't bother yourself now. We'll have lots of time to talk. Lots of other conversations. Many.
I guess it would be kind of boasting.
Well, it wouldn't be. There's nothing wrong with being proud of what you've done.
No. Never mind, Betty. Oh, excuse me.
It's awfully late.
You know, Mr. Christensen, you've been kind of good for me.
Brandon.
How's that?
Oh, Brandon. Brandon Christensen. It's my first name.
Oh.
I'm glad I've helped you. But how?
Well, by showing me that we shouldn't hold on to something we can no longer do.
But you can, darling. You can.
No, I'm a cripple. I can't.
And what would you propose as a solution?
And maybe I ought to start with those drafting instruments.
Start? How?
Maybe sell them. Maybe get them out of the trunk tomorrow morning and sell them. Yeah. Well, I better get to bed. Good night, Mr. Christensen. See him out, Betty. I can manage the crutches.
Would you mind if I finished filling in my report here?
No, certainly not. Go right ahead.
Thank you. I'll see myself to the door, Mrs. Granick.
Well, good night, Mr. Christensen.
Yes. Good night. Now, wait. Wait for them to sleep.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Richard Basehart in The Perfectionist, in tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Hey, Harlow, what are you doing?
I'm showing you how the Autolite electrical system in your Autolite-equipped car provides the power for starting the engine, sounding the horn, and playing the radio.
Lights and heater, too, eh, Harlow?
Right, Hap, as well as the power that's so important every second your engine is running. They're all powered by the Autolite electrical system, in which every unit and component part are related by Autolite engineering design and manufacturing skill to give you the finest performance money can buy.
The electrical system is mighty important to us car owners, Harlow.
And that's why you should treat your car's electrical system to a periodic checkup at your authorized Autolite service station or the dealer who services your make of car. You can quickly locate your nearest authorized Autolite service station in the classified section of the phone directory. Or call Western Union by number and ask for Operator 25. She'll quickly tell you the name of your nearest authorized Autolite service station. And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Richard Basehart in Elliot Lewis's production of The Perfectionist, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I waited until the house was silent, motionless, staring, listening. There, in the open closet, in the trunk, was the body. My heart started to pound. I advanced toward it in the dark. I felt wonderful. Here, so near completion. Here, in the dark. In a moment, I would have it open. In a moment. She came into the room and turned on the lights. I slammed the lock back and whirled to face her.
What do you want, Mr. Christensen?
I only wanted to...
You had the key to that trunk, didn't you?
I wanted to tell you something.
Yes?
Don't press me. Don't demand.
I'll wait. Well?
It isn't easy. It isn't easy. It's very difficult to admit an error.
A lie, not an error.
No, not a lie. Yes, a lie.
You're not from the hospital. You were never near the hospital my husband was in. How did you know? How did you find out about us? Who are you?
Can you forgive me? Listen, don't judge before you listen.
What's your name? And don't come any closer. I have this poker.
I won't be threatened. I won't. I mean you no harm. My real name is Brandon. Carl Brandon. I mean you no harm at all. Please believe me. Please. Please.
Why did you come here?
I'm a student. Yes, I was in the army and wounded. I had wonderful dreams and plans about what I'd do after I got out. Wonderful dreams. My father's a rich man. He's old and rich. But I couldn't take anything from him after the war. A pension isn't enough. But I couldn't take anything from him anymore. He gave me money and he told me what to do all the time.
Why did you come here?
I obtained a part-time job in the hospital to support myself. I did work there, you see. But in their storage room. And I heard about the trunk your husband had.
With his drafting equipment in it?
Yes. The valuable equipment. I knew I could steal it and sell the things. I knew they were valuable. I know about things like that. I can tell you the cost of each instrument.
Didn't the fact that my husband and I couldn't afford to buy new ones affect you any?
Yes, that's what I'm trying to say. Yes, I admitted everything. Why do you keep accusing me? I admitted everything and I ask your forgiveness. Yes, I was wrong. What more can I do? What more do you want me to do?
To leave.
Return to my father and say that I was wrong. I made a mistake. That he was right. Give me money. Tell me what to do. Order my life. Live my life. Show me my failings. Show me where I'm not as strong as he, as bright as he, as strong as strong.
No, wait. Don't leave.
What?
Stay a while. Just a minute. Sit down, Mr. Brandon. Go on. That's it. The Mr. Brandon sounds wrong. Mind if I call you Carl, isn't it?
Yes, Carl.
Carl Brandon. It's a nice sounding name. Betty, make some coffee, will you, honey?
Coffee?
Yeah. How do you like it, Carl?
Just plain black coffee.
The way they drink it in the Army, huh?
The Army? Oh, yes, always.
I was in myself. I know what it's like to come out and be hit with civilian life.
It isn't a problem. There's nothing one cannot work out if one has the willpower and the self-discipline.
No, I couldn't have. Not without Betty. It takes a woman or a friend or just somebody who cares. But it takes someone to help.
I don't need any help, Mr. Granick.
Bill. Just call me Bill.
Mr. Granick, I don't need any help. I'm fully capable of solving my own problems without help, without advice.
We all need help sometimes. None of us can live without it. You're bitter. I can understand it. I've felt it. But you have to listen to other people sometimes.
Now, why don't you try your homey little platitudes on yourself? Did they do you any good in that wheelchair? Have they made you bounding with hope and ambition? Are you a better person now than you were before you were paralyzed? Don't preach to me.
You'd better leave right now. Now.
No, Betty. You have to listen. Maybe he's right, too. Maybe he can see my problem clearly the way I can see his.
I can't stand waiting. Waiting sometimes makes me angry. I'm sorry.
Sure, I understand. And even though I'm not too much older than you, Carl, I've seen an awful lot. I've been around a lot. And that's why, even though we might not meet again, I'd like to talk to you straight, like a member of your own family would.
I don't need instruction.
It's advice.
And I don't need advice.
We all need it sometimes, Carl.
His advice was just like yours, to do things the way he did them. But letting me know that I could never do the things the way he did them. That I was incompetent and he was better, always better.
I don't mean that, not that way.
Well, I did something better, braver, something more daring, more skilled than he ever dreamed of doing. You understand? I've accomplished what he could never do.
What do you mean? What are you trying to say?
That you can keep your rotten advice to yourself. That you're nothing but a cripple.
You're the cripple, not my husband. You're the cripple in your head. Only his legs are
Betty.
gone, but...
All right, Carl. What is it that you've done that's so great?
Get up. Go ahead of me. I'll show you. Do as I say, now. Right now. I knew then. I knew I'd have to kill them. And perhaps they knew. A woman with a cripple for a husband. Perhaps they knew they had to be killed because... I don't know why. I knew then, but I can't remember now. I knew more and more as they went fearfully toward the closet. Afraid to make a move to attack me. Afraid because he was a cripple and she was powerless. And I opened the closet door. My excitement was so great, I hardly remember each step. I'm not lying. I barely remember. I turned the key in the lock. Each move was precise, not a motion wasted, not one action misplaced. For this was my victory against everything that stood in my way. Not to argue, not to discuss, but to kill. To kill perfectly, quickly. Kill what stands in my way. Kill the Granicks. Kill the man in the trunk, the man who looked like my father. And I swung it wide. It will do no good. It will not help. The time is past.
Why not me first, Carl? You afraid of me? Afraid of a cripple?
Why didn't I think? Why didn't I calculate? Why, for the first time in my life, an act of passion, without thinking, I leaped at him, like an animal, like a beast. Have you ever fought a man whose legs are useless? Have you ever felt the arm of a man who uses his arms to sit and go and move and rise? They're steel, and they went to my throat, and I struggled in a dream. I can even feel them now. This wasn't the way. Where was my triumph? My victory? Where was my glory?
You afraid of me?
Please. Please.
You're afraid of a cripple? Perfect man?
Stop. Please. Stop. I didn't mean it. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it.
Bill?
Call the police first, Betty. Then come back and help me up.
Suspense. Presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Richard Basehart.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for Autolite, world's largest independent manufacturer of automotive electrical equipment. Autolite is proud to serve the greatest names in the industry. That's why during the early months of '52, the Autolite family will join together in saluting the leading car manufacturers who install Autolite products as original equipment. Our Autolite family is made up of the nearly 30,000 men and women in 28 great Autolite plants from coast to coast. Our family also includes more than 18,000 people who have invested a portion of their savings in Autolite, as well as 96,000 Autolite distributors and dealers in the United States and thousands more in Canada and throughout the world. Our Autolite family will salute the Dodge division of Chrysler Corporation on the next Autolite Suspense television program. Check the day and time of Suspense on television so that you will be sure to see this program. And be with us next week for another thrilling Suspense program on radio.
Next week on Suspense, our star will be Mr. Joseph Cotton, who will portray a man without emotion, the mechanical man in a tale we call Carnival. In weeks to come, we shall also present Mr. J. Carroll Nash, Mr. James Mason, and Miss Barbara Stanwyck, all on Suspense.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers bring you Mr. Joseph Cotton in tonight's presentation of Suspense.
Tonight, Autolite presents Carnival, the story about a man whose only emotion became hate, starring Mr. Joseph Cotton.
Well, hoist my hubcaps. It's Oscar Auto.
See my new ignition-engineered Autolite spark plug?
Why, sure, Oscar. And spark plugs are the very heart of a car's ignition system. And they've got to be right for quick starts, gas economy, and smooth performance.
Well, mine are now, thanks to my Autolite spark plug dealer's exclusive plug check indicator.
Yes, the Autolite plug check indicator tells whether your spark plugs are right for your style of driving. And if they need cleaning, your Autolite spark plug dealer has modern equipment to do the job. And if replacements are needed, he will install world-famous ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs for smoother performance, quick starts, and gas saving.
Right, Harlow.
So, friends, see your nearest Autolite spark plug dealer soon. He services all makes of spark plugs,
And you can quickly learn his location by calling Western Union by number and asking for Operator 25. And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with Carnival and the performance of Mr. Joseph Cotton, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
Eight feet, 9 inches tall. I weigh 343 pounds. Married and no children. I joined the sideshow at the age of 22. And if you would like a photograph of me, I have them right here for sale.
All right, over here to the next stand, ladies and gentlemen, to the star attraction of the sideshow. That's right. Right over here. Gather round real close. That's it. Right up front. Yeah, sure, little boy. You get right up close here. See something you never saw before. Ladies and gentlemen, Rene the Robot. Rene the Magnificent. Handsome, isn't he? Beautiful man. Look at him. How elegantly he stands. The elegant clothes, the gloved hand. Just so. The mouth, smiling. The noble head poised for all to admire. Rene the Robot. Rene the man without emotion. Lift your hand, Rene. Like on pulleys and wheels, ladies and gentlemen, like a mechanical doll. You and I lift our arms this way, ladies and gentlemen. But Rene, lift your other arm, Rene. Bow. Makes you forget his flesh and blood, doesn't he? Walk, Rene. Like a mechanical doll, ladies and gentlemen. And now, with your permission, we'll have Rene do a little dance for us. Put your drum on, Rene. Look at him, ladies and gentlemen. The way he responds to me, to O'Mara. As if I were pressing a button. No question, no argument, no emotion. He hears my voice and responds. Are you ready, Rene? Dance. Wouldn't you like to have a beautiful mechanical doll like Rene to take home, girls? Of course you would. And he even talks. Listen. Tell us about yourself, Rene.
I am Rene Orlando. I was born in Louisiana, a small town near the Gulf. My father was a fisherman. I do not remember my mother. I was 15 years old when we moved to Baton Rouge. There I discovered my talent. My talent is to control all emotion. My talent is to live as a machine, as well ordered and without emotion as a machine. They stare at me, the faces looking up at me, idiot faces, fools' faces who see in me their own reflection, who stand with open mouths before the image of the robots that they are. They are the puppets. They are the mechanical dolls, the effigies without emotion. And I, the torrents within me, the ecstasies, the floods, the pure singing passions that wash over me. And Gabrielle, my wife, Gabrielle, she knows the man who makes a farce of himself before an audience is no robot, knows when the day's mockery of Carnival is ended. It is a man who comes to her, a man who loves, hates.
Undo my hair, Rene.
Black. It coils over your shoulders like dog fire and lies against the secret hollows of your throat. Black.
Say my name.
Gabrielle.
Again. Say it.
Who else knows these secrets?
What?
O'Mara?
How many times, Rene? How many times do I have to tell you O'Mara is nothing?
You walk and O'Mara's eyes follow you. You perform on the trapeze and O'Mara stands below and watches your flight and his fingers stretch out for you.
Listen, Rene. How many ways must I prove to you I love you?
You're with him often. Why?
We discuss matters of costumes, of new ways of doing a trick.
And me also? You talk of me?
No.
You lie.
No.
You lie, Gabrielle. He says my name to you and tells you I am a mechanical man. Isn't that so?
Rene, you're jealous.
Yes, jealous. And happy for it. Know that I am not a mechanical man, but a man of emotion. one who loves and is jealous.
What will make you believe me?
There is a way.
If what?
If there were no O'Mara.
What?
If O'Mara were dead, Gabrielle. Now, no more words, my darling.
No more.
And that is why they call me Rene the Robot. And if you'd like a token of your visit with me, I have some photographs. They are for sale. They are autographed.
Don't be bashful, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, buy. Or maybe you still don't believe. Don't believe that Rene is a mechanical man. Oh, little boy, come here. Here, I'll lift you up on the stand. Here we are. Now, slap him, little boy. Slap the mechanical man's face. Slap him. And Rene doesn't move a muscle, nor does he even blink. Buy his pictures, ladies and gentlemen. Buy from Rene the Robot. Rene, come in. I know why you've come to my trailer, Rene. For my compliments on your last performance. You were brilliant.
O'Mara, you must listen to me.
Oh, not for compliments, then for what?
It's for what happened in there in the tent, in the sideshow.
Oh, then you resent the little boy who slapped you. I thought it was quite a nice touch,
You go too far, O'Mara. Tonight was the last indignity.
You're quitting?
It must stop.
Then you've come to say goodbye.
Yes.
How many times have you said goodbye? 20 times? 150 times?
This time
1,000 times? How many times in 15 years, Rene? You can't leave. I won't permit it.
All right, I gave you that much, O'Mara. 15 years, that long of dancing with toy drums. It's done now, over, finished.
For a mechanical man? Oh, but I always forget. You're not a mechanical man. You're a person of passion, you always tell me. You've got feelings.
Yes. Yes, this is true.
I always forget. 15 years a man can forget in that length of time. What was that girl's name?
No.
You know the one I mean.
I told you, O'Mara. I warned you.
What was her name?
Her name was Celia.
Yes?
I killed her.
You strangled her, Rene, with her hair.
Her name was Celia Barton. And I killed her.
Of course.
And you saw it. And you told no one.
I'll never tell anyone. You're my major attraction, Rene. Why should I tell anyone? You're not going to leave, are you?
No.
You'll stay. And so will Gabrielle.
Yes.
That puzzles me, a man like you and a woman like Gabrielle. So different. What do you do? What do you talk about?
We're not different.
A robot, cold, without heart and no soul. Gabrielle, flame.
You're wrong, O'Mara. You have no understanding. You do not know what's inside of me.
Cold, without heart and no soul. I know what's inside of you, Rene. Pulleys and strings and wheels.
Someday, O'Mara,
you'll kill me?
Yes. Yes, I'll kill you, O'Mara. I'll kill you.
Rene! Ow! Turn around. Get out.
There is a reason why I did that for O'Mara, bowed for him, left him 15 years and listened to his voice that long, perform for him. Habit becomes strong, as all of it had become habit. O'Mara, the carnival, the moving from here to another village, to yet another and another, and perform, and the nights of the mist like tonight, walk through it. A wet desert, pale reflections of light, the pockets of wind that swirled up the confetti, drifted away. Empty rides, the carnival that had run down. And shadows on peeling paint, and shadows on shadows. And Gabrielle in our trailer, waiting for me.
Renee. I saw what he did to you today. That child slapping you.
It amuses him. Everything I do amuses him.
The boy slapped you here?
Yes.
There. The shame is gone.
No. Now only your lips are gone. The shame is still there.
Why do you permit it, Renee?
No more.
Yes, no more. We'll go away from this place, from O'Mara.
He'd find us.
Far from here, Renee, to a place where
I said it, he'd find us.
Well, let him. What difference does it make?
You don't understand.
Understand what? Understand how he makes a fool of you 10 times a day? Understand how he...
Gabrielle, my darling.
What? What is it?
O'Mara, he...
Yes?
Kill him. Kill him for me, Gabrielle. You kill him.
What?
Kill him. Don't you see it's the only way?
Kill him?
Gabrielle, listen to me. Believe me. It's the only way we can be happy. O'Mara has to die. He must die, Gabrielle. And then we can be together. Always together.
But kill him?
You mustn't do this for me. Just now I tried, and I cannot.
You hate him, and you want us to be together, and you can't kill him? Why?
Because 15 years on the platform performing for him, moving according to his demand, and now just talking to him. He speaks my name, and I perform. I could not get close enough to kill him. I can only perform.
Then you are the mechanical man.
No.
Everything O'Mara says about you, it's true.
He loves you. Dance with him. Drink with him. Poison him. Kill him.
Renee, the robot.
Does a robot hate? Does a robot know jealousy? Does he love? Am I a robot, Gabrielle?
Oh, I love you.
Yeah.
Love you.
Kill him.
Yes. Yes.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Joseph Cotton in Carnival. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Say, Harlow, Autolite spark plugs aren't just made, are they?
No, sir, Oscar. Autolite spark plugs are ignition engineered. And that means they're designed by the same skilled Autolite engineers who design the coil, distributor, and all the other important parts of complete ignition systems used as original equipment on many leading makes of our finest cars, trucks, and tractors.
And we love them.
Autolite makes a complete line of spark plugs, including the famous Autolite resistor spark plug that gives double life, greater gas savings, and quicker starts. Autolite also makes a special transport spark plug for heavy-duty use in tractors and trucks, and a complete line of spark plugs for marine and all other types of internal combustion engines.
And you get them at your nearest Autolite spark plug dealer.
So, friends, see your nearest Autolite spark plug dealer soon. Have him compare your spark plugs with the exclusive Autolite plug check indicator, so you can be sure your spark plugs are right for your style of driving. And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Joseph Cotton in Elliott Lewis's production of Carnival, a dramatic report well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Tickets here for the spectacular attractions that you will see inside. Rollo the Giant stands 8 feet 9 inches tall, his little finger as big around as your wrist. Renee the Robot, the man who walks and talks and thinks like a machine. Renee the Mechanical Man. Yes, you'll see them all and many more inside. One ticket takes you all the way through, so step right up.
It was sunlight when we listened to him, when Gabrielle and I listened to O'Mara. Sunlight of the day he was going to die. The carnival stood red and gold and green and bronze against the heat-shivering sky. And through the dull, glinting dust, a crowd funneled to this stand and that, to this novelty, to that attraction. It kept on all day. The procession of seekers. And later, when the sun went down, first mist descended, and later, when it was night, and it was shadows again. And then it became a certain time, a time of importance, the hour interval before my last performance, the hour when O'Mara would die, and Gabrielle would kill him.
I'm frightened, Renee.
Yes, but you must wipe the fright from your face. When you are with him, be gay, Gabrielle. Frivolous for a while, then warm.
I know.
Here near the cage, Leopard. No one will see us. You will be warm for O'Mara, Gabrielle. You will wait on him and be beautiful for him, and he will drink a toast to your beauty with this.
Where did you get it?
I got it. A few drops from this bottle into his glass. Take it. Take it, Gabrielle.
All right.
And when O'Mara dies, Renee the robot will die with him.
Yes.
My last performance is at 11. My last performance will not happen, will it?
No.
Because in a few minutes you will meet O'Mara in our trailer. He will be there, won't he? You asked him there.
Yes. Renee.
What is it?
Renee. Nothing. I will do it.
Now go to him. Kill him. You caged leopard, wait with me. You behind your bars, I behind mine. Wait. Walk with me. Wait with me. Oh, leopard, forgive me. I am more fortunate than you. Time passes and the minutes go, and my prison will dissolve. A man will die, and with his dying, I will be free. And time passes, leopard. A man is dying, and I am coming alive. The things I feel now, you would understand if those bars were being torn aside for you. But crouch. A little longer. And then exhilaration, the joy, the leap. O'Mara is dead.
Renee. Where have you been, Renee?
O'Mara.
I've been looking for you. There are people in there in the tent. They are waiting for you.
O'Mara.
For Renee the robot. Come on. Now, Renee. Makes you forget his flesh and blood, doesn't he, ladies and gentlemen? Walk, Renee. Like a mechanical doll, like a puppet on strings. And now, a divertissement. Ladies and gentlemen, I have here in my hand a bottle. A small bottle, a brown bottle. You, sir, in the audience, would you mind holding it for me?
Oh, sure. Give it to me.
Now, hold it up. Let everybody see it. A small brown bottle, ladies and gentlemen. Sir, what does it say on the label?
Says poison.
Poison. That's right. Unscrew the cap. There's nothing to be afraid of. Thank you.
You crazy?
You don't respond when I tell you to do something, do you, sir?
Drink it? You crazy?
Then you believe it's poison, do you not?
If it says poison, I'm not taking any chances. Here's your bottle back, mister.
No. Hand it to that girl, that lovely girl there who just laughed. Yeah, take it from me, miss.
All right.
If I asked you to drink it, would you drink it?
No.
And why not?
Because it's poison.
Poison? A young woman gave me this bottle a little while ago. Her name is Gabrielle. Oh, but this is of no interest to you, ladies and gentlemen. What's of interest to you is Renee the robot. May I have the bottle back, please? Thank you. Would you drink from this bottle, Renee?
Yes, I would.
Even though you know it's poison?
Yes.
Because I tell you to.
Yes, because you tell me to.
Drink. You see, ladies and gentlemen, he drank it. Drained it. But don't worry, it wasn't poison. Once the bottle held poison, but that's another story. It was only colored water that Renee drank. And now, with your permission, we will have Renee do a little dance for us. Put on your drum, Renee. dance very well tonight, Renee. Oh, beautifully. Dance, Renee, dance, and listen. I went to Gabrielle, spoke love to her. I was right about her. She is a flame, unforgettable, love and wine. When she handed me the glass, her hand shook. Oh, dance, Renee, the people love you. Her hand shook, and then she dropped it. She dropped the glass. Wouldn't you like a beautiful mechanical doll like this to take home, girls?
Gabrielle, he's alive.
Hold me. Just hold me.
What happened? Why is he alive?
Love me, Renee. Tell me it's all right.
O'Mara's alive. Why?
I tried to do what you told me. I permitted him to hold me in his arms. I permitted him to kiss me. I laughed. I was gay. Then, from the bottle, Renee, the poison, I poured him a drink.
And your hand shook and you dropped it.
Yes, how could you know?
How could I know? Your hand shook and you dropped it. Why? You kissed him. It was so present that you...
No, I love you, Renee. Even now that I know everything about you, I love you.
What do you know?
Why you wanted O'Mara dead?
What did he tell you?
About a girl named Celia. A girl you killed. How you killed her.
She was beautiful.
Like me?
Like you.
So many things I understand now, Renee. Why you are what you are. Why you do
what
you...
am I?
To me, my love. To the world, what O'Mara has made of you, a robot.
You could have ended it for me, Gabrielle.
I cannot. Ever, Renee, I cannot kill.
More and more and more what O'Mara does to me. A word from O'Mara, a movement of O'Mara's mouth, a gesture from him, and I respond.
Renee.
You told him everything, gave him the bottle of poison, confessed you could not kill him. Why?
Wait.
Oh, with you, I was alive a little bit. I could be jealous. Now I'm lost.
No. Wait. My hair, Renee. Touch it.
No.
See. You're not lost. You're here with me. With Gabrielle. With Gabrielle.
You should have killed him.
I couldn't.
Because you love him. You and O'Mara, the puppet of both of you, a mechanical
No,
doll.
no,
A mechanical doll to play with like a toy. That other one, too. Celia, too, like her. You.
I'm Gabrielle. I love you.
Like her.
Renee. No, don't.
Like her. Like her. She lay there, Gabrielle, her hair a veil across her mouth, against her throat where I had twisted it. I brushed it aside, leaned over, whispered her name on her lips. She didn't answer me. She lay still. Gabrielle lay still. I lifted her, held her in my arms. The pale light from outside touched her cheek, held. And through the window outside was mist and the carnival, and the seekers still there for the last show. Here and there the carnival lights die, one by one. And the light on Gabrielle's cheek dies, too. Oh, Gabrielle.
She's dead, Renee. You killed her. Put her down.
No, O'Mara.
Put her down. Renee. Walk. Turn left, Renee. To the tent. They're waiting for you. You strangled tonight, Renee. Again. Strangled. Renee. Walk. Renee. Renee. Renee.
I weigh 343 pounds, married and no children. I joined the sideshow at the age of 22.
I am Rene Orlando. I was born in Louisiana. Small town near the Gulf. My father was a fisherman. I do not remember my mother. I was 15 years old when we moved to Baton Rouge. There I discovered my talent. My talent is killing. Long ago I killed Celia. Tonight I killed Gabrielle and O'Mara. Now I will dance for you.
Suspense. Presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Joseph Cotton.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for Autolite, world's largest independent manufacturer of automotive electrical equipment. Autolite is proud to serve the greatest names in the industry. That's why during the early months of 1952, the Autolite family will join together in saluting the leading car manufacturers who install Autolite products as original equipment. Our Autolite family is made up of the nearly 30,000 men and women in 28 great Autolite plants from coast to coast and in still other Autolite plants in many foreign countries. Our family also includes more than 18,000 people who have invested a portion of their savings in Autolite, as well as 96,000 Autolite distributors and dealers throughout the world. Our Autolite family will salute Willis Overland on the next Autolite Suspense television program. If you live in a television area, check the day and time of Suspense on television so that you will be sure to see this program. And remember, be with us next week for another thrilling Autolite Suspense program on radio.
Next week, our star will be Mr. J. Carroll Nash, as a man who searched for and found buried treasure and a curse, a tale we call The Treasure Chest of Don Jose. In weeks to come, we shall also present Mr. James Mason, Miss Barbara Stanwyck, and Mr. Richard Widmark, all on Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with music composed by Lucien Moraweck and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Carnival was written for Suspense by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. In tonight's story, Mary Jane Croft is heard as Gabrielle, and Joseph Kearns as O'Mara. Featured in the cast were Dick Ryan, Charles Calvert, and Sylvia Sims.
Joseph Cotton is currently starring in the MGM production Man with a Cloak.
And remember, next week on Suspense, Mr. J. Carroll Nash in The Treasure Chest of Don Jose.
This is the CBS Radio Network. Autolite and its 96,000 dealers bring you Mr. J. Carroll Nash in tonight's presentation of
Suspense. Tonight, Autolite presents a story about buried treasure, a real buried treasure, and a curse, a tale we call The Treasure Chest of Don Jose, starring Mr. J. Carroll Nash.
Hey, Hap, what are you doing?
Getting a fast start with my Autolite Stay Full battery, Harlow.
Ah, you bet. Fast and dependable. And best of all, that Autolite Stay Full needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
And I know why, Harlow.
Sure you do, Hap. It's because the Autolite Stay Full has over 3 times the liquid reserve of batteries without Stay Full features.
Right, Harlow.
So, friends, visit your nearby Autolite battery dealer soon. He services all makes of batteries and has an Autolite Stay Full for your car if a replacement is needed. To quickly learn his location, just phone Western Union by number.
And ask me, Operator 25, and I'll gladly tell you the location of your nearest Autolite battery dealer.
And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with The Treasure Chest of Don Jose and the performance of Mr. J. Carroll Nash, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
This is not a pretty story. There is blood in it, the blood of men and women. There is a curse in it, and gold. But it is a funny story. It is a joke. A great joke I cannot laugh at. It is a joke on me. In matters of this sort, secrecy is of the most importance. In matters of this sort, no man is your friend. Once, I had a friend. We lived together in my little house on Black Cay down in the Gulf of Mexico. But then the hurricane struck, and everything was different. The wind blew for 2 nights and a day, and when the waves piled up on the quay and swept away the house, it was my friend Pedro who dragged me away unconscious and lashed me to a ring bolt on our little dock and saved my life. Next day, the sun was shining again, but there was nothing left on my little island. The splintered planks that once had been the house of my father were scattered among the stripped palm trees, and even the big chimney that was built by my great-grandfather was a pile of broken bricks. There was nothing but blue sea and a bright sun and heaviness in my heart.
Even the chimney.
What would you expect from such a wind?
Aye, my friend. So now at last the curse of the Gasparias has fallen on you?
Curse? You speak foolishness. It was a hurricane.
So it was, but a hurricane sent especially to destroy you?
You cannot believe that silly tale.
Did not your father perish from a bolt of lightning that struck him from a cloudless sky?
The doctor said it was a heart attack.
And your grandfather pulled into the sea by a giant octopus?
He was washed overboard during a squall.
And all because of his father, Don Jose, the king of the pirates. And the curse put upon him and all the Gasparias by the beautiful Doña Margarita, who preferred death.
Oh, you prattle like a schoolboy, you who have never been one day to school. Come, we will clear up this mess and build the house over again. You should know that I endured a certain local notoriety since I bore the same name and was the great-great-grandson of Don Jose Gasparia, one of the last and one of the fiercest of the pirates of the Spanish Main. This was much less interest and concern to me than it was to my friends and acquaintances among the Florida Keys. Neither my father nor his father before him had ever profited by a single doubloon from the legendary treasure of our pirate forebear. As to the curse pronounced on Don Jose by the proud and virtuous Doña Margarita, I gave it as little credence as I did the recurrent tales of Gasparia's buried treasure. But that was before Pedro and I set about clearing up the hurricane's mess. We were stacking brick from the demolished chimney when Pedro made a discovery.
Jose, look at this.
What is it?
Seems to be a box, a little iron box, the size and shape of a brick.
Well, let me see it.
There was a lock there, but it's rusted away.
Hand me that pinch bar.
There's a paper inside there.
Yeah, it is very old.
What does it say, Jose?
Oh, nothing. It's just an old paper. Looks like
a poem.
Yes. Oh, I remember now. It is a nursery rhyme from my father. And then he copied it for me when I was a little boy.
But what's it doing in this old iron box?
Oh, I must have hidden it away once when I was playing. Well, amigo, come. We shall get back to work, huh? It was a lucky thing Pedro could not read. Nursery rhyme. That rotting piece of parchment said, "On Dog Body's Island you could fare worse, if there you will Don Jose's curse. For there, 33 yards, south-southeast of the Rocky Guards, you'll find a pleasantly fulsome measure of Gasparia's earthly treasure." There could be no question about it. Here was at last a tangible clue to the hidden gold of my ancestor. It was mine if I could find it. And why should I share it with anyone, even Pedro? I was the rightful heir, and I would claim it all. So that night I took our only boat and rowed to the mainland. I spent 2 days in the public library in Key West searching the old charts before I found Dog Body Island. It was a tiny sand spit near the tip of Cape Cod. I withdrew all of my money from the bank, bought a suit of city clothes and an airplane ticket north, and the next day I was standing on a cold, windy Massachusetts beach talking to a suspicious real estate agent.
No, sir, I ain't heard this called Dog Body Island since I was knee-high to a grasshopper. Where'd you hear it called Dog Body Island?
Well, I really don't know. Some friend of mine down south, maybe.
Well, it's called Sprague Spit now, ever since old Captain Sprague bought her up. Of course, she always was connected with the mainland at low tide. You can see the sandbar over yonder.
Yes, I see her. Now, about the house.
Well, there she is, just above that point of rocks. Just a summer cottage. Too dang uncomfortable this time of the year.
Well, it looks all right to me.
I can find you something a heap sight better in town. Got a nice little house just back of a gas station.
Well, I'm looking for solitude.
Yeah, you'll find plenty of that out here. Ain't a neighbor more than a mile and a half.
That point of rocks, is that the only one on the island?
Yeah. Pirates Point, folks call it hereabouts. Fella says the buccaneers used to put in here for water in the old days. Me, I don't put much stock in them stories myself. You sure you want to rent this place?
It is just what I'm looking for.
I wish you wouldn't. It said there's a curse on it. I wish you wouldn't.
It was perfect. My little rented cottage on the beach. Quiet, secluded, and yet within view of that rocky point, which must be the same one Don Jose called the Rocky Guards. There was a stack of firewood beside the kitchen door, and in a shed back of the house there was even a long-handled shovel. A most fortunate circumstance, since I did not want to create any suspicion in town by purchasing one. I can tell you I scarcely slept that first night. So great was my eagerness to be up in the morning, pace the 33 yards south-southeast of the Rocky Guards, and begin digging for my treasure. 29, 30, 31, 32.
Morning.
Oh, good morning.
Looks like it's going to be a nice day.
Yes, it does.
Gonna do some digging?
I beg your pardon?
I see you got a shovel. Looks like you're going to do some digging.
Oh, yes, clams. I'm going to dig for clams.
No clams in the surf.
Oh, there aren't?
No. Find them on the bay side.
Oh, then I'll look over there.
Don't dig them with a shovel. Got to use a rake.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah. It's too late now anyway. Tide's coming in. Another low tide at 5 this afternoon.
Oh, I didn't know. I'm a stranger here.
Yeah, I know. Heard you'd rented the Davis place. I'm chief of police of Queecasset.
Oh? Anything wrong?
No. Town limits come all the way out here, though. Gonna stay here long?
I don't know. Few weeks. Maybe all winter.
You a writing fella?
No.
Painting fella?
No.
Just taking a vacation?
Yes, you might call it that.
Beats me. Well, nice to have this talk with you. Anything you need in the way of police protection, just let me know.
He couldn't know. How could he know? Nobody knew about the treasure clue but me. Yet he seemed so suspicious. And he asked me so many questions. Well, I went back to the house, sat by the window until he was out of sight up the beach. But by that time, the tide had come in and the treasure was buried by the ocean. So I waited until 5 o'clock when the tide was low. And then, carrying a gasoline lantern, I paced off the 33 yards south-southeast of the Rocky Guards and set to work. Although the evening was chilled with a brisk breeze blowing in from the sea, I soon had shed my coat and was dripping with perspiration. I lost all track of time and place and my own identity. I was a machine attacking the wet, sliding sand with huge bites of my shovel, widening the hole as it grew deeper until my lantern threw long shadows across the opening that had now become large enough for a coffin. Then my shovel hit something solid. I reached for my lantern, and there, under its lifeless green glare, was a section of rotting wood. I shoveled wet sand to one side. There was a rusted iron strap. I had found it. An iron-bound chest. The treasure chest of Don Jose Gasparia. It was almost too much to bear. Suddenly my dampened shirt chilled me, and I was seized with a fit of shivering. Then I began crying like a frightened child. How long I crouched there in this agony of relief and joy I cannot tell, but suddenly above the sound of my own sobs and the pounding surf and the sighing wind, I heard voices. Terror seized me. Who came now to violate my supreme moment? Who now threatened to deprive me of what was rightfully mine? I turned the lantern out, scrambled from the hole. A few yards away, I could see the beam of a flashlight slowly approaching. I ran, hid behind a ledge of rocks, my heart drumming in my ears, my held breath screaming in my tightened throat, trying to listen, trying to see.
Great. Shot. Ready?
What were they doing? Did they know? At last it was quiet. I watched their light as they made their way across the island toward the bay. And then after a long time, I heard the cough of a motorboat. Still I waited until the sound of the receding motor was lost in the sighing wind and the hiss of the nearby surf. Then I lit my lantern and went back to my diggings. The hole, it was half filled, and suddenly my terror turned to rage. What had they done? I began digging savagely. But almost at once my shovel hit something that was softer than the chest and yielded to the pressure. I seized my lantern, crouched over for a closer examination, and found myself looking into the still open and vacantly staring eyes of a corpse.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. J. Carroll Nash in The Treasure Chest of Don Jose. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Say, Harlow, wait a minute. Do you mean everyone?
Everyone, Hap.
Positive?
Positive, Hap. Every positive plate in the Autolite Stay Full battery is protected by fiberglass retaining mats to reduce shedding and flaking and give longer life as proved by tests conducted according to accepted life cycle standards.
All that plus, eh, Harlow?
Plus the fact that the famous Autolite Stay Full needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. Yes, the Autolite Stay Full needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. So, friends, visit your nearest Autolite battery dealer and ask him about an Autolite Stay Full battery for your car if a replacement is needed. He services all makes of batteries, and he's conveniently located. To quickly learn his address, just call Western Union by number
and ask for me, Operator 25. I'll gladly tell you the name and location of your nearest Autolite battery dealer.
where you can get your Autolite Stay Full battery, the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. J. Carroll Nash in Elliot Lewis's production of The Treasure Chest of Don Jose. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
For a moment, as I stared into the open eyes of the corpse, I had a strange feeling that he was one of Don Jose Gasparrillo's men buried with the treasure chest to guard it through eternity. But this was ridiculous. The man was only recently dead, no 100-year-old skeleton. And he was young and well-dressed, yet he stood between me and my treasure. Was this then the curse laid upon Don Jose come to rest at my feet? With the greatest effort, I covered the grisly guardian of my fortune. By then, it must have been close to midnight. The tide was coming in. I dragged myself back to the house, tormented by 1,000 anxieties. Sometime toward dawn, I must have fallen asleep. For the next thing I knew, it was past noon, and someone was pounding on my door.
Hey! Anybody home?
Just a minute. I'm coming. Oh, it's you, Chief. Good morning.
Afternoon now.
What? Oh, I'm sorry. I was sleeping.
Thought you was dead.
Dead?
Yeah. Took long enough to waken you.
Excuse me. I had insomnia most of the night.
Insomnia, huh? Mean you was awake?
Yes.
Most of the night, you say?
Why, yes.
Hear anything peculiar out here?
No. What do you mean?
Prowlers or such?
Why should anyone be prowling out here?
Didn't say there was. Asked if you heard anyone.
No, I didn't.
Got to check. This being in the town limit.
Why? Is anything the matter?
Yeah. Kidnapping.
Murder, maybe.
Murder?
Yeah. Ain't you heard it on the radio?
I haven't got a radio.
Sure, great consolation for a man living alone.
What happened? Tell me.
Young Harvard fella, sinful rich. His father paid the ransom, $20,000. The kidnappers didn't deliver the boy. Got a 3-state alarm out for him. Think they're on the Cape somewheres. We're just checking.
What makes you think they'd come out here?
Oh, don't know. Hunch partly. Partly because somebody borrowed one of Jen Chantry's boats last night. Found a blood stain in the cockpit this morning. Didn't see him.
No, I told you I didn't.
Yeah, so you did. Well, we'll catch 'em, of course, if they're on the Cape. Sooner or later, we'll catch 'em. Ransom money's in small bills, all marked. They'll get hungry sooner or later and spend some. Besides, we've got a pretty good description of them. Let me know if you see or hear anything.
Yes, of course. I'll be glad to.
Yeah, just checking.
Now there was no time to lose. I had already missed one low tide. I had to get my gold and get it away from this island of suspicion and debt. I waited until 5 o'clock and returned to my diggings. The low scudding clouds packed the sand with sudden gusts of icy rain. There was little likelihood that I would have unwelcome visitors on such a forbidding evening. I quickly disinterred the body from my treasure hole. Unquestionably, he was the kidnapped victim, a young man dressed in flannel slacks and saddle shoes of a college boy. I dragged him to one side, out of sight behind some rocks where I couldn't see his empty death stare. Then I went back to my digging. By 7 o'clock, I had uncovered the chest and was prepared to lift it out of its grave. The curse? No curse, for here was the treasure, and it was mine.
I better give you a hand with that.
What?
He wants to know, do you need a hand with that?
Who are you? What are you doing here? How did you get here?
Low tide. Walk. Get out of the hole, Pop.
Answer me.
Help Pop out of the hole.
Yeah. Come on, Pop. All right, where is it?
What?
It's gone. He got rid of it.
Get him out of there.
Okay, Pop, come on.
No, let me go, please. Let me go.
Where is it, Pop? What'd you do with him?
Do?
Where's the kid?
There. I put him there.
Steve?
Yeah. He's here.
What are you trying to do, Pop? Why'd you move him?
What's he trying to do?
He was...
Was what? Look in the hole.
Yeah.
No, don't.
There's a box in here.
That why you moved him, Pop? Get to the box.
Give me a hand with this.
Leave it alone. It's mine. Don't touch it.
Shut up.
Yeah. That's it.
What do you got, Pop? Treasure? Buried treasure?
Don't laugh. Maybe that's what it is.
Let's get it out of there.
Leave it alone. Leave it alone.
I told you to shut up. All right, Steve, let's get it out of there.
There it was, my treasure, in the sand-covered, iron-bound box. Only it wasn't mine. Not while these two hoodlums stood over me with clenched fists and poised boots. At gun's point, they made me grasp one of the rusty handles, and one of them lifted the other, and they forced me to help carry it toward the house. My treasure, it was mine, and nobody could take it from me now. I must find a way to rescue it. When we got inside the house, they yanked open the chest and emptied one of the canvas sacks, its contents cascading onto the table in a golden stream of doubloons.
Well, what do you know? Gold.
It's mine. It belongs to me. It's my inheritance.
Yeah, I know, Pop.
Only you're going to pay a high inheritance tax, 100%.
Okay, now, Pop, I'll tell you what we're going to do. My friend and me are in a little trouble. And you're going to give us a hand, aren't you, Pop?
What are you talking about? Go away. Leave me alone.
That's just what we're going to do. We're leaving, and we're taking that bright, shiny stuff with us.
The treasure is mine.
But we're going to be fair. More than fair. We're going to give you $20,000 in nice, up-to-date American money. How do we know? Maybe that junk of yours ain't worth half that much.
Your money's marked. It's ransom money.
That's beside the point. This dough of yours won't work in a cigarette machine, you know. Gonna have to go to a lot of trouble to cash it. What was that?
Window blew open. It's rained like the devil outside.
Better get started.
No, I won't let you.
Let's take it easy, old man. You got no complaints. You're 20 grand ahead of the game.
Look at this, Jeff. Wind blew a piece of driftwood through the window.
Come on, we gotta get out of here.
All right, let's go.
Grab one under that chest.
Wait a minute, you forgetting something?
What?
A sack full on the table.
Oh, yeah. Here, Pop. Here's one for you as a souvenir.
Come on, Jeff. We gotta get this thing across the sand spit full of tigers.
Yeah, we're all finished here. So long, Pop.
No, my treasure! My treasure!
Thanks, Pop. Thanks a million.
And they were gone, walking slowly across the dunes with a heavy burden. I watched them, unaware of the sheets of rain driving through the open door of the cottage, unaware that the house itself was shuddering from the impact of the storm, unaware that the wind had shifted from northeast to southeast. And suddenly I became conscious of my great danger. The tin frame cottage was creaking and shaking. It was shaking from the relentless wind, and the sound of the storms had a familiar tone, a tone I had heard once before, and then I realized the wind had shifted. I realized this was no ordinary storm. This was a hurricane. Outside, the waves were piling up, coming closer and closer to the cottage. Over my head, there was an ominous crunching, ripping in the eaves. I could see the gray daylight through the eaves. The roof would blow loose any moment. I threw myself against the kitchen door and, crouching low, ran away from the sea. Down behind the shelter of a high dune, I stumbled against the cranberry bush and fell flat, spread-eagled on the sand. And suddenly the wind stopped, the rain stopped, and there was the calm of death. It was the center of the hurricane, the eye, the moment of respite before the final fury of the storm. And I remembered the curse and wished aloud for its fulfillment. And there was no sound but the booming of the furious surf, and then there seemed to be a distant human cry. I looked toward the rocky guards. Far in the distance, for an instant, I could see the tiny, struggling figures of my tormentors. And then a giant wave crashed down on them, and the spit disappeared in boiling, angry water. And the wet heavens descended again, hurled upon me by the tail of the hurricane. With a light in my eyes, a light brighter and bigger and closer than the sun. And I heard a voice.
You all right, Mr. Gaspar?
No, who?
It's me, Tris Weatherby. Got out here as soon as I could. We was worried about you. Out here with no radio, you couldn't get the storm warnings. You come up so fast, wasn't time to get you off.
Oh, thanks. That's very kind of you.
Lucky you got out of the house.
Why?
Ain't there no more. Ocean came plumb through, carried the house right out into the bay. Made 2 islands out of Sprague's Spit.
The house is gone?
Not a stick of it left. 10-foot channel where it stood. Storms play funny tricks. That kidnapping I told you about.
Yes. What about it?
Found 3 bodies out near those rocks. The kidnappers and their victim. What do you know about that?
Nothing. Nothing at all. It is a very funny story, no? But I cannot laugh. The joke is on me. You don't believe me? But look, here is the gold doubloon. All that is left of the treasure chest of Don Jose. Yet I know this to be true. There is a treasure. I saw it, held it, and that treasure still exists. Only now there is no map. But I can tell you, in the rocky surf near the 2 islands called Sprague's Spit, if you will dare the curse, is the treasure chest of Don Jose.
Suspense. The story of a true buried treasure, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. J. Carroll Nash.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for Autolite, world's largest independent manufacturer of automotive electrical equipment. Autolite is proud to serve the greatest names in the industry. That's why, during the early months of 1952, the Autolite family is saluting the leading car manufacturers who use Autolite products as original equipment. Our Autolite family is a big family, and it's made up of nearly 30,000 men and women in Autolite plants from coast to coast and in many foreign countries. Our family is also made up of more than 18,000 people who have invested a portion of their savings in Autolite, as well as 96,000 Autolite distributors and dealers in the United States and thousands more in Canada and throughout the world. Our Autolite family will salute the Chrysler division of Chrysler Corporation on the next Autolite Suspense television program. If you live in a television area, check the day and time of Suspense on television so that you will be sure to see this show. And remember, be with us next week for another thrilling Autolite Suspense program on radio.
Next week on Suspense, our star will be Mr. James Mason in the story of the terrifying escape of a dying man, an adaptation of Odd Man Out. In weeks to come, we shall also present Miss Barbara Stanwyck, Mr. Richard Widmark, and Mr. Herbert Marshall, all on Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with music composed by Lucian Morowick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The Treasure Chest of Don Jose was written for Suspense by Christopher Anthony. Featured in the cast were Anthony Barrett, Charles Seal, Joseph Kearns, and Clayton Post.
J. Carroll Nash has just completed Clash by Night, a Jerry Wald, Norman Krasner for RKO.
And remember, next week on Suspense, Mr. James Mason in an adaptation of Odd Man Out.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers bring you Mr. James Mason in tonight's presentation of Suspense.
Tonight, Autolite presents the story of the terrifying escape of a dying man, an adaptation of Odd Man Out, starring Mr. James Mason.
Hap, I tell you, they're an unbeatable team.
Who, Harlow?
Why, the generator, starting motor, coil, distributor, and all the other important parts that make up the complete Autolite-equipped electrical system on your Autolite-equipped car.
You mean all those parts work as a team, Harlow?
They sure do, Hap, because Autolite electrical systems are designed and built by Autolite to give you the smoothest performance money can buy. That's mighty important, too, because your electrical system works for you every second your car's running, and every time you turn the ignition switch or turn on your lights, radio, or heater.
It sounds like a family team to me, Harlow.
Right you are, Hap. So, friends, be sure to specify Autolite, original factory parts for the electrical system of your Autolite-equipped car if replacements are needed. You'll find it pays. And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with Odd Man Out and the performance of Mr. James Mason, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
There are 4 of us on the raid. Murphy, Nolan, Pat outside waiting with the car, and myself. So there's no need to be frightened, Johnny. It's been all planned months ago. Slow down. The safe will be open. It always is. 3:30. The wages clerk will be picking up the money. There's the office at the end of the hall. Slow down. Murphy looks frightened. I don't like the smell of this place. Here we go, boys. This is the one. This is the office. Take out the gun. You two over there. Get to the wall. Turn your face to it. All right, shut up. Do as you're told. The safe, Nolan. It's open, it is. What did you expect? Hurry, man. Hurry. It's all in. Come on, then.
Somebody call for the police!
Slow. We don't want any attention. Slow. There's the entrance. A long way off it is. The sack's heavy. We've done it. Don't get nervous now. 20 steps, maybe 25. I can see the car. Good man, Pat. We'll be away in a minute.
Come on, Johnny. Come on, Johnny.
Why do you stop, Johnny? Down the steps, man. There's the car. Pat, Murphy, Nolan.
Come on. Stop, you. Johnny, look out behind you. He's got a gun.
He's got a gun.
Run. Johnny.
Mad he is and all. It's like a dream. I can't move from here. It's like a dream.
Stop. Don't you.
Get the pack, Nolan. I'm with you, Johnny. Oh, I'm hurt. Hurry, get to the car. There's an alarm. Hurry. I'm hurt. He's hurt. Drag him in. Come on, Johnny, get in. Come on, Johnny. Get in. No, I must get into the car. They're waiting for me. I can't.
Hold him on the running board. Go on, Pat. Go on.
I can't get in. Hold on to me, boys. I'm hurt.
Hold on to him. He's slipping.
This is a hard bed. And now I'm waking up for a dream I have had. No, something has happened to me. There was the car, and Pat, and Murphy, and Nolan, and... I've got to get away, catch up with them. Wait for me, boys. It hurts. Oh, it does.
Johnny, are you all right?
Look, he's dead.
No, he is not. No, we'll have to carry him.
Oh, listen to that, man. There's no time.
But we can't leave him.
Johnny. Oh, look at his poor arm. Oh, we'll never make it.
Pat, back it up. Pat, bring the car.
Go on. Leave me be. Go on.
No, Johnny.
Oh, there's no time. They'll all be out looking for us. We can't get away. Leave me. Put me down.
Run, Nolan. Go back to headquarters with Pat.
Oh, no. It'll be the end of you.
We'll get through somehow.
No.
Why doesn't Pat back it up?
Do as I say. I'm John Ford. Get out of it. Oh, Johnny, no. I'm the chief. It's an order. All right.
Hold on to me, Johnny. There's a shelter across the road.
You heard what I said, Murphy.
The devil with you, I'm staying.
And the whistles and bells all around. It's a dream because I'm crossing the road with Murphy and there's people standing watching us. Then I am wounded. And it's not a dream because of the pain. I killed a man, that's how it was. And he wounded me. So it's all up with me now. The police are coming. And it's all up with me. And Murphy.
Here's the shelter. Hurry inside, Johnny, now. Hurry.
It's dark in here. I'm hurt.
Yes, it's dark. Now rest for a bit, will you? Rest.
They're outside, looking for us.
Yes.
I killed him.
That was in self-defense. He shot first.
We got the money, didn't we?
Aye, we got it. Nolan and Pat will have it safe. Now, let's have a look at that arm.
I can't feel it. But it hurts, no.
Yes, I know. Now, you wait a minute. I'll find a match.
Does it look bad?
It'll be all right. We'll have it all right.
I'm finished. It's all up with me. Dennis will be the next in command. You hear me? Dennis, and then you.
He's gone, Johnny. Johnny, wake up, man. Johnny. Johnny.
I can hear you, Murphy, but you'll have to come closer. Oh, I'd like to lay me down for a long sleep.
Johnny.
I'm tired. Tired.
Wake up, Johnny.
No, there's work to be done. Work for an island. Fight.
Johnny, can you hear me?
Oh.
Johnny, I was so worried, so I was.
You'll have to go without me.
You know I won't.
The pain is killing me, Murphy. I couldn't make it. They'll have the whole police out. It was a killing. It's me or the organization.
You need help, maybe, but we'll get you out.
It's a waste. We haven't enough men, enough guns.
Can you hold on, Johnny? Can you hold on if I go to Dennis and get some of the boys?
Don't do it.
I'll find a doctor. I'll bring him here.
No.
Have they looked in the shelter?
No. The people said they ran off the...
You trust those for witnesses? Don't be daft. Come on. Get back here. Behind the crate. Quick. Switch on the torch.
Right.
Now, over there.
They wouldn't have come in here. It's the cordon will be finding them when it starts to throw us in.
Johnny Murder's the one who was wounded. He's the one we want. You keep your eyes peeled, man. It'll mean a promotion this night. We'll get it. Shut up. Oh, really, I'm sorry, Johnny. I'm sorry. Now, will you listen to me? Are you listening, Johnny? Now, you keep yourself here. You'll be safe now. They searched. Don't move.
Something went wrong, Murphy. We had it planned.
I know, but it doesn't matter now. We can listen, man.
The organization will have to lay low for a bit now. You know that. We'll pass the word. Things will quiet down.
All right. But first we've got to think of you. Now, I'm going to go out and bring help. I'll do it now. We'll get you away, but you mustn't move from here.
What happened to Pat? Nolan? Are they away?
I told you, Johnny. I told you. What's that? Over there. Maybe someone got in the back.
I dropped my gun at the mill.
It's a rat!
Murphy! Get it off me, Murphy! Shut up! I can't see. I hate rats. There's more of them. They'll come after you've gone.
No, they won't, Johnny. Now, easy, man. Here. There. Now you can beat them off with the stick. Now, do you hear me, Johnny? I'm going now. Stay where you are. Sure, you'll be all right in no time at all.
I wonder what will happen to Agnes. Agnes, with your hair so black and heavy, and the white of your skin. Agnes, and the secret lovely things of your nature. Have I ever told you? I should. But I'm married, you know. I'm married to the organization. So you'll never know. What am I doing here? What's happening to me? I've never had such a nightmare before. I've got to get out of this. The thing is killing me. I'm finished.
Johnny boy. Johnny Murder. It's me. It's Shell. Are you hurt bad? Why don't you answer me? I've always been your friend, Johnny. Remember? Shell?
Get out. Leave me be.
Man, the police is looking for you, so they are. Oh, they're killing tonight. How did you get through the patrol?
He's got to get out of my pub.
Can't you see the look of him, Mr. Fence?
The police should be here. They're everywhere tonight. He mustn't have Johnny Murphy found in here. It'll ruin me.
So he wandered in, he did. You can't help that. Think of it, Mr. Fence. He's a prized creature. Worth thousands. Well, a couple, anyway.
You'd sell him? Oh, Shell. He's wounded. The organization would get you for it, so they would.
They might and they might not. Who's to know?
You're a foul little rat.
Am I not? Now, which one of us will go to the police? Will it be you, Mr. Fancy, or will it be me?
Lite is bringing you Mr. James Mason and Miss Pamela Colino in Odd Man Out. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Say, Harlow, my car is equipped with Autolite electrical system.
Ah, good, Hap. Autolite electrical systems are used as original equipment on many leading makes of our finest cars, trucks, and tractors. And every unit and component part is related by Autolite engineering design and manufacturing skill to give the smoothest performance money can buy.
Well, I depend on my Autolite electrical system every time I start my car.
You sure do, Hap, and every second your engine is running, too, as well as every time you turn on your radio, heater, switch on your lights, or blow your horn.
It pays to keep the electrical system running right. Hey, Harlow?
It sure does, Hap. So, friends, treat the important electrical system of your car to a periodic checkup. See your car dealer or your authorized Autolite service station. To quickly locate your nearest authorized Autolite service station, look in the classified section of your telephone directory under Automobile Electrical Service, or call Western Union by number and ask for Operator 25. And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. James Mason in Elliot Lewis's production of Odd Man Out, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
There is noise, and there's voices, and the pain hurts me eyes and my body. I heard some talk. It was talk of the police. And I heard them that close to me that they might have been in the same room. But I couldn't see for the pain.
It won't be me will see the police left them tonight.
Oh, then, Mr. Fancy.
Nor you. Nor you. I want no trouble, but I'll not turn him in. Police has had the Tommy guns and all. It's a big sweep. Sooner or later they'll get him. But I won't do it, nor you. Stay with him. I'll get whiskey.
Oh, for goodness sake. What's to become of you, Johnny boy? Well, you're not long for the joys of life, I'm thinking. And alive, you're worth my fortune.
Shell.
Hi, Johnny. I'm your friend. It is your friend, Shell. What can I do for you?
I was supposed to stay where I was. They're coming back for me. Murphy's bringing them. Dennis, Pat, Nolan, Seamus. I was to be where Murphy left me.
Heaven preserve us, the whole organization altogether. It'd be worth it. Where, Johnny? Where were you to be? Where's the place now?
I've got to get back. They'll be looking. They'll be trapped.
Oh, dear help us. You're in a desperate state. You can't walk the streets. You can't. You'll need someone. You couldn't move in the city alone. I'll take you. And I'm telling you straight. Do you hear me, Johnny? Come on, Johnny. Come on. Let me help you.
I've got to get back.
So you have. Now, I'll take you. Now, rest on me, Johnny. We'll find him. Mr. Fancy. Careful now, Johnny. We'll go to the back way out.
What are you up to, Sheriff?
I told you. Sure, I'm helping is all. He has to meet his friends to save him. Now, we're going out the back. Put your head out, Mr. Fancy, and see if the coast is clear. And get a pint. You'll need it.
Why am I cold again? The wind. I don't want to walk anymore. Shell. It's Shell it is. No one trusts Shell. What am I doing with Shell? Where's he taking me? You turn me in, you dirty...
No, Johnny, no. I want to help, not Shell. Oh, dear, help us. Here. Now get a hold of this. Take a good pull. It'll give you strength. That's enough now. You've had enough. Come on. Close to the walls, man. Keep out of the light.
Where are we going? Where?
Oh, sure, and you were going to tell me as soon as you could remember.
Murphy's coming back.
That's right.
Jenny, the rest.
Oh, where will they be?
The shelter. The air raid shelter.
Back there? Oh, we're going the wrong way. Come on, Johnny, boy. We'll go back. Shell'll take care of you.
If I could run. If I could get away from the thing. The pain. I could leave it behind. But I don't. It's wet it is on my face. I can feel it like snow. They said it would snow tonight. It is snow. I must rest.
Johnny, come on. You can't rest here in the middle of the street. There's the police all about it. They'll see you sure. Johnny.
I had a gun. What happened to my gun?
Oh, merciful, he's raving. Johnny. Oh, there's people coming. Now we're done for. You hear me, Johnny? I didn't give you up. You hear that? I tried.
It's him. There he is.
Oh, Murphy. It's me. It's Shell. I was trying to save the poor man, taking him to the shelter. He'd wandered in his delirium, he had.
Johnny, it's Agnes. You'll be all right now. Dennis is bringing the car around.
Oh, you found them. Listen, they're all around. We haven't a chance.
Agnes, down the alley. Take him along. We'll hold him off.
Yes. Put your arm over my shoulder, Johnny.
Dear help us. The police. Oh, they're turning into the street. Look, hurry. Take him down the alley.
Quickly, Johnny, quickly.
Come on, Johnny. Come on. Hurry. We'll all be killed. We'll take him to my place.
Where is it?
Not too far.
No, Agnes.
I've got a gun. They won't lift us.
There's killing.
No, I'm going back. Give me the gun, Agnes.
It wouldn't do any good. There's too many of them.
Dennis! Murphy! Nolan!
You're the chief. We'll start again, Johnny. Hurry.
There has been killing. I killed a man. A man killed me. I'm alone now. It's a bitter wilderness. But why am I running? It's cold, so it is. But why am I running? I will not run. I will not.
Johnny, can't you keep him quiet? If he wakes him up in the tenement, we're done for. That's for sure.
We're almost there, Johnny. Then we get a doctor. You must be quiet when we go upstairs to Shell's place.
I am quiet. I haven't said a word. What happened to the boys?
It's all right.
Don't make any noise. The old woman downstairs will give us away in a second if she knows.
Where's Nolan? Murphy.
Johnny, darling, no, you must be quiet.
I can't walk anymore. I want to rest.
My, he'll have the whole place on us.
A few more steps. You can do it. Sure you can, Johnny.
All right. I open the door.
Agnes.
Yes, in a minute.
We pulled it off, it did. Got away with it.
I know.
Side with him, for the dear sake. Quickly.
There's a bed, Johnny. Now you can rest. Oh, his arm.
That's the blood that's gone out of him. That's what it is. He shouldn't be alive.
Maybe this will stop the blood, Johnny. Turn over. Help me. Help me, Shell. Can you get a doctor, Shell?
I don't know. I don't know what I've done this night. I should have turned him in. I'd be rich. Now I'll probably lose my life. I'll see what I can do, but keep him quiet. Quiet. Don't let him make a sound. I'm a fool, that's what I am.
I know that face. Dear face. Agnes. And it is her own arms around me. Warm, holding me. Why, she? I remember now we raided the mill. Murphy, Nolan, Pat, and me. I killed a man, that was it. I must have been hurt. We were hiding. Who was it, Murphy? What was I doing with Shell? He's an informer. The organization will have to take care of him one of these days. The city is too dangerous. We'll go to the country. Then, when it's quiet, we'll start again.
Yes, Johnny, yes. But you must try not to talk now. You mustn't talk.
Why did you come to look for me? You should have stayed at headquarters.
I wanted to.
Who let you do it? Dennis? He wouldn't.
I had to.
I feel better.
Good. Now lie quiet.
It's night, isn't it?
Yes, we're safe here.
Where is it?
Shell's place.
No, you must be mad. He'll inform.
No, he's gone to find a doctor.
To find the police.
No, he'll help me bring you here.
You can't trust him.
It's all right, it is. Lie back now.
I'm sorry.
Don't talk.
I'm sorry because I was afraid. I think I've been afraid tonight.
No.
I'm not now.
You've never been afraid of anything. From the first day I saw you, even before that, when I heard about you, I knew you were not afraid.
Will you give me a kiss?
I love you.
I've never had time for that. The organization.
I love you. The organization has had you. Let them leave you to me now.
No, you're a woman. You wouldn't understand. It's my life.
They're coming. They must have recognized me on the street, or someone informed. I ran, but they're moving down the street.
You'll get out the back way, then.
No. It's a cordon. You can't. Not with him that way.
He's the one that's informed. He's the one.
No, Johnny, no, I swear.
Run while you can, Shell.
But
go on.
Oh, I'm sorry, Johnny. Sure, I did my
Agnes,
best.
give me the gun. Shoot him. He's the one. Informer.
No, it's all right. Run while you can, Shell.
You let him go.
Yes.
You let him. And you hold the gun in your hand without shooting. It's the police. They're here.
Lie quiet. It'll be all right. They won't take us, they won't. I love you, darling. I love you.
Then this is how it might have been. Agnes. The scent of her. Her mouth. Soft. But the fight. And what about the fight? They can't beat us. They won't.
Open the door. Police.
Give me the gun. Give me the gun.
No.
I'm the chief. Give me the gun.
Johnny, no.
Give me the gun. Give it to me.
Agnes! We've got him.
Agnes. I love you.
Suspense. Presented by Autolite. Tonight's stars, Mr. James Mason and Miss Pamela Colino.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for Autolite, world's largest independent manufacturer of automotive electrical equipment. Autolite is proud to serve the greatest names in the industry. That's why, during the early months of 52, the Autolite family joins together in saluting the leading car manufacturers who install Autolite products as original equipment. Our Autolite family is made up of the nearly 30,000 men and women in 28 great Autolite plants from coast to coast and in still other Autolite plants in many foreign countries. Our family also includes more than 18,000 people who have invested a portion of their savings in Autolite, as well as 96,000 Autolite distributors and dealers in the United States and thousands more in Canada and throughout the world. Our Autolite family will salute the Kaiser Fraser Corporation on the next Autolite Suspense television program. If you live in a television area, check the day and time of Suspense on television so that you'll be sure to see this program. And remember, be with us next week for another thrilling Autolite Suspense program on radio.
Next week on Suspense, our star will be Mr. Richard Widmark in a radio adaptation of Walter Van Tilburg Clark's study in Panic, The Track of the Cat. In weeks to come, we shall also present Miss Barbara Stanwyck and Mr. Herbert Marshall, all on Suspense. Odd Man Out was adapted for Suspense by Anthony Ellis from the book by F.L. Green. Suspense is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with music composed by Lucian Morowak and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Featured in the cast were Ben Wright, Dan O'Hurley, William Johnstone, Joseph Kearns, Charles Davis, and Raymond Lawrence.
James Mason may currently be seen in Lady Possessed. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers bring you Mr. Richard Widmark in tonight's presentation of
Suspense. Tonight, Autolite presents a dramatization of Walter Van Tilburg Clark's Study in Panic, The Track of the Cat, starring Mr. Richard Widmark.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox. Well, gas me up if it isn't Sam, my Autolite spark plug man. How's it going, Sam?
Great. You mean my exclusive Autolite plug check indicator?
Ah, that super sleuth is really doing a job, eh, Sam?
You bet. It quickly and accurately shows my customers if their car's spark plugs need cleaning, or if they're worn out or wrong for their style of driving.
And if they need cleaning, Sam?
Why, then I do the job fast and fine with my modern equipment.
And if those spark plugs are worn out or wrong?
Oh, you know the answer, Mr. Wilcox.
I sure do, Sam. You install ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs for smoother performance, quick starts, and gas savings. So, friends, take a tip from me and visit your nearest Autolite spark plug dealer. You can learn his location by calling Western Union by number and asking for Operator 25. She will quickly tell you the location of your nearest Autolite spark plug dealer. And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with The Track of the Cat and the performance of Mr. Richard Widmark, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
Gotta get this fire going. I got it. It's my last chance. I'll freeze to death out here tonight if I don't. That or be cat meat. Snow. Nothing but snow. And that black murdering devil waiting out there in the dark for me. That big black cat waiting for his chance. Ah, there she goes. That'll hold Mr. Cat for a while. Cats are afraid of fire. Even big black ones. Even a big black panther, big as a horse, won't fool around a fire, no, sir. Oh, what am I talking about? Where are you going to find a black panther on a range in Nevada? Mountain lion, that's all he is. Big, maybe, but just a plain mountain cat, and that's all. Nothing but superstition, all that other talk. Crazy Indian superstition. Yeah, fire sure makes a man feel good. Good, kind of drowsy. No sleep, though. Mustn't go to sleep. That's all that cat's waiting for out there in the trees. Me to go to sleep and the fire go out. Gotta keep awake. Gotta do something to keep awake. think about tracking the cat. How I got started. 2 days, 2 nights. Almost 3 nights ago. 5 o'clock in the morning. Asleep in the bunkhouse with the storm beginning outside, but me not hearing it. Not hearing anything, because I was asleep. So sound.
Kurt. Wake up. Wake up, Kurt.
Arthur, what's the matter? What's the matter with you?
Cows are balling up in the canyon. Something's out.
Oh, for Pete's sake. You have to wake me up every time you have one of your crazy dreams. Go back to bed.
It's no dream, Kurt.
Oh, you too, Hal, huh?
You only hear it when the wind's right. Listen.
Well, how long's that been going on? Why didn't you let me know sooner?
We've just been awake a few minutes. We wanted to be sure.
A few minutes. And that going on all the time? Fine couple of brothers I got to help me run a ranch. One good for nothing but dreaming, and the other good for nothing but thinking about that gal of his.
Let's leave her out of it, huh?
How can I leave her out of it? You practically moved her into the house, didn't you?
Quit ragging the kid, Kurt. She's just here for a visit. You know that.
Yeah. Well, get your clothes on. What are you standing there for? You think that cat's going to wait for us?
You figure it is a cat?
What else could it be, running cattle like that? Or maybe you think it's that Black Panther Joe Sam talks about, huh? I swear, Arthur, sometimes I think you're as crazy as that crazy old Indian.
Could be. Could be that me and Joe Sam are just the ones that ain't crazy.
Indian lover and cat lover. But don't think you ain't going to go out there with me because you are.
Any way you want it, Kurt. I'll go with you, Kurt.
Oh, no. No, you got to stick around and take care of that gal. Yeah, listen to that. We woke the old lady up. She's come down to the kitchen. Suppose now she's going to give me some kind of argument.
Why you always got to pick on everybody, Kurt? First Gwen, now
What's
Molly.
the matter, Hal? You worried about me and that gal Gwen of yours? Huh? Come on, let's go. Up kind of early, ain't you, Ma?
Hi, Ma.
I figured you'd be wanting breakfast.
Just coffee. Some cat's running the cattle up in the canyon.
I heard. You going up there?
Well, you don't think I'm going to sit around here on my hands while some thieving mountain cat kills off our best steers, do you?
Well, sit down, all of you. Here's your coffee.
Thank you, Ma. Thanks, Ma.
Kurt.
What?
I don't want for you to go. I suppose what I got to say don't carry much weight around here, but I don't want for you to go.
Well, I'm going. And so's your dreamer boy, Arthur.
It's starting a blizzard out, Kurt, and a bad one.
I've been out in a little snow before, ain't I?
Well, it ain't the same. It's the first snow of the year.
No, I thought so. You've been talking to that crazy old Indian, too, haven't you?
Well, I ain't either. Can't nobody hardly talk to him today, the shape he's in.
All spooked up again, huh? Black Panthers, first snow. And you believe in it.
Where is he, Ma?
Oh, I told him to fetch some wood, to get him inside. Wonder he ain't froze to death out there half the night and nothing but his shirt and jeans and them little thin moccasins.
Yeah, maybe I better go get him.
Will you sit down and drink your coffee? We gotta be leaving here in a Well, if it ain't our little lady visitor.
Good morning.
Hello, honey. Morning, Gwen.
Come sit down. Have some hot coffee, child.
Thank you.
No need for you to got up this early, you know.
Maybe she got up special just to see us off.
See, who off? Where?
Oh, mountain cats after the cattle. Kurt's bound they're going up there to get him.
Oh, Hal, in this storm?
Don't worry about your precious Hal. I'm leaving him here to take care of you.
I said I'd go, didn't I?
Besides, if it is that spook panther of Joe Sam's, I'll need Arthur here to make big medicine. He's almost as good at that Indian medicine as Joe Sam himself, ain't you, Art, huh?
You never will learn not to ride a good thing too hard, will you, Kurt?
I guess I'm a little confused. Spook panthers, Indian medicine?
It's nothing, honey. It's just Kurt's little joke.
Yeah.
Here's Joe Sam.
Close the door after him, Hal.
Sure, Ma.
That's right. Now go on, just dump it in the wood box, Joe Sam. That's right. Now drink this hot coffee. For land's sakes, you're shaking like a leaf. Joe Sam, here, coffee.
Yeah, he don't want no coffee. He don't even hear you. He just wants to sit there and go off into one of them trances of his. Hey, Joe Sam, You seeing that spook panther now, Joe Sam?
Leave him alone, Kurt.
I do wish somebody would tell me what this is all about. Unless it's a family secret.
Well, there, you hear that, Joe Sam? Go ahead, tell the little lady about that big old black spook. It looks like I'll have to do the honors myself. You see, it's this way, little lady. According to Joe Sam, there's a black panther roams this part of the country, comes with the first snow every year. And he's big as a horse, and eyes like coals of fire. And you can see right through him. And you can shoot right through him, too. And still he'll keep coming until he gets you, because he can't never die. He's a spook.
Kind of frightening.
Nah, for old women and for dreamers, maybe. Come on, dreamer boy, let's go. Suppose you're going to wear that old cowhide parka, too. Makes you look even more like a medicine man.
Keeps me warm.
Oh, be careful. Please. And don't stay out there beyond nightfall.
Yeah, sure.
We will, Ma.
Arthur.
Well, come to life, did he?
Arthur, no go.
It's all right, Joe Sam.
No, Arthur, not. Please, no go.
I got to, Joe Sam. We both do.
Will you come on and stop palavering with that old fool?
All right, Kurt, all right.
You go, Arthur?
Got to. But don't you worry.
Then you go. But you not come back. You not ever come back.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Richard Widmark in The Track of the Cat. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Sam, my Autolite spark plug man, why do you recommend ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs?
Why, that's easy, Mr. Wilcox. It's because...
Because they're designed by the same skilled Autolite engineers who design the coil, distributor, and all the other important parts of complete ignition systems used as original equipment on many leading makes of our finest cars, trucks, and tractors. Eh, Sam?
That's right. Those Autolite spark plugs are designed to work as a team with the complete ignition system. Take the new Autolite resistor spark plug, for instance.
It gives smoother performance, greater gas savings, and quicker starts. And it's only one of a complete line of ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs designed for every use.
So, see your nearest Autolite spark plug dealer soon.
Right. Your Autolite spark plug dealer's exclusive plug check indicator will quickly show you if your spark plugs are right for your style of driving. And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Richard Widmark in Elliot Lewis's production of The Track of the Cat, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Even after we was saddled up and heading out across the range, I was still laughing to myself at what the old man had said to Arthur about not coming back, and how solemn he said it. I tried to get a look at Arthur to see how he was taking it, but you never could tell with that one. Well, we hit the draw that leads into the canyon about daylight. It's a real box canyon with a steep slope to the north and a sheer drop off the east face. We couldn't hear the cattle now, but we could see their tracks in the snow where they was heading up the canyon. And then I saw what I'd been looking for. Hey, look! Look at that. You see them tracks?
Cat, all right. Big one.
Yeah. Pretty near as big as a horse at that. But you won't see through the cat that made them tracks. He's real enough. Well, come on. Most like he's still up there. Not what it is, them fool horses.
Look, up ahead.
Right. It's a steer. He's dead and with his neck broke by the looks.
That's what ails the horses. They don't like the blood.
Yeah.
Look up there. You're right.
2 more. That's 3 of my best steers. Why, he's been up here killing for fun.
Don't look like he's up here now, though. There goes the track up in North Slope.
Yeah, he's gone, all right, but he ain't been gone long. Track's as fresh and clear as print on a page. I'm going after him.
You'll need snowshoes. You'll need grub. I'll go back after it if you like.
I'll go myself if it's all the same. You stay here and hold the trail.
Either way.
No, not either way. That way. Unless you're worrying about what Joe Sam said.
I'm not worrying.
And don't go dreaming off, because I want you to be here when I get back.
I'll be here.
All right, then. Keep your eyes open.
Sure. And Kurt.
Yeah?
If I were you, I'd leave Hal's girl alone.
A smart one. A real smart one. Like he was reading my mind. He knew I wanted to get that gal off by herself. And with Ma taking care of her housework and Hal out doing the chores, he knew I'd have my chance. And that's just how it happened, too. Because a little while later, I was sitting in the kitchen at the ranch. Nobody there but old Joe Sam. Of course, he didn't matter. And little Gwen sitting right across the table from me.
But how did such a story ever get started? About the panther?
Joe Sam says he's seen it. Joe Sam says this old spook panther up and killed his wife and all his kids about 80 years ago.
80 years?
Sure. Joe Sam's well over 100, or so he claims. Ain't that right, you crazy old fool?
Kurt, you shouldn't talk to him like that.
Yeah, he don't hear it. He don't hear nothing when he gets like this. But don't you worry, little lady. I'm going to bring you back a panther skin all the same. May not be black, and may not be big as a horse. But it'll make a real nice present from your brother-in-law to the bride and the groom. Providing, of course, that it works out that way.
Providing what works out that way?
Providing I am your brother-in-law and Hal is the groom.
I don't like that kind of talk, Kurt.
Talk never did a gal no damage, did it? Time to go. How about a little kiss to keep me warm out there, huh?
Kurt, no. Don't.
Ah, come on, honey.
Arthur.
What's the matter with him?
Arthur.
Shut up, you.
Arthur.
I told you to shut up.
You hit an old man like that.
Ah, he's crazy. Somebody had to snap him out of it. Well, I'm off. Maybe I get that kiss when I bring you back your panther, huh?
I don't care if I never set eyes on you again the rest of my life.
Only it wasn't me she wasn't going to see again for the rest of her life. Because when I got back to the canyon, I found my brother Arthur laying in the snow. And 3 deep gashes in his back like the stabs of a knife. And his neck was broke. And all around him was the track of the cat. I lashed him across the saddle as gentle as I could, and I hit the horse in the rump to send him back home. Then I set out to track the cat. It was easy at first. With the bare paw snowshoes, the trail good and clear, and the weather lifted. Then in the late afternoon, I saw him. The other side of a ravine. Dark and bulky like a shadow against the snow. I had him full in my sights. I fired and I missed. He was up the rocks in 10-foot leaps and over the ridge before I could shoot again. Then I remembered something. I checked Arthur's gun. It had an empty shell in it. He'd fired at something, too, and missed. Now we both had. And then the storm come up again. And after a while, I couldn't see 50 yards ahead of me. And that was the first time I heard that other voice.
Kurt.
Huh? Who's there? Who is it?
Nobody, Kurt. Just you.
Well, who are you?
I'm the caution in you, Kurt. Maybe you never knew you had it before. I'm the coward in you.
I ain't afraid. I ain't afraid of men, nor cat, nor spook.
Maybe. But it's getting dark, Kurt. Nightfall's coming, Kurt.
Yeah, that's so it is.
Better find a place to hole up for the night, Kurt. A good, safe place, while you can still see.
Well, yeah, maybe I had that. Maybe I had.
Because a man can't see in the dark, Kurt.
Who said he could?
But there's something out here that can. That can see in the dark real good. That hunts in the dark. The cat.
It was getting dark for sure. Almost the dark of night when I finally found what I was looking for. A little cave halfway up the other side of the ravine. I worked my way up to it when all at once I thought of something. The cat had holed up from the storm just the same as me. Suppose he'd holed up here. For a long time, I just stood there listening. But there was nothing but the wind and the whistle of the snow. And then, real slow, with my knees shaking a little, I crept up to it. My finger on the trigger of the gun. And I lit a match. The cave was empty. And it was dry. I crawled in. I ate some of the bread and jerky beef I'd brought along. Made a cigarette and smoked it. Then lay back. Let the tiredness go out of my bones. It was warm and cozy. I felt good. Real good. And warm. And drowsy.
Kurt. Hello, Kurt. You in there, Kurt?
Art, where are you?
Right here, outside the cave. You can look right through the wall and see me if you try.
Yeah, but what's the matter with you? Your eyes and the snow all on your face.
I'm dead. Don't you remember, Kurt? And I've come to help you, Kurt.
Yeah, Art. Yeah, help me.
Listen, you hear it?
The cat. It's sniffing out there. It's right outside the wall.
Look close and you can see him. Can you see him now?
Yeah, black. It's black and big as a horse. Eyes like coals of fire, but he can't get through the wall, Art. He don't know how to get through that wall.
That's why Joe Sam's here.
Joe Sam?
See him? See him out there on the slope? You see him laughing?
Art, he'll tell him. He'll tell the cat about the wall. Don't let him, Art. Don't let him.
Too late, Kurt.
Arthur, help me. Help me.
Too late now, Kurt. Too late.
Arthur! I was lying there in the cave, and it was dark. So it was a dream. Sure, it was a dream. But was it all a dream? I listened, and then I heard something that could be... All right, suppose it was out there. I couldn't stay holed up there forever by a stinking mountain cat. I reached over for my rifle, and then I bent my knees up, and I kicked out with all my might. And the wall went flying out into the ravine, and I was crouching there with the rifle. And there was nothing. No cat. No tracks. Nothing.
Better head for home, boy. You've got daylight now. Head while the heading's good.
I can't do that. I swore I'd get that cat.
You've got a long way to go, Kurt.
I swore for Art. And I promised Gwen. What'll I tell Gwen?
You'll have enough on your hands just getting back before it's dark again.
Well, I sure hate to give it up, though.
What's the matter with you? Don't you know yet?
Know what?
You're not hunting that cat anymore. That cat's hunting you.
I laced on the bear paws and I started down the ravine. It was still snowing, but I could see pretty good now. And I'd taken my directions the night before, down the ravine, up the other side, half a day north along the ridge, then down the other side, and keep going until you see the ranch. I was making pretty fair time. I figured it was just about midday when I seen the sun break through a hole in the clouds way off to my right. And then I stopped. Because there was something wrong. awful wrong.
What's it doing up there, Kurt? What's the sun doing up there?
I don't know. It can't be.
You're supposed to be going north.
Sure I am. Half a day north along the ridge, then down the other side, sure.
The sun's on your left when you travel north, Kurt.
Oh, and it's on my right. A whole half a day I've been going the wrong direction. A whole half a day.
You're going to be caught out after dark again, Kurt. You're going to be caught out after dark. That's all he's waiting for, Kurt. Waiting for the dark.
I can't get caught out. I gotta make it.
Never. You'll never make it.
What'll I do? What am I gonna do?
Run. Keep running.
I can't run much more.
Think of something. Think.
I can't think.
Think of fire. A fire.
Yeah, if I only had a fire.
That's it, a fire.
That's it, a fire. That'll hold Mr. Black Cat. Afraid of fire, ain't you, you murdering devil? That'll hold you. A fire. A great big roaring fire. It's all right now. It's going to be all right. I got branches cut enough to last all night. Nothing to do now but take it easy and feed the fire. He's out there in the trees somewhere, but he won't come near this fire. No, sir, he won't. Just keep smoking. Keep yourself awake. Keep your eye on that fire. Just watch the fire. Just keep watching that fire. Too late, Kurt. Huh? Too late. Arthur! The fire's gone out. Gone out? I gotta fix it quick. Too late, Kurt. He's here. The cat. The cat? Crouching there to make you spring. You see him behind that tree, big as a horse and black as night and eyes like... Help me, Arthur! Help me! Son, shoot. Shoot while you still got the chance right between those burning eyes. Shoot. I'll shoot.
Too late, Kurt. You shot right through him, but he's coming at you. Throw the gun away. It's no good now, Kurt. Run, your only chance. Run, faster. Faster, Kurt. Don't fall. He's right behind you, Kurt. Faster. Faster. Look out. You're falling. You're falling, Kurt. You're falling. Ah!
My brother Arthur the night before. And the next day we went to look for Kurt, Joe Sam and me. We found him where he'd fallen over the cliff of the canyon, all stiff and twisted in the snow. Later, we went up to see what happened. You could tell he'd been running when he fell, running away from something and afraid for his life. Only there was nothing there. No tracks except just his. Nothing.
Suspense. Presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Richard Widmark.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for Autolite, world's largest independent manufacturer of automotive electrical equipment. Autolite is proud to serve the greatest names in the industry. That's why during the early months of 1952, the Autolite family joins in saluting the leading car manufacturers who install Autolite products as original equipment. Our Autolite family is made up of the nearly 30,000 men and women in 28 great Autolite plants from coast to coast and in still other Autolite plants in many foreign countries. Our family also includes more than 18,000 people who have invested a portion of their savings in Autolite, as well as 96,000 Autolite distributors and dealers in the United States and thousands more in Canada and throughout the world. Our Autolite family will salute the Studebaker Corporation on the next Autolite Suspense television program. If you live in a television area, check the day and time of Suspense on television so you'll be sure to see this program. And remember, be with us next week for another thrilling Autolite Suspense program on radio.
Next week on Suspense, our star will be Miss Linda Darnell in a story about a woman who knew her husband was trying to kill her and was powerless to stop it. A dramatic report we call A Killing in Las Vegas. In weeks to come, we shall also present Herbert Marshall and Frank Lovejoy, all on Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with music composed by Lucian Morowick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The Track of the Cat was adapted for Suspense by Sylvia Richards from the book by Walter Van Tilburg Clark. Featured in the cast were Harry Bartell, Lee Millar, Martha Wentworth, Sharon Douglas, and Parley Bear.
Tonight's appearance of Richard Widmark was made possible through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studios. Mr. Widmark may currently be seen in the Technicolor production, Red Skies of Montana.
And remember, next week on Suspense, Miss Linda Darnell in A Killing in Las Vegas.
This is the CBS Radio Network. Lite and its 96,000 dealers bring you Miss Linda Darnell in tonight's presentation of
Suspense. Tonight, Autolite presents the story of a woman who knew her husband was trying to kill her and was powerless to stop it. A dramatic report we call A Killing in Las Vegas, starring Miss Linda Darnell.
Hi, Hap. Huh? Oh, hello, Harlow. Boy, you really gave me a powerful start.
Just like the powerful starts you can be sure of getting from your Autolite Stay Full battery, Hap. And an Autolite Stay Full needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
I know, Harlow.
And, Hap, do you also know that the Autolite Stay Full gives longer life, as proved by tests conducted according to accepted life cycle standards?
I do, Harlow.
Well, okay, then. Visit your nearest Autolite battery dealer. He services all makes of batteries, and he has an Autolite Stay Full for your car in case a replacement is needed. To quickly learn his location, just phone Western Union by number.
And ask for me, Operator 25. I'll gladly tell you the name of your nearest Autolite battery dealer.
Where you can get an Autolite Stay Full, the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with A Killing in Las Vegas and the performance of Miss Linda Darnell, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
Yes, ma'am?
I'd like to see the policeman in charge, please.
Well, maybe I can help you, ma'am. What is it?
My husband is trying to kill me.
I see. You better come with me. Oh, Hank, I think you better talk with this lady.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Come in. Now, have a seat.
Thank you.
Now, what is it you wanted to see me about, Miss...
Mrs. Evans. Dixie Evans. I'm a dancer over at the Oasis Club.
Oh, yeah, the Oasis. You must be one of the new acts. I don't believe I've seen you.
Well, I just started my run this week.
Well, what's your trouble, Mrs. Evans?
My husband is trying to kill me.
Your husband?
Yes. Twice in the last 24 hours.
Well, maybe you better start at the beginning.
Well, my husband, Charlie, and I arrived here in Las Vegas about a week ago. Frankie Paris, a booking agent in Los Angeles, had gotten me a 6-week run at the Oasis Club over on the main highway.
Yeah, I know the place.
Well, Charlie doesn't usually bother to travel with me when I go out on road bookings, but this time he did. Charlie likes to gamble. I guess that's why he came with me. Well, last night, Charlie didn't show up at the club at 1:30 to pick me up like he usually does, so I waited for him. And By 2 o'clock, the club had been emptied and everybody had gone home. I was still in the back, waiting for him.
Who is... Oh, it's you, Dixie.
Hi, Barney.
And what are you doing out here all alone?
Well, I'm waiting for my husband. He's late.
It sure is. It's almost 2:30. You know where he is?
No. Getting lucky, I hope.
That's what I call wishful thinking.
Did the house get much play tonight?
About usual. Hey, would you like me to give you a lift downtown to your hotel?
Oh, no thanks, Barney. I better wait for him. He'd have called me if he wasn't coming. He'll be along any minute.
Yeah, if nothing happened to him.
Oh, I know him like a book. After living with him for 7 years, I should know. He'd have called.
You've been married that long, huh?
Yep.
Well, look, Dixie, I don't like to leave you out here all alone like this.
Don't be silly.
Well, if I can't offer you a lift to town...
No, thanks just the same, Barney.
Tell you what I'll do. I'll wait around till he gets here. I don't want you to get lonesome.
Oh, no. You go on home and get some sleep. I won't be lonesome. I've got all those wide open spaces of Nevada just to keep me company.
Okay, Dixie.
And besides that, I got a strong pair of lungs. I can always scream for help.
Sure, but who'd hear you? Like you said, those are wide open spaces out there.
Are you trying to scare me?
No. I'm just tired. I'll see you tomorrow night. Good night, Dixie.
Good night, Barney. Who? Charlie? Charlie? That you? Who is it? Charlie? Then, before I could move, I felt someone grab me from behind. It was a man. He twisted my arms and yanked me back in the shadows. I kicked and spit and tried to fight myself loose, but there was no use. His hands were like steel. I tried to scream, but his hands closed around my throat. When I came to, I was lying on the gravel back of the club. It was still dark. I took a deep breath, and my lungs felt as if they were going to burst, and my throat ached. I staggered to my feet and ran around in front of the club onto the main highway. It wasn't long before a passing cab picked me up and took me back downtown to the hotel. When I let myself into the room, Charlie was in bed. I sat down and started to cry. He got up, came over, and put his arms around me. That's when I should have known. When he put his arms around me.
Oh, look, Dixie, baby, come on, get hold of yourself now. Come on, take hold, honey. You're shaking like a leaf. What is it?
Oh, Charlie, it was terrible. Someone tried to kill me.
Oh, baby.
Oh, Charlie.
Look, will you stop crying long enough to tell me what you're talking about? Someone tried to kill you?
Yes.
Where?
In back of the club, the Oasis. I was waiting for you, and he...
Didn't you get my telephone message?
Message?
Yeah, I left a message for you.
Well, no.
Oh. Well, what happened?
Well, I was back there waiting for you. I heard a noise, and first I thought it was you. I called your name, and then this man rushed up behind me, grabbed me around the throat, and
Did you see what he looked like?
Well, no, I couldn't see his face. It was too dark, but he tried to choke me, Charlie.
Look, Dixie...
Oh, it was terrible. His hands around my throat.
Well, what happened after that?
Well, I don't know. I passed out. I guess he thought I was dead. But Why did he want to kill me?
Just wait a minute, Dixie. How do you know he wanted to kill you?
I don't know.
Was anyone from the club around there?
Oh, no, everybody'd gone home.
I see. Oh, it could have been someone trying to rob the club.
Huh?
Yeah, sure, that might have been it. Some guy was going to break in and rob the club. He thought everybody'd gone home. When he got running back, he found you. Got scared, and he attacked you.
Well, maybe you're right.
Of course I'm right.
You say you called me?
Yeah, I sure did. I was having a run of luck at the club cartwheel. Must have won about $500, baby. I didn't want to leave. So I called the club and told them to tell you to take...
Oh.
Now, you get to sleep, Dixie. Get a good night's rest, huh? You need it.
Okay, Charlie, I will. I am tired. I had a very restless night. I didn't get much sleep. But the next morning, the more I thought about what Charlie had said, the more I began to believe that maybe he was right. Maybe it had been somebody just wanting to rob the club. We got up late and had lunch at one of the restaurants along 5th Street, then played some bingo at the Palace. Then we walked around town for a while and went back to our hotel about 2:30.
Hey, Dixie, why don't you go upstairs and take a nap, huh? Gotta get some rest. You had a pretty restless night there.
Yeah, I know. Charlie, you're not gonna...
Oh, no, honey. I'll go on over and pick up the check at the club cartwheel. It should be ready for me. You can get yourself a half hour of sleep. It'll do you good.
Maybe I will.
I got your key.
Uh-huh.
Good. Okay, I'll come wake you up in about half an hour.
All right. Charlie.
Yeah, Dixie?
Lay off the dice table, huh?
Oh, sure.
Yes, ma'am?
3, please.
Yes, ma'am. Three out.
Oh, brother, this feels good. I didn't even bother to take my clothes off. I was too tired. All I could think about was getting some sleep. And the bed felt soft and good. I started to drift off into a dream. It was a terrible dream. I saw the man in the back of the club in my dream. He was chasing me now. I tried to run away, but he caught me and tied me up. Then he picked me up in his arms and carried me over to where a train engine stood and laid me down in front of it. The train in my dream hadn't started to move yet, but I could hear the hissing of the engine. And it seemed that the louder the hissing got, the harder it was for me to breathe. I tried to wake up, but it was hard, and then finally I did. But the hissing of the train didn't disappear with the rest of my dream. The hissing became the gas jet in the corner of the room. Oh, the window. The window. Gotta break it. Break my shoe off.
Lite is bringing you Miss Linda Darnell in A Killing in Las Vegas, tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Harlow, I've told you before that I have an Autolite Stay Full battery.
What do you think of it, Hap?
Oh, it's great. It's grand. It's magnificent.
And it's protected, too.
Protected?
Yep. Every positive plate in the Autolite Stay Full is protected by fiberglass retaining mats to reduce shedding and flaking and give the Autolite Stay Full longer life. as proved by tests conducted according to accepted life cycle standards. And the Autolite Stay Full needs water
only 3 times a year in normal car use.
So, friends, visit your Autolite battery dealer, the man who services all makes of batteries. To quickly learn his location, just call Western Union by number.
And as for me, Operator 25, I'll gladly tell you the name and address of your nearest Autolite battery dealer, where you can get an Autolite Stay Full, the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Miss Linda Darnell in Elliot Lewis's production of A Killing in Las Vegas. A dramatic report well calculated to keep you in suspense.
All right, Mrs. Evans. Just try to finish your story if you can. You say you tried to break the window with your shoe.
Yes. It finally broke, and I got some fresh air.
And this was how long ago?
About an hour.
Then what happened after you were able to revive yourself?
Well, I was scared. I asked myself, what have I done so bad that someone wants to kill me for it? Because now I believe that someone was trying to kill me. I tried to get hold of Charlie, my husband, to tell him to come back to the hotel right away.
Main desk.
Would you ring the club cartwheel for me, please?
Just a moment.
Club Cartwheel. Julio Cole speaking.
My name is Evans, Mrs. Dixie Evans. My husband was coming in to pick up a check. Can you tell me if he's still there?
Pick up a check? What's he do, work here?
No, he came in there last night. He had a run of luck, and he said he told you to make out a check for him.
What was that name again? Evans?
Yes, Charles Evans.
Just a second. Hey, does anybody know anything about a check for an Evans? No.
You mean he hasn't picked it up yet?
No record of a check waiting for him.
But he told me.
Yeah, lady, sure. He told you.
I'm sorry I bothered you.
No bother at all.
Main desk.
Would you get me the Oasis Club, please? The number is 4062.
One moment.
Oasis Club.
This is Dixie Evans. I was wondering if there were any messages left there for me last night.
Oh, wait a minute. I'll look. Not a one, Mrs. Evans.
Thank you. And just like that, I find out that my husband, Charlie, is the person who's been trying to kill me. My own sweet, loving husband. He didn't win a pile at the club cartwheel. And he didn't leave a message for me at the Oasis Club. I guess I must have surprised him when I walked into the hotel room last night. He'd left me for dead. So he'd had to try again. Sleep, Dixie. Get some rest. So he could turn on the gas jet in the room and try again. What does a woman do when she finds out that her husband is trying to murder her? What does she do? What would any other woman do? She'd go to the police. So I came to talk to you.
Is that all of it, Mrs. Evans?
Yes. Isn't it enough?
Oh, Mrs. Evans, tell me something. A man who tried to choke you back at the club, did you see his face?
Well, I didn't see his face, but...
You didn't see his face?
Well, no,
well,
but...
then how do you know it was your husband, Mrs. Evans?
Because I told you he tried it again. Only a little while ago up in our hotel room. I found the gas jet in the room turned on. You don't believe me, do you?
Does your husband own a gun?
Yes.
Has he ever threatened you with it?
Well, no.
Has he ever threatened you at all?
No. No, but don't you understand?
Why are you so certain that the man who tried to choke you in back of the Oasis Club was your husband? Huh? You didn't see his face.
I know, but...
Well, then you can't be sure.
But up in the hotel room...
You'd be quite surprised at the number of people who die every year by accidentally bumping against a gas jet and turning it on and never knew they did.
I tell you, my husband is trying to kill me.
Why?
Why?
Can you tell me why your husband wants to kill you?
Oh, I don't know why. I don't know. I haven't the slightest idea.
There, you see, you can't tell me why. Now, look, Mrs. Evans, why don't you go back to your hotel now and get some rest? We'll look into it for you.
Look into it? But, well, aren't you going to arrest him or something?
Well, I don't see how we can. You haven't given us any kind of substantial evidence that would prove your husband is trying to kill you. In fact, you can't even tell me why he wants to kill you.
I can't tell you why. I don't know myself.
Well, you'd better get back to your hotel, Mrs. Evans. Get some rest. We'll get on this right away.
Yes. Maybe you're right. I'll go back to my hotel. Sure. Thank you, Lieutenant.
Not at all. You get taken care of, lady?
Huh? Oh, yes. Yes, thank you.
Dixie?
Charlie.
Well, Dixie. Now get in the car, my dancing wife. I've come to take you home.
Charlie, I thought we were going back to the hotel. This isn't the way. What are we doing on the highway? Charlie, what's the matter? What's wrong? Oh, don't turn the radio louder, Charlie. I want to talk to you. Charlie, you're mad at me, aren't you? What have I done that's made you mad? Oh, Charlie, take me back to our hotel. Let's get home. I want to go home. I don't want to go for a ride. I'm tired now. I'm awfully tired, Charlie. Please don't turn it louder. It makes my head hurt. Please, Charlie. Charlie, don't I mean anything to you anymore? What is it? What are you mad at me about? Is it the divorce, Charlie?
I don't want to hear you talk.
That's it, isn't it? That's what you're mad at me about, the divorce. But I can't give it to you, Charlie. I can't.
Look, it doesn't matter anymore. She's married now. She wouldn't wait any longer. So yesterday she got married.
Oh, Charlie. I didn't know it meant so much to you. I only tried to do what I thought was best for the both of us. We're not getting any younger, and when two people were married for as long as we were married, I thought maybe we should try to make something of it.
You thought that. What about me?
You?
What about what I thought?
Oh, you're right, Charlie. But you can't kill me now.
Why can't I?
I told the police.
You told them what?
That you were trying to kill me. That it was you in back of the club. That you turned on the gas jet. Oh, no. You can't kill me, Charlie. They'll pick you up in a minute.
Okay, Dixie.
Shall we go back to the hotel now?
Okay, Dixie.
do now?
There's nothing to do, Charlie. We just go on, I guess, like we have.
You do that? You stay with me, married to me, knowing I want you dead?
I have to, Charlie. Because I won't give you a divorce.
Well, like chess, Dixie, we're stalemated, aren't we?
Looks that way.
You know how much I hate you.
Now I know.
Up to now, it's been a game of cat and mouse. You were the mouse and I was the cat, ready for the kill. But you tricked me, my pretty wife. You must feel pretty proud. But look, the game's going to change, Dixie. Work hard. You make lots of money because I'm going to spend it all.
Charlie.
Have I been a good husband to you, Dixie? And think back. Remember all the soft, sweet things that we ever held between us. Think about them, because those soft, sweet things will become just a memory. From now on, I'm going to make life hard for you, Dixie, and I'm going to make it so hard for you, you'll wish that I had killed you.
I'm tired, Charlie. I'm going to try to get some rest.
Yeah. Get some rest. Get a lot of rest, Dixie. You're going to need it. You tell the police why I wanted to kill you, Dixie? Did you tell them how I asked you in a civilized manner for a divorce? Did you tell them that?
Goodbye, Charlie.
Dixie! Dixie, what did you do? Dixie! Don't die. The police, Dixie, they'll think I did it. Dixie. Please, Dixie, don't die. Dixie, don't die.
Suspense. Presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Miss Linda Darnell.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for Autolite, world's largest independent manufacturer of automotive electrical equipment. Autolite is proud to serve the greatest names in the industry. And during these early months of 52, the Autolite family joins in saluting the leading car manufacturers who install Autolite products as original equipment. Our Autolite family is made up of the nearly 30,000 men and women in 28 great Autolite plants from coast to coast and in still other Autolite plants in many foreign countries. It also includes more than 18,000 people who have invested a portion of their savings in Autolite, as well as 96,000 Autolite distributors and dealers in the United States and thousands more in Canada and throughout the world. Our Autolite family will salute the DeSoto division of Chrysler Corporation on the next Autolite Suspense television program. If you live in a television area, check the day and time of Suspense on television so that you'll be sure to see this program. And remember, be with us next week for another thrilling Autolite Suspense program on radio.